She was willing to die for him. He would rather never see her again. Talia was the most hated princess in the empire. A woman feared, mocked, and blamed for every scandal that shook the royal court. But no one knew the truth. No one knew how deeply she loved the man who looked at her with nothing but disgust. Barkas, the future Grand Duke of the East, saw her as a curse he could never escape. Yet fate had other plans. Because behind their hatred, betrayal, and heartbreak lay a secret powerful enough to change the empire itself. This isn't a story about a perfect heroine. It's the story of a villainess who loved too much, and a love that became a curse. Subscribe for the next chapter, and discover what happens next. The story is only beginning. Chapter 1. Prologue. Rhythmic footsteps echoed through the darkness. I turned my head from the garden bench where I'd been gazing at the pond, my eyes drifting toward the corridor. Barkas emerged from the long arcade connected to the garden, his Imperial Knight Order uniform immaculate and precise. His movements reminded me of a serpent gliding slowly through deep, dark waters. I'd often wondered why that was. Faded linen-colored pale blonde hair, silver-tinged blue eyes, skin like plaster. How could a man composed entirely of such muted, aged parchment hues emanate such an ominous presence? Whenever I faced him, my spine would inexplicably grow cold. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The man placed his hand over his chest in a bow. I waved him off irritably with a crude gesture. Spare me the unnecessary formalities. Even as a member of the Imperial Guard, this man would soon inherit the governance of the eastern region from the Grand Duke Sirkin. He was hardly someone I could treat carelessly. Yet I gestured at him with my chin, as though he were a mere subordinate. How long do you intend to make me look up at you? Seat. Despite my rudeness, his expression remained unchanged, neither displeased nor obsequiously submissive, merely indifferent as he settled onto the marble chair. I examined his finely crafted features, devoid of any human warmth. At first glance he appeared unremarkable, yet it was easy to discern that his mood was far from pleasant. Had something gone awry? I narrowed my eyes and pressed him with a question. How did the interrogation go? Don't tell me you failed to uncover the mastermind behind this? I discovered everything that could be discovered. The man pulled down the collar of his impeccably fitted coat with one hand, his voice monotone. But it likely isn't the answer your Highness was hoping for. I raised one eyebrow. Explain in detail. The substance in the second princess's wine cup did not originate from the Empress Palace. Then, it was a prescription issued by the imperial physician to a maidservant working in the main palace. It wasn't even classified as a poison to begin with, merely a medication that causes nausea and abdominal pain when taken in large quantities at once. Apparently, it isn't strictly regulated. So you're telling me a maidservant from the main palace suddenly lost her mind and poisoned my sister's cup? I let out an incredulous laugh. Yet the tendons in my thick neck stood taut, a sign of my fury reaching its peak. But Barkas's gaze remained utterly detached as he watched my face flush with anger. The maidservant did not administer the substance directly. Then who is the culprit? I lost my patience and raised my voice. Stop dragging this out and give me the conclusion. If it wasn't the Empress scheming and it wasn't the maidservant's accident, then who dared tamper with my sister's cup? The second princess committed the act. At his blunt answer, my indignation faltered. That woman. My face twisted savagely. When I spoke of the Empress, I burned like roiling magma. But when I mentioned that woman's bastard daughter, I became like someone with the filthiest thing imaginable in my mouth. My clenched jaw produced an audible grinding of teeth. That deranged woman would do exactly that. When it concerns my sister, that jealous wretch loses all reason and sense. Barkas showed no reaction to my vulgar curses, the sort a common street thug might spew. I stared at him intently, unwilling to let the matter drop, and press further about the Empress. Even so, can we truly be certain that Senevir's influence didn't play a role in this? There's every possibility that woman incited her daughter. If that were the case, she would have used a proper deadly poison, not this trivial drug. Barkas spoke in a measured tone. His pale eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness. Had it been the Empress, she would never have bungled the cleanup so clumsily as to leave herself exposed. I found no words to counter him and closed my mouth, though it irked me that he'd interrupted mid-sentence. The contempt woven through his voice left me oddly satisfied. This youth, indifferent to all else, showed his claws only when it came to Talia Roem Gerda, the stain upon the imperial house. For him to bear such disdain was supremely gratifying. It reaffirmed that this man stood with me with us. True enough. Senevere would never have been foolish enough to jeopardize her own position in such a manner. My temper somewhat mollified, I spoke with renewed vigor. Talia shot herself in the foot. I always knew she'd slip up eventually. I smiled like the mischievous youth I'd been when I swept through the academy. She must have lost her mind when you were taken from her and given to my sister instead. How long did that bastard girl lord her position over the Grand Duke's heir, treating the guard knight like her plaything? Now that her toy is becoming the true princess's consort, her temperament has finally snapped. The man offered no response. Barca's Legosirkin was not one to speak beyond what was necessary. His silence was hardly unusual, yet there were times when his taciturnity grated on me unbearably. This was one of them. I fixed him with an unwavering stare, demanding an answer. In any case, she won't escape punishment this time. If we play it right, we could even pin an attempted poisoning charge on her. It will not unfold as you wish. He cut me off a second time. My eyes narrowed dangerously, yet the gaze he turned upon the future emperor of the realm remained perfectly serene. First, there is only circumstantial evidence, no concrete proof. Should that woman choose to deny involvement, proving her culpability will prove difficult. We can simply call the maidservant who provided the poison as a witness. Do you truly believe the testimony of a single maidservant sufficient to place Senevere's eldest daughter on the judgment block? As I floundered for a rebuttal, he continued calmly. Second, even should it be proven beyond doubt that the second princess orchestrated this, a mere stomach ailment hardly warrants severe punishment. Should she insist it was merely a prank, she'll likely face nothing more than confinement. A prank? I, who had been listening in silence, finally exploded. I surged to my feet and seized him by the collar. Do you know what humiliation your future wife endured before all those people? The girl who has never once shown a moment of weakness collapsed and retched in the banquet hall. How can you call it a light prank when Ayla suffered so? Reliving that day's memory, my bronze-hued face flushed crimson even in the darkness. I ground my teeth. That's right, I was too frantic to act then, but I saw it clearly. Talia, that bitch, laughing from a distance as Ayla collapsed. I could tear that filthy bastard girl limb from limb, and it still wouldn't be enough. How dare she lay a hand on my sister? Your Highness. I flinched and released my grip. He hadn't even raised his voice, yet cold sweat beaded down my spine. I stepped back, gauging his reaction. The man adjusted his disheveled clothes with unhurried hands. That woman is not worthy of the crown prince's attention. His voice was monotone, as though stating an obvious fact, that night follows day. Her entire repertoire consists of nothing but such petty cruelties to torment others. Should the future ruler of the empire waste his energy on such trivial pranks? He spoke as one might to soothe a child. Ordinarily I would have erupted in indignation at such presumption. But knowing I had overstepped first, I held my tongue. The man rose slowly from his seat. Despite the rudeness of departing without my permission, his movements flowed with natural grace. I have sent the princess calming medicinal herbs. Furthermore, I intend to strictly oversee all food and drink that reaches your table henceforth. So you're telling me to let this slide? Should your highness insist on determining the truth of this matter and punishing the second princess, I shall not object. However, I wish to abstain from involvement. His indifferent reply made my face burn. Barkas seemed intent on dismissing this entire affair as nothing more than the spiteful prank of a jealous girl. He was right. There was no benefit to the crown prince and the Grand Duke's heir wasting energy on such a trivial matter. Our dignity alone would suffer. Yet I felt a fierce resistance to his coldness. It was not merely his callous disregard for my sister. I fixed him with a suspicious glare. You're not protecting her, are you? The man who had turned to retrace his steps paused, then sent a glacial gaze over his shoulder. At that very moment, a breeze swept up from the lakeside, gently tousling his ashen blonde hair. Yet his expression remained utterly unmoved. A smile sharp as a honed blade stretched across his lips, the first expression to surface upon a face that had worn stillness like a mask. Me? Entangled with that woman. Barkis released a low chuckle, as though he had heard something amusing. But in his blue eyes, a razor-edged fury flickered with unmistakable intensity. Gareth found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had known that this man despised Talia Roemgerda, but he had never realized he harbored such vehement animosity. Was this not the man whom the priests had thoroughly stripped of all emotion, joy, sorrow, anger, and pleasure alike? In truth, over more than a decade, Gareth had never once witnessed him betray any feeling. What on earth had she done to provoke this stone-faced man into baring his teeth so completely? Gareth studied him intently, his eyes alight with curiosity. During his time as Talia Roemgerda's guard knight, he had heard tales that this man had endured countless humiliations at her hands. Yet it had never occurred to him that Barkis would be susceptible to such influence. He was far too noble a figure to be swayed by the hysteria of a foolish girl. Gareth had believed Talia Roemgerda to be nothing more than a tiresome and vexing nuisance to him. Nothing beyond that. But it seemed otherwise. Barkis's blue eyes gleamed with a desolate coldness, devoid of warmth, as he spoke through gritted teeth. I have no desire to become entangled with that woman ever again. With that, as though there was nothing more to say, he turned and retraced his steps back the way he had come. Gareth watched him recede in silence, moving like a water snake gliding across the lake's surface, and a bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth. Talia, whatever she's done, it works in my favor. The man who ought to become his powerful ally harbored hatred for his enemy. Their alliance would only grow stronger for it. Gareth rose from his seat with a satisfied expression. This chapter was translated by Lunox Novels. To support us and help keep this series going, visit our website, lunoxscans.com. Chapter 2. Act 1. This love is a curse. I gazed into the mirror, studying the face of a woman I'd grown weary of seeing since birth. If there was any difference between us, it was that the girl in the mirror possessed an elegant smile, and eyes gleaming with sensuality, whereas I bore anxious, unsettled eyes tinged with impatience and lips parched with discontent. Scowling at my own reflection, I turned toward the nursemaid and asked, "How do I look?" "Like an angel, my lady." The nursemaid, who had been ceaselessly combing through my hair, answered with her eyes crescent-shaped in a smile. "Your Highness bears such a striking resemblance to Senevere. With such care taken in your appearance, you look just as she did at 18. I brushed away her plump hands as they fussed with my hair, irritation rising at the nursemaid's thoughtlessness in treating a comparison as a compliment. "That's enough with the combing. Bring me my dress." The nursemaid waddled toward the trunk with the eager face of a puppy. I watched her with disdain. How could she be so hopelessly dull? The woman rummaged through the trunk with soft grunts, then withdrew a crimson satin dress and glanced at me cautiously. "Look at this. It's the dress Senevere wore when she first set foot in the imperial palace. She must have prepared it for you, your Highness." I made a face of disgust. "You remember what Mother wore all those years ago?" "Of course. How could I forget that day? Senevere was like no one of this world. I wept at the mere existence of someone so beautiful. And the Emperor, he couldn't take his eyes off her." The nursemaid sighed, her expression dreamy as though lost in reverie. I swallowed a bitter laugh. Did this woman truly believe their meeting was some grand romance of the ages? At that time, the Emperor had a wife of 6 years, and she was heavy with child. Senevere and the Emperor's meeting was nothing but sordid infidelity. Nothing more, nothing less. Even after the former Empress Bernadette died, and Senevere became the legitimate Empress, people never forgot. As long as I existed, they would never forget the shameless sin they had committed. I swallowed the sarcasm rising in my throat, and snatched the dress from the nursemaid's hands. "Stop wasting time with idle chatter and finish dressing me." "Of course. I'll see to everything." The nursemaid draped the beautiful velvet gown over my body. I adjusted my hair, and gazed into the mirror once more. In my mother's dress, I looked even more like her. Had that ominous, deeply sensual aura begun to bloom within me as well? I stared intently at the soft swell of my breasts rising above the deeply cut square neckline. While one could not call it dignified, no one could deny it was utterly captivating. I habitually brought my finger to my lips before catching myself, fearing I would ruin my makeup. Today, I wanted to appear more beautiful than anyone else. If possible, more beautiful than Mother. I wanted everyone to look at me. I wanted no one to spare a glance for someone like Ayla. In the mirror, a fierce hunger blazed in my deep blue eyes. A gaze unbecoming of an imperial princess. It was the look of a beggar scrounging in the streets. I seized the candlestick from the table and struck the woman in the mirror without mercy. With a thunderous crash, the mirror's surface fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. The nursemaid, who had been arranging my skirts, gasped and collapsed to the floor. I hurled the candlestick to the ground and spoke coldly. "I'm tired of that mirror. Bring me a new one." The nursemaid looked up at me with a blanched face, then pressed her lips together and rose to her feet. Without a word, she draped an ornate fur-trimmed coat across my shoulders. I stared at my fragmented reflection scattered across the broken mirror, then spun sharply on my heel. As I left the chamber, I saw an escort knight sent by Senevere standing rigidly in the corridor, his face flushed as he gazed at me. I ignored him and descended the stairs. Before the separate palace, a gilded carriage and 8 guards awaited. Senevere clearly had no wish for her eldest daughter to appear diminished. "So you want me to make your rivals uncomfortable, is that it?" She twisted her lips in cold disdain as she boarded the carriage. At that moment, a new knight of the guard approached to close the door, his words spilling forth like something scalding caught in his throat. "You are truly beautiful today, Your Highness." At the yearning in his voice, every hair on my body stood on end. Talia Roem-Gerda shot him a sharp glare. I had no need for this man's flattery. "Spare me the empty words. Just depart." The man closed the door with an embarrassed face. Soon the carriage began to move. I sank deep into the seat, gazing up at the blood-red sky through the fluttering curtains. How wonderful it would be if this evening's banquet were drenched in such a color. I wished for some grand commotion to erupt, for everything to descend into chaos. I found myself absently touching my lips, then quickly lowered my arm upon noticing the red dye staining my fingertips. My nerves felt as though they were burning away. Yet contrary to my agitation, the main palace emanated only beautiful melodies and brilliant light. Descending from the carriage, Talia Roem-Gerda surveyed the broad avenue leading to the banquet hall and the lavishly adorned garden, her brow furrowing. Hundreds of nobles in silk garments were ascending the marble steps in succession, filing into the main palace's grand hall. I ignored the knight who had attached himself to escort me, and proceeded toward the banquet hall entrance. Those who recognized me naturally parted to make way. It was only natural. The imperial palace was my home. I had not the slightest intention of queuing like the other guests. Talia Roem-Gerda spoke calmly to the flustered attendant. "I have come to celebrate my brother's birthday." The attendant's eyes widened in shock. Talia Roem-Gerda snapped irritably. "Why are you not announcing my arrival?" Only then did the man hastily step aside beside a pillar and cry out in a loud voice. "The second imperial princess, Talia Roem-Gerda, Your Highness, has arrived." In that instant, a chilling silence filled the grand hall. I stepped into the brilliant banquet hall bathed in golden light, my head held high and proud. I could feel hundreds of pairs of piercing eyes scrutinizing me from the crown of my head to the tips of my toes. Talia Roem-Gerda savored their shock, their anger, their bewilderment, and the reluctant admiration they could not help but utter, walking forward with measured grace. Like a receding tide, the crowd withdrew, distancing themselves from me, as though I were a plague itself. I murmured inwardly, my lips curved in a malicious smile. Then someone blocked my path. "What brings you here?" I looked up at the man's face. He was one of those besotted fools who followed my noble half-sister, Ayla. Talia Roem-Gerda deliberately offered a seductive smile. I had witnessed my mother enchant men in precisely this manner countless times. Is there somewhere I am forbidden to be? The man's face, rigid with caution, flushed crimson. He stumbled backward in confusion. Talia Roem-Gerda stepped closer still, raising my chin higher. "This is my father's palace, and this banquet is for my brothers. What objection could there possibly be to my presence here? As I fixed my gaze directly upon his eyes, the man froze as though turned to ice. I could see his large nostrils flaring. He seemed to be breathing in the scent of rose oil that my nursemaid had so carefully worked through each strand of my hair. A strange satisfaction and profound revulsion surged through me simultaneously, as though intoxicated by potent spirits. I passed by the man, whose lips trembled uselessly like a fool, and walked toward the center of the hall. This chapter was translated by Linux Novels. To support us and help keep this series going, visit our website, linuxscans.com. Chapter 3. My brothers had yet to arrive. Gareth, the crown prince and my half-brother, typically commanded the center of the banquet hall, or stood regally upon the second-floor seat overlooking the entire space, and Ayla had always graced his side with impeccable elegance and refinement. But tonight, I may not see Ayla Roem Gerda at all. I lifted the silver goblet from the small circular table before me and let out a soft, mirthless laugh. The memory of Ayla collapsing in the center of the banquet hall not long ago, her face drained of all color, sent a cruel satisfaction blooming through my chest. The sight of her retching wine onto the marble floor, it had seemed as though she were expelling her very heart. How I wished I could have made it so. I dragged my meticulously sharpened nails across the goblet's surface, producing a sharp grating screech. I cannot count how many times I had prayed while watching my half-sister convulse on the floor. Ayla, please, never open your eyes again. Your Highness. I turned my head at the voice that broke through my dark reverie. A man stood before me in a deep green formal coat, one hand placed formally over his chest. His face was familiar. It took me a moment to recall that he was someone who frequently appeared at the banquets my mother hosted. I could not remember his name. I could only vaguely recall my mother addressing him as Count Syrian. It has been quite some time. Your Highness grows more beautiful with each passing day. The man gazed down at me with admiration in his eyes, then bowed and brought his lips to the back of my hand. The sensation was repulsive, like a damp caterpillar crawling across my skin. Yet I managed to summon a smile. Did my mother ask you to keep me company? Her Majesty the Empress is always concerned for your Highness. The man gave an indirect affirmation. But even without Her Majesty's request, I could not have refrained from approaching you. Look around you. He leaned close to my ear as though sharing some grand secret. Every man in this hall is watching you. Like me, they wish to approach you, to kiss this beautiful hand, and to shower you with passionate praise. Yet they suppress these desires, for they dare not fall out of favor with the crown prince. And you are different. I have long since earned his displeasure, you see. He offered a brazen smile. Thanks to that, I have been entrusted with the honor of attending to you this evening, a blessing born from misfortune. I despised men who clung to me with unwarranted interest. Despised them, truly. Yet enduring the piercing gazes of hundreds alone seemed far worse than having a suitable shield. I accepted his escort with the air of one performing an act of charity. Did my mother say something about rescuing her pitiful eldest daughter, the black sheep standing apart from the rest? Her Majesty commanded that I ensure your Highness enjoys the banquet fully. I suppressed the urge to scoff. The man led me toward the stage erected before the balcony as he spoke. And she instructed me to ensure you shine brighter than anyone else in this hall. Those who had been dancing to the melodies of the lyre, lute, and organ stepped back awkwardly, their eyes sharp with resentment. But the Count paid them no mind and bowed before me with deliberate flourish. Would you grant me the honor of dancing with your Highness? I looked down at his soft, uncalloused hand with distaste. I had no desire whatsoever to make contact with a man I scarcely knew. Yet the sharp eyes and whispered murmurs of the crowd stirred something defiant within me. They all wish for me to vanish from this place. Or perhaps to remain in some corner, silent and invisible. But that wouldn't do. Talia grasped the man's hand, and as if he'd been waiting for it, he wrapped an arm around her waist and began to navigate the stage with practiced ease. Even Talia, who despised physical contact with others, couldn't help but admire the man's exceptional dancing prowess. Count Syrian knew how to execute perfect movements in time with the melody, and he possessed the subtle skill of making his partner shine. Though Talia had always enjoyed dancing, Never before had her own movements felt so graceful. And it seemed she wasn't the only one who felt this way. She surveyed her surroundings over the Count's shoulder as he spun her with practiced precision. Hundreds of pairs of eyes tracked her movements in perfect unison. All of them were unable to tear their gaze from the imperial bastard they had so thoroughly despised. Talia felt a surge of triumph. Whenever I appeared at official gatherings before, people would pretend not to notice while stealing glances at my every move. But that was merely an expression of contempt and wariness. This time was different. They were looking at me the way they looked at my mother. I felt their gazes, tangled threads of fear and fascination, clinging to my body. It was as if I had become Senevere, the most powerful, dangerous, and beautiful being in the world. But the sweet taste of victory was fleeting. Suddenly the music ceased, and the true stars of this banquet made their entrance. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, Gareth Roemgerda, and Her Imperial Highness the First Princess, Ayla Roemgerda, are entering. With the Master of Ceremonies' booming announcement, 2 members of the imperial family descended the marble staircase through the banquet hall entrance with commanding strides. And in an instant, Talia was thrust out of everyone's attention. Count Syrian smiled bitterly and led her toward the terrace where wine and refreshments were laid out. What a shame to have your pleasant time interrupted. The Count attempted to lighten my rigid expression with his banter, but none of his words properly reached my ears. Talia stared at Ayla, who was dressed in a pristine white gown, with burning eyes. She seemed to have completely forgotten about the disgrace she'd displayed before everyone weeks ago. Seeing my sister's pretty face smiling elegantly beside her brother, my insides burned with rage. With relentless intensity, I scrutinized their deep black hair, emerald eyes, and faces carved as if from ivory. They radiated the dignity and confidence befitting the imperial family, something that neither Senevere nor I could ever possess, no matter how hard we tried. Senevere had been a viper who dragged the young emperor, once praised as the holy emperor, into the murky depths of shameful infidelity, and I was the filth that emerged from that viper's belly. Even if Senevere were to bear dozens of the emperor's sons in the future, that fact would never change. Talia quietly glared at my half-siblings surrounded by everyone's fervent attention, then turned my body toward the table where wine glasses sat. There, I caught sight of those who had been gazing at the princess and crown prince with longing eyes now exchanging subtle glances as they cast sidelong looks at me. Every nerve in my body went rigid. I wanted to gouge out all of their eyes. Don't compare me to them. Suppressing the urge to scream this, I desperately maintained an indifferent expression, when the man beside me, oblivious, leaned close to my ear and whispered, "It seems their highnesses intend to ignore your existence. What will you do? Shall we go greet them first?" She shot the man a venomous glare. He smiled with amusement, his lips curling upward. "Isn't that why you came here?" Talia bit her lip. He was right. I had appeared at this gathering to ruin my siblings' mood, to create a terrible discord at the moment they were being congratulated by everyone. And Senevere would want that too. Finally steeling myself, Talia gripped the wine glass tightly and turned toward my half-siblings. Then I took confident steps through the crowd. At that moment, Barca's Lejo Sirkin appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Talia froze. My heart pounded as if I'd been ambushed without warning. Chapter 4. True to his nature of despising unnecessary attention, he raised a hand to silence the attendant attempting to announce his name, then descended the staircase with elegant, measured grace. Yet despite such efforts, all eyes fixed upon Barcas. Even the presence of the future emperor seemed to pale in the shadow of his arrival. Talia devoured the sight of him with ravenous intensity, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. As always, he wore the ceremonial dress uniform of the Imperial Guard without flaw. The sole difference from his usual appearance was that beneath the ornate overcoat distributed by the order, instead of the golden armor symbolizing the Roem Knights, he bore a black breastplate emblazoned with the crest of a black horse. This signified that he attended the banquet as the heir of Grand Duke Sirkin, and the betrothed of Ayla. As Talia had anticipated, Barcas proceeded directly toward the center of the hall where Gareth and Ayla were seated. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I pay my respects." He offered Gareth a bow of perfect measure, neither excessive nor insufficient, before turning his body toward Ayla, who smiled with becoming shyness. My fingertips trembled violently. I gripped the wine glass with such brutal force that my knuckles blanched bone white. As Barkis extended a hand toward the legitimate princess, Ayla accepted it with gentle grace. In that instant, a pain like my very entrails twisting seized me. Don't touch him. Don't lay your hands on Barkis. I longed to cry out despite having no right whatsoever. I had to bite my lips to avoid committing some terrible indiscretion. Would it not be wise to withdraw from the banquet hall at this juncture? The man observing my face offered the suggestion carefully. When one who seemed to genuinely relish discord spoke thus, my senses sharpened. I had not come to this gathering to make a pathetic, shabby exit. Talia steadied the expression that had momentarily crumbled, and crossed the hall with elegant strides. Those surrounding the crown prince, the first princess, and the noble of the eastern territories naturally parted to allow passage. They too surely harbored expectations that some fascinating spectacle would unfold. I intended to fulfill their anticipations perfectly. Good evening, my esteemed brother, and my beloved sister. Deliberately ignoring Barkis's existence, I offered greetings to only the two of them with deliberate slowness. Should I meet his gaze directly, I feared I would completely lose the tenuous thread of reason I barely maintained. I kept my back turned to Barkis, my gaze fixed solely upon Ayla's face. Then I spoke with a voice tinged with mockery. How fortunate that you appear to have recovered your health safely. You presented such an unfavorable appearance previously, after all. Thank you for your concern. Ayla spoke with a gentle smile that harbored not the slightest shadow of displeasure. In that moment, my entire body erupted in gooseflesh. This woman surely knew that it was her half-sister who had poisoned her wine cup. Yet in her gaze toward me, not a speck of anger could be discerned. It was the look one might cast upon some common object scattered about. A mere trinket of no consequence. Like the wine glasses, plates, or candelabras strewn throughout the hall. How could one harbor anger toward such things? Faced with her composure that transcended serenity into sheer indifference, a deep regret flooded through me. I should have given this woman poison rather than an emetic. Even if it meant facing some terrible execution. Even if it meant burning eternally in hellfire. Compared to this woman, my brother's raw, undisguised fury seemed almost human. How dare you show your face here? Gareth leaned toward me sharply, his teeth grinding audibly. His gleaming eyes, brimming with profound contempt, raked over me from head to toe. And in such vulgar attire no less. Did your mother, who plays the whore, instruct you to seduce my loyal subjects? Vulgar attire, you say? That seems rather harsh. Talia spread her skirts wide as if to make a point. This dress is the very gown my mother wore the day she first met His Imperial Majesty. A dress of considerable significance, wouldn't you agree? In that instant, silence descended upon the hall. Flames of fury ignited and blazed in the crown prince's eyes. Unfortunately for him, I was exceedingly fond of playing with fire. Our father must have adored this dress greatly. Don't you think so? The crown prince's shoulders shot upward. He appeared ready to raise his hand to my face, overcome by his own temperament. But his perceptive sister would never permit such a thing to occur. At precisely the right moment, Ayla placed her hand upon Gareth's forearm to restrain him, then turned toward me with a smile of crystalline clarity. Yes, it truly suits you well. Surprisingly, there was no malice in her voice. She spoke as though merely stating an observable fact, her tone so composed and indifferent that my blood boiled. Perhaps this woman believed that reacting to the provocations of a worthless bastard would itself diminish her dignity. Ayla cast a calm, steadying gaze toward her twin brother before approaching her fiancé's side. She leaned gently against him, and spoke with an expression of utmost happiness. In any case, thank you for coming. Today is a day of great significance for us. Especially for me. I wanted to receive blessings from as many people as possible. Ayla's delicate hand descended softly onto the man's forearm, as he stood silent as a shadow. Talia stared at that hand as though she wished to tear it to shreds. She could not bring herself to lift her gaze. If she were to glimpse him smiling at Ayla, even for a moment, she feared she would lose all composure. Ayla spoke in a voice soft as a feather. Our official wedding date has finally been set. When the season of wind begins, I shall depart to the eastern territories to become a member of House Sirkin. Of course, before that, I must first undertake a pilgrimage to receive the blessings of the elders. I must leave before the heat arrives, so today may well be the last time you see me." She feigned an expression of regret quite convincingly. "I'm grateful we could meet like this before I leave the imperial palace. I wanted to exchange at least a final farewell." With that, she leaned gently against Barkas's shoulder as though wishing to end the conversation, adding warmly, "Please do enjoy the banquet held in our honor." Ayla, a benevolent smile gracing her lips, turned her body gracefully. Talia, who had been staring intently at her, suddenly opened her mouth. "The last time you say, 'I do wish to bless your future, sister.'" As Talia stepped toward Ayla, the man who had been quietly observing the silent war between the two women reacted immediately. My vision blazed crimson as he extended his arm forward as though to protect his fiancée. Before Barkas could completely block her path, Talia swiftly poured wine across Ayla's chest. The deep-hued wine stained the pristine white dress, densely adorned with pearl embellishments, a spreading crimson that dripped down to the hem. It resembled a heart pierced and bleeding. "I shall pray every day that sister comes to look like this soon." Everyone drew a sharp, ragged breath at the terrible curse. Even Ayla's perpetually composed face drained of color. Her expression of genuine terror was so absurd that Talia nearly burst into loud laughter. But the joy was fleeting. A powerful hand seized my wrist and wrenched me forward. In that instant, I was forced to face directly the man I had so long avoided looking at. A pair of pale, luminous blue eyes burned with sharp fury as they fixed upon me. Chapter 5. "You seem utterly incapable of grasping that there are boundaries you must not cross." Barkas spoke in his characteristically flat tone. Yet his beautiful face had been scratched raw by patience itself, twisted into a savage grimace. Talia twisted her arm, attempting to wrench free from his grip. But the trained knight's iron hold was like shackles. Standing before the crown prince and Ayla like a steadfast shield, Barkas pulled Talia closer and spat his words directly into her face. "How much further do you intend to descend? Are you still unsatisfied even after revealing your very depths?" "I revealed my depths." Talia tilted her chin high and released a sharp, mocking laugh. "Noble crown prince, do you truly believe you know even the slightest thing about the depths of humanity? Don't be so arrogant." She pressed herself against him, offering a seductive smile. Unlike other men who grew dazed by merely her gaze and fragrance, Barkas showed not a flicker of emotion, only weary disdain in his eyes. Talia felt the urge to drive her carefully sharpened nails into those icy eyes every single night. "From where you stand, I may appear very low, but there is still a long way to fall before reaching the worst." She met his gaze directly as she spoke. Within his eyes lurked an abyssal abyss. This man would soon push her into that darkness. "Then before I fall, I'll at least leave long, deep scratches across their futures. It's only fair." Her deep blue eyes gleamed with venom and malice. A dangerous glint appeared in Barkas's eyes as he gazed down at that wicked face. As they stared at each other with murderous intent, an achingly pitiful voice emerged from behind him. "Barkas." The man who had been glaring at Talia as if to pierce her through immediately turned toward his betrothed. Ayla wore an expression so pathetic it wrung the heart of anyone who beheld it. She gently tugged at Barkas's coat with her fingertips and spoke in a pleading voice. I'd like to change my clothes. Would you take me away from here?" "As you wish." Barkas wrapped one arm around Ayla's shoulders and turned away. As though Talia's existence had been completely erased from his mind, he departed the banquet hall with his betrothed, his gaze never once glancing back over his shoulder. Talia felt the madness that had possessed her drain away in an instant. That void filled with despair, anguish, and jealousy. Yet even as her insides twisted with searing pain, she maintained her composure. Talia fashioned a triumphant smile as though she had achieved victory, and walked toward the terrace where wine and food were laid out. The crowd parted before her like people avoiding something distasteful. Unbothered, she reached for a fresh goblet with elegant grace. But before she could take even 2 sips, Count Syrian, who had been watching their confrontation from a distance, hurried over and seized the cup from her hand. "I suggest you leave the banquet hall at once." Why? She reached toward a plate of pomegranate and spoke with composure. Did you not hear the first princess command us to enjoy the banquet freely? I have not yet enjoyed myself sufficiently. Your Highness's courage is admirable, but a dangerous beast behind you is watching as though it might pounce at any moment. The Count gestured with his eyes toward the Crown Prince. True to his words, Gareth wore an expression as though he might draw his blade at any instant. Thick veins bulged taut along his sun-bronzed neck, and the tightly clenched jaw muscles twitched faintly. It was clear he was barely restraining a temperament about to explode. Under normal circumstances, she would have further provoked her brother to goad him into committing some terrible atrocity, but now she lacked the strength to do so. Talia abandoned her bluster and placed her hand on Count Syrian's arm. They exited the banquet hall swiftly, at a pace that did not appear to be fleeing. A carriage was already waiting before the garden. As an Imperial Guard knight opened the door as if expecting her, Talia stepped onto the footboard. Just as she was about to settle into the plush seat, someone roughly shoved her body. Talia fell to the floor and looked up. Gareth, pushing past her own guard knight and thrusting his head abruptly into the carriage, fixed her with a murderous glare. We are barely tolerating your existence. He growled and wrapped his calloused, scarred hands around her throat. Her guard knight could not bring himself to lay hands on the Crown Prince, and could only shout in protest. Gareth ignored the protesting knight, and strangled her harder with both hands. Talia instinctively thrashed her legs and drove her nails into the back of her brother's hand, where tendons stood prominent. But consumed by rage, he seemed incapable of feeling the pain. Gareth spat his words against her ear. And I have endured it for so very long. Bearing it, and bearing it still. The Crown Prince's vivid emerald eyes blazed like wildfire. So you needn't scratch anymore, little sister. We already despise you quite thoroughly enough. Gareth finally released his grip and rose to his feet. Talia wrapped both hands around her throat and drew in a violent breath. Coughing spasms made breathing difficult. Her face flushed crimson as she gasped roughly, and the Crown Prince's sinister voice pierced her eardrums. Remember this. Your mother's scheming, you filthy bastard trampling through the Imperial Palace. All of it is temporary. Then with courtesy, he closed the carriage door himself and departed. As Talia struggled to rise, she noticed two of her carefully manicured nails had broken. Blood clung viscously to the jagged edges. She caressed them with satisfaction, then murmured in a hoarse, fading voice, I'll have to grow them back. This time, I'd sharpen them even more keenly. Sharp enough to pierce bone. A sound like air escaping emerged from her lips. Laughter. She didn't even know why she was laughing. A useless Imperial Guard knight hastily wrenched the door open to check on her safety, staring down at her with a bewildered expression. In his eyes, I must look mad. Perhaps he's right. I've surely gone mad long ago. She lay sprawled on the dark carriage floor, giggling for a long while. Asterisk. The entire Imperial Palace was in turmoil. In a few days, the first princess and the Crown Prince would depart on a pilgrimage, a rite of passage that all descendants of the great Emperor Darian, who unified all nations under one rule, must undertake upon reaching adulthood. Ordinarily, women departed before marriage and men after turning 20. But according to the Crown Prince's assertion that two people born on the same day and hour should naturally receive divine blessing on the same day, preparations were made for both of them. And to escort these two, second only to the Emperor and Empress in the Empire's hierarchy, an elite unit of the Imperial Palace Knights was deployed. Naturally, Barkas, who held the position of Imperial Guard commander, assumed overall command of this expedition. Thanks to this, Talia could frequently observe him moving busily about the castle courtyard through the separate palace windows. Today too he inspected weapons and horses, along with various travel equipment, while rain fell steadily. Talia lay draped across the windowsill, her eyes unblinking as she watched him. Barkas lifted his head as if gauging the time, glancing at the sky. Silver threads of rain gently enveloped his face, filling her entire vision. It had been raining just like this on the day she fell in love with him. Talia recalled that day. Chapter 6. It had been less than 2 weeks since I left the Terran family castle and entered the Imperial Palace. Mother rejoiced that my name had finally been inscribed in the imperial family's genealogy, but I despised being in this unfamiliar place. As Senevir's attention fixated entirely on renovating the castle, my anxiety deepened into something almost unbearable. The imperial palace was nothing like what Mother had described. It was barren and terrifying. Wherever I went, sharp gazes followed me, and the servants attending to my needs were far colder than those from the Terran family. I felt like a child who had lost her way. So whenever the opportunity arose, I would slip away from my chambers and wander near the separate palace. I frequented the garden in particular, but Senevir had uprooted every flower and tree throughout the castle to erase all traces of the former empress, leaving the entire garden in utter desolation. Rose trees and colorful shrubs had begun to fill the empty spaces at the entrances of the main palace and separate palace, but the backyard, where landscaping work remained unfinished, was cluttered with nothing but mounds of earth. Because of this, no one ever visited that place. Whenever I grew weary of the servants' whispers and their piercing stares, I would spend hours lost in thought in one corner of the ruined garden. That day, too, I had ventured to the backyard of the separate palace to escape the bothersome nursemaid, and the maidservant who insisted on grooming my hair, jabbing my scalp roughly with her sharp comb. Because of the rain that had begun falling since noon, not a single worker was visible in the garden. I crouched in a desolate corner of the empty garden and gazed endlessly at the falling raindrops. I had been sitting there for some time when I heard a faint whistling sound from somewhere. Bewildered, I looked around, and as if drawn by something, I moved toward the outer edge of the castle, drenched by the steadily falling rain. Where a massive, ancient tree had stood just this morning, there now gaped a deep pit. I approached the towering mound of earth beside it and peered down. A small bird was struggling in the muddy water below, emitting pitiful cries. Did it fall from a tree? The bird looked as though it could die at any moment. Heavy raindrops relentlessly battered its drenched brown body, and thick, tar-like reddish mud clung greedily to its skeletal legs and pathetic wings. The bird's persistent cries gradually transformed into feeble tremors. As I knelt and gazed down at the scene, I found myself stepping into the pit without thinking. It was a foolish thing to do. Despite my careful steps, the bottom, saturated with rainwater and transformed into a swamp, swallowed my shoes in an instant. I twisted my body to free my feet, but I lost my balance and slipped into the mud. As I tumbled forward into the puddle, I felt bitter mud seeping between my lips and irritably shook my head. The green dress the nursemaid had recently made for me was ruined, and mud clung to my neatly braided hair. Frustration surged within me. I pushed myself up and muttered a small curse. What do I care about some bird? I've done something stupid for nothing. As I grumbled and tried to climb out of the pit, I heard the feeble cry again. It was so faint that I would have missed it if I hadn't been listening carefully, but to me, it sounded like the bird was screaming. I took a few more steps across the black puddle. Then I saw a shabby brown wing submerged in the mud, and a small head drooping limply. Is the bird dead? As I carefully picked up the young bird, I felt its tiny, waterlogged body faintly pulsing. It was still alive. I cradled its lukewarm body in both hands and breathed warm air onto it. The limp bird opened its small brown beak and flapped its skeletal wings pitifully, struggling desperately to survive. Watching it, something tightened in my chest. I didn't know what emotion this was. I couldn't understand why the sight of a young bird, one that had lost its home and been abandoned by its mother, struggling in the mud, taking refuge in my hands, caused my heart to ache. I carefully cradled the bird and held it against the warmest part of my neck. Then I looked up at the steep, slippery, muddy slope with helpless eyes. The increasingly heavy raindrops had made the mound of earth even softer. I tried taking a few steps to test it, but it seemed impossible to climb out. To escape from here, I would have to crawl up on all fours like an animal. I clenched my lips. I couldn't abandon the small bird I had just rescued, nor could I cast aside my dignity as a princess and crawl through the mud like livestock. So I stood motionless for a long time, drenched by the soft, cold raindrops. That was when a boy emerged from the misty, pale rain. He was very tall and wore a black robe like those worn by monks, with a hood pulled over his head. But through the veil of the pouring rain, I could clearly see his pale, luminous blue eyes. They were strikingly beautiful. What are you doing down there? The blue-eyed boy bent toward me and asked. His voice was cool and detached, at odds with his delicate face that still retained traces of youth. I felt a shiver run down my spine. At the time, I thought it was merely from the cold. But looking back now, I realized that in the moment I heard that voice, I had dimly sensed it, that this boy, with his indifferent gaze looking down upon me, would push my life into hellish torment. Had Talia recognized the true nature of that distant sensation in that moment, she would have cast aside the small bird gasping pitifully in her grasp, drowning it in the murky water, and crawled across the mud on all fours like a pig devoid of shame or dignity, fleeing far, far away from the blue-eyed boy, erasing even the memory of ever having seen him from her mind entirely. But the 8-year-old Talia could not have foreseen that the boy who appeared in the rain would become her undoing, her despair incarnate. And so she gazed up at him, her voice sharp and barbed as always. Can't you see? I've fallen into the pit and can't climb out. The boy's eyes narrowed, as though he wished to ask why she had ventured into such a place in the first place. But rather than voice the question, he descended into the pit without hesitation, his well-tailored trousers and expensive leather boots muddying without a second thought. Talia stared at him in astonishment, unprepared for such an action from a boy whose cold, austere face seemed incapable of bleeding even a single drop. He walked across the murky water that had become a swamp, each step deliberate and assured. Up close, he appeared even more slender than when she had gazed up at him from below, a full head taller than herself. With long, graceful strides, the boy approached her and extended one hand. Take it. Chapter 7. His hands were remarkably pale, nearly as white as her own, and they possessed an elegance and beauty that took her breath away. Talia had been about to reach toward him without thinking when she felt the bird cradled in her palm flutter its wings in alarm, causing her to hastily shake her head. I can't. I'm holding something right now. Beneath the rain-soaked hood hanging limply around his face, she could see the boy's eyes narrow. His gaze descended to her hands clasped against her chest. Is it important? Talia hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. It's not important. Then throw it away. Even if it's not important, I can't just discard it. At her defiant words, a crease formed between the boy's smooth brows. He seemed to be growing irritated. The thought crossed her mind that he might simply abandon her and leave. But the boy did something that contradicted his cold demeanor entirely. He bent before her and effortlessly scooped her mud and rain-covered form into his arms. Talia let out a small cry of surprise. The boy then wrapped his arms firmly around her struggling back and spoke flatly. Stay still. Talia immediately obeyed his command. While she carefully loosened her grip to avoid injuring the bird nestled in her palm, he moved his legs with practiced ease, ascending the slippery slope as if it were nothing. His gait was as nimble as a cat's. Yet despite his agility and speed in escaping the mire, his clothes could not escape being soiled. He looked down at his mud-stained trousers, boots, and the hem of his robe, his brow furrowing. This is the worst. Since you helped me, I'll compensate you. I can buy you something far more expensive than what you're wearing now. Actually, I'm the daughter of someone quite extraordinary. I'll make sure to tell my attendants to give you a generous reward. Though she meant well, he seemed offended by her words. The boy took a few more steps to avoid the mounds of earth piled around the pit, then spoke flatly. For something so small, you certainly have a lot of nerve. Talia's face flushed. Under normal circumstances, she would have slapped the impertinent boy across the face. No one dared speak to the emperor's daughter in such a manner. Yet for some reason, she found herself unable to say anything. Though the cold rain continued to strike her forehead and cheeks relentlessly, her face burned as if aflame. The boy stopped beneath a large tree that Senevere had failed to uproot. At that moment, the bird let out a faint cry. As the boy bent to set her down, he paused and let his gaze fall to her hands clasped against her chest. What are you holding? So he had finally become curious. She hesitated briefly before carefully opening her hands to reveal it. A bird, he murmured with skepticism. Understandably so. With mud caked onto its pathetic wings hanging limply, and its pink flesh exposed, the tiny chick looked far more like a sewer rat than a bird. Talia's cheeks flushed red. The bird was appallingly ugly, yet somehow she felt diminished by its appearance. It fell into the muddy water. Originally it was perhaps more beautiful. She stopped herself from finishing. The skeletal brown bird probably had never been particularly beautiful to begin with. It was merely a common sparrow, the sort one might see anywhere. Yet the boy seemed inclined to show kindness to this wretched, ugly creature. Supporting her with one arm, he drew her hand holding the bird toward the inside of his hood. Talia's eyes widened. The skin beneath her fingertips was warm, like the glow of a fireplace. The bird, seeking warmth, pressed itself tightly against the boy's collarbone. Your fingers are ice cold. How long were you standing out there? The boy, who had been gazing down at the bird cradled beneath his chin, turned his head toward her. In doing so, Talia found herself face to face with his blue eyes, nestled beneath dark lashes heavy with rainwater. His eyes, observed at such proximity, were remarkably peculiar. They resembled a clear winter sky scattered with tiny fragments of silver. Talia, transfixed by that gaze, murmured without thinking, "There it is, a silver crown within your eyes." The boy's eyes widened slightly. His lips parted as though to speak, then closed again. Talia realized that this nameless boy was studying her eyes with equal intensity. What did he discover within my gaze? As Talia entertained such thoughts, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. "Young lady." It was the nursemaid. She had not yet grown accustomed to addressing Talia by her proper title, and had been scolded repeatedly by her mother and the other attendants for her slip. Yet the habit persisted. Her urgent voice reverberated through the distance like an echo. I have to go now." Talia whispered the words softly. For reasons she could not fathom, she despised saying them. Perhaps this boy, too, found them unbearable to hear. He stood motionless for a long moment before reluctantly lowering her to the ground with deliberate slowness. As his arms withdrew from her, Talia felt a penetrating chill seep into her very bones. Only then did she truly comprehend how warm his embrace had been. After a moment's hesitation, she extended the small bird toward him. "Will you take care of it? Because my hands are far too cold, and you are warm." Before she could voice such thoughts, he bent down and carefully accepted the bird. He then held it against his pale, plaster-white cheek, drawing his hood forward to shield it from the rain. Talia, gazing up at him, asked softly, "Will that bird survive?" "Yes." His blue eyes, holding that silver crown, lingered upon her face for a prolonged moment. "It will survive." Though his expression remained impassive, Talia somehow sensed that he was smiling. She turned and began to run through the rain-drenched garden. After racing past uprooted rose bushes and shrubs, past earthen mounds that resembled small graves, she found herself drawn to glance back, and there he stood, motionless beneath the large tree. Why did he not leave? Perhaps he was waiting for the rain to ease. Perhaps he was watching me depart. Talia was suddenly seized by an irresistible impulse to return to him. She longed to shelter from the rain beside him, to sit together before a warm hearth and watch the bird recover its strength. But as she hesitated, the nursemaid abruptly burst forth from within the building. Her round face was flushed crimson from her prolonged search. "Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how desperately Senevere has been searching for you?" The nursemaid seized her hand firmly and dragged her forcefully into the annex building. "And what is the state you're in? You must meet with the Emperor soon. Yet you've soiled your clothes so terribly." "I fell while taking a walk." "In weather like this, you take a walk? Unbelievable." The nursemaid exclaimed in exasperation, and began striding purposefully toward the corridor connecting to the separate palace. Talia was pulled along, nearly dragged by that grip, and glanced back over her shoulder. But his figure was no longer visible. Chapter 8. After that day, I seized every opportunity to wander through the garden. Yet I never encountered him again. Not until a massive elm tree had been planted where I'd discovered the dying bird, and vibrant flowers in brilliant hues had filled every barren corner of the once desolate garden. I felt the sting of loss, as though I'd misplaced a treasure I'd stumbled upon by chance. How I wished I had ignored the nursemaid's summons that day. My father, who had promised to visit me, never appeared that evening, and my mother made no effort to seek me out either. Surrounded by cold-hearted attendants, I picked at a tasteless dinner, and spent the entire time drowning in regret. I should have chased after that boy. If I had only been stubborn enough, he would have pretended to be helpless and taken me with him. Lying beneath the frigid blankets, I yearned all the more for those large, warm hands that had enveloped me. Perhaps he was nothing but a phantom born from my loneliness. Just as I sank deeper into such doubts, the boy appeared before my eyes once more. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that I discovered him. The seasons had shifted without my notice, and I had aged from 8 to 9 years old. Instead of raindrops, the sky now poured down scorching summer heat. As I passed through the long corridor leading to the emperor's private chamber, a resonant shout drew my attention toward a massive arched window. On the broad training ground, bleached white by summer light, apprentice knights in black surcoats wielded wooden swords. Despite nearly 30 trainees present, my gaze flew toward him as naturally as a moth drawn to flame. His faded flaxen blonde hair caught the intense summer sunlight and shimmered with a faint silvery gleam. Though it was the first time I'd seen him without his hood, I recognized him instantly. He was the boy who had appeared in that unseasonable spring rain. I leaned my upper body over the windowsill to observe him more closely. The blue-eyed boy displayed movements so precise and economical that he stood in stark contrast to the other trainees. Each time his long, supple limbs moved with grace and power, it seemed as though the very air was being cleaved. Do you know who that person is? The elderly attendant who had followed me to escort me to the emperor cast an indifferent glance toward the window. They are apprentice knights training to enter the imperial guard. All of them are children of distinguished noble families. He seemed entirely uninterested in whom I was curious about. The attendant shot me a disapproving look as I lingered. His Majesty is waiting. Come now. Reluctantly, I tore myself from the window and walked down the corridor, silent as a tomb. Though it had been only a few months since I'd arrived at the imperial palace, this would be my first meeting with my biological father. Yet I felt no particular emotion. Even when I'd glimpsed the emperor from a distance during his visit to the Terran family estate in the past, I had never felt that he was my father. The stern-faced man had shown little interest in me, and I had despised him only for being the one who stole my mother's affection. This remained unchanged even after I was formally registered in the imperial registry. As I entered the vast, ornate chamber, I fixed a wary gaze upon the broad-shouldered man silhouetted against the light. After a silence that stretched on indefinitely, the man sitting motionless beyond the fortress-like desk finally opened his mouth, his eyes still fixed upon the parchment document before him. From now on you must learn the etiquette of the imperial family. Then he pressed his seal upon the document. I waited for him to lift his head and look at me, but no matter how long I waited, his gaze never reached me. I could not understand it. How could a man who loved Senevere so passionately refuse to even look at his own daughter, who bore her likeness? The man, who had been scrawling something on the table with his quill, continued speaking with indifference. I have arranged several excellent tutors for you. From now on, you are to come to the main palace before noon to attend your lessons. You must do your utmost to catch up on the studies you have fallen behind in. My response seemed unnecessary. The man waved his hand dismissively, signaling me to leave, and thus our reunion after a year came to an end. I retraced my steps, searching through the window for the boy's figure. But the training had apparently ended, and the empty training ground held only the pristine white glow of summer sunlight. After that day, whenever I went to attend my lessons, I would steal glimpses of him training in the courtyard. I found pleasure in watching the faint beads of perspiration form on his sculptural face, and the delicate flush that rose to his pale cheeks from the intense exertion. Sometimes I would speak to him silently in my heart. Tell me, what became of that bird? Did it die in the end? Did you bury it somewhere? Or did you release it to fly far, far away once it had recovered? I longed to stand close to him as I had on that rain-soaked day, to gaze into his eyes and share words. I wanted to see if that silver crown still dwelt within his gaze. It was when such an impulse had grown unbearably intense. I had abandoned my history lessons to languish endlessly, gazing out toward the training grounds, when a deep shadow fell across my back. I flinched and turned. My mother, whom I hadn't caught even a glimpse of for a fortnight, stood at the boundary between light and shadow. Once, I had seen that face every single day. Yet in that moment, I felt my heart cease to beat. Guinevere, adorned with meticulous care befitting the dignity of an empress, appeared as though all the beauty the human imagination could conceive had been gathered into one form. Even the elf mages who frequently visited the Terran family estate dared not presume to rival her beauty. "What were you staring at so intently?" Guinevere asked, looking down at her daughter. I, who had been gazing up at her with vacant eyes, suddenly snapped to attention and hastily withdrew from the window. For reasons I couldn't quite name, I was reluctant to speak of that boy. Yet Guinevere seemed to have immediately discerned what lay at the end of my gaze. The Empress turned her head toward the window and gazed down at the tall, golden-haired boy, her smile laden with meaning. Grand Duke Sirkin's son then. I looked up at her in surprise. I had suspected he might be a nobleman of considerable standing, but I had never anticipated he would be of such an illustrious house. Guinevere's deep blue eyes gleamed with meaning, as though she could see straight through to the depths of her daughter's heart. "Do you wish to have that boy?" I could offer no response. My face flushed crimson. Seeing my expression alone, Guinevere seemed to have obtained her answer. She laughed with amusement, bent down, and pressed her lips to my cheek. "If you desire it, I could give him to you as a gift." That whisper sounded as eerie as the wind howling through a dark forest on a moonless night. Guinevere straightened herself and offered a smile drawn upon her crimson lips. "But nothing comes without a price. If you wish for a reward, you must first satisfy your parents' hearts." Detecting a faint note of reproach in her voice, I hastily gathered the history book I had carelessly left upon the windowsill and turned to flee. I could feel Guinevere's gaze clinging to the back of my head like a spider's web. She was the mother I had yearned for every single night. Yet why was I running from her? I had intended to throw a tantrum about despising studies the moment I saw her. I had meant to pour out all the resentment and grievance that had accumulated within me, demanding why she would not stay by my side. But Guinevere, now Empress of the Empire, no longer seemed to be my mother. She had transformed into something unfamiliar and terrifying, and I could not bring myself to be petulant before her. That night, I lay awake until late, tossing and turning. Even when I was with the Terran family, I was not particularly happy, yet at least then I had Guinevere as my ally. She was less a mother than a closest friend and comrade in arms. Even if the entire world pointed fingers at us, we could endure it together. But now Guinevere stood tall as the Empress of the Empire, and I was left alone in a strange place, among strange people. I felt loneliness bore deep into my very bones. I longed desperately for someone to be by my side. If only someone would hold me in their warm arms and gaze upon me with gentle eyes. I felt I could give them anything. And so it was. I resolved to meet that boy directly, whom I had only observed from afar. Chapter 9. The moment Talia opened her eyes, she prepared herself with unprecedented care. I endured the handmaidens' rough scrubbing with their stiff, coarse brushes until my skin flushed red, and bore the insistent combing that made my scalp sting. After grooming, I retrieved the velvet dress that my maternal grandfather had given me on the day I left the Terran family estate, the only gift from him, though his gaze had always held disapproval. Looking into the mirror, I saw the reflection of a girl with an angelic face. If I were to imagine Guinevere at 9 years old, surely she would look exactly like this. I stared at my deep blue eyes, the same shade as mother's, through the glass, then left the room with a determined expression. But the boy who always trained at this hour was nowhere to be found today. After evading the elderly attendant and wandering through the palace courtyard for some time, I let my shoulders droop in disappointment. The thought that I might never see him again made my vision darken. I couldn't understand why I was so fixated on someone I'd only spoken to once. No, actually I did understand. On that day when the rain poured so heavily, he could have simply ignored a mud-covered child and walked past. But he didn't. He soiled his clothes and shoes as he descended into the pit to rescue me. He held my cold, rain-chilled body in his warm arms and gazed into my eyes for a long time. He carefully cradled a dying, pitiful bird and brought it to his own quarters. That was enough to become my hope. I walked tirelessly along the perimeter of the towering building that seemed to touch the sky. The imperial palace was like the belly of a colossal beast. It was so vast and labyrinthine that even after months of living here, new places I'd never seen before continued to appear endlessly. I wandered through the garden filled with flowers and trees for some time, then crossed an open space and moved toward the rear of the main palace. My legs ached from moving without rest from early morning until noon, whether blisters had formed or not. Each step sent a burning sensation through my soles as if they touched flame. I wiped away the sweat trickling down my forehead and gazed up at the blue sky through the dense foliage. After lingering there for some time, I straightened up with the intention of returning to the separate palace, when I glimpsed a boy's slender silhouette between the straight birch trees. My eyes brightened with joy. Even from that considerable distance, I recognized him instantly. The way he walked with his back straight and fluid as flowing water, his agile and graceful movements were something no one else could imitate. I immediately began to chase after him. But no matter how much I increased my pace, the distance between us didn't narrow. I noticed that the boy was hurrying quite urgently. Where could he be going in such haste? I considered calling out to him loudly, but my breath came up to my throat and no voice emerged. In the end, I lost sight of him. I sat down with a dejected expression, leaning my back against a tree trunk. Needle-like sunlight poured down harshly onto my sweat-dampened face. As I gazed up through the dense foliage with squinted eyes, a faint laugh mixed into the breeze. It was a sound like a small bird chirping. I rose and slowly walked toward the source of the sound, passing through the densely packed birch trees and thick undergrowth. A beautiful flower bed blooming abundantly with lavender, marigolds, and white baby's breath came into view, along with a pristine marble pavilion and a small fountain. It was a lovely garden, like a fairy's palace. I gazed around the enchanting landscape where golden particles seemed to drift, and then I discovered the boy kneeling on one knee before a marble chair. He was not alone. Across from him sat a lovely girl who appeared to be his age. She had silken, deep dark brown hair and rosy cheeks, a cute little girl. As she chattered incessantly, a faint smile appeared at the boy's lips. Seeing that expression, my chest stung as if pricked by something sharp. It felt as though my own treasure had been stolen. I knew that such a feeling was irrational. At first glance, the two seemed like they had known each other for a long time. Meanwhile, I was merely a stranger. So I decided to approach them and introduce myself politely. I wanted to somehow insert myself into the warm air surrounding the two of them. Above all, I wanted to make the boy's blue eyes and faint smile turn toward me. Kale cradled the sobbing girl protectively against his chest, and over her trembling shoulders, he cast a glacial stare in my direction. I stumbled backward. His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. "Get out. Now." I stared at his cold, merciless face for a moment before my body obeyed what my mind could not yet process. I turned and ran. It felt as though ice water had been poured over my head. My mind went numb, incapable of coherent thought. How long I ran, I cannot say, but as I neared the main palace, something brutally seized my hair from behind. My head snapped backward, my body lurching violently off balance, and before I could comprehend what was happening, a heavy impact slammed into me. I curled around my throbbing stomach and rolled across the grass. "How dare you set foot in such a place?" An angry, youthful voice rang out above me like a bell. I looked up in shock. A boy I had never seen before glared down at me with undisguised fury. Dark black hair and eyes like burning emerald flame. I could see he bore a striking resemblance to the girl from moments before, but I had no idea when he had begun pursuing me or why his rage burned so fiercely. Stunned and frozen by this first assault, I had no time to recover before he kicked me again, this time in the abdomen. The impact blanked my vision white. I curled into myself and coughed violently. He continued his assault, kicking me repeatedly as though I were nothing more than a ball. Just D. His shrieks pierced my ears like long nails driven into flesh. His curses and violence did not cease until servants came running in alarm at the commotion. I crawled across the ground like an insect, desperately evading his savage kicks. Even after they seized his arms, two elderly attendants could barely restrain him as he thrashed and snarled like a wild beast. "Disappear from this world. You filthy bastard." Chapter 10. After the commotion subsided, I began spending my days confined within the separate palace. Yet the handmaidens, chattering ceaselessly as though I had never been silent at all, revealed to me that the boy who had struck me was the crown prince of the empire, and my half-brother, and that the dark-haired girl I had seen in the birch forest that day was my half-sister. I also learned that the two of them had lost their mother less than 6 months ago. This meant that only 3 weeks after the former Empress Bernadette's death, Senevere and I had entered the imperial family. Senevere had even erased every trace of the former empress the moment she arrived at the imperial palace. I began to wonder if that small garden situated behind the main palace might be a remnant of Bernadette that my mother had failed to remove. I gazed out the window. Summer rain poured down upon the garden that my mother had so carefully cultivated. The plants, heavy with moisture and exhaling the thick scent of grass, felt like terrible monsters to me. I drew the curtains closed. Then I curled up on my bed, recalling the crown prince's hateful gaze and my half-sister's face drained pale with fear, and the blue-eyed boy who had held her protectively and glared at me. Barkas Legosirkin. I gazed up at the ceiling and murmured his name vacantly. At last I had learned the boy's name, yet I felt no joy. I had come to understand that he would never smile at me. The former Empress Bernadette had been born into the Orestein Marquis family, one of the noble houses of Osiria, but my mother was a noblewoman of House Sirkin. The dead Empress and Barkas were distant relatives. She had even cared for Barkas tenderly when he arrived at the imperial palace as a child, and began his rigorous education. Perhaps he viewed Senevere as his mortal enemy, and I as well. When I recalled those cold eyes fixed upon me, for the first time I resented being Senevere's daughter. Even the appearance I had always taken pride in, the features I shared with her, now felt shameful. I did not wish to feel such emotions. I was the one beaten so terribly. Why should I bear guilt? It was the crown prince who committed the wrong. I truly knew nothing. What fault of mine was there? I am not wicked. I have done nothing wrong. I repeated this to myself ceaselessly. Yet whenever I found myself surrounded by the cold gazes of the servants, such thoughts evaporated entirely. I came to understand perfectly the meaning behind their harsh hands as they touched me. The ice-cold bathwater they brought to scrub my skin until it reddened. The subtle jabs with tweezers whenever they dressed me. The rough brushing that left wounds upon my scalp. The cold food served at every meal. All of it was a form of punishment they inflicted upon me. I knew I was despised, but it had been little different at the Terran family estate, so I paid it no great mind. Whenever I grew timid, Senevere would embrace me tightly in both arms and whisper that I was the fruit of true love, that I need not heed what anyone said. I believed those words and always tried to carry myself with confidence. But now my mother was no longer by my side, and all around me I heard only whispers of how kind and virtuous the former empress had been, and how much suffering she had endured. I became visibly despondent. The head I had always held high began to droop like a turtle's, and my gaze naturally fell to the floor. The servants, sensing this change keenly, grew ever more cruel. With neither the emperor nor Senevere showing me particular attention, even their fear of punishment seemed to have vanished. To them, I was never the princess of the empire. I was merely a being who had wounded the heart of the empress they had served loyally for so long. A testament to shameful infidelity. Each time I passed through the corridors, I could hear them whispering about me. It felt as though my mind might shatter. Every word of condemnation I heard kindled a sense of injustice and resentment. Yet if so many people had suffered because of my birth, it seemed I ought to bear this sorrow as my due. However, their torment had reached a level I could no longer endure. It was after 2 seasons had passed since I entered the imperial palace. As I descended to the dining hall for breakfast, I was seized by an inexplicable unease. That morning, an unusual number of servants had come to attend to me. When I saw the handmaidens lined along the walls, an ominous premonition washed over me. Yet contrary to my expectations, the servants were courteous, and the table was laden with an unusual abundance of food. I gazed down at the silver plate as though enchanted. The kitchen maid brought fresh, golden bread and butter instead of the hard, stale bread, and soon a quail roast and a steaming stew that released fragrant wisps of steam were placed before me. For months I had eaten nothing but terrible food. seeing the hot stew brimming with substance instead of the cold, thin soup that tasted of rainwater, I felt shamefully close to tears. I looked around at the servants surrounding me. Dozens of pairs of eyes were watching my reaction. Could it be that their desire to punish me has faded? Perhaps they have decided to forgive my existence and show me kindness at last. I lifted the spoon. Then I scooped up the hot broth rising with steam and brought it to my lips. The flavors of butter and milk, mingled with various vegetables and their gentle sweetness, spread throughout my mouth. The taste of warm food after so long ignited a ravenous hunger within her. She abandoned all pretense of dignity and devoured the stew with desperate urgency. After how many spoonfuls? An extraordinarily peculiar flavor suddenly assailed her palate. It was far too repugnant to be merely the gamey scent of meat that the spices had failed to mask. She furrowed her brow and stared intently into the stew. Then, from behind her, came the sound of stifled laughter. Talia's head snapped around. The handmaidens all stood with expressionless faces, their eyes downcast. Yet Talia could clearly see the corners of their mouths twitching. In that instant, cold sweat beaded across her spine. After hesitating for a long moment, Talia stirred the bowl with her spoon. As she pushed aside the larger pieces, something heavy and dark sank at the very bottom of the shallow dish came into view. No, it wasn't a piece of meat. As Talia fished out the dark, bloated mass with her spoon, shock froze her entirely. A swollen gray rat, its mouth agape, hung limply in the thick broth. She couldn't even scream. She tumbled from her chair and retched the stew onto the floor. Even as she expelled far more than she had consumed, the nausea refused to subside. The acrid stench emanating from her nostrils grew ever stronger. The taste of the dead rat clung to her tongue, as though it would never fade. She thrust her fingers down her throat and scraped at her tongue, forcing out what little remained with agonizing effort. As she remained bent over the floor, retching, a pair of feet moving about the dining table came into view through her tear-blurred vision. Talia lifted her head numbly. The kitchen maid responsible for the kitchen duties was clearing plates with utter composure, as though nothing had transpired. The other servants moved busily about the table, clearing dishes and wiping it clean, as though they could not see her form sprawled across her own vomit. Chapter 11. After that day, I found myself unable to eat nearly everything. I couldn't trust what might be hidden inside any dish. The nursemaid grew frustrated, unable to understand my reluctance. She simply assumed I was being difficult and picky. Without explanation, I survived on the fruits and honey she occasionally brought as snacks, nothing more. Loneliness and isolation had become trivial concerns. In the most opulent and luxurious place in the world, I had to wage war against hunger itself. There were days when my hunger became so unbearable that I reluctantly reached for the food the servants brought. But without fail, I would find insects, rodents, or sometimes unidentifiable clumps of writhing fur tangled within. After experiencing this horror several times, I reached a point where I could eat nothing at all. Within weeks, I had withered away into a pitiful shadow of myself. By this point, even the dull-witted nursemaid seemed to notice that something had gone terribly wrong. She rushed to find the Empress and made a fuss, insisting that her only daughter was practically dying. Thanks to her intervention, I saw my mother's face for the first time in months. "How did you end up looking like this?" It was the first time Senevere had visited the separate palace, she who had acted as though she'd completely forgotten her daughter's existence. As I gazed at my mother, radiant as a summer flower despite my own ravaged appearance, my eyes burned with tears. Her face was so innocently pure that resentment surged within me. I had intended to rage at her, to scream about how she could be so utterly selfish. But when I opened my mouth, only sobs came pouring out. Like an infant, I wept and confessed everything that had happened. I laid bare every cruel act the servants of the separate palace had committed, every torment I had endured. Throughout my entire account, Senevere sat beside my bed in silence, listening. I believed she was holding her silence to contain her fury, that she had been left speechless by the horrors inflicted upon her only daughter. So I shook her arm urgently and demanded, "Mother, please don't let them torment me anymore. You must take action immediately so that no one can ever hurt me again." "Why should I?" Senevere tilted her head with a puzzled expression. Her unexpected response left me stunned. Her face held only pure curiosity, the expression of someone genuinely unable to comprehend why a child worn down by abuse would seek her help. Talia, this palace is yours, and all the servants in this castle are your possessions. You're 9 years old now. How can you come crying to your mother because you can't properly manage your own things? I was completely speechless. Senevere cupped her cheek in one hand and sighed with genuine disappointment. You are the Emperor's daughter. I truly cannot understand why you allow such insignificant creatures to victimize you so completely. The fact that my daughter is this clumsy and weak is genuinely appalling to me. Mother. Senevere gazed thoughtfully at the candle flickering on the windowsill. Her hauntingly beautiful face held no trace of anger over the abuse I had suffered. Only a hint of disappointment and exasperation, along with the contemplative expression of someone pondering how to enlighten such a deficient child. I felt as though I were facing an insect that had merely assumed human form. After a long moment of thought, Senevere snapped her fingers and spoke. Here's what we'll do. I'll leave you with a capable guard. He's a man I've trained thoroughly over a very long time. If you handle him properly, he should prove quite useful. As though that resolved everything, she rose to her feet. I desperately grasped her hair sleeve. I don't need such a person. I want to be with you, mother. At my desperate plea, a flicker of disdain crossed Senevere's face. I went pale with shock. Senevere peeled away my fingers from her garment one by one, then bent toward me. With genuine pity, she clicked her tongue. Talia, all of this began with me. Yet do you know why people never put rats in my soup? I froze like a mouse before a serpent, unable to utter a single word. Senevere continued softly. Why is my bathwater always warm and fragrant? Why is my table always abundant? Why would they never dare do to me what they do to you? Shall I tell you the secret, my dear? Her blood-red lips brushed gently against my ear. They fear me so they wouldn't dare attempt such things. Some among them even regard me with reverence. Of course, countless others feel revulsion and contempt toward me. But even those people see me as something to be wary of, not as a target for abuse. Because I am a deeply threatening presence. She stared intently into her daughter's eyes, and Talia glimpsed something damp and murky coiling within Senevere's gaze. Senevere straightened herself and left one final piece of counsel. Remember this well. That which is strong and beautiful becomes the object of fear and envy. But that which is beautiful and weak becomes prey all too easily, especially within these walls of the imperial palace. If you have no wish to be trampled mercilessly by the countless beasts that will come to hunt you, then at the very least, you must not let them discover your weakness. With those words, she departed, leaving behind her daughter, fragile beyond measure, in the darkness. That night, Talia turned her words over and over in her mind. The weak are trampled. And Senevere seemed to harbor not the slightest intention of protecting her young daughter from such brutal destruction. Was this how a defeated soldier felt upon losing their final refuge? Terror seized me at the thought of the horrors yet to come, and my entire body trembled uncontrollably. Even if I were subjected to harsher treatment than now, no one would shield me. With my own mother turning away, how could His Majesty the Emperor spare a glance for a bastard child? A blemish upon his name? I curled myself into a ball beneath the blankets and anxiously gnawed at my fingernails. The servants' feet, those I had glimpsed when I lay prostrate on the dining hall floor, retching, haunted my vision. The indifferent feet that had hurried past me as I sprawled there in such wretchedness. I could all too easily imagine those feet trampling me like some insignificant insect. My eyes burned with heat. Mother was right. Soon I would be crushed into nothingness. And I had brought myself to this precipice by choosing to bear the guilt of a criminal. My sense of sin had transformed me into the weak. The moment I began to adopt a helpless attitude, as though I deserved whatever befell me, they instinctively sensed that I would not resist. In my shrunken posture, in my cowed gaze, in my faltering voice, they discerned the shape of weakness and began their cruelty in earnest. As dawn broke, Talia understood with crystalline clarity what she must do. Chapter 12. She rose from her bed and stood before the mirror, studying her gaunt reflection for a long moment. I looked like a sewer rat that had fallen into my stew. As I let out a hollow laugh at the thought, The handmaiden who came each morning to dress me entered the room. "You're awake early, Your Highness. Come here. Let me help you wash." "I don't need it." My cold reply made the handmaiden's sharp eyes narrow slightly. She looked down at me with an imperious gaze, and began to lecture. "Your Highness has a duty to maintain perfect decorum at all times and places, in accordance with imperial family law. Such childish tantrums are." "Nursemaid." My sharp cry made the handmaiden flinch and fall silent. I brushed past her and frantically rang the bell attached to my bedside. "Nursemaid! Nursemaid!" The nursemaid, who had been sleeping late in the adjacent room, burst through the door in a flurry. I pointed at the nursemaid and spoke with arrogant authority. "From now on, the nursemaid will be solely responsible for my grooming. Mother said yesterday that this arrangement was acceptable, so you may leave." "But, are you refusing the Empress's command right now?" My sharp retort sent the handmaiden, who had been looking down at me with uncertainty, out of the room. She seemed to have no desire to help dress me if it meant dealing with conflict. I turned sharply to the nursemaid, whose face was still drowsy and whose eyes were puffy with sleep. "Did you hear that? From now on, bathing me and dressing me is entirely your responsibility. Pay attention and do your job properly." "Yes, miss," the nursemaid answered half-heartedly, stifling a yawn. I raised my arm and struck her soft cheek without mercy. The nursemaid stared at me in shock, her eyes wide. I mimicked the expression Mother often wore when her anger reached its peak. "How many times must I tell you to call me Your Highness?" The nursemaid's brown eyes widened in surprise. I stared directly into those eyes and emphasized each word as if spitting them out. "From now on, if you call me Miss, you'll get slapped." Then I urged the bewildered nursemaid to begin my grooming. The nursemaid's movements were so slow that several hours had passed by the time my dressing was complete. Though I felt as though I might collapse at any moment from having eaten nothing properly for weeks, I left the room with my back held rigidly straight. In the corridor stood a man in black clothes with a gloomy expression. Startled to find a stranger guarding my door, I froze. But then I recalled what Mother had said. This ghostly man must be the capable guard she had mentioned. I gestured to the man with a jerk of my chin to follow me, then made my way toward the dining hall. Several servants sent me disapproving looks, as if they had been waiting for me to arrive for quite some time. I ignored their gazes and took a seat at the far end of the long table. Then I made an imperious gesture with my chin. "Bring me food." The servants, who had been dawdling with indifferent expressions at my command, soon brought plates filled with various dishes. A senior handmaiden oversaw all of this. Following her instructions, the servants placed silver plates in order, and finally a bowl of soup was set before me. I stared into the bowl. The pale broth was filled with beans and meat. It appeared intact on the surface, but the contents were clearly otherwise. I picked up a spoon and stirred the thick liquid covered with white cream. When I scraped the bottom of the bowl, a sparrow with a broken neck came into view. It had been dead for quite some time, and from the eye sockets of the decaying bird, I could see a few thin maggots writhing like threads. My insides twisted as though I might retch at any moment. But I desperately suppressed any sign of distress and cried out sharply at the handmaiden who had brought the soup. "You there. Come sit down." The woman, who had been wearing a bewildered expression at the sudden command, soon cast a wary glance in my direction. After a brief pause, she spoke in a clipped tone. "My apologies, Your Highness, but I have much work to attend to." With that, she turned to leave the dining hall. This was the same handmaiden who always lingered nearby after serving food, as if savoring my reaction. The fact that she was now hurrying to leave suggested she sensed something unpleasant was about to unfold. I leaped from my seat and seized the brass pitcher resting on the table. With all my strength, I brought it down upon the insolent handmaiden's head. She who dared ignore a princess's command and turn her back without permission. Even the meager strength of a gaunt child would deliver a considerable blow when the object striking was made of metal. The handmaiden let out a piercing shriek and crumpled onto the carpet. Not only the handmaiden who had suffered the blow, but all the dozen or so servants in the dining hall froze as if paralyzed. Several maids gasped in alarm, their hands flying to their mouths. Yet I paid no heed to their shocked stares. I turned toward the man standing like a shadow in the corner of the dining hall, and gestured to him with an imperious nod. "Seat this woman beside me at once." The man, who had been standing silently with his gaze fixed upon my face, slowly approached and hauled the woman, half her wits scattered, to her feet. The woman, belatedly regaining her senses, resisted desperately, but she was no match for the trained man's strength. She was dragged forward and forcibly seated at the table. I returned to my seat and stared intently at the woman now sitting beside me. Where the pitcher's spout had scraped her scalp had split open, and dark blood trickled down her temple, leaving 2 long crimson streaks across her ashen cheeks. Unmoved by her pitiful state, I pushed forward the bowl of soup containing the dead bird. Her confused eyes dropped to the bowl before her, then rose again to meet mine. I forced a spoon into her trembling, sweat-dampened hand. "In recognition of your diligent service in preparing meals each day, I have decided to share my own dinner with you today. Out of consideration for your efforts, I trust you will finish every last drop." Your Highness, I eat." I pulled her hand toward the bowl, and spoke with coercive force. "You brought this to me to eat, did you not? What reason could there possibly be for you not to eat it?" Emirle. The woman's lips trembled as she cast pleading glances around the room, seeking aid. But everyone remained frozen in shock, at a loss for what to do. I spoke with menacing intensity. "Eat it now." The handmaiden flinched violently and shoved my hand away roughly. She attempted to rise and flee, but the man behind her held her firmly in place. She could not move an inch. Her face twisted with terror as she looked back and forth between the man's grim visage and mine. And soon she began to whimper and plead. I have made a mistake. Never again will such a thing happen. Please just forgive me once. If you do not empty this bowl completely, you will not be able to walk out of this place on your own 2 feet. The woman's face drained of all color. Her eyes dropped to the man's waist, where she clearly saw the sword hanging there. She gasped roughly, her voice rising in desperate appeal. Please have mercy. I am showing you mercy right now. I spoke with cold indifference. I could kill you this very instant, yet I am giving you a chance to live. Is that not so? The woman's body trembled violently. I pushed the bowl of soup containing the rotting bird's corpse toward her. If you understand, then shove it all into your mouth. Chapter 13. The handmaiden's trembling fingers lifted the spoon, but she found herself unable to bring it to the bowl. Her eyes squeezed shut as though sheer willpower might deliver her from this nightmare. She seemed to believe that if she simply endured, she might somehow escape, or perhaps she harbored the desperate hope that someone would appear to stop this. Talia's hand shot out and seized the knife resting on the table. Her voice turned glacial as she issued her command. Pin her hand to the plate. Since she dares show such contempt for my consideration, I'll need to make an example. I'll cut off one of her fingers. The man immediately seized the woman's hand and spread it across the silver plate. Talia gripped the tip of the handmaiden's index finger and raised the carving knife high. The handmaiden shrieked in terror. I'll eat it. I'll eat everything. All of it. The woman frantically plunged her spoon into the bowl and began devouring the broth containing the bird's carcass with desperate hunger. As though believing she could endure it if she didn't truly taste it, she swallowed the chunks without proper chewing. Yet before she could manage 5 spoonfuls, she vomited everything back up. Witnessing this, Talia pressed on relentlessly. Eat every last bit. I want to see the bottom of that bowl. The handmaiden's gaze, trembling with revulsion and terror, fixed upon her. It was no longer the look of someone viewing something contemptible. It was the gaze of one confronting something horrifying and dreadful. Talia signaled with her eyes for the woman not to stop. The handmaiden wept bitterly as she fell into a cycle of eating and retching again. Unable to stomach the putrefying bird itself, she forced only the broth into her mouth before expelling it. Again and again. Her face, smeared with blood, tears, and vomit, turned ashen, and her eyes rolled back into her skull. Her body collapsed onto the carpet with a dull thud. Talia gazed down at the convulsing handmaiden, foam flecking her lips, then turned to the servants frozen in shock, and tilted her chin with arrogant dismissal. Clean this up. All of it. She hurled the soiled plate at their feet and added coldly, and bring me fresh food. This time, Bring something that's actually edible." After that day, the servant's relentless cruelty ceased as though it had never existed. The handmaidens treated her with the careful wariness one reserves for dangerous objects, and several servants displayed profound fear in her presence. They no longer cast contemptuous glances her way, or whispered cruel remarks within earshot. Whenever Talia appeared, they clamped their mouths shut like oyster shells and bowed their heads in haste. And throughout the imperial palace, rumors spread of the second princess's vicious nature. Those who heard how brutally she had tortured an innocent handmaiden who had served the imperial family faithfully for over a decade clicked their tongues at the young girl's cruelty. The priests muttered that a viper's spawn had slithered into the imperial family, and the empire's loyal subjects expressed concern that the savage princess might tarnish the imperial authority. Yet there was one who found satisfaction in Talia's actions. It was a day when winter loomed near. The empress, dressed in a gown as deep blue as her own eyes, visited the separate palace. As Talia descended the stairs with a rigid expression to greet her, she found her steps faltering without her consent. The moment she beheld Senevere, her throat constricted with longing, an impossible, unbearable longing. This was the mother who had turned away so cruelly. Watching her slender back recede with such indifference, her hand brushed aside so coldly, Talia had sworn never to love this woman again. But when Senevere crossed the vast hall and pressed a kiss to her cheek, that resolve crumbled like a sandcastle before the tide. "Hello, Talia. You look absolutely beautiful today." Senevere's body exhaled the fragrance of roses and lilacs, mingled with the sweet scent of ripe fruit. The fact that I had yearned so desperately for this dizzying perfume was pitiful. Senevere gazed down at her daughter's dark, unyielding expression and offered a tender smile. "I can see your heart has been wounded by my long absence. Forgive me, won't you? It took time to prepare something special for you." Talia's expression grew uncertain. "A gift? I've heard how effectively you've trained those ill-mannered servants. Since you've pleased your mother so well, you deserve a reward." She spoke in a voice like a canary's song, and turned gracefully. Only then did a boy slowly crossing the hall come into view. Talia's breath caught. Barkas, now formally appointed as a knight and dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Guard, was approaching. Sunlight pierced through the windows and shattered across his ash-blonde hair, scattering brilliance in all directions. The sight pierced her retinas like shards of glass. Senevere moved beside the boy and extended one hand as though displaying a trophy. "A handsome knight to protect you from now on." The boy stopped before her and bowed. Those eyes that once shone with the brilliance of a crown now flickered with nothing but the sharp edge of fury and a faint shadow of humiliation. Anyone with a shred of sense could tell he had not come here of his own volition. The boy looked down at her with the gaze one might reserve for an inanimate object and spoke. "I am Barkas Lejosirkin." His voice was so parched and cold it sent shivers down her spine. "I have been assigned to attend to your highness until your coming-of-age ceremony." The implication hung in the air. A desperate wish that the day would arrive swiftly, freeing him from this degrading duty. Talia looked up at his face, which seemed to wear a mask of indifference, her eyes hollow with despair. His frigid gaze, his terse manner, his rigid demeanor, all of it reduced her once more to something trivial and contemptible. Though she fought with all her might not to shrink away, she could not prevent the shame from burning hot at the nape of her neck. In that moment, Talia understood with crystalline clarity. This beautiful boy would not be her hope, but her torment. A most cruel one at that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After days of drizzling rain finally ceased, an intense sun began to pour down, heralding the season of fire. Ayla, crossing the bustling inner courtyard in search of her betrothed, wiped away the beads of sweat gathered on her brow and squinted against the blinding light. The wide clearing normally used for military drills was now packed with dozens of supply wagons, tack merchants, and massive beasts of burden specially bred to haul cargo, along with soldiers transporting the various equipment necessary for travel. Her frown at the marketplace-like chaos lasted only a moment before Ayla spotted Barkas checking the condition of the war horses at the outer edge of the city walls. And her eyes brightened. Instead of the white battle garb that symbolized the Roham Knights, he wore a black tunic embroidered with intricate patterns, over which was fastened a breastplate forged from black iron. He looked less like an Imperial Guard knight, and more like an Eastern Territories nobleman. Ayla gazed at him with a satisfied smile. Once this mission was complete, Barkis would leave the Imperial Guard and begin the succession procedures to become Grand Duke Sirkin. And she would study at his side to become the lady of the Grand Duke's household. It was a future that had been ordained since the day he entered the Empress Palace's garden following his mother. Yet Ayla sometimes found herself plagued by doubt as to whether such a day would ever truly come. Barkis had always been courteous and occasionally even affectionate in his manner, but Ayla knew there existed an unbridgeable distance between them. For all the heartache that distance had caused her, the fact that he would become her husband in mere months felt scarcely believable. Chapter 14. Won't you go speak with him? The handmaidens standing beside me grew impatient, frustrated by my distant observation. They all seemed desperate to see Barkis up close, and some of them gazed at him with longing that transcended mere admiration. Ayla chose to overlook their presumptuous feelings. She could afford such magnanimity, because she knew Barkis would never spare a glance for any other woman. Of course, he's never once looked at me with such warmth either. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Barkis had been fundamentally deprived of the capacity to feel such emotions. He had entered the imperial palace at a young age, and undergone an education bordering on indoctrination by the fundamentalist priests, molded into a loyal servant of the empire. In that process, he had lost nearly all of his emotions. When Grand Duke Sirkin's mother discovered how brutally the priests were disciplining her son, she spared no effort to protect him. Yet the young boy had already lost not only joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but nearly all the fundamental desires that define humanity itself. Ayla's expression darkened as she recalled their first meeting. How terrifying that boy had been, with eyes as hollow and vacant as a discarded insect husk. Barkis had resembled a doll sculpted from hardened wax. He spoke so little that it was rare for him to utter more than 2 words in a day, and he would neither eat nor sleep unless someone beside him gave the command. Having been subjected to such thorough suppression of all desires for so long, he seemed incapable of feeling even hunger or the need for sleep. Compared to those days, the Barkis of now appeared far more human. Perhaps he will continue to improve as time goes on. She cast a hopeful gaze toward her betrothed. Though she had sworn countless times not to expect too much, her heart stirred uncontrollably whenever she saw him, that beautiful boy who had steadfastly remained at her dear mother's side. How could she not yearn for the man he had become, now the most perfect male in all the Roham Empire? She knew that countless women harboring feelings for him had suffered the bitter anguish of unrequited love, yet Ayla believed herself to be in a far more advantageous position than any of them. Though their marriage had been arranged to strengthen political alliances, she would soon become his wife and would eventually bear his heir. If she persisted in pouring affection upon him through the long years they would spend together, might not his frozen heart eventually thaw? Holding fast to such hopes, Ayla carefully approached his side. Sensing her presence, Barkis, who had been standing with his back to the light, turned his head toward her. In that instant, Ayla felt her spine turn to ice. His expression was so cold, as if mocking all her dreams and hopes. The man who gazed at her with emotionless eyes straightened his head and spoke in a flat, toneless voice. "What is the matter?" She steadied her wavering heart, and consciously summoned a bright smile to her lips. "I came to see how the preparations for the journey were progressing." "They are nearly complete." He lightly stroked the horse's muscular neck, and replied in an indifferent tone. "The preparation period has grown longer than expected, which concerns me. With the heat intensifying, the journey will be quite arduous. There's no help for it. The schedule was disrupted because Gareth insisted on coming along." Ayla spoke cautiously and observed her betrothed's reaction. Thinking of her brother's reckless behavior, she felt her face flush with shame, and could not lift her head. Gareth had not only forced his way into the journey, but had conducted himself as though he intended to transport the entire crown prince's palace with him. He had stubbornly insisted on bringing dozens of attendants, not to mention jesters to entertain him during the journey, a personal chef, and even a tailor. She found herself newly amazed at Barkis's patience in silently accepting all of her brother's whims and complaints without raising his voice once. Her expression grew remorseful. "I am sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Your Highness need not apologize. This was something that would have had to be done eventually anyway. He handed the reins to the stable master and added matter-of-factly, compared to what I had prepared myself for, he is actually being quite reasonable. For a brother parting with his precious sister, this level of petulance is quite mild. Ayla's expression clouded. His words had brought to the surface a concern she had been deliberately avoiding. Looking up at the gleaming, magnificent fortress, Ayla gripped her skirts tightly. The thought of leaving her brother alone in this imperial palace, filled with painful memories, felt as though her heart were being torn apart. Moreover, there dwelt within these walls a wicked demon who coveted Gareth's position. Could her hot-tempered brother, standing alone, truly withstand that cunning woman? If it would not burden you, I would like to visit the imperial palace periodically even after we are married. Would that be acceptable? Barkas, who had been examining another horse, turned his gaze toward her. Seeing the faint crease form between his straight brows, Ayla became aware of her unreasonable request and felt heat rise to her cheeks. As the wife of a Grand Duke, managing the vast eastern territories and commanding hundreds of retainers was no simple task. Now that they were married, she had to prioritize the affairs of House Sirkin above all else. Yet Barkas, regarding her with thoughtful eyes, nodded as though it were of no consequence. If the long journey does not burden you, you are free to come and go as you wish. After all, this marriage was not arranged to strengthen the crown prince's position, was it? Ayla's expression dimmed. For him, this was purely a political marriage, but for her it was something far different. A pang of disappointment struck her, but she forced herself to appear delighted. Thank you for understanding. Barkas merely gave a slight nod before returning his attention to the horse's teeth. Ayla swallowed a sigh and placed her hand upon his forearm, forcing him to look at her. I know you're busy, but could you spare me just a moment? I have something I wish to give you before we depart. The man, regarding her with a puzzled expression, soon turned his body toward her. He then instructed the stable master beside him to move all the examined horses into the stables, and escorted her to a relatively secluded spot. Thanks to the handmaidens tactfully withdrawing, Ayla was able to enjoy a private stroll with him. She kept her hand resting upon his firm forearm, as they walked along the well-maintained path. As they entered the expansive garden, a gentle breeze caressed their faces with tender grace. The main palace garden was blooming beautifully. In the flower beds meticulously tended by servants, vibrant summer flowers unfurled their buds, and the perfectly maintained shrubs were thick with emerald foliage. Ayla gazed upon it all with a melancholic expression. This landscape had always left a wound upon her heart. Yet as the years passed, the imperial palace, now filled with Senevir's traces, had become merely part of daily life, and her mother's garden had grown increasingly hazy in her memory. That fact was what she found most unbearable. What is it you wish to give me? Ayla, lost in regret, turned to look up at Barkas. In his childhood, he had spent considerable time in the garden that Bernadette had cultivated. Ayla knew that he had found some solace for his desolate heart in that place. Suddenly, she found herself wondering, did this man also long for her mother's garden? Ayla, staring up at his expressionless face devoid of any emotion, soon released a sigh of resignation and withdrew a handkerchief from inside her coat. I embroidered the crest of House Sirkin upon it. His gaze descended upon the neatly folded cloth. His mouth suddenly went dry. Ayla began to speak in an exaggerated tone, as though to dispel her nervousness. It's tradition to gift a handkerchief of one's own making to one's betrothed before a journey. Of course we'll be traveling together, but... A most gracious gift. The man cut off her rambling words and accepted the handkerchief. A faint smile played at the corners of his austere lips. Ayla felt her heart swell. Though it wounded her pride to be so affected by his every gesture, she was far more delighted that Barkas, who was so reserved with his emotions, had smiled for her. I shall treasure it dearly. He said this as he fastened the handkerchief to the hilt of his sword. She smiled shyly. Then from not far away, came the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter 15. Ayla's brow furrowed with displeasure at having their private moment interrupted. As she turned her head, she spotted a man in the uniform of the Imperial Guard crossing the garden with hurried strides. It was Rowan, a knight who had taken over her father's escort duties in place of Barkas, who commanded the entire expedition. The knight bowed his head before them, offering Ayla a light salute before turning urgently to his superior. His Majesty has ordered that you bring the commander to him at once. Ayla instinctively recognized that it was Senevere who had summoned Barkas. The knight's dark expression alone was enough to suggest that something unfortunate was about to unfold. She bit her lip. This pilgrimage journey was proceeding with the council's permission. Her betrothal to Barkas had long been promoted by conservative nobles who supported the crown prince. At this point, whatever schemes that woman devised could not be overturned. Yet Ayla could not shake an ominous premonition. That woman had employed every conceivable stratagem to drive a wedge between Gareth and Barkas for years. She had even overcome the fierce opposition of Grand Duke Sirkin, and bound the newly appointed Barkas to Talia's side for a full 7 years. This time, she was undoubtedly manipulating the emperor to orchestrate further interference. Knowing it was improper, she inserted herself between the two men. I will go with you. But your highness, his majesty has. I am the princess of this empire. I have the right to petition my father whenever I wish. And I have decided that I will see him now, accompanied by my betrothed. The knight, taken aback by her firm stance, glanced sideways at Barkas. She felt a slight irritation at his deferential attitude, as though his decision mattered more than her own wishes, but she knew well that the knights revered Barkas almost religiously, so she kept her displeasure hidden. Barkas soon nodded his head. As your highness wishes. With his permission granted, the knight fell into step beside her as an escort. Ayla exited the garden with her back held rigidly straight, and made her way toward the main palace. As she passed through the entrance of the great hall, the brilliant summer sunlight flooding the interior came into view. She crossed the dazzling marble hall, and ascended the staircase carpeted in russet red. The massive doors leading to the emperor's audience chamber were carved with the likeness of Darien, the founding emperor of the Roham Empire, and the knights who followed him. She passed through the grand entrance, glancing indifferently over the statues of heroes whose faces she knew well, and the vast hall with its ornate patterned carpet came into view, with the golden throne gleaming at its far end. Ayla held her spine rigid as she gazed up at the man who wielded all the world's power, and the woman standing at his side. Her father, as always, wore a solemn expression and Senevere. Her train of thought suddenly snapped. The moment she beheld the empress surrounded by a golden aura, a despair bordering on helplessness washed over her. For some inexplicable reason, Senevere grew more beautiful with each passing year. It was appalling. The golden demon. Each time she faced her, Ayla recalled a fable she had read in childhood. In a certain village lived 2 brothers who cherished each other above all others. But a demon who despised all goodness in the world resolved to drive them apart, and placed a great nugget of gold in their path. Blinded by its brilliant radiance, the brothers quarreled over the gold and ultimately came to harm each other. When Ayla first saw Senevere, she believed the gold the demon had prepared to destroy them had taken human form. Her radiance had dimmed the eyes and hearts of a once honored sovereign, stained one woman's entire life with sorrow, and condemned her brothers to a life of bitter anguish and humiliation. As if that were not enough, the demon had borne the emperor's son, threatening even Gareth's position. Ayla's gaze naturally descended to the small boy standing beside the empress. Second Prince Astro's Roham Gerda gazed down at Barkas and herself with curious emerald eyes. Whenever she beheld that bright-eyed young boy, Ayla was seized by an intense sense of crisis. She could not fathom why Gareth directed such venom at Talia, a mere scandal, rather than at his younger brother who held the second highest claim to the throne. When she thought of the years of humiliation her mother had endured because of Talia, Ayla's own indignation surged. But Talia was too insignificant to wield any influence over them. All that child had done since entering the imperial palace was torment innocent servants and stir up scandals that made everyone shake their heads in disapproval. How could such a foolish brat pose any real threat? To Ayla, Talia was merely an unpleasant and somewhat pitiable existence. A bitter remnant of the past that must be endured in silence. Nothing more. That was why she could generously overlook the malicious pranks that insignificant child hurled at her. But Astro's was different. She was well aware that many in the imperial palace harbored affection for that innocent-eyed boy. And she knew too that those who were uneasy about Gareth's rough temperament had begun to harbor quiet expectations for the young prince. Why do you stand without proper courtesy? At the emperor's deep voice, Ayla snapped from her reverie. Her father was regarding her with a puzzled gaze. Ayla approached her betrothed's side and offered a light bow. I wished to see your face, father, and so I followed Grand Duke Sirkin here. Please forgive my arrival without prior notice. Lift your head. You may come to see me whenever you wish. The Emperor of the Roem Empire, Virus Roem Gerda, spoke in a gentle voice from above my head. Perhaps he felt guilt whenever he saw me, remembering the wife he had betrayed, for he always treated me with particular kindness. Ayla swallowed her cynicism and bowed respectfully. I am grateful for your generous words. Actually, this works out well. The first princess will learn of it anyway, so we might as well explain everything here and now. Senevere, stroking her son's reddish-brown hair, leaned toward the emperor and spoke in a hushed tone. Astros watched the exchange between the adults with curious eyes, clearly fascinated. Ayla, observing her half-brother with a wary gaze, cast a sharp look toward the empress. Explain what exactly? His Majesty will provide the details. Senevere replied in a honeyed tone, her voice soft, and gently caressed the back of the emperor's hand. Ayla deliberately pretended not to notice. After a stretch of awkward silence, my father, who had been choosing his words carefully, finally spoke. I summoned you today to inform you that there has been a change regarding the upcoming pilgrimage journey. Please speak. I am listening. Despite the unexpected announcement, Barkas showed no sign of disturbance. The emperor, seeming uncomfortable with his servant's composed demeanor, continued curtly. Talia will also be joining this pilgrimage journey. Assign additional guards for her protection, and prepare the necessary travel equipment. At this unforeseen directive, Ayla froze. Chapter 16. She fixed Senevere with a gaze laden with suspicion. What scheme lay behind insisting that Talia accompany her? The girl's only talent seemed to be pestering her with tiresome pranks. Yet Senevere was not the sort to mobilize the emperor himself for such frivolous purposes. There had to be some darker design at work. Ayla stepped forward with a rather stiff tone of rebuttal. It is customary for the women of the imperial family to undertake pilgrimage journeys at the threshold of marriage negotiations. Is it not? Why would you insist on sending that child at this particular moment? Talia may soon find herself entering into marriage as well. Senevere spoke with cheerful lightness. Ayla's brow furrowed. She had never heard even a whisper of marriage proposals concerning Talia until now. Regardless of her illegitimate birth, Talia was a princess whose name graced the imperial registry. She was hardly in a position to conduct marriage arrangements in silence. Senevere must have hastily fabricated this story to justify bringing her along on the journey. As Ayla fixed the empress with a look of such suspicion, Barkas's frigid voice cut through the air. How remarkably fortuitous that such a marriage proposal should materialize at this particular juncture. Despite his transparent mockery, Senevere remained unruffled. The imperial family has been blessed with a succession of auspicious occasions, which is indeed most fortunate. The proposal arrived not long ago, and we have not yet formalized the betrothal, but His Majesty and I regard it most favorably. A sneer played at the corners of Barkas's mouth. Might I inquire as to the identity of this fortunate suitor? You have surely heard the name before. Verdane Syrian, the head of House of Syrian. A formal proposal arrived just days ago. Senevere spoke with a tender smile gracing her lips. The child has been of age for some time now, so it is hardly premature for her to marry. I deemed him a suitable match. Ayla swallowed the laugh that threatened to burst forth. Verdane Syrian was among the Empress's most ardent devotees. Rumor had it that he once held the record for the longest affair with Princess Terran. To marry her daughter to such a man, was the Empress in her right mind? The image of Talia appearing in the banquet hall alongside Count Syrian surfaced in her memory, and bile rose in her throat. Whether it was the mother arranging to marry her daughter to her own former lover, or the daughter complying with such a scheme, both were surely mad. Since matters have progressed thus, see that the child's travel preparations are expedited. The emperor issued this directive in a tone that brooked no further discussion, then gestured for them to withdraw. Barkas, whose expression remained inscrutable, gazed up at his sovereign in silence before bowing his head respectfully. He then rose slowly from his seat, turned, and departed the audience chamber. Ayla, who had been watching Senevere with wary eyes, turned to regard him in bewilderment. She had not expected Barkas to acquiesce so readily. She offered her respects to the emperor, then hastened after him. Do you truly intend to take Talia with you as things stand? Her marriage is merely a convenient pretext. Senevere is surely plotting something dreadful. No doubt, he replied with indifference as he descended the stairs with measured strides. Ayla, her face blank, gathered her skirts and hurried to catch up with him. She grasped his arm and cried out with some agitation. Is that all? We have no idea what the Empress might do with Talia, yet you would simply allow her to go without. What would you have me do? The man halted and turned to face her with a bleak gaze. Ayla flinched. Only then did she perceive that his mood had plummeted to its depths. Mere hours ago he had smiled at me, but now he had become a stranger once more, regarding her with cold, distant eyes. He spoke with bitter mockery. Do you wish me to defy His Majesty's command? I merely. He is the sovereign of this empire, and I am sworn to serve the imperial family. From the outset, there has been no path for me save obedience. Is that not what you royals have consistently demanded of nobles such as myself? Struck by words she had not anticipated, Ayla went rigid. The man, regarding her with expressionless eyes, turned and resumed walking. As she watched his broad back recede without a moment's hesitation, fear flooded through her. Like the small girl she had once been, Ayla ran forward and suddenly threw her arms around his solid waist. I'm sorry. I was anxious and took it out on you. Please don't turn away from me so coldly. The man who had been standing motionless gradually relaxed, releasing a shallow sigh before turning to embrace her. He stroked her hair gently, as he had done in childhood, and spoke. There is nothing to fear. No matter what schemes the Empress devises, Your Highness will come to no harm. She lifted her head to gaze up at his face. The man who had turned away wearing the expression of a stranger had already transformed back into a loyal knight. Ayla felt her scattered emotions swiftly return to their proper place. A man who could shake her so easily and yet calm her with a few careless words. Before him, her pride as a princess, her dignity, her very authority all became meaningless. Clinging to his cool embrace that had never grown warm despite their decades together, she gazed desperately into his pale blue eyes. What was he looking at? Those hollow, fathomless eyes always seemed to wander toward some distant place. I swore to the former Empress that I would protect you both to the extent of my ability. He tucked a few strands of hair that clung to her cheek behind her ear as he spoke. I intend to keep that promise no matter what comes. So Your Highness has nothing to worry about. After studying his face for a long moment, Ayla finally nodded. Yes, as long as this man stands with us, there is nothing to fear. Nothing at all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With the broken nail filed away, everything felt hollow. How many more weeks would she need to wait for it to grow long enough to be driven deep beneath the skin? Talia gazed down at the pale pink nail just beginning to emerge at her fingertip with restless eyes. The satisfaction of wounding the crown prince's body had not lasted long. Her esteemed brother would have sought out a priest immediately to have his hand healed cleanly. Meanwhile, she had lost the secret weapon she had spent weeks carefully cultivating in such a pathetic manner. I would have preferred to use it on Ayla. How many times had she imagined driving her nails into those verdant eyes whenever that woman gazed at Barkas? Talia scratched at the wound left by her broken nail. The barely formed scab tore away, and droplets of blood began to seep out. Her nerves grew increasingly sharp. She stared at her reddening nail, then placed her index finger in her mouth and gently sucked away the blood before rising from the window. Today it was difficult to find any trace of Barkas. There was no longer any reason to remain pressed against the glass, enduring the harsh sunlight. She trudged across the room and poured cold water from a pitcher into a basin on the shelf, then lightly washed her sweat-dampened face. At that moment a knock sounded. It seemed the nursemaid had brought snacks again. Talia dried her face with clean linen and called out dismissively, "Come in." But the figure who opened the door was not the quarter dwarf with his short stature and plump limbs, but rather a small boy with deep reddish-brown hair and a crew-cut and bright, luminous green eyes. Chapter 17. Talia regarded the boy gazing up at her with bright, eager eyes with a wary gaze. "What brings you here?" "I snuck out of the castle to see you, sister." The boy spoke with such cheerful lightness that it bordered on recklessness. Talia's brow furrowed. Astros, her younger brother who had only just turned 6, was a thorn in her side. Though they shared the same parents, their circumstances differed as vastly as heaven and earth. This innocent-faced boy was a legitimate son born of the emperor and empress in lawful matrimony, while what was I but the seed of sordid infidelity? As I watched Astros receive his blessing amid the adulation of countless well-wishers, a piercing jealousy seized my heart. I could not fathom how much I despised that tiny, helpless creature who could barely open his eyes. Senevere, perceiving these turbulent emotions with keen insight, had never permitted the eldest daughter, now of little use, to approach her precious son. Thus, I could see my brother's face only at official ceremonies. This was the first time I had confronted him so closely since the day of his christening. I furrowed my brow and glanced around. "Did you come here alone? If mother found out." "I didn't come alone. I came with barons." The boy spoke with crisp certainty, then turned and pointed to one side of the corridor. Only then could I discern a man in black garments standing where deep shadows pooled. Once, he had been the phantom-faced man who stood at my side. Now he watched Astros with vigilant eyes that seemed to warn he would act instantly if I so much as attempted to harm the boy. Bitter bow rose in my throat. The man's dark eyes seemed to declare that I could never be important to anyone. Concealing my twisted emotions, I asked in a clipped tone, "What do you want from me?" "I heard that you would soon be embarking on a long journey, sister." "So, I'm embarking on a long journey?" I cut off my brother's words with a sharp voice. The boy, startled by my harsh reaction, hesitated briefly before continuing with caution. "Mother said you would be accompanying her on this pilgrimage." I stared down at my brother's face in a daze, then suddenly burst into rough laughter. He flinched and took a step back. Did I appear so unhinged even in the eyes of this innocent child? Clutching my belly as I laughed, I bent toward my young brother and asked in an affected gentle tone, "What else did mother say?" Astros hesitated for a long moment. It seemed he had only just realized how badly he was upsetting me. But the boy was not one to be intimidated into silence or to swallow words he wished to speak. "She said you might be getting married soon. That a man named Count Syrian had submitted a proposal." The boy, who had been speaking calmly, flinched and fell silent. Apparently, my expression had become truly dreadful. The man who had been watching silently from a distance stepped between Astros and me. Was he afraid I would lose my reason to rage and throttle this child? I ignored the man's vigilance and fixed my gaze solely upon my brother's innocent face. "So you came to offer congratulations? To bid a joyful farewell now that the imperial family's burden, me, will finally marry and leave the imperial palace?" The boy's shoulders trembled as he sensed the sharp barbs hidden beneath my gentle tone. He protested with an aggrieved expression. "If you marry and leave, it will become even harder to see you than it is now. So I wanted to talk with you before that happens. We share the same mother, we're siblings after all." A faint longing resonated in the boy's voice. "I've always hoped we could become close like the eldest sister and her brother. But if you marry, that chance might never come. That's why I came to find you." I gazed down at those large, hopeful eyes with complete indifference. Because of this boy, I had become utterly worthless. The Empress and the Emperor, and between them, a beloved and brilliant prince born of their love. I was nothing but an unsightly blemish that I wished to erase from that perfect picture. The brighter Astros shone, the deeper the darkness surrounding me grew. The fact that I envied this child so desperately was pitiful. In truth, I found facing him like this utterly repugnant. Talia cast a merciless sneer toward the boy whose eyes gleamed with misplaced hope. "Do you expect me to throw myself into your service with all my might, just as the first princess exerts herself to make your twin brother emperor? That's not what I meant. You need not trouble yourself. Our mother has already devised every detail of how to use me for your benefit. Even my marriage was surely arranged because it serves your interests. So little brother, abandon such pointless expectations. Astros seemed to have little resistance to such overt hostility. From his bewildered expression alone, I could see how thoroughly sheltered this child had been. Perhaps this boy had never experienced spending a night awake in fear. It occurred to me that today's meeting might become his first wound. Talia allowed a sharp smile to play at her lips. I have not the slightest intention of becoming your affectionate and devoted sister, because I despise you every bit as much as I despise our twin brothers. The shock caused the boy's large eyes to glisten with tears. Talia continued mercilessly toward that pitiful face. Now that you understand, won't you disappear? Astros clenched his lips as if stifling a cry, then turned without hesitation and departed down the empty corridor. The man in black followed the boy silently and vanished. Talia locked the door and walked back to the window. The sky, which had shown blue moments before, was now tinted a pale violet. The workers who had been busily moving cargo had one by one left the estate to rest, and the knights had long since returned to their quarters. Not a single one remained in sight. As Talia habitually brought her index finger to her lips, she froze at a sharp sting. Dark red blood trickled from between the split nails. At the sight of it, the venom that had been slowly seeping from my heart rose all the way to my throat. Desperately swallowing a scream that threatened to burst forth at any moment, she seized the cloak hanging on one side of the chamber and draped it over her thin surcoat. Then, without a single handmaiden in attendance, she slipped out of the separate palace. Chapter 18. As I passed before the main palace, I could see the servants who recognized me hastily prostrating themselves on the ground. Perhaps they feared that the infamous second princess might cause trouble. Talia passed by the handmaidens, who wore expressions of shock at her sudden, unannounced appearance, and stepped into the Empress Palace, adorned more lavishly than any castle in the imperial palace. When evening fell, Senevere would either enjoy dinner with the emperor at the main palace, or spend her time quietly at the Empress Palace. Talia believed today would be the latter. As she had predicted, Senevere was resting in the secret workshop located behind her private study. Descending into the basement through an entrance nestled between bookshelves, Talia could detect the scent of various medicinal herbs that made her head spin, the intense aroma of fragrant oils, and the faint smell of smoke that tickled her nose. In the spacious chamber where violet particles seemed to drift, countless vials containing alchemical materials and various instruments for experimentation were scattered about, and beside a massive fireplace burning brightly, books written in the languages of countless races were stacked in layers. It was a scene so chaotic that one could scarcely believe it belonged to a mother who always dealt only in precious and elegant things. Yet Talia walked across the chamber with familiarity, approaching the desk where Senevere sat. She reclined against the back of a chair thickly cushioned with velvet, perusing a parchment scroll. The fact that she did not even acknowledge my presence made my stomach burn, as if I had swallowed a coal. Talia leaned over the desk and spoke sharply through gritted teeth. Astros came looking for me a moment ago. Only then did those deep blue eyes turn toward her. Talia continued with a cynical tone. According to him, I am to be married soon. I had no idea Astros took an interest in you. Senevere set down the parchment and spoke indifferently. The sight of her continuing to pay attention only to her younger sibling ignited an urge to hurl objects about recklessly. Talia clenched her skirts and barely suppressed that violent impulse. Why must I learn of my own marriage through that child? And what of this talk that I am to participate in this pilgrimage journey? What scheme are you plotting? A scheme? That is unpleasant to hear. Senevere exhaled softly and rose from her seat. For but a moment, Talia was captivated by the elegant motion without a single flaw. But she soon regarded her mother's face, which bore a gentle smile, with wary eyes. Senevere spoke cheerfully in a voice as innocent as a naive girl. It is time for you to marry after all. When a suitable proposal arrived from an appropriate suitor at an opportune moment, I simply proceeded with the arrangements. Is this appropriate suitor that Syrian, that snake of a man? Talia recalled the slick-looking man who had escorted her at the banquet, and twisted her lips. Of course you have thoroughly verified this man, mother? If you are asking whether Syrian is capable of fulfilling his duties as a husband, Yes. That man possesses quite excellent talents in that regard. Should you wish it, he would gladly serve you with a willing heart. As a far more terrible counterattack returned to her jab at her mother's romantic history, Talia completely lost the composure she had barely maintained. Each word from Senevere seemed to transform into spiders crawling across her skin. Talia cried out as if screaming, "I need no such nauseating man. Rather than let that wretch lay a hand upon me, I would sooner bite my own tongue and die." My. Senevere cupped one cheek and sighed as if in regret. "Then I shall seek out another groom." I was already in the process of compiling a list to see if there might be another suitable candidate. She gestured toward the parchment scroll on her desk. Talia recognized several of the men's names written upon it and shuddered. They were all fanatical devotees of Senevere. Was this woman truly planning to make one of the men who desired her into her daughter's husband? Anger and fear churned and bubbled up within my belly in a chaotic mixture. I do not wish to marry at all. Stop pretending to care now and please, just leave me alone as you always have. That statement means, you dislike any man other than the heir to Grand Duke Sirkin? Struck suddenly at her vital point, Talia staggered backward, her face drained of color. Senevere pulled her lips into a smile, and wielded her tongue like a viper's fang. If you desired him so greatly, you should have obtained him by any means necessary. I have kept that man at your side for a full 7 years. What have you done in all that time? She shook her head with unmistakable disdain. In a few months, the man you desired will belong to another woman. Do you truly intend to stand idle and watch that unfold? Talia's shoulders trembled. The realization that Senevere could see so deeply into her heart sent chills down her spine. Senevere gazed at her daughter's pallid face before slipping back into the mask of a tender mother. Her voice took on a coaxing, melancholic tone. Talia, I have orchestrated this entire affair solely for your sake, to offer my precious daughter a path of escape from this wretched circumstance. Long, pale fingers traced gently along her cheek, like a white serpent gliding across skin. Talia went rigid, as though paralyzed, her body stiffening involuntarily. Senevere gazed into her frightened daughter's eyes and whispered with feather-soft gentleness, "You have 2 paths before you. One is to seize the man you desire by any means necessary. The other is to become a loser who is, at least, somewhat less pitiful." Her honeyed voice clung to her ears like sticky sap. "I chose the former method and obtained everything I desired. But if you lack such capability, then selecting a more tolerable alternative and feigning happiness as well as any victor would is also an option. It is rather pathetic, admittedly, but if you are destined to lose, is it not better to preserve your pride?" Talia wrenched herself away from her mother like a trapped animal desperately fleeing a snare. Senevere offered her daughter a gentle smile. "This journey is the final opportunity one grant you. Consider carefully which path you shall choose." Talia shot her a defiant glare before fleeing the secret workshop like prey escaping a predator. Cheerful laughter, bright as birdsong, pursued her like a shadow. That sound lingered in her mind long after, refusing to fade. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the end, Talia found herself embarking on a journey with half-siblings who despised her. Thanks to the Empress Palace providing all the personnel and equipment necessary for the expedition, there was little for her to personally arrange. Senevere had even attempted to assign her own private soldiers and high-ranking mages as escorts. However, this plan collapsed under Gareth's vehement opposition. The Crown Prince, already seething at the prospect of traveling with his despised half-sister, refused to comply with orders to bring the Empress's subordinates along. According to reports, Gareth had personally sought out the Emperor to overturn Senevere's command, engaging in a fierce debate. For Talia, this was fortunate. She harbored no desire whatsoever to be surrounded by her mother's zealous followers. For my sake? How absurd. Talia glared at the servants loading luggage onto the carriage, picking at a hangnail beside her fingernail. Senevere would never orchestrate such tedious arrangements purely for her benefit. There was undoubtedly some hidden agenda at work. She examined the servants sent from the Empress Palace with suspicious, narrowed eyes. Chapter 19. Having driven away every servant sent from the main palace, the separate palace now had fewer than 10 handmaidens in its employ. Since she had forbidden them from approaching her vicinity, The number of attendants she could bring along was barely enough to count on one hand. As a result, Talia found herself surrounded by servants sent by Senevere, forced to embark on a long journey. By nature, she would have cast them all out, but witnessing Gareth and Ayla commanding hundreds of attendants, she could not bring herself to do so. Talia glared at the throng surrounding the crown prince's and first princess's carriages, her lips pressed together in irritation. She despised having anyone linger near her. For years, she had permitted no one but Barkas and her nursemaid to approach. She refused to surround herself with those who might trample her at any moment, unpredictably and without warning. Yet as her half-brothers commanded hundreds of servants each, flaunting their imperial dignity without restraint, the thought of traveling with merely 3 or 4 attendants filled her with such revulsion that her stomach churned. Ultimately, Talia had no choice but to accept the handmaidens Senevere had sent. However, she could not relax for a moment, uncertain what schemes they might orchestrate. She watched their every movement with obsessive vigilance as they transferred her belongings. Then from nearby, came a voice tinged with exasperation. "Do you truly intend to bring all of these possessions with you?" She looked up at the man who had approached her side, her eyes sharp as a blade. Not long after she had dismissed the witless imperial guard who had fawned before the crown prince, this newly assigned knight spoke to her without hesitation. And Talia found his manner deeply disagreeable. She regarded the man who scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression, and replied coldly, "Do you find fault with my luggage? I understand your desire to maintain dignity as a member of the imperial family. But is this not excessive? Hundreds of dresses, precious jewels and ornaments. Unless you intend to change clothes 5 times daily, these are unnecessary burdens." "You understand nothing. I plan to change clothes not 5 times but 10 times a day. Traveling by carriage all day long, I shall be covered in dust, and I have no intention of letting soiled garments touch my skin for even a moment." "Surely you jest." The knight offered an awkward laugh, apparently still unaware that she never spoke in jest. Talia abandoned the foolish-faced man and walked toward the carriage she would occupy. Her carriage, positioned at the rear of the long procession, was as grand and elaborate as the crown prince's own. The doors and roof were ornately decorated with gold and ivory, the interior furnished with seats so spacious they could serve as a bed, layered with thick wool felt and silk cushions. She climbed into the carriage and drew back the curtains spread behind the seat, revealing a sizable changing area and a large storage cabinet. Talia opened the drawers connected to the storage compartment and examined them meticulously. She had brought every fine dress and ornament from her collection, yet nothing satisfied her. It would not be enough to outshine Ayla. She rummaged through the drawers haphazardly, biting her lower lip in frustration. She should have stolen the diamond necklace Senevere had received from the emperor. No, she should have taken her mother's entire jewelry box. Senevere seemed to hope that she would break Ayla's engagement. Had she not been openly encouraging her for that very reason? If asked to lend clothes and jewels to achieve that purpose, Senevere would have gladly complied. Should I return to the Empress Palace now? As Talia gazed down at the drawers with anxious eyes, she descended from the carriage. Turning her steps toward Senevere's residence, she caught sight of Barkas in the uniform of the Roham Knights among the soldiers. Talia froze as if turned to ice. Though there were more than 150 men in identical uniforms in the inner courtyard, her eyes saw only Barkas. Her persistent gaze clung obsessively to his rigid back, his broad shoulders, and the faintly luminous ash-gray hair. Barkas crossed the courtyard with measured steps, issuing orders to his subordinates. He appeared to be inspecting the procession before departure. Talia swallowed hard. As Barkas drew incrementally closer, her throat stung as though she had swallowed a handful of glass shards. The indifferent gaze that had followed the long procession from the castle gate finally fixed upon her carriage. Even from a considerable distance, Talia could see the faint furrow forming between his brows, the expression he always wore when facing her. That cold visage, which caused her such exquisite pain with every encounter, drew gradually nearer. "Have you not yet completed your preparations for departure?" Barkas rebuked his own knight without acknowledging her. The man scratched the back of his head with an uncomfortable expression. "As you can see, we shall need to procure an additional supply wagon." At the knight's weary response, Barkas's pale blue eyes turned toward the servants struggling to force the mountain of luggage into the carriage. Talia could see irritation spreading across his expressionless face. At last his gaze fell upon her. This procession will pass through 6 major cities. Necessary provisions can be obtained along the way, so please reduce any superfluous baggage. She lifted her chin sharply, as if to prove a point. I refuse. I know exactly what I'll need. In any case, it's hardly a matter of clothing or jewelry. He spoke in a measured, austere tone. The northwestern region boasts many cities with thriving commerce. You'll have ample opportunity to purchase whatever your heart desires once we arrive at the castle, so I suggest you refrain from exhausting the servants before we've even departed. Talia let out a derisive laugh. Don't be absurd. You're trying to make me look like a dissolute princess indulging in luxuries during a pilgrimage, so they'll compare me to Ayla, aren't you? Did you really think I'd fall for that? Since when have you concerned yourself with your reputation? His lips twisted into a faint, incredulous smirk. Besides, no one would ever place you and the first princess in the same breath. So spare yourself the unnecessary worry. Those were words I never wanted to hear from his mouth. Talia's face flushed with rage as she raised her hand to strike. But Barkas was not the sort to simply accept such a blow. He swiftly seized her wrist, then gestured to the servants with a sharp tilt of his chin. Leave only what's essential. Remove the rest. We depart in an hour, make haste. How dare you? Talia thrashed against his grip with all her strength, her voice shrill with fury. Yet the man remained unmoved. Her venom rising to a crescendo, Talia lashed out at his shin with a vicious kick. What gives you the right to order my belongings removed? Do you think you've already become something grand? You're not even a duke yet. You're nothing but an imperial guard knight, a mere knight. How dare you presume to speak thus to the Empire's princess? Why aren't you hurrying? He ignored Talia's tantrum entirely, fixing the servants with a glacial stare. At once, they scrambled nervously to unload the luggage from the carriage. There could be no clearer demonstration that Barkas's orders, as the future Duke of the Eastern Territories and commander of the Imperial Guard, carried far greater weight than the commands of a princess in name only. Her eyes blazing with fury, Talia lost all restraint and lunged at one of the handmaidens. Take your hands off my belongings at once. If even one of my things goes missing, I'll have you all hanged. Her threat went unfinished. Barkas hoisted her effortlessly with one arm and thrust her into the carriage as though disposing of troublesome baggage. Forced onto the carriage seat, Talia's face burned crimson with rage. Barkas was a man whose very marrow was saturated with loyalty to the imperial family. He would never lay hands upon Ayla in such a manner. The reason he could treat me so carelessly was because he did not regard me as true royalty. The injustice of it burned so fiercely that my eyes stung with tears. The way this man maintained such impeccable courtesy toward my half-sister while showing me nothing but contempt was unbearable. Chapter 20. Unable to contain the fury rising within me, I raised my hand once more. The sharp crack of the blow echoed through the carriage, and a stinging pain spread across my palm. I had fully expected to be stopped, and flinched in surprise when I wasn't. Yet the man who had just been slapped bore the blow with complete composure. Consider the price of laying hands upon His Majesty paid in full. He tapped his smooth cheek, unmarked by even a handprint, with the gauntlet tips of his fingers as he spoke. However, I have no intention of indulging your tantrums any further. Remember this. I am no longer your guard knight. With that, he withdrew from the carriage and locked the door behind him. I remained pressed against the back of my seat for a long moment before peering out through the window. Barkas had already vanished from sight. All I could see were servants unloading trunks from the supply wagons, and a dim-witted guard knight hurrying them along. I wanted nothing more than to burst out and teach these insolent fools a lesson for ignoring my orders, but Barkas would never allow it. He absolutely refused to tolerate cruelty toward those beneath us. The memory of his glacial gaze the day I had torn out my handmaiden's hair, the one who had been burying her face in the coat he'd discarded, made my fingers instinctively curl inward. I irritably drew the curtains shut and hugged my throbbing palm to myself, curling up on the seat. After some time had passed, a trumpet fanfare announced the beginning of our journey, and the carriage slowly lurched into motion. So this nightmare of a pilgrimage was truly beginning. I watched a thin shaft of light seeping through the curtain gap for a moment, then drew the drapes even more carefully closed. Buried in the dim darkness, I found myself hoping that this procession would lead straight to hell. If we could all simply enter our graves together, if everything could just end, there would be nothing more to wish for. *****. The imperial family's pilgrimage procession was to follow the footsteps of Darien, the founding emperor of the Roman Empire, tracing the winding path of the Silviska River as it flowed north to west, then west back to north. In the days when this continent was divided into 10 kingdoms, Whedon, Dristan, Balto, Gwen, Osiria, Libidin, Erex, Balas, Dumnos and Sirkin, Darien Roam Gurta, a prince of Gwen, fled the invasion of the Balto kingdom and migrated to the central regions, becoming the adopted son of Duke Valander, the chieftain of the Osirian people and his great-uncle. Thereafter, Darien unified the various tribes of Osiria and gathered powerful supporters from each nation to launch a unification movement. After 20 years and countless wars spanning decades, he achieved the great feat of consolidating all 10 kingdoms into a single, vast empire. The grand procession beginning from the imperial palace was a sacred ritual retracing his footsteps, and an important ceremony to demonstrate the majesty of the imperial family to the empire's people by showcasing the descendants of the great emperor. Thus, the scale of the procession was breathtakingly magnificent and imposing. Led by the crown prince mounted upon a great golden horse, over 100 members of the imperial guard carried flags embroidered with the imperial crest and marched powerfully through the city streets. Following them came the carriage bearing the first princess, Ayla Roem Gerda, and her guard contingent. Citizens gathered in the streets to catch a glimpse of Darien's descendants, their cheers erupting with fervent enthusiasm. The Roem Knights, inheritors of centuries of history and tradition, wore pristine white battle garments embroidered with the imperial crest over armor of orichalcum, the divine metal, and led the procession with solemn expressions. To their right, infantry bearing silver shields marked with the guard insignia advanced in steady rhythm. The disciplined march of the soldiers only intensified the crowd's excitement. Women lining the streets scattered colorful flower petals toward the knights, while wandering bards sang songs blessing Darien's descendants. As if answering the citizens' cheers, the first princess opened her carriage window and revealed herself. The crowd gasped in unison. Could there exist in this world another person more suited to the title of princess than Ayla Roem Gerda? Elegant and upright as a lily, with skin that held a rosy luminescence, lustrous deep chestnut hair, and large emerald eyes. People craned their necks like cranes to catch even the slightest glimpse of her lovely form. Some were so entranced they followed after her carriage. Had the guard knights not surrounded her, the first princess's carriage would have been completely engulfed by the enthusiastic throng. Seized by passionate fervor, the people showered the beloved princess with endless blessings. But when a garishly ornate carriage appeared next, the festive atmosphere froze as if doused with cold water. The knights' eyes grew tense as they scanned their surroundings. Those who moments before had been shouting themselves hoarse now fell silent, whispering urgently to one another. They had clearly recognized that the carriage contained the notorious second princess. The crowds lining the avenue slowly retreated, their gazes mingling curiosity with hostility. Some made the sign of the cross or spat upon the ground. The knights exhaled weary sighs. Such reactions were hardly surprising. Not a single citizen dwelling in the capital had failed to hear of Talia Roem Gerda's vicious nature. The emperor's illegitimate daughter, who had scandalized the entire empire from birth, continued to stir up dark incidents even after becoming an official princess, keeping the capital in constant turmoil. The servants who had fled her separate palace bearing terrible injuries were countless, and some had even met violent deaths. Naturally, the empire's people could regard the second princess only with coldness. Would it not be wise to draw back the curtains and offer the people a greeting, Your Highness? Unable to bear it any longer, the guard knight Edric Lubin approached the carriage and made the suggestion carefully, but no response came from within. He regarded the thick curtains drawn across the window with displeasure. Since the procession began, the second princess had remained locked within her carriage, not showing even the tip of her nose. She appeared to be thoroughly sulking over her quarrel with Sirkin. He swallowed the sigh rising in his throat. If she would just show her face, it's not entirely unpleasant. The people's reaction might change. In some respects, I found her to be a woman remarkably lacking in tact. If she would only soften her approach even slightly, there would be no shortage of men willing to hand over their hearts and souls without hesitation. Yet Talia Roem-Gerda conducted herself as though she had made it her life's mission to be despised. Her sharp, cutting demeanor toward those around her was so relentless that even her striking beauty, inherited unmistakably from her mother, seemed to lose its luster. How many Imperial Guard knights had abandoned their posts, unable to endure her insufferable temperament. The fact that Duke Sirkin had remained at her side for 7 years made him seem almost saintly, though it doesn't appear she simply suffered passively all this time. Recalling the image of his superior throwing the second princess into the carriage like a piece of luggage, Edric turned his gaze forward. Among the orderly marching knights, the faint silhouette of Barkas appeared, his black hood pulled deep over his head. That man, too, seemed thoroughly fed up with Talia Roem-Gerda. In some ways, it was astonishing. What outrages had she committed to drive that rigid loyalist into such extreme action? A man bound so tightly by devotion to the imperial family? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Perhaps the second princess possessed an innate talent for inciting hostility in others. Chapter 21. He alternated his gaze between his superior's cold silhouette and the faces of citizens casting reproachful glances, then released a heavy sigh and urged his horse forward. The second princess, who had been sealed away in her carriage as if staging a silent protest, finally emerged once they had left the capital and reached the riverbank to rest. The servants, who had been in the midst of dismantling the tents and preparing the campsite, regarded Talia with tense eyes. Her claim about changing clothes multiple times a day proved to be no exaggeration. She wore a silk dress embroidered with golden thread, not the gown she had worn when departing the imperial palace. Around her pale, delicate neck hung a necklace so expensive it could easily purchase an entire castle, and her wrists, thin as birch branches, were adorned with elaborate jewelry studded with diamonds. Edric, observing her from a distance, wore an expression of utter disbelief. They were about to have dinner and settle into camp. What possible reason could she have for such elaborate adornment? He felt his energy draining away at this incomprehensible behavior. He swallowed a sigh, handed the reins to a groom, and approached the princess. The woman, glancing around, cast a fierce look in his direction. In that moment, Edric felt his throat tighten. Surrounded by the light of the setting sun, Talia appeared as if she had been crafted from fire and gold itself. Her honey-colored hair, swept by the strong river wind, created waves of golden light around her face, and her flawless alabaster skin emanated a pale radiance even within the fiery glow of the sunset. He instinctively stepped back. Everything about her seemed so delicate that she might shatter at any moment, scattering sharp fragments in all directions. He swallowed dryly at some inexplicable premonition he could not articulate, when a petulant voice emerged from between her crimson lips. "I don't like this place. Move the campsite." Only then did her absurd command snap him back to his senses. He stiffened his spine rigidly. This woman was nothing but a beautiful poisonous mushroom. One moment of carelessness, dazzled by her lovely appearance, and he would face dire consequences. He adopted a businesslike demeanor and responded curtly. This campsite was chosen by the Imperial Guard for safety reasons. We cannot search for another location at this point. Did I ask for your opinion? The woman cast a gaze sharp as frost. I am ordering you to move the campsite. All you need to do is obey my command. He had to pause and collect his breath to summon his patience. All decisions regarding this expedition rest with Commander Barkas. I must remind you once more, you cannot abandon the column on a whim. So all I need is Barkas's permission? The woman, interrupting his words hastily, immediately turned away. It seemed she had been looking for an excuse to pick a quarrel with Commander Barkas from the start. Edric hurried after the princess. He could not fathom why this woman was so eager to cause trouble on the very first day of the journey. He covered the distance in long strides, quickly overtaking her. What exactly about this place displeases you so much? I simply hate everything about it. The woman strode forward with sharp, clipped steps. I hate being close to the water, and I hate being close to the forest. There will be insects swarming everywhere. How are we supposed to camp without water? Moreover, griffins and harpies have been spotted in this region. The forest serves as a natural defensive barrier against large monsters' attacks. Safety, my foot. I've already been bitten by flying insects twice. If I spend the night in a place like this, leeches will devour my entire skin. And what about those sounds coming from the forest? I can't even stand the rustling of leaves, so how am I supposed to sleep with birds screeching like that? Edric stared down at the princess with a look of utter bewilderment. Even a spoiled 5-year-old would not throw such a tantrum. He desperately suppressed the irritation rising within him. We will need to camp for several more days. If you don't begin to adapt now, then just move the campsite. Why should I be forced to endure something I hate? The woman shrieked in a shrill voice and dashed across the camp like a racing horse, heedless of obstacles. He had to clench his fists tightly to prevent himself from physically stopping her. Everyone is exhausted from the day-long march. We cannot dismantle the tents and search for a new campsite for such an absurd reason. Stop this childish nonsense and return to your carriage at once to rest. As he stepped into her path and spoke with deliberate severity, her stunningly beautiful face twisted slightly. Immediately after, came the sound of a whip cracking, and a sharp pain flared across his right cheek. He glared at the woman with a menacing look. From the moment he had been assigned as her personal knight, he had braced himself for light slaps. Yet the reality felt far more repugnant than he had imagined. How dare you give me orders? He barely swallowed his indignation when the woman seized him by the collar and snarled directly in his face. I am the Emperor's daughter, and you exist for my convenience. If I command you to walk through the night, then you must walk until dawn. That is your fate. So stop your presumptuous talk and get out of my sight. She shoved him away forcefully and resumed her walk along the riverbank. Edric stared coldly at the small back of her head. He longed to do as his superior had done. Hoist that unruly woman onto his shoulder and throw her back into the carriage. But he lacked the backing necessary to lay hands on imperial blood without facing censure. As her retreating figure grew distant, Edric exhaled a bitter sigh. Could he endure this wicked woman's tyranny until the end of this journey? His head was already throbbing. As I walked along the river, I felt a sharp gaze boring into my back. Talia shot a cutting glare over her shoulder, and I watched those who had been stealing glances at me suddenly turn away in feigned innocence. It was no different from usual. People had always treated me like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Yet today, those furtive gazes, cautious yet persistent, seemed oddly suspicious. Surely Senevere has planted spies among them. I scrutinized each member of my entourage. Perhaps they were all spies. Mother would have done exactly that. My thoughts spiraled in increasingly wild directions. Senevere had spent years undermining Gareth's support base. This opportunity might be her chance to eliminate every obstacle standing in her son's path. My heart raced with unease. If Mother's target were Gareth or Ayla, it would matter little to me. I would even consider joining her scheme if necessary. But if, even remotely, Senevere were targeting Barkas. At that thought, I surveyed the densely arranged military barracks with anxious eyes. I had to separate the campsites. If I put physical distance between us, Senevere's spies would find it harder to scheme through the night. I quickened my pace. Soon I spotted Torque, the prized warhorse that Barkas doted on, tethered before a large tent. I passed the gray stallion, who recognized me and snorted loudly, and stepped into the dimly lit tent. The interior was organized with monastic precision. As I surveyed the candle stands casting faint light, the elegant storage chests, and the display racks holding armor, I noticed a deep shadow cast behind a partition, and walked toward it without hesitation. I wish to move my campsite to another location, but apparently your esteemed knight won't allow me to go anywhere without the permission of the Lord of Sirkin. It seems your subordinates believe the commander of the Roem Knights outranks the imperial family. How did the imperial elite guard become such a disorganized rabble? As I pulled back the partition while rattling off my grievances, I suddenly froze. Barkas stood there shirtless, wiping water from his face with a towel. Chapter 22. As his muscular frame, pale and luminous in the firelight, filled my vision, my tongue froze against the roof of my mouth as though glued there. I swallowed hard and let my gaze drift slowly down his body. He had only just washed away the dust accumulated during the march. His pale golden hair, darkened by moisture, dripped water steadily, and glistening droplets clung to his sculpted shoulders and broad back. Following the rivulets of water that traced the contours of his taut muscles, I felt heat rise to my cheeks and hastily lifted my eyes. Even his loosely cut trousers clung damply to his long, powerful legs. It was the first time since I was 14, when I had spitefully ordered him into the lake, that I had seen him so utterly defenseless. I moistened my parched lips and struggled to gather the fragments of language scattered throughout my throat. Then a dry laugh echoed from nearby. Hierarchy? Coming from your mouth, that's truly laughable. The mockery in his voice drained my shock away like a receding tide, replaced by irritation. I fixed him with a sharp glare, and let out a scoff. Hierarchy exists for superiors to invoke over their inferiors. And you knights are bound to obey me. I am of the imperial family. So make it abundantly clear to your subordinates whose orders take precedence. Unless you wish to be flogged for insolence. Barkas slid his arms into his shirt sleeves, his gaze turning glacial. I tensed. Through bitter experience, I had learned all too well how ruthlessly this taciturn man could wield his tongue once he set his mind to it. Watching his mouth as though it were a viper about to strike, I saw him reach for the robe hanging on the wall. Without so much as a glance in my direction, he turned and walked straight out of the tent. I stared after his retreating figure in bewilderment, then immediately pursued him. Had he hurled cruel words or cast an angry look, I might not have been so enraged. But to be treated as though I were nothing more than a pebble in the road, that I could not bear. Catching up to him in an instant, I raised my voice sharply. You find it satisfying to let everything I say go in one ear and out the other, don't you? At the piercing sound of my voice, soldiers busily moving supplies paused and turned to look at us. But Barkas did not even acknowledge me. He walked forward with utter indifference, as though I were beneath his notice, and fury rose all the way to the crown of my head. I roughly seized his sleeve. Unwilling to suffer the humiliation of torn clothing before the servants, he finally stopped. Facing that cold countenance, I spoke each word as though spitting it out. How much have you resented it all this time? How relieved you must be to no longer have to obey the commands of this tiresome girl. Is that why you refuse to even pretend to listen? I would acknowledge your words if they were worth hearing. He coldly removed my fingers from his sleeve, as though they were something filthy. I clenched my teeth. The way he brushed at his shirt as though contaminated filled me with contempt. Perhaps it would be better if this man simply ceased to exist. Then I would never have to feel this degradation. My eyes blazing with hostility, I suddenly let out a harsh laugh. My words don't sound like words to you? Then shall I speak to you in the beast's tongue, as your barbaric ancestors did? Would that help you understand? The servants watching us with anxious faces went pale at the insult that had crossed all bounds. Yet Barkas merely looked down at me in silence. Facing that frigid expression, I continued. If you wish, I can even imitate the neighing of a horse. I'm certain you'd understand that better. You seem to prefer horses to humans after all. Conversing with my stallion is indeed preferable to dealing with you. Barkas spoke with contempt. My stud horse at least understands reason. He doesn't whine incessantly and exhaust people with his complaints. I trembled with indignation at the insult. Seeing my reaction, Barkas twisted his lips in disbelief. You strike at others' vital points without hesitation, yet you flush at even this mild retaliation. Do you truly believe others are incapable of such baseness? I shot him a venomous glare. My throat tightened with the urge to refute his words immediately. What could you possibly know about me? Who in this world understands human depravity as I do? Because I know precisely how merciless humans can become, I have chosen to be cruel myself. If I do not crush them first, they will crush me. But voicing such thoughts would only expose my weakness. She stepped back and composed her expression into one of cool indifference, as though she had never shown her claws at all. I didn't come here to engage in this pointless bickering. As I said before, I want to move my campsite elsewhere. Order the knights to pack up at once. Barkas drew a long breath, as if gathering his patience. I have no intention of indulging your whims. Stop deluding yourself, and return to rest. I'm not asking to relocate the entire camp. Why won't you allow it? I have no obligation to explain my decisions to you. I am the Emperor's daughter. When I demand something, you are bound to obey. That's enough. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell across her from above. Talia flinched, her shoulders tensing. Barkas, having abandoned even the pretense of formality, spoke to her with a chilling tone. I've already exhausted my patience for you today. You should know when to concede and hope for tomorrow. His face, gazing down at her, was elegant despite the harshness of his words. A man who never lost his dignity, even when anger roughened his voice. That very quality made her feel all the more wretched. Escort the imperial princess back to her quarters. He straightened and issued the command to the knights standing nearby. They, who had been silently observing the confrontation, immediately obeyed. Please come with us, imperial princess. Talia cast a sharp glance at the knights blocking her path, then turned her gaze back to Barkas. He had already withdrawn into the distance. As she watched his retreating figure walk away with flawless grace, her teeth clenched. He doesn't even ask why I want to move the campsite. My thoughts mean nothing to him. I wish he were dead. The thought of herself panicking over his safety seemed absurd. After this journey ended, he would belong to another woman anyway. A man who would never be hers. What did it matter if she saw his corpse tomorrow morning? Talia turned sharply and walked away. Chapter 23. *****. Contrary to her expectations, the journey proceeded without incident. Though Tarthic nights stretched on endlessly, morning broke without a single soul drenched in blood. And they packed their belongings before the sun reached its zenith, setting out once more. The pilgrimage progressed without major disruption, though the schedule slipped gradually as exhausted soldiers fell behind in the oppressive heat. The procession, led by Gareth and his personal guard, reached the small northern city of Sordica 5 days after departing the imperial palace, and after spending a day there, they moved north once more. Throughout this time, Talia watched the attendants Senevere had sent with burning intensity. They feigned an almost nauseating loyalty, yet Talia never once lowered her guard against them. They were simply waiting for the opportune moment. That something terrible would occur soon was as obvious as fire in daylight. Had not sinister plots always shadowed whatever Senevere involved herself in? If not today, then tomorrow; if not tomorrow, then the day after. Soon a horrific scene would unfold before her eyes. Talia could not discern whether she feared this or anticipated it. Whenever she saw Barkas, who had been so cold toward her, display endless tenderness toward Ayla, she wished for something terrible to happen immediately. If both of them were reduced to unrecognizable carnage, her heart would feel relieved. Seeing his corpse would be infinitely preferable to watching him stand beside Ayla. Yet as night deepened, suffocating dread would overwhelm her. No matter how many times she repeated that such a man deserved to die, it was futile. Talia, who had trembled with anxiety all night, fled the barracks before dawn broke. Relying on the dim light of early morning, she set out to find him. Only by confirming with her own eyes that Barkas lived and breathed would her suffocation finally ease. She moved hurriedly along a narrow path overgrown with brush, until the sound of a horse neighing made her stop abruptly. Pushing through the dense undergrowth, she glimpsed a gray stallion with a black mane flowing luxuriously. Barkas, who had skillfully led the massive horse to the spring, knelt on one knee upon the ground. He pulled the reins to guide the stallion's head toward the water's surface, then cupped spring water in his other hand, wetting the horse's long, powerful neck. Sunlight filtering through the dense foliage painted his hair a beautiful silver. Watching this scene with bated breath, Talia closed her eyes in despair. No matter how much I carved it away, my love for Barkas grew like a tumor, consuming me. I could see no path out of this mire. How could I cast aside this heart? Talia, who had been leaning against the large tree gazing vacantly at the sky, weakly turned her body around. Then, spotting Ayla emerging along the path, she hastily hid behind the tree. She had come out immediately upon rising from her bed, wearing only a thin dress beneath a single loose gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She was disheveled, as much as Talia herself, perhaps even more so. Yet despite this, Ayla appeared noble and dignified. Talia found herself thinking that perhaps this woman possessed something in her blood that she could never have, even if she died trying. So you were here. Ayla, her cheeks flushed with warmth, approached him carefully and settled onto a flat rock beside him. Barkas's gaze fell upon her. As if unable to bear even his quiet gaze, Ayla softly curved the corners of her eyes and carefully removed her shoes. Then she dipped her feet into the spring water and splashed it playfully. The sound of the horse neighing, the splash of water, and bright, cheerful laughter like birdsong melted into the cold morning air. Talia suppressed the urge to rush out and seize her half-sister by the hair. She restrained the desire to tear apart the lips that smiled at him, to rip out the tongue that chattered at him. She could not bear to witness Barkas protecting Ayla. Soon, after Ayla had enjoyed enough splashing, she reached out her hand toward him. Rather than taking it to help her up, Barkas bent down and dried her feet. Then, as if he were a devoted servant, he carefully put her shoes back on. That sight pierced her heart like a dagger. Talia turned and began to run. Branches and leaves tore at her arms and calves, but she felt no pain. It was as if all her senses had broken down. She raced through the winding forest path like a thoroughbred, breathing heavily. Then her foot caught on a protruding tree root, thud, and she tumbled forward. Buried in the undergrowth, her chest heaving, Talia suddenly burst into laughter. What would Senevere say if she saw me like this? She would probably furrow her delicate brows and shake her head in disapproval. I could almost hear her mocking voice from somewhere. You have two paths before you. One is to obtain the man you desire by any means necessary, and the other is to become a somewhat less pathetic loser. She seemed to hope that Talia would become a seductress and tempt him, but Talia could never become like Senevere. Even if she died, she would have seized what she wanted without hesitation or scruple. But Talia could only pray for this painful time to end soon, unable to conceive of what else she should do. Gazing up at the fragmented sky between the branches, Talia soon pushed herself to her feet. As she emerged from the dark forest path with weary steps, she noticed several knights milling about uncertainly. Passing them and approaching the carriage, a guard knight, Ruban or whoever, quickly blocked her path. Where have you been without a word? I've told you repeatedly that you mustn't wander alone without an escort. The knight, pouring out his presumptuous scolding, suddenly fell silent. He seemed quite startled by her disheveled appearance. What on earth is that state? Surely you didn't get beaten somewhere. She stepped past him onto the carriage footboard, but the man showed no signs of ceasing his nagging. Gripping the doorframe, he continued in a stern tone. I have a duty to protect your highness. Therefore, anyone listening would think you actually cared about me. Talia looked down at him with a sneer. It seems you've been ordered not to take your eyes off the reckless princess for even a moment. But if you're going to keep watch, at least stay alert. Why are you blaming me for what you lost sight of while standing there like an idiot? The man fell silent, his mouth clamped shut. Talia slammed the door shut directly in his face. The man's fingers caught in the doorframe, and he let out a harsh curse. Protected by his gauntlets, the injury wasn't severe, but he continued grumbling about the considerable pain for quite some time. She, as always, ignored all the complaints drifting in from outside. Had I absorbed every word spoken by those surrounding me, I would have lost my mind long ago. Since becoming a princess, the first thing she learned was how to let things go unheard. Talia drew thick curtains over the glass window where the morning light filtered through and curled up like a hedgehog. Chapter 24. As the young crown prince led his entourage through the sprawling estate of Morduin Monastery, hundreds of citizens scattered flower petals along the path in greeting. Gareth raised one hand in acknowledgement of their welcome. The citizens' cheers grew louder. Though I had repeated this same ritual for days until boredom set in, it never quite lost its appeal. I lifted my chin higher and urged my horse forward with unmistakable pride. Once we emerged from the congested streets teeming with crowds, a vast courtyard and a magnificent temple came into view. I brought the knights to a halt before what appeared to be a prayer hall. You must have endured quite a journey to reach us. Moments later, a man in pristine white monastic robes approached. Gareth studied him intently from atop his horse. The man had a face sharp as an arrowhead and pale silver hair with a faint blue tint. I quickly discerned that this young monk was not human. His complexion was unnaturally pallid, and the tips of his ears rose to distinct points. He was likely a half-elf or quarter-elf of some kind. It was hardly surprising. In the northeastern regions of the ancient Osirian kingdom, one could easily encounter mixed-race individuals carrying elf or dwarf blood. Gareth suppressed his instinctive revulsion toward beings of different races, and posed his question in a dignified tone. "Are you the abbot of this monastery?" "Indeed, your highness the crown prince. I am Basilius, entrusted with the management of this monastery." The man offered a gentle smile. "We welcome you most sincerely to Morduin. This land is where my ancestor, the great Emperor Darian, achieved his first victory against the northern forces, and received divine revelation of his sacred mission to unify the kingdoms. I am genuinely delighted to have come here." Gareth dismounted from his horse and spoke with the characteristic arrogance of the imperial family. "In accordance with imperial tradition, I wish to receive blessings in the names of the saints, so that divine grace may bless the futures of myself and my sister." "It shall be my honor to grant such blessings," the abbot replied respectfully, then added cautiously, "For now, would it not be best if your highness retired to my residence to rest? We have been preparing a grand feast to receive you for several days now." He hesitated for a moment. Ordinarily, they should have lodged in the dormitories reserved for pilgrims. Staying at the abbot's residence could potentially be perceived as a political favor. Gareth glanced back at Barkas, who stood like a shadow behind him. Apparently unwilling to draw attention, he had pulled his hood low to partially conceal his face. After surveying the monastery carefully as if in deep contemplation, Barkas nodded after a considerable pause. "Your highness may do as you see fit." "Very well. Then we shall stay at the abbot's residence tonight." With his permission granted, the waiting servants descended the stairs in perfect coordination to attend to the guests. Gareth handed over his horse's reins and issued instructions to Barkas. "Make sure you look after Ayla well. This is her first time traveling so far, so everything will feel unfamiliar and uncomfortable." Barkas, who had been patting my horse, gave a light nod. Gareth frowned slightly. If only he showed my sister even half the care he lavishes on my horse. Muttering to myself, I followed the monks, when suddenly a lavish carriage at the edge of the courtyard caught my eye. I furrowed my brow, staring at the carriage window draped with heavy curtains. Whether she was now being cautious or had finally grasped her own position, Talia Roem-Gerda had remained sealed inside throughout the entire journey, refusing to show herself. My resolve to twist that slender neck of hers if she caused even the slightest trouble was beginning to feel rather pointless. I wish she would simply remain quiet like this. But Talia Roem-Gerda would never do such a thing. After all, she was a woman who had attached herself to me with some nefarious scheme in mind. There was no way to predict when, where, or what kind of disturbance she might cause. Gareth, who had been staring at the carriage intently, barked savagely at Barkas. "And make sure you tell that woman clearly. She is to remain as inconspicuous as a dead mouse, just as she has been until now." Barkas's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed displeased that I was openly displaying my hostility toward my half-sister. Come to think of it, he had even lectured me about being careful with my words and actions for the sake of my reputation, which was unlike him. Gareth scoffed derisively and turned away sharply, as if there were anyone among the Empire's citizens who didn't know that the Crown Prince wanted to tear apart his father's bastard child. I lifted my chin high and followed the priests toward the grand mansion prepared behind the main temple. The abbot's residence was no less magnificent than the auxiliary palace prepared within the imperial palace. At the thought that he could spend at least this one night in comfort, a satisfied smile naturally bloomed across my face. I followed the monks into the grand hall. The abbot guided me to the most ornate chamber in the residence. Gareth surveyed the spacious bedroom with an appraising eye. It appeared to be the abbot's usual quarters, for paintings depicting holy wars hung throughout the room, and prayer books and theological texts lay upon the desk. The decorations were not entirely to my taste, but otherwise the chamber merited a passing grade. I cast off my cloak, reeking of horse, without ceremony, and issued instructions to the servants standing at attention by the door. I wish to bathe first. Prepare a large tub filled with clean water, one spacious enough for me to stretch my legs. As the servants dispersed, I settled into a chair by the window and gestured toward the attendants who had followed me. At my silent command, 2 young servants promptly began removing my armor. Gareth surrendered himself to their ministrations while reaching for a goblet resting upon the shelf. A perceptive servant immediately filled it. I leaned back against the chair's support and took a measured sip of chilled wine. The rich liquid flowed down my throat, and an intense bouquet bloomed across my palate. Savoring the powerful flavor that lingered on my tongue, I exhaled a languid sigh. The banquet promised to be worthwhile. The wine prepared by the monastery suited my palate, accustomed as it was to the rarest of spirits. Holy commerce appears quite lucrative. I gazed out through the glass panes at the monastery's sprawling estate, twisting my lips into a wry smile. High priests enjoyed wealth rivaling that of the greatest nobles. The abbot here was undoubtedly living a life of luxury, befitting the most exalted aristocrats. Freed from the weight of armor, Gareth shed my sweat-soaked garments and plunged into the bath the monks had prepared. The servants immediately began scrubbing my body with soft brushes. I leaned my head against the tub's edge and sipped the remaining wine. How long I remained thus stretched out, I cannot say, but gradually my body, exhausted from half a day of riding, regained some vitality. I rose from the tub and dressed in the summer evening attire the servants had laid out. After donning a velvet robe with minimal ornamentation, I followed the monk's guidance from the chamber. Dinner has been prepared in the hall directly below, my lord. The monk holding a candle spoke carefully as he descended the marble staircase, its steps carpeted with soft velvet. Gareth merely inclined my head with an indifferent expression. A lord must speak sparingly. I understood keenly how much silence could accomplish. After all, I kept at my side a man who seemed the very embodiment of silence. Gareth caught sight of Barkis standing rigidly at the hall's entrance, as though waiting, and my brow furrowed. Whenever I saw him, a peculiar antagonism rose unbidden. Yet Barkis had never once defied me. Was it his unique presence? Or was it his reluctance to reveal his true nature? Though I had observed him since childhood, he always seemed like a stranger I must guard against. That was what unsettled me most. Could I truly entrust half my burden to this man? Where is Ayla? Her Highness is resting in the dormitory building used by the priestesses. It seems the fatigue has overcome her, and she will not be attending the banquet. She has endured days of camping. It is only natural she should be exhausted. I have prepared a restorative tonic to aid her recovery, so there is no need for concern. At his bland response, Gareth's brow creased. I knew this man adopted a somewhat gentler demeanor toward my sister. Despite being in the prime of his manhood, Barkis Lejo Sirkin treated women as though they were fragile things to be protected. The way he wielded such coldness toward the women who approached me was enough to make even an observer shudder. At least he granted Ayla his presence, for which I should be grateful. Yet Gareth could not bring myself to view his lukewarm attitude favorably. That he had gained the Empire's most precious treasure, and yet showed not a shred of gratitude. Such indifference was infuriating. I spoke with a somewhat sharp edge to my voice. Ayla is your betrothed. Shouldn't you be devoting more attention to her? Chapter 25. I am always mindful of your highness. Barkis spoke in a tone so impeccably courteous that it left no room for complaint. I merely meant to suggest that the princess is resting comfortably, so there is no cause for concern. Please do not take offense. He glared at Barkis with irritation before striding into the expansive hall. There was no point in losing my temper with this block of a man. It would only make me look foolish. I clicked my tongue lightly and crossed the hall, which was decorated no less lavishly than any noble's banquet hall. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Your Highness the Crown Prince. As I approached the long table draped in pristine white linen, the abbot rose abruptly to greet me. Please sit here. I settled into the seat he had vacated and surveyed the table. The abbot clearly had no intention of even pretending to embrace a life of austere simplicity. The expansive table was laden with silver cutlery, golden goblets, and sumptuous dishes seasoned with exotic spices. I examined it all with satisfaction before nodding to the dozen or so priests seated around the table. I appreciate such a warm welcome. Come be seated. The moment the words left my lips, the monks pulled back their chairs in unison. Only Barkas, present as my escort, remained standing quietly like a shadow behind me. Curious glances flew toward him, clearly startled by the striking appearance of the Imperial Night Order's commander. I frowned slightly. Barkas always drew more attention than necessary, so it was hardly unusual. Yet I found myself irritated that people seemed more focused on him than on me. It was a tiresome occurrence whenever I had him in my company, and the displeasure refused to fade. I raised my goblet high, taking care not to show my displeasure. Let us express our gratitude to the abbot for arranging such a delightful gathering. The priest's attention returned to me. I savored the moment, pausing deliberately before continuing. I hope this time proves meaningful for us all. Just as I was about to conclude my toast with a flourish, a golden phantom abruptly invaded my field of vision. I froze, staring blankly at the entrance to the hall. For a moment, I thought that nightmare of a woman, Senevere, had appeared. I gripped the goblet roughly and scrutinized my half-sister from head to toe. Apparently she did not know the basic propriety of dressing simply in a monastery. For Talia Roem Goethe was adorned in such finery that she would stand out even in the imperial palace's banquet hall. And it was utterly vulgar and tasteless at that. I clenched my teeth in contempt. Talia, whose thin dress revealed the soft, unripe curves of her still developing form, walked slowly toward the table. The monks looked as though they might faint on the spot. Some had their mouths hanging open, completely entranced. I could not contain my fury and shot to my feet. How dare you? Do you not know where you are, dressed like that? I slammed down my wine glass with a crash, and wine spilled over the rim. I did not bother wiping my wet hand before pointing accusingly. Did you not hear my warning to stay out of my sight? Oh, of course I did. The woman pulled out the chair beside me as though it were the most natural thing in the world, a coquettish smile playing at her lips. But my brother wishes to see me, so how could I possibly remain still? Unable to resist the great crown prince's request, I took such care in preparing myself for this visit. She then deliberately ran her hand down her skirt for effect. I stared at my half-sister in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Surely you are not unaware of my stubborn nature, and sending the commander of the Imperial Night Order himself with such a message. Was that not a sign that you were dying to see your younger sister? Her pure cobalt eyes narrowed with a sly gleam. Since the Crown Prince made such an earnest request, I felt obliged to meet your expectations as your sister. I had to muster every ounce of restraint I possessed to keep from striking her across the face. As if to provoke me further, Talia continued slowly. Ah, it is so good to see my brother's face. Are you enjoying yourself as well? I was until you appeared. At his words, ground out through gritted teeth, Talia burst into laughter. Then your arduous journey was well worth the effort. Gareth clenched his jaw so hard I thought it might shatter. Every time this woman laughed like that, the urge to mar that bizarrely beautiful face of hers became nearly unbearable. My shoulders trembled with barely suppressed violence as I clenched my fists, speaking each word as though chewing it. How much longer do you intend to provoke me? Are you testing to see how far my patience extends? How much longer do you intend to provoke me? Are you testing to see how far my patience extends? Such harsh words, brother. The woman leaned forward, propping her elbows on the table. Chandelier light cascaded over her pitifully thin shoulders and prominent shoulder blades. The monk's gazes, too, poured forth toward her delicate form, as though carved from ivory itself. A serpent of a woman. I was engulfed in intense revulsion, breathing harshly through my teeth. Sensing my fury reaching its peak, Talia's lips curved upward in a cruel smile. I merely accepted your invitation. I cannot fathom why you rage so. Surely you don't think it too much to show kindness to such a beloved younger sister? The woman turned her head toward the abbot across from her, as though seeking his agreement. His face stiffened in bewilderment at the sudden question. Finding his innocent reaction amusing, the woman's eyes narrowed with a dangerous gleam. Watching her flaunt her charms like a courtesan made my stomach churn. I seized her forearm roughly. If you're in heat, Choose a bedmate from among your attendants. Do not toy with the monks. Should you tarnish the imperial family's name with sordid scandal, I'll ensure that pretty face of yours never sees daylight again. At my lethal threat, the woman's eyes flashed. What exactly will you do? Talia tilted her head forward as though spoiling for a fight, her words spilling out fiercely. Since you speak so boldly, brother, I'm dying to see you make good on it. I could bear it no longer. My hand reached out to twist that slender neck of hers. In that instant, a heavy hand descended upon my shoulder. Your Highness. I flinched and looked up. Barca's Lejo Sirkin stood above me, his expression serene. It was that numbingly familiar face, utterly devoid of emotional residue. Yet for a moment I felt threatened. Impossible though it was. Everyone awaits your toast, Your Highness. He pressed down firmly on my shoulder, as though warning me not to be drawn into Talia's provocation. I shook off his hand somewhat roughly. My fingertips trembled with the unsatisfied desire for violence. Clenching my fist to conceal it, I glared at the woman's smug face. Talia Roem-Gerda was deliberately scratching at me. I must not be swept away by it. Repeating this to myself, I forced my seething rage to subside and released the woman's arm. Then, picking up my goblet again, I shouted in an exaggerated tone as though performing a play. We've wasted enough time on pointless bickering. Come now, let us partake of the meal. Once more, I express my gratitude to the abbot for arranging such a fine gathering. I hope this day proves meaningful for all present. The monks, their faces frozen, exchanged glances between the crown prince, the illegitimate imperial princess, and the imperial Night Order commander standing behind him, before hesitantly raising their goblets. Only Talia Roem-Gerda stood with arms crossed, watching the scene with a contemptuous smile. Just as my temper flared again at her defiant attitude, Barkas leaned over Talia's head. As a guest, you might observe basic courtesy, imperial princess. Then he gently uncurled her hand, and placed a silver goblet into it. Talia stiffened, startled by the sudden contact, and shot him a venomous glare. I expected her to hurl the goblet at him immediately. From childhood, she had clashed with him constantly. She seemed unable to tolerate Barca's Lejo Sirkin. Yet contrary to my expectation, Talia, whose eyes had blazed like an enraged cat, soon straightened herself. I narrowed my eyes. Backing down at such a warning was unlike Talia Roem-Gerda. She was the woman who always raged without restraint. She should have hurled herself at him with foam on her lips, not meekly submitting to Barkas's pressure. What scheme is she plotting? Chapter 26. Gareth observed his half-sister's profile with suspicious eyes, and suddenly, irritation flared within him at how excessively he was paying attention to this insignificant creature's every move. He turned his head away. What did it matter what occupied that empty head of hers? When he ascended to the throne, she would be erased from this world forever anyway. He merely had to endure until then. As if to obliterate the irritating presence of his sister, he gulped down harsh wine in greedy draughts. Asterisk. Talia feigned an expression of ennui as she brought the wine glass to her lips. Then she noticed her fingertips trembling faintly, and immediately set the glass down. Striving to appear as natural as possible, I hid my hands beneath the table and moistened my parched lips. The spot where I had touched Barkas burned as if ignited by flame. Though our skin had not made direct contact, the sensation of his firm bone structure felt through cold leather gloves seemed to seep into my very skin. I pressed my shoulders down against their instinctive shrinking and rubbed my sweat-dampened palms across my skirt. I felt the moisture-laden fabric cling to my skin. Suddenly, a wave of mortification crashed over me. The dress I had chosen to provoke Gareth's anger felt like it was strangling my neck. I felt the exposed shoulders and back prickling with discomfort, and clenched my fists tightly. Even knowing that man could not possibly be looking at me, my nerves were wound so taut they ached. I desperately suppressed the urge to turn and look over my shoulder to see where that man's gaze was directed. Years of performance allowed me to maintain a composed expression, but there was nothing I could do about the perspiration gradually seeping through my skin. Feeling the thin fabric cling to my skin like a viscous liquid, I bit down on my lower lip. Choosing this dress had truly been a foolish decision. Does the food not suit your palate? At the sudden voice, I flinched. The young monk seated across from me was gazing at me intently. Was he the abbot? I gave an affected shrug. Compared to what I ate in the imperial palace, it is rather shabby. At my dismissive remark, the monk's face twisted slightly. I turned my head sharply to draw attention away from myself, and picked up a small piece of cake. If I appeared to be eating, perhaps he would refrain from making unnecessary conversation. With that thought, I pushed the crumbly morsel into my mouth and mechanically chewed and swallowed. It felt like swallowing a sponge. I swallowed my nausea and took a sip of wine. Then I noticed several monks staring at me persistently, and I frowned. Their sticky gazes felt more repugnant than greasy food. I abruptly rose from my seat. This banquet is disappointing. I believe I shall retire and seek some rest. Gareth sent me an irritated glance. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have thrown a few more barbs to needle my brother, but I felt as though bile might rise from my throat at any moment, and I could not remain seated. I quickly exited the hall. As I left the space filled with the stench of oil, alcohol, and burning candles, my roiling stomach seemed to settle somewhat. Taking a deep breath, I wiped my clammy forehead and proceeded along the corridor with measured steps. I felt the cool night air sweep across my back. Wrapping my arms around my goose-pimpled forearms, I quickened my pace slightly. Sometimes I could not fathom why I engaged in such behavior. What meaning was there in displaying myself before people's eyes and sowing discord? The Crown Prince seems utterly unable to tolerate your existence. At times, he appears even less accepting of you than of me. Senevire's voice, which she had murmured contentedly at some point in the past, echoed faintly in my ears. It must have been the day of the memorial service for the late Empress Bernadette. When Gareth saw me enter the hall led by Mother's hand, he completely lost his reason. The nobles gasped in horror as he shrieked and seized the young princess's throat, but the Crown Prince would not budge. Only when two knights rushed forward could they barely tear him away. Barely freed from his grotesque grip, I crawled to Mother's feet and huddled against her. Then Senevire wrapped her body around me protectively. For a moment, I felt tears welling up from relief, but then I caught a glimpse of satisfaction crossing Senevire's face. It must have been from that day onward that I began to provoke Gareth whenever the opportunity arose. My reputation, already at rock bottom, plummeted to the worst, but it did not matter. The Crown Prince's reputation would suffer as well, and then Mother would be pleased. Suddenly, a hollow laugh erupted from my lungs. I found myself ridiculous, still struggling desperately for even a scrap of her affection, even after reaching this state. Even if I dragged the Crown Prince's honor through the mud, Senevire would never love me. Mother loves no one. Not the Emperor, nor even Astros, whom she treasures so dearly. To her, everything is merely a tool and a means. Perhaps I repeat these actions precisely because I understand this all too well. If I cannot prove my usefulness, I will become truly nothing to her. Your Highness the Princess. The sudden voice jolted Talia from her reverie. Turning her head, she glimpsed a dark silhouette looming in the shadowed corridor. The moment she recognized him as the monk who had been staring at her so persistently in the banquet hall, her body went rigid. Has he been following me? She glanced cautiously around her. The long corridor leading to the garden was utterly deserted, not a soul in sight. The realization that he had trailed her silently all the way to this desolate place sent a chill racing down her spine. What do you want? Talia forced herself to sound imperious, masking any trace of fear in her voice. Fortunately, her bluff seemed to work. She felt him hesitate. She fixed him with a piercing stare, hoping he would simply turn and flee. I asked what you want. It's about what you said earlier. The monk stammered the words out. She furrowed her brow. What did I say? Back in the banquet hall. The man fidgeted repulsively, his freckled face flushing crimson as his gaze flickered toward her with an unsettling gleam. Talia braced her legs firmly, refusing to retreat. She knew that showing weakness would only embolden him. She lifted her chin with cold arrogance. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Why, you said you wanted to live up to the Crown Prince's expectations. The man blurted it out desperately. Talia, who had turned toward the garden, froze. Could it be that he had followed her after hearing her defiant words, spoken in response to Gareth's warning not to toy with the priests? As if drenched in ice water, dread flooded through her. Chapter 27. His eyes, gleaming with anticipation, adhered to my chest like sticky tar before sliding slowly downward. He lingered there, tracing the contours revealed beneath my thin garments, then crawled back up to fix his gaze directly upon mine. I felt every muscle in my body stiffen. I knew I should flee immediately, yet my legs refused to obey. The man moistened his lower lip and crept closer. "If your highness would only permit me." His rough, calloused hand, marked by years of labor, reached toward the hair draped across my shoulder. I watched in terror as my golden strands became ensnared around his thick fingers. I couldn't breathe properly. I should have shouted at him to keep his hands to himself. Yet my open mouth produced no sound. Taking my silence as consent, the man who had been tenderly stroking each strand of my golden hair now extended his hand toward my face. His sandpaper-rough palm scraped painfully against my delicate skin. As fear consumed me and I shrank back, a massive gauntlet hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, seizing the man's wrist in an iron grip. I stumbled backward as though awakening from a trance. When I lifted my gaze, I saw eyes of brilliant silver blue burning with intensity. In that instant my heart plummeted. I instinctively pressed myself against the wall. Barkas, his expression utterly impassive as he looked down at me, slowly turned his gaze toward the monk. Whatever he saw in those eyes made the monk, who had been rigid as stone, begin trembling violently as though confronted by a specter. I was merely, your highness." Silence. His deep, heavy voice cut off the monk's excuses. The monk's face, drained of all color, contorted in agony. Though his grip appeared deceptively light, it seemed as though he might shatter bone with the force he exerted. Barkas spoke slowly and deliberately to the man, who was now drenched in cold sweat. "Neither of us wishes to make this matter larger than it is. Return quietly to your quarters." The monk, groaning in pain, nodded frantically. Barkas released his arm and added, "It would be wise for you to stay out of my sight until we depart this place." "Why, yes, I will remember." The man clutched his swollen, bruised wrist and whimpered. Barkas jerked his chin dismissively. The man didn't hesitate and fled in panic. After watching his pathetic retreating figure for a moment, Barkas turned his gaze back toward me. I lowered my eyes without thinking. Though I had done nothing wrong, my mouth had gone dry and heat rose to my neck. As I fidgeted nervously, his chillingly composed voice echoed through the darkness. "Follow me. I will escort you to your quarters." My body, which had been rigid with tension, suddenly went limp, and my arms fell to my sides. In that moment, a strange sense of grievance and sorrow washed over me. I nearly suffered something terrible. I was terrified beyond measure. "So why are you being so indifferent about it?" With an indignant expression, I bit my lip and abruptly surged past him. I would rather die than show him my weakness. Holding my head high with deliberate pride, I strode across the garden, and before long, the female dormitory came into view beyond the long corridor. Keeping my gaze fixed ahead, I called out sharply, "We've arrived, so stop following me." Knights stood guard around the building. I would not suffer the same indignity as before. I quickened my pace as though fleeing, but after only a few steps, I found myself trapped between him and the building's outer wall. I looked up at him with wide eyes. What is this suddenly? If one plays with fire and gets burned once severely enough." His voice was like something scraping the inside of his throat. He seemed to notice it himself, for he paused briefly. Then his voice resumed, considerably more composed. "Shouldn't you be more careful by now?" I felt the color drain from my face. Barkas, scrutinizing me with eyes sharp enough to dissect, twisted his lips. "Or is it that you truly wish to roll about recklessly?" Talia's hand flew out without hesitation. But once again, her wrist was caught before her palm could even graze his face. Barkas added slowly, "If that is your intention, I must ask you to exercise restraint for now. Until this journey concludes, I would prefer to avoid any troublesome complications." She pressed her trembling lips firmly together. He released her arm and turned his body away with deliberate slowness. "I trust you understand." In that moment, Had a blade been in my hand, I would have driven it into his back without hesitation. Like a fish gliding through water, I watched his receding figure with murderous intent, my gaze silent and unrelenting. Then I felt my vision blur and hastily turned my head away. Though I knew he would not look back, I feared he might catch sight of my tears. I roughly wiped my eyes with my sleeve and fled into the female dormitory as though escaping. The next morning, the ceremony proceeded as though nothing had occurred. I sat perched at the window of my assigned bedroom, looking down at the twin siblings heading toward the altar, with Barkas following behind them as their escort. By rights, I should have been among them, but I had excused myself, claiming illness. I had rejected a ceremony that the imperial family was obligated to perform, using a patently absurd excuse. Ordinarily, the ceremony should have been postponed, but the crown prince's firm resolve ensured it proceeded as scheduled. Perhaps the monastery was even pleased by this arrangement. After all, bestowing divine blessing upon a bastard was not something they desired either. I should have just participated. As I giggled to myself, my laughter faded upon seeing Ayla and Barkas standing side by side before the altar. Had I joined them there, I could not have predicted what I might have done. I might have rushed at one of them, screaming that I would kill them. I no longer even know which one I despise more. I habitually brought my fingers to my lips, but unwilling to damage my newly grown nails, I lowered my arm again. I could no longer bear to watch. I drew the curtains and threw myself onto the bed. Huddled in the dim darkness, memories of last night swirled through my mind. The lustful gaze, the hand reaching toward me, and Barkas's cold, piercing eyes. Should you not exercise caution now, having once been severely burned by playing with fire? I pulled the blanket over my head. Barkas believed I had seduced that man. Perhaps he was not entirely wrong. I had always been foolish, constantly maneuvering myself into impossible situations. And it had been his role to extract me from danger. Now that I had finally escaped that tiresome duty, it was only natural that I felt nauseated to see a similar situation arise. He must be utterly sick of me by now. I had only just freed myself from that tedious responsibility. Yet here another similar affair had unfolded. His disgust was inevitable. I buried my face in the pillow and laughed silently. The image of him walking away from my life surfaced. Perhaps it was because something similar had occurred just yesterday. Staring quietly at the beam of light filtering through the curtains, I slowly closed my eyes. Buried memories unfurled chaotically within my mind. Chapter 28. It must have been several months before her 16th birthday. Anxious about becoming an adult in the coming months, she pestered him more relentlessly than usual, wheedling for his help in selecting clothes and accessories. It was a pathetic attempt to capture his attention. Barkas, who would normally have ignored such requests, seemed worn down by her persistent nagging and began offering his opinions without resistance. Perhaps he had grown lenient, thinking that in a few months she would be free of him. How infuriatingly magnanimous he was. Yet despite this, I felt a desperate urgency, as though I would do anything to keep Barkas bound to me, because the end that seemed so distant was finally drawing near. What do you think of this dress for my coming-of-age ceremony? She donned an elaborate silk dress procured from the southern region, and thrust her upper body forward before him with deliberate ostentation. Barkas, as always, merely cast a dry gaze upon her. Her face grew increasingly warm beneath that composed stare. He was now advancing from 19 toward 20, and his body, having shed its boyish frame, had hardened into masculine beauty. Had it not been for those lifeless, emotionless eyes, he would have resembled an angel descended from heaven. Talia deliberately raised her voice to conceal her trembling heart. I'm asking what you think. It appears as though a child has stolen an adult's garment. At last, his firmly sealed lips parted. She narrowed her eyes. The man added another dismissive remark. It suits you dreadfully poorly. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at him. Yet since she had been the one to solicit his opinion, she found it difficult to argue back. With eyes blazing with indignation, Talia stomped her feet and retreated behind the dressing screen. There, she rummaged frantically through the mountain of garments piled before her. She was determined to make that corpse-like man blush. After some time, She selected a far more daring dress, one with a neckline so perilously deep it bordered on scandalous. Talia hesitated, wondering if she had gone too far, but soon steeled her resolve and hastily slipped the dress onto her body. Gazing into the mirror, a breathtakingly beautiful girl stared back at her. She examined her reflection with satisfaction, turning this way and that. The willowy frame that had resembled a birch tree had begun to transform starting at age 14. Her once flat chest had begun to swell, growing to the size of apples, and her previously unremarkable hips had gradually filled out. Talia took great pride in her transformation. The thought that she was approaching the flawless beauty possessed by Senevere filled her with boundless elation. Once Barkas understood what she possessed, he would surely change his mind. She would soon become the most beautiful woman in the world. Buoyed by hope, she burst forth from behind the screen. How about this one? Barkas, who had been gazing out the window with an expression of ennui, turned his head toward her. For the first time, something resembling emotion appeared on his face. However, it was scarcely a positive emotion. Furrowing his brow, Barkas swept his gaze over her and spoke with some irritation. The first dress. He drew a deep breath and added flatly, "Wear that one." His voice was devoid of the admiration or agitation she had anticipated, utterly parched and hollow. Yet the mere fact that he remembered the very first dress among the dozens she had presented sent her heart soaring. She offered him a knowing smile. "What is this?" Pretending to be indifferent, "Yet you were watching closely all along." He made no response. Whatever the case, he seemed merely to wish for this tedious fashion show to end quickly. A flash of petulance arose at his arrogant demeanor, but Talia chose to overlook it graciously. Even if she could not change his attitude immediately, she had resolved to gradually reveal a transformed version of herself. Talia hummed as she retrieved the dress she had worn first. It was a delicate and elegant velvet surcoat densely embroidered with fairy folk needlework. This dress would never leave her wardrobe, not for eternity, for it had caught Barkas's eye. She quickly changed into the garment and emerged before him, spinning deliberately to display it. This one right. He gazed at her steadily. The woman who had been irritable all day was now giggling like someone intoxicated, yet he seemed unmoved by the strangeness of it. Perhaps whether she raged like a monster or giggled like a madwoman made little difference to him. Yet Talia desperately wished to believe that his demeanor toward her had changed. And indeed his once indifferent gaze had begun, at some point, to linger upon her face for extended periods. That was not all. His manner of speaking to her seemed to have grown gentler than before. Talia's keen senses caught that subtle shift, and she felt a fragile thread of hope stirring within her chest. Could it be that Barkas, too, found parting with her difficult? After spending so much time together, perhaps even he had grown fond of her. Talia clung desperately to such futile hope. "If I dance in this dress, won't I look just like a fairy queen?" At her question, a faint crease appeared between his brows. Was he weary of her endless questions? No. Perhaps he was considering how to answer her. She chose to interpret it favorably. "Stop standing there like a statue and rehearse with me." Before he could respond, Talia seized his arm and pulled him along. The man who would not have budged an inch before now allowed himself to be drawn, feigning reluctance. There you see. Talia felt triumphant. Something had definitely changed. She tugged him more forcefully, his stiffness suggesting little willingness to cooperate, and spun them both in circles. But her foot caught on a chest lying on the floor, and she lost her balance. Talia instinctively grabbed his arm. Barkas uttered something unintelligible, and hastily wrapped an arm around her waist. But the chamber was in such disarray that there was nowhere safe to step. Clothes piled haphazardly tangled around his ankles, and they tumbled together onto the carpet. Talia let out a small curse. "You should have cleaned this room properly." Barkas, who had suffered for trying to steady her, raised one eyebrow. He was a guard, not a servant. He could not be expected to perform such trivial tasks. Yet knowing this full well, Talia vented her irritation anyway. "If I have even a single bruise on my backside, I won't let you off easy. You useless excuse for a guard." As she grumbled and tried to push herself up, a sharp pain shot through her scalp. Talia glared at him in disbelief. "Did you just pull my hair?" A brief sigh escaped his lips. Your hair appears to be caught on my cuff button. He then drew the arm he had wrapped around her back slightly forward to show her. As pain pricked her scalp again, Talia cried out and struck his chest. It hurts, you fool. He stilled, gazing down at her eyes, which glistened with unshed tears. Though her heart ached, Talia shot him a glare. Barkis released another quiet sigh and wrapped his arm around her back once more. Then he began moving his hand carefully, as if attempting to untangle her hair. Talia sat between his knees, her eyes darting nervously. Only then did she become aware of their improper proximity and position. The faint scent of soap and mint emanating from him made her heart race so fiercely she feared he might hear it. The sound seemed loud enough to reach his ears. Chapter 29. Talia's fingers fidgeted awkwardly as she released a hoarse whisper. If you so much as break a single strand of my hair, I won't forgive you. He offered no response. Yet his movements grew noticeably more deliberate. As his touch caressed her hair with an almost reverent gentleness, I swallowed hard against the dryness in my throat. Through the gaping neckline of his shirt, I glimpsed the prominent contours of his neck and collarbones, elegant as a bird's wings. His forearms, supple yet formidable, flexed with each movement, achingly vivid in my awareness, and his long legs, wrapped in wool trousers, positioned mere inches from my thighs, commanded far more of my attention than was prudent. I bowed my head deeply to conceal the crimson flush spreading across my face. How much longer? Surely it shouldn't take this long to free a mere strand caught on a button. Or was my anxiety stretching this moment into an eternity? Perspiration began to seep from my palms. I rubbed my hands against the heap of garments scattered on the floor. Then I noticed the flush creeping up the inside of my wrists and froze in mortification. Could my entire body have turned red? How utterly pathetic I must appear. My voice rose with irritation. That's enough, just cut it. Barkis, who was ordinarily swift and precise in all his movements, finally lowered his hand to his waist. I stiffened as I watched him draw his dagger. He brought his arm back around my shoulders. Without thinking, I gripped his garment tightly. You don't cut too much, please. My hair. Before I could finish, a soft snick sounded and the faint pressure on my scalp vanished. I spun around frantically, terrified he'd severed a great chunk. Fortunately, no hair lay scattered on the floor. Instead, a gleaming golden button rested on the ground. I picked it up and examined it closely. The finely crafted button bore the crest of the Roham Knights engraved upon its surface. I turned back to look up at him. Barkis had already risen and was sliding his dagger back into its sheath. How much longer will you remain seated? Barkis adjusted his disheveled clothing and spoke in his characteristically blunt tone. I scrambled to my feet, feeling oddly self-conscious. I cleared my throat deliberately and held the button out toward him. Here. This. Dispose of it. It's of no use. Barkis dismissed the matter curtly and glanced toward the window. The sky had already been painted in shades of crimson by the setting sun. He turned his gaze back to survey the chaos of the chamber, then exhaled as though exhausted. May I take my leave? I nodded without protest. He inclined his head once and departed immediately. I listened to the sound of his footsteps receding, then hurried to the bedside and retrieved my jewelry box. I placed his button in the innermost compartment. That night, a peculiar exhilaration robbed me of sleep. Emotions of indeterminate origin made my chest ache with an aching sweetness. I replayed his words, his actions, the light in his eyes, again and again. Perhaps. No. It couldn't be. And yet, perhaps. Scattered thoughts consumed my mind. My head felt as though it might burst. And yet, inexplicably, I smiled. I surrendered to happiness, tossing restlessly through the night. But the adolescent reverie shattered far sooner than I anticipated. Days later, news arrived that Barkis and Ayla were betrothed. It was as though I'd awakened from a daydream. No, it was far worse. I had soared among the clouds only to plummet violently to the earth. I fled the separate palace at once and made for the training grounds. By noon, he would come seeking me to fulfill his duties as a royal guard knight, but I could not wait until then. Crossing half the imperial palace in a single breath, I burst into the vast training field where the knights were conducting their exercises. I felt their wary gazes upon me, but in that moment, I could not bring myself to care. I scanned urgently for the pale ash-blonde hair, only to realize that those training here were recruits, not regular knights. I turned away. If he wasn't at the training grounds, he was likely attending to administrative duties in his office. I made my way toward the military affairs office adjacent to the training grounds. As I'd anticipated, Barkes was in his office. Yet he did not appear to be attending to any work. As I grasped the door handle, I heard a faint sound of weeping and froze. Through the narrow gap in the open door, I saw Barkes standing with his back to the window, and a woman with her face buried against his chest, tears streaming down her face. Frozen by a sight she had never even imagined, the unknown woman lifted her head and gazed up at him with desperate eyes. "You don't love that woman, do you?" Her voice was so pitiful it made his stomach churn. She clung to him desperately, as if begging for alms. "You're only marrying her for political reasons, aren't you? Please, just tell me that's true." His throat suddenly constricted. The fact that there existed a woman who could plead with him in such a manner struck him like a blow to the head. She studied his face with anxious anticipation. At last his firmly sealed lips parted. "I fail to understand what significance my answer holds for you." His voice was so devoid of emotion it sent shivers down her spine. Talia involuntarily shrank back. Barkes, his face as lifeless as a wax doll, tilted his head as if unable to comprehend, staring down at the woman. "Whether for political reasons or otherwise, what difference does it make? I have pledged to take the first imperial princess as my wife, and I intend to honor that promise." The woman's delicate shoulders visibly stiffened. She must be experiencing a pain as if her heart were being torn asunder. But the man did not stop there. "I made it clear from the beginning that I have no intention of reciprocating your feelings, regardless of what you may have expected of me." The color drained from the woman's neck. Apparently unmoved by her pitiful state, he exhaled a weary sigh and continued, "I would prefer that such awkward encounters cease henceforth. Now that our betrothal is formally established, I wish to avoid unnecessary scandal." The woman staggered backward before collapsing to the ground like a person drained of all strength. A flicker of annoyance crossed Barkes's face. I was seized by a chill at that expressionless face devoid of even a trace of sympathy. That expression, that gaze, everything about it was disturbingly, unmistakably familiar. I hastily fled that place. Had I been even a moment slower, it would have been I sitting there and weeping, not that woman. The mere thought of such a scene made my blood run cold. If Barkes were to turn such a gaze upon me while I begged for his love, I might have died right there. No, I surely would have died. And so I became genuinely afraid of him, truly terrified of one who could drive me to death with mere words. Naturally, my demeanor toward Barkes became even more guarded than before. He was less a romantic interest than a natural predator. If I could not perfectly restrain these feelings, I would spend the rest of my days in unbearable torment. Chapter 30. From that day forward, I began to struggle desperately to break free from the love that had hardened into an old habit. I had fought before to excise my feelings for him, but never with such desperation. I buried the dresses he had chosen deep within my wardrobe and retrieved those that made him frown the moment he saw them. I began attending the regular banquets held at the Empress Palace. Naturally, my escort knight Barkes was forced to accompany me into those nights of debauchery and revelry. For a man educated like a monk until the age of 14, it must have been a contemptible sight. It was no comfortable place for me either. Within that hall filled with my mother's admirers, I was treated as a miniature replica of Senevere. They regarded me, a girl's body with the Empress's face, as an amusing plaything. Many among them showed active interest. Though I felt profound contempt at being treated as a substitute for my mother, I pretended to enjoy the attention lavished upon me. I wanted to display myself to Barkes. "Look at what you've lost. I will become a woman more beautiful than Ayla. As beautiful as mother." I wanted to show him how many people desired me. Perhaps some part of me hoped he would stop me. But Barkes, as always, merely fulfilled his duties as an escort in silence. Whether I mingled with men and drank myself senseless, or flirted with men twice my age, he showed no concern whatsoever. That indifference only fueled the dangerous impulses that had seized me. He had stood by my side for 7 years. Surely, he could show some worry. Surely, he could try to stop me. Such childish thoughts clung to the corners of my mind and refused to fade. I thought that if I completely ruined myself, perhaps I could finally shake off this foolish attachment. With a sense of desperation, I mingled with strange men. I permitted them to touch my hands, my face, my hair with admiration, and to bring their noses to my neck in bizarre displays of affection. I disliked being handled like a porcelain doll, but I did not hate the intoxicated, rapturous gaze in their eyes. Sometimes I felt a euphoria as though I had become divine. When lost in such emotions, the fact that I could not have Barkas seemed trivial. I clung to that sensation. If I remained buried in this intoxicating time, surely that green, inexperienced love would wither and die. I became increasingly absorbed in the shallow, sordid games between men and women. I grew accustomed to exchanging suggestive banter and light caresses, walking the precarious tightrope of flirtation. After spending some time buried in those perilous days, a southern nobleman named Margus approached me. At first, I paid him little attention. Though I attended the banquet hall every evening and mingled with various men, I retained the memory of not a single one. But gradually, that man's name began to linger familiarly in my mind. He had captured my interest in a rather peculiar manner. He treated me as though I were a young niece or a foolish child. At times, he offered advice as though genuinely concerned. Though I was initially displeased by his presumptuous attitude, I gradually opened my heart to him. Unlike the men who constantly sought to touch me whenever the opportunity arose, he always maintained an appropriate distance while remaining affable. That was not all. He seemed interested only in making me laugh. He would jest and clown about, presenting toys and dolls instead of jewels or revealing clothes, behaving as though he harbored no ulterior motives. Gradually, I came to feel comfortable in his presence. Perhaps he had sensed the emotionally deprived child lurking within me. He exploited my vulnerabilities far too easily. It was 4 days before my coming-of-age ceremony when he shattered the fortress of trust one had built. He arrived at the separate palace during a late hour when Barkas had stepped away. Though I felt suspicion at his unannounced arrival, the moment I saw him speaking animatedly with his characteristic cheerful demeanor, my wariness melted away like snow. "Look here, Your Highness. I finally obtained that puzzle I mentioned before." The man thrust forward a large toy box and exclaimed excitedly, "You cannot imagine how much effort I expended to acquire this. I have not taken such pains even with gifts for the Emperor." The man, who had been proudly puffing out his chest, suddenly scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He seemed to have belatedly realized the rudeness of arriving at such a late hour. "I had originally intended to present this on your birthday, but I must depart the capital urgently tomorrow. I beg your forgiveness for this intrusion." At the sight of him with drooping eyes like a rain-soaked puppy, I shook my head as though I had no choice. "There's nothing to be done about it. Come inside." He smiled brightly and stepped into the separate palace. It was the first time I had admitted anyone other than my escort knight or servants into my residence. Suddenly, the disarray of the separate palace felt shameful. I led him past the sitting room, which I had never used and which had gathered only dust, to the study on the second floor. It was the cleanest place aside from my bedroom. There, we spread out a chess table and sat facing each other, beginning to assemble the puzzle pieces. I was so absorbed that I did not even notice his knees positioned on either side of mine. I focused all my attention on connecting the small pieces to construct a pointed castle tower. To help me, he leaned in closely and secured the small columns. Finally, the tower was completed. I smiled with satisfaction. Then suddenly, I realized he was far too close and my expression grew uncomfortable. His breath, reeking of wine, was so near that it tickled my forehead. I shifted my hips uncomfortably, but if I suddenly pulled away, the atmosphere would become awkward. I carefully turned my body to the side, pretending to search for another puzzle piece from the box he had brought. Then he approached from behind and, as though embracing me, extended his arms on either side of my waist and began rummaging through the box. It was here. I stiffened rigidly. His muscular, long arms tightened firmly around my waist. I felt hot, humid breath pour down onto the nape of my neck, and I hunched my back as far as I could. My heart pounded with fear at this unfamiliar situation. Yet strangely, no sound escaped my lips. He thrust his arm deeper into the box, pressing his body against mine. I barely managed to squeeze out a voice. "Stop, please stop. Just a moment, Your Highness. Your body. It carries such an intoxicating fragrance." He buried his nose against my shoulder, inhaling deeply. Every nerve in my body stood on edge. My skin grew clammy with cold sweat, and goosebumps erupted along my spine. Chapter 31. The man's large hand traced slowly across her abdomen through the soft fabric, as though caressing something that belonged to him. "You wear the same fragrance as your mother." I caught this same scent in Senevir's hair. Once you become intoxicated by this fragrance, you find yourself addicted, unable to stop searching for it. Unable to stop. His hand crept upward toward her chest. Talia twisted her body instinctively to escape his grip, but the man remained immovable. He embraced her from behind, pressing his moist, fevered lips below her earlobe, like a larva clinging to skin and drawing its fluids. Talia, rigid and trembling with tension, soon began to thrash about convulsively. The man knocked her down, pressing her brutally onto the soft carpet. She flailed her limbs like a drowning person. A table toppled, and the puzzle tower she had spent hours constructing came crashing down. She writhed desperately to escape the beast crawling over her, but when he seized her ankle, he dragged her downward with brutal force. Talia looked up at him with terror-stricken eyes. A primal fear washed over her at the realization that someone could so easily render her powerless. "Please just stay still for a moment." The man gripped both her wrists with one hand while cradling her jaw with the other. She struggled desperately to turn her head, but couldn't move an inch. He forced her mouth open by pressing her cheek, then thrust his thick tongue inside. Her throat constricted painfully with revulsion. It felt as though a massive slug were crawling into her mouth. She lacked the courage to bite down on that abomination. She wept quietly, choking in agony, while his muscular frame writhed against her, his breathing ragged and labored. "Ah, Senevir, how I have longed for you." His hand crept beneath her skirts. The rough sensation of his calloused palm against her bare skin sent tremors through her entire body. A terror akin to death flooded through her. She felt long, firm fingers invading the deepest place between her thighs. A sharp, burning pain erupted within her body, and Talia gasped like a fish cast onto shore. The man pressed his adhesive lips against hers, muttering in a hoarse voice, "There is no need to struggle so. The pain will be brief. Soon your highness will cry out in pleasure." Then suddenly, the weight crushing her vanished as though it had never been. Talia instinctively crawled into a corner, and huddled there. For a moment, she couldn't fully comprehend what had happened. Only after several seconds did she realize that Barkas, dressed in the uniform of the Roem Knights, had seized the man's head with one hand, and was savagely smashing his face. The sight was so surreal that her mind went blank. Half of the man's once handsome face was scraped raw against the rough wall surface and drenched in blood, while his grotesquely gaping mouth emitted anguished cries. Stop this, we can talk about." Barkas seized the man's thrashing head and slammed it mercilessly against the wall. With heavy thuds, the man's face was crushed horrifically. Talia barely stifled a scream. "Talia." He spoke quietly, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked face. "Go to your chamber." His voice was so serene that it seemed impossible it came from someone capable of such violence. Because of this, Talia didn't realize he was addressing her. Only when she met his blue eyes, clouded as though by ash-gray mist, did she understand he was speaking to her. "Talia Roemgerta." His voice was eerily quiet. Barkas, who had dared speak the princess's name so carelessly, continued slowly. "Did you not hear me tell you to go to your chamber?" Talia remained huddled in the corner, staring up at him blankly. Then an explosive roar erupted from his lips. Now, in that instant, a sensation like sparks cascaded across her entire body. She bolted from the study like a horse struck by a whip. She threw herself into her bedroom and burrowed into the thick blankets, where a sharp, aching pain suddenly flooded through her body. She rubbed her stinging skin roughly, trying to erase the sensation of the slimy tongue and hard palms that still seemed to crawl across her flesh. She scrubbed frantically at her neck, chest, and thighs, then began striking her own body with her fists. It was horrifying. That man, his groping hands, the fact that Barkis had witnessed her in such a state, all of it was unbearable. She struck her thighs with such force that bruises formed, then buried her face in her pillow and released a bestial cry of anguish. How long had I been sitting there when I sensed another presence besides my own? My head snapped up abruptly. Barkis stood in the doorway, as always presenting an impeccable, elegant figure without a single flaw. You will never see that man again. He spoke with detached composure. Talia, who had been staring blankly, let out a trembling question. Did you kill him? At that, Barkis's brow furrowed slightly. After a brief silence, he spoke again. He will face permanent exile. For the rest of his life, he will be forbidden from setting foot in the capital or any major city. In that instant, the last thread of my reason snapped completely. I seized a pillow and hurled it directly at him. Why? Why did you let him live? You should have killed him. You should have killed him brutally. Cut off those filthy hands that touched my body. That filthy tongue that violated me. I screamed like a madwoman, then suddenly clutched at my throat, my shoulders trembling violently. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed me, as though invisible hands were strangling me. If you let that monster live, he'll come again. He'll come to trample me. He'll try to defile me. He said so himself. Like an addiction, he said he couldn't help but keep seeking me. From my constricted throat, sobs erupted suddenly. I wrapped my distorted face in my hands and gasped roughly. Then, as if possessed, I began hurling everything within reach at him. Useless. I don't need someone like you. Get out. Get out. Disappear from my sight. As I was flinging books and dolls indiscriminately, I suddenly froze. A candlestick I'd grabbed without thinking flew toward his head. The heavy metal object scraped roughly across Barkis's forehead and temple, then clattered loudly across the floor. I watched in shock as dark crimson blood stained his pale cheeks and neck. Strange sighing sounds escaped my throat. Barkis looked down at me with cold eyes, then slowly turned away. In that moment, an icy chill spread through my entire body as if I'd been doused with freezing water. I scrambled out of bed to stop him, but Barkis had already left the room. I stood staring blankly into the darkened corridor, then collapsed as if my legs had given way. I wanted to sink into the earth itself. Barkis had saved me, yet I had made him my target for rage. It was strange that he wasn't disgusted. It was natural that he would be repulsed. I buried my pathetically contorted face into the carpet and wept hot tears. After that day, Barkis did not appear before me. Only months later, at the Imperial Night Order Commander's appointment ceremony, was I able to see him. I watched from a distance as he knelt on one knee before the Emperor, and recited his oath of loyalty in a calm voice. My father drew the imperial sword and placed it upon his shoulder. Then, in a solemn voice, he proclaimed that Barkis had been appointed to the position of commander of the Imperial Elite Guard. For a youth barely 20 years old, it was an extraordinarily heavy burden, yet no one questioned his qualifications. Barkis turned slowly and descended the steps. Sunlight poured down through the windows like a torrential rain, illuminating his composed face. I burned every detail of that moment into my memory. With his back straight, Barkis crossed through the crowd. His cold profile passed by me without acknowledgement. I whispered quietly toward his retreating figure, moving further away with each step, beyond the reach of my hands. Goodbye. After uttering those words, I added quietly without thinking, don't go. Tears threatened to spill over, so I furrowed my brow. Soon his figure disappeared completely from my sight. 7 years ago, the boy my mother had given me as a gift left my side in that way. Chapter 32. ******. By noon, the rain began to pour down in torrents. The soldiers, bustling about their preparations, hastily draped tar-treated canvas over the supply wagons and herded the horses back into the stables. From within the carriage, Ayla lifted her gaze to the darkened sky. Between the heavy black clouds releasing thick raindrops, flashes of light occasionally flickered, followed by a rumbling sound that echoed across the landscape. To all appearances, the rain showed no signs of abating anytime soon. It appears we shall need to remain at the monastery for another day. Having apparently decided to postpone their departure, A guard knight who had been sequestered in the knight's quarters for some time approached the carriage and slid a waterproofed robe through the gap in the door. Ayla accepted it with a soft sigh. The delays accumulating in their schedule displeased her. This journey was fraught with uncertainties as it was. She donned the rain cloak while repeatedly glancing out the window. Where is the crown prince at present? His Highness has gone to the abbot's residence. Ayla pulled the hood over her head and turned to regard him with a frown. He intends to stay there again today? It would appear so. The knight's words trailed off ambiguously as his gaze lowered. Ayla regarded the gathered monks with a look of displeasure. When the abbot standing beneath the cloister roof issued instructions, the monks dispersed in perfect unison. She observed their movements with keen attention. The abbot appeared far colder and more austere than when dealing with Gareth. This was likely his true nature. Ayla's eyes narrowed. Imperial pilgrimages were traditionally ceremonies meant to secure the support of regional citizens and influential figures. Given the purpose of this journey, Gareth cultivating connections with local dignitaries was hardly an unwise endeavor. Yet his origins troubled her. If a non-human has overcome such a disadvantage to reach the position of abbot, he must possess either formidable political acumen or powerful backing. Though their conversation had been brief, Ayla quickly discerned that the abbot was no ordinary man. While he maintained an outwardly courteous demeanor, his eyes as he observed Gareth betrayed cold calculation. She wondered if the Empress had placed him here. Had not the Terran family maintained close cooperation with non-humans since the age of warring states? It could not be mere coincidence that a quarter-elf had risen to such a high priestly position managing a vast monastery like Morduin. Perhaps the religious order was beginning to build a faction supporting the second prince within its ranks. Your Highness. Ayla's head snapped up from her reverie. Her guard knight stood drenched in the downpour, his eyes filled with concern. Ayla offered an awkward smile and rose to her feet. I've kept you standing in the rain far too long. Come, let us return to our quarters. The knight took her hand and helped her descend from the carriage. Ayla carefully picked her way across the muddy ground. Heavy raindrops struck her crown and shoulders with stinging force. The rain seemed to intensify with each passing moment. Gripping the hood tightly about her head, Ayla hurried across the broad courtyard now shrouded in white curtains of rain, and entered the cloister that encircled the garden. Then, as if by chance, she approached the priests. Your Highness the Princess. The non-human priest, who had been conversing with the sub-abbot, spotted her and quickly bowed. Ayla offered a warm response, her smile settling into its habitual rigidity. How fortunate that we impose upon your hospitality for yet another day. It is our honor to serve such distinguished guests. The priest replied courteously, making no move to straighten from his bow. Should you require anything whatsoever, please do not hesitate to inform us. We shall attend to it at once if the monastery can provide it. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Ayla hesitated briefly before continuing with measured deliberation. Then might I impose upon you with a single request? Please speak freely. I shall grant whatever you ask. Tomorrow, I wish to conduct a separate blessing ceremony for Talia. Before we depart, would you bestow your benediction upon that child as well? The abbot's eyes widened slightly at this unexpected petition. Ayla observed his reaction with keen attention. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, she caught a flicker of wariness cross his pale violet eyes before it vanished. The priest spoke with cautious deliberation. You wish to conduct a blessing ceremony for the second princess? Who else would it be for? Ayla added softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. We're staying an extra day regardless. Wouldn't it be fitting to conduct the ceremony for that child as well? I was unaware that your Highness held the second princess in such regard. At the sudden voice, Ayla turned her head. Barkas, who had walked silently through the rain-soaked garden, pushed back his dripping hood and fixed her with an impassive gaze. The welcoming smile that had graced Ayla's lips faded. His rain-dampened face bore a coldness more pronounced than usual, and the sight of that frigid expression set her nerves on edge. She understood well that his sensitivity regarding Talia stemmed from years of accumulated resentment. Even this emotionless man could not help but bristle at her half-sister's misconduct. Having endured her outrages at close quarters for 7 long years, His exasperation was hardly unreasonable. Intellectually, I understood all of this. Yet the way this cold-hearted man reserved his sharpest reactions solely for that child's affairs was sometimes unbearably irritating. Ayla abandoned her intention to probe the abbot, and responded emotionally instead. "I'm not concerned about her. I'm concerned about you. His Majesty entrusted her directly to your care. If he learns the ceremony was conducted without Talia, you may face unwarranted reproach. Yet I cannot very well drag an unwilling person before the altar." At his sardonic tone, Ayla's expression hardened. She was accustomed to his occasional displays of such chilling coldness. But his discourtesy toward her on account of Talia Roem Gerda was something she could not abide. Ayla lifted her chin defiantly. "First, we must ascertain Talia's wishes. She is capricious. By tomorrow, she may well have changed her mind again. Tomorrow we depart at first light. I have no intention of altering our schedule according to the second princess's whims." Barkas cut through her words with finality. Ayla, unaccustomed to having her opinions summarily dismissed, flushed with indignation. She longed to rebuke his insolence immediately, yet she had no wish to undermine his authority before all assembled. Ayla carefully concealed her displeasure. "If that is your resolve, then I have no recourse." Upon her acquiescence, Barkas turned his gaze toward the abbot. The priest, who had been watching their confrontation with interest, quickly averted his eyes. Barkas regarded him with a cool stare, and issued a quiet warning. "I trust this evening will pass as quietly as possible. If we are to depart at dawn, the crown prince must be well rested, must he not?" It was a clear directive against holding any banquets or feasts that evening. The abbot nodded with a rigid expression. As though there were nothing more to discuss, Barkas turned and extended a hand toward Ayla. "Shall we depart? I will escort you to your quarters." Ayla swallowed a sigh and took his hand. Chapter 33. Once I dismissed my attendants and followed him out of the cloister, a lush garden came into view, thick with marigolds, daisies, and rosemary. The plants, heavy with moisture, released a pungent herbal fragrance into the air. As I breathed in that sharp, verdant scent, I turned to look up at Barkas. Did something happen last night? The man, who had been walking quietly, turned his head toward me at my hesitant question. I stared directly into his eyes. His pale blue gaze held nothing. It seemed to reflect everything back without holding anything of its own. As I met those colorless eyes, my chest tightened with an inexplicable ache. Will there ever come a day when I take root in those eyes? Lost in such thoughts, Barkas's firmly pressed lips finally parted. "There was nothing for your highness to concern herself with. So something did happen then." Without responding, Barkas strode purposefully into the garden, where rain was pouring down. Heavy raindrops covered his broad shoulders and back in a sheet of white. As I watched his cold, retreating figure with displeasure, Barkas extended a hand toward me. "The puddles are deep." Understanding his meaning, I flushed and cast him a sidelong glance. I had no desire to surrender myself to this infuriating man. Yet I could not abandon my betrothed, who waited for me in the rain. After a moment of pretense, I relented and approached him. Barkas bent slightly and slipped one arm beneath my knees, lifting me effortlessly. Just as I had done since I was 5 years old, I rested my head against his shoulder. "You know you have a cruel streak, don't you?" His eyebrows rose slightly at my senseless reproach. Rather than explain my complicated feelings at length, I held him more tightly. Barkas wrapped his cloak around me without a gap and crossed the vast garden. I buried one cheek against his collar. From Barkas's body came the sharp scent of herbs, the faint metallic smell that clung to his armor, and a distant fragrance like dried leaves or hay. Intoxicated by that cool, austere scent, my displeasure melted away like a lie. I let out a self-deprecating laugh. I found myself ridiculous, trembling like a naive girl over an action that was merely an old habit for him. His kindness toward me exists only to honor the vow he made to my mother. Kindness born of obligation. Nothing more, nothing less. Yet knowing this, I could not stop my heart from aching. Cruel man. If only you would stop being kind. Then I could have been content with a purely political arrangement. I lowered my eyes sadly. "I will have bathwater sent to your chamber. Warm yourself and rest." Barkas, who had crossed the garden in moments, stopped at the entrance to the residence and spoke. I nodded. As he ascended the stone steps lightly, Barkas bent slightly as if to set me down. Then the sky flashed and a thunderous boom split the air. I reflexively clutched his neck. The heavens seemed to shake with successive roars as golden lightning tore through the black clouds. Looking up over his shoulder at the apocalyptic scene, I suddenly noticed a pale figure perched at a second-floor window. For a moment, I wondered if I were witnessing some terrible illusion. I stared, my mouth falling open. The flashing light revealed a face of eerie beauty. The snow-white countenance above her fragile neck blazed with such seething hatred that it seemed to burn. I was not ignorant of my half-sister's exceptional beauty. Yet why was I so shocked now? In the storm, Talia's eyes gleamed with such malice that she looked like an angel of death. At that ominous sight, I held my breath without thinking. The statue-like Talia suddenly seized a vase from the windowsill. A moment later, porcelain shattered against a pillar near where we stood. I screamed. Thanks to Barkas's protection, I avoided being showered with glass shards, but a small cut appeared on his face. I hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it to his cheek. With his characteristic impassive expression, Barkas accepted it and wrapped it around his face, then glanced upward. Following his gaze, I found Talia still glaring down at me, and my face hardened. Without a trace of remorse for her actions, Talia twisted her lips into a sneer, her sharp eyes blazing. Her bloodied lips looked like a crushed rose. A fear far greater than anger writhed within Ayla's chest. The half-sister she had always dismissed as nothing suddenly seemed like the most ominous and threatening presence in the world. It felt as though the malevolent spirit that had condemned her mother to misery would drag her too into the abyss of sorrow. Ayla shuddered at the chilling premonition. *****. The rain that had fallen throughout the night finally ceased as dawn broke. Talia, who had spent the night with barely a moment's sleep, gazed out at the garden bathed in twilight with hollow eyes. The verdant leaves that had gleamed so freshly lay half submerged in muddy water, releasing a thick grassy stench, while the flowers that had adorned the flower bed in vibrant colors lay scattered like corpses, their stems snapped. Talia, her dark eyes surveying the devastation below, rose from her bed and approached a small table positioned before the fireplace. On a silver plate, untouched food had hardened into brittle fragments. She swept her indifferent gaze across it, then seized a small knife resting beside the tray. Though designed for cutting food, it appeared perfectly capable of slicing through human flesh. Talia traced the sharp tip with her fingertip, then slipped it into the pocket of her gown and slipped from the chamber. The corridor was thick with damp moisture. She walked as though swimming through the viscous, heavy air, gripping the ice-cold knife tightly in her palm. Her hand grew drenched with cold sweat. Whether from tension or excitement, she could not say. Perhaps both. She moistened her parched lips and crept up the stairs like a cat burglar. Ayla occupied a chamber on the topmost floor. Reaching the landing, Talia pressed herself against the wall and surveyed the darkened corridor ahead. Fortunately, no guard stood before the door. Talia exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and carefully made her way toward the door at the end of the corridor. As she approached the wooden door bound with iron bands, a faint herbal scent pricked her nostrils. The aroma of incense burned to calm the nerves. Talia's lips twisted. So the previous night had not been entirely comfortable for Ayla either. Recalling the ashen pallor that had drained from her face at the sight of her, Talia let out a stifled laugh. But the scene that followed in her mind sent her spirits plummeting. Her face contorted savagely. Talia thrust her hand into her pocket and gripped the knife's hilt. Her entire body trembled. The moment she had witnessed Barkas walking out into the pouring rain with Ayla cradled in his arms, something she had barely managed to hold together crumbled to dust. She roughly wiped her blurring eyes with her gown's sleeve. It had been her only memory, a recollection buried deep within her heart for so many years, one she had secretly retrieved time and again. Did even that cherished memory have to become nothing? Could we not have kept at least one thing sacred, something uniquely ours? Her mind boiled with fury. She knew the emotion was irrational. Yet she could not forgive them, either of them. She wanted to punish Ayla for stealing even this last sanctuary. She wanted to return to that man the same agony she herself felt. Talia fixed her burning gaze upon the firmly closed door. If she crossed this threshold, she would cross a river from which there was no return. Perhaps history would record her as a wicked sorceress who had stolen the life of an innocent, pitiful princess. It mattered not. I was already regarded as the worst of villains. What more could I lose by falling further still? With trembling hands, she grasped the door handle. Chapter 34. But the door would not budge. After pulling at the handle several times, I realized the bolt had been secured from the inside, and I gritted my teeth. Damn Ayla. The fury I had suppressed all night threatened to erupt at any moment. I turned away from the locked door, my lips, crusted with dried blood, pressed firmly together. Perhaps it was for the best. Had I acted impulsively without proper preparation, and failed even once, I would have been the only one to suffer a miserable death. I needed to prepare more thoroughly before executing my plan. The road ahead was still long, so an opportunity would surely present itself soon. I steadied my ragged breathing and hurried down the corridor. As I descended the stairs toward my chamber, I heard a clattering sound from somewhere. I quickly concealed myself behind a pillar. A faint shadow stretched across the corridor as dawn light began to seep in. Hidden in the darkness, I cautiously peered out to examine the corridor. Standing before the door of the adjacent room was a slender woman. I narrowed my eyes to study her face. She was a middle-aged woman with dark brown hair and delicate features. After a moment, I recognized her as one of the attendants my mother had assigned to me. The woman carefully closed the door, pulled a deep charcoal hood over her head, and slipped silently down the corridor. I watched her retreating figure intently before following her. The woman exited the building and walked briskly along the muddy path where puddles had gathered. Her nimble movements suggested she had received espionage training. After surveying her surroundings carefully, the woman stopped near a small garden located behind the main building. I hid myself behind an arcade pillar and watched her. She stood before the pavilion as if waiting for someone, pacing for a while before suddenly quickening her pace upon noticing something. Following her movement with my eyes, I spotted a priest in black monastic robes emerging slowly from the darkness, and my eyes widened. His face looked familiar. He appeared to be one of the monks who had attended the banquet. The monk, who appeared to be around 40, withdrew a small vial-like object from his robes and handed it to the woman. She accepted it, opened the cap to inspect the contents, then closed it again and slipped it into the inner sleeve of her robe. She then turned and began retracing her steps. I hurried toward the residence building. I rushed up the stairs and burst into my bedroom, my legs suddenly giving way beneath me. Leaning my back against the door and catching my breath, I listened to the sounds from outside. After a moment, I heard the door open and close, then silence fell like death. I swallowed hard. I could not discern exactly what the scene I had witnessed meant. What was that monk? Was he an accomplice of my mother? If so, what had he given her? Could she be planning poisoning? I forced myself to swallow past the tightness in my throat. If it were poison, I could have obtained it without outside help. The fact that such a complicated method was necessary meant it was something that could not be brought into the capital at all. What on earth is she plotting? I ran through various theories in my mind, but no clear picture emerged. One thing is certain, something tremendous is about to happen. Senevere always accomplishes whatever she sets her mind to. If she had decided to eliminate the long-standing obstacles in her way, the crown prince was as good as dead. If fortune smiled, Ayla would disappear from this world as well. Feeling my heart race with exhilaration, I allowed a satisfied smile to cross my lips. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Another long and tedious journey had begun. An escort comprised of hundreds of knights and soldiers moved steadily beneath the blazing sun. At this pace, we would cross the border of the old Ossyria kingdom within 10 days. Edric Lubin, studying the map and gauging the remaining distance, turned his gaze toward the carriage, silent as a coffin. The imperial princess, as always, had drawn thick curtains over the window and remained secluded within. He guided his horse alongside the carriage, carefully observing the faint silhouette cast upon the curtains. Even the horses were panting heavily in the oppressive heat. He couldn't help but worry. What if she were found dead, steamed inside the carriage? Your Highness, wouldn't it be wise to air out the carriage for a moment? Get out of my sight. Fortunately, she still seemed to be breathing. Edric exhaled softly and urged his horse forward to take the lead. At the very front, as always, sat the crown prince atop a golden horse from Nornexen. Edric carefully observed his face. Gareth, flushed crimson with heat, was grumbling irritably at Sirkin, apparently demanding to know when they could rest. This journey will not be easy. For the next several days, they would traverse rough, barren plains and mountainous terrain. Could such a temperamental crown prince endure such a grueling journey? Edric shook his head and approached Barkaz's side. His superior let the crown prince's complaints go in one ear and out the other, his keen eyes fixed upon the road ahead. He seemed utterly unmoved by the Empire's future ruler's incessant demands. Marveling anew at his superior's composure, Edric carefully opened his mouth. Lord Sirkin, the soldiers seem quite exhausted from the heat. Though it is early, would it not be prudent to find a suitable place for rest? Barkaz, who had been riding forward in silence, turned to look at him. Edric instinctively tensed. He had never once seen this man raise his voice or lose his composure. Yet whenever Edric stood before Barkaz, he felt an inexplicable weight of pressure. He swallowed dryly and continued hesitantly. If my suggestion was presumptuous, I beg your pardon. The rear ranks seem to be falling behind. We'll reach a lake in about half an hour. We'll rest there. Barkaz cut him off. Edric, momentarily dazed, quickly bowed his head. The crown prince, observing this with apparent displeasure, complained loudly. When I speak, you pretend not to listen, yet you hear every word from this young pup? Your Highness, I held my tongue because your words seem to require no response, but I assure you I have heard every word you have spoken. Who are you to decide what requires a response? The crown prince bellowed sharply. His resonant voice, befitting his large frame, made Edric's eardrums sting. Edric suppressed the urge to click his tongue and moved back toward the rear. It was somewhat amusing how the crown prince, notorious for his fiery temperament, became nothing more than a petulant child in Lord Sirkin's presence. I worry about what will happen after Lord Sirkin leaves the Night Order. Once Barkaz Lejo Sirkin departed for the Eastern Territories, there would be no one left to restrain his rampage. The first princess would also accompany Barkaz to the Eastern Territories, leaving only Gareth and Talia Roem Gerda in the Imperial Palace. Contemplating the bleak future of the Night Order, forced to endure two reckless members of the imperial family, Edric felt darkness descend upon him. He sighed heavily and approached the carriage carrying Talia. Shortly after, a whistle signaling rest echoed from the front. Edric halted his horse and ordered his subordinates to pitch tents in a suitable location. The knights quickly erected simple field tents on level ground, creating shade. He stopped the carriage nearby and gently tapped on the window. It is time to rest. Come out now. How much longer do you intend to be stubborn? You've been cooped up in there all day. If you don't relent, you'll collapse. He spoke deliberately harshly, prepared to drag her out even if it meant receiving a blow. But no response came from within. Edric furrowed his brow. Had she truly collapsed? Seized by an ominous premonition, he yanked the door open rather forcefully. A wave of scalding air struck his face, carrying with it a sickeningly sweet fragrance, a mingling of honey and milk. Frowning as he peered into the dim carriage, Edric froze upon discovering the princess sprawled lifelessly across the floor. Chapter 35. Edric didn't hesitate for a moment. He lunged into the carriage and swept the woman into his arms. Her body was alarmingly light, damp with lukewarm perspiration. He urgently brushed the golden strands clinging to her face aside, and gently tapped her pallid cheeks. In that instant, her long golden lashes lifted sharply, revealing eyes of deep, saturated blue. He found himself holding his breath. Those eyes, like a swamp of vivid blue, seemed to draw his very soul into their depths. As he gazed down at them with an entranced expression, a sudden burning sensation spread across his right cheek. He clutched his face with one hand and blinked in bewilderment. The woman who had just escaped from his embrace fixed him with a look of utter contempt. How dare you lay your filthy hands on me? Edric, his mouth agape, raised his voice in protest. I thought your highness had lost consciousness. So you were planning to do something improper while I was unconscious? That's not what I meant at all. Edric's face flushed with indignation as he rose abruptly, only to strike his head against the carriage ceiling and collapse back into a crouch. Tears welled in his eyes from both the princess's insulting accusation and the throbbing pain in his skull. He cradled his head, groaning for some time. The princess, regarding him with disdain, rubbed her temples and gestured dismissively. "That's enough. Stop making a fuss and get out. Please come outside for some air instead. We still have half a day's journey ahead, and you can't possibly intend to remain cooped up in this suffocating box forever." Edric muttered this blunt advice while rubbing his crown, fully prepared to receive another blow. The princess stared at him with an expression of utter exasperation. She seemed astounded that he would persist with his nagging. Edric bit back the urge to snap that he wasn't interfering, because he enjoyed it. Though he hadn't chosen this duty of his own volition, this unruly princess remained under his responsibility. If she collapsed during the journey, the consequences would fall upon him as well. Prepared to forcibly drag her out if necessary, he met her venomous gaze directly. The woman, seeming to tire of his resolute demeanor, finally rose to her feet. Edric brightened and descended from the carriage first, then extended a hand to escort her, only to have the princess slam the door in his face. Edric stared at the firmly closed door with a dumbfounded expression, then finally resigned himself and turned away. "I truly cannot fathom what displeases her so." He released a heavy sigh and trudged toward the lakeside. Even as he washed his sweat-dampened face with ice-cold water and rested in the shade of the trees, the obstinate princess did not show her face once. Was she perhaps wary of someone attempting to harm her? Her excessive defensiveness reminded me of a trapped beast. I gazed at the carriage with uncertain eyes before shaking my head to dispel such idle musings. Why should I trouble myself trying to understand such a woman? I merely needed to endure until this journey's end, and I would finally be liberated from this tedious duty. The second princess cycled through royal guard nights constantly, so I would surely be reassigned before long. I simply had to persevere until then. Edric encouraged himself and sat beneath the trees with the other knights, taking a simple meal of bread and wine before resting briefly, then mounting his horse once more. As noon passed, the air grew progressively cooler. The reinvigorated pilgrims marched with renewed vigor along the Geisa mountain range, which divided the western and northeastern territories. Thanks to their diligent progress, they reached the Sinai Plain, ancient territory of the Balto Kingdom, by sunset. "We shall make camp here for the night." Barkas surveyed the column and issued his quiet command. Edric regarded him with half-lidded eyes. Despite having ridden all day, Barkas appeared utterly unchanged from their departure. Without the slightest hint of disorder, the commander dismounted from his horse, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings as he spoke. "Erect palisades near the campsite and post sentries." The knights obeyed the command immediately. Edric, too, set about constructing a fence around the camp. The thought briefly crossed his mind that it might be an excessive precaution, yet the Sinai Plain was home to numerous monsters. Though it was said that a military force of this scale rarely fell victim to attack, there was no harm in exercising caution. He retrieved planks studded with iron spikes from the supply wagon, fixed them to the ground, and wound small bells on strings around them. After several hours of diligent labor, he completed a makeshift defensive barrier encircling the campsite. He brushed the dust from his hands and moved toward the campfire that had been lit. While they erected the palisades, the princess's attendants had finished preparing the evening meal. He approached the campfire where meat was being roasted, clutching his hungry stomach, and after popping a small piece of bacon into his mouth, he posed a question to one of the handmaidens. "Has the princess's meal been prepared?" The young-faced handmaiden, who had been stirring a large pot with a ladle, turned to him with a flustered expression. "Well, she said she had no appetite." Edric, wiping the grease from his hands with a cloth, furrowed his brow. So she would skip lunch and go hungry through dinner as well? Irritation welled up within him toward the princess, who behaved like a petulant child at every turn. He tossed the damp cloth carelessly to the ground and picked up an empty basket. "Fill this with something reasonable to eat." The handmaiden promptly packed it with a generous slice of pie, stew with bacon, wine and preserved fruit, leaving nothing out. He quickly tucked the basket brimming with food under his arm, and made his way toward the princess's modest quarters. He knew well enough that there was no need to force food upon someone who insisted on refusing it. Yet when he recalled the disturbingly slight weight of the woman's body, he found himself unable to remain idle. He cursed his own meddlesome nature as he knocked on the carriage door. "Your Highness, I have brought your evening meal." "I said I would not eat." "You have scarcely eaten all day. How do you expect to endure this arduous journey without proper sustenance? Even if your appetite is lacking, please try to eat something." "That's enough, now leave." Edric's face twisted. Even a porcupine would not bristle so fiercely. Mustering his patience, he spoke with deliberate calm. "Then I shall leave this here, and should you change your mind?" As Edric bent to set down the basket, he started back abruptly. The door flew open without warning, and a pale, fierce face filled his vision. He swallowed hard as he met eyes of brilliant blue that gleamed even in the twilight. Chapter 36. The woman's eyes blazed with fury as she spoke each word with deliberate precision, as though spitting them out. "Do my words sound like nonsense to you?" Faced with her savage intensity, he instinctively took another step backward. The princess, her slender frame trembling, raised her voice with increasing sharpness. "How many times must I tell you to leave me alone? Do you find my words so amusing?" "Your Highness, I merely brought food because I was concerned you might collapse." Edric, who had been hesitating under the barrage of words, protested with an aggrieved expression. The princess let out a scornful laugh directly in his face. "Why would someone like you concern yourself with me? I am your guard knight, your Highness. It is my duty to support you." The woman suddenly burst into laughter. His face flushed crimson. He had never been mocked so openly in his entire life, and had no idea how to respond. The woman, regarding him with contempt, continued slowly. "You seem to think I'm a complete fool. Did you really believe I don't know the Roham Knights are nothing but lapdogs of the Crown Prince?" His expression hardened into stone. She gazed down at the basket in his hands with disdain, her voice turning glacial. "What's in there? You expect me to eat it? What filthy scheme are you plotting?" "I am a knight." Unable to contain himself any longer, Edric raised his voice. For the first time in his life, he felt the heat of indignation burning in his ears. "Your Highness, your words are an insult not merely to me, but to the entire Imperial Knight Order. We have sworn before the gods to protect the Imperial family. We would never do anything to harm your Highness. Do you truly expect me to believe that?" He stood speechless, staring at the princess's face, cold as ice. She wiped away the smile that had lingered at the corners of her mouth, and spoke with cutting finality. "If you wish to flatter someone, go to my half-siblings. I have no need for it." With that, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, ending the conversation. Edric's grip tightened on the basket. Had he not done so, he feared he would have torn the door open and shouted at her to stop being so stubborn. With eyes seething with frustration, Edric glared at the carriage door before turning away. "I have done all I can. I have no desire to persuade a woman who openly insults and antagonizes me." Edric placed the basket on the shelf set up in front of the common barracks, and walked toward the dining area. The knights were already gathered in the field, eating their meal. Joining his companions, Edric filled his plate generously and began eating ravenously, telling himself that whether that wretched woman starved or not was no concern of his. *****. Talia, who had been tossing restlessly in the darkness, carefully sat up. When she drew back the curtain from the window, she could see a few lanterns held by the knights on watch glimmering faintly in the darkness. Everything else lay shrouded in absolute blackness. Talia lifted her gaze to the starless, black sky above before carefully stepping out of the carriage. Having subsisted for days on only a few pieces of bread and some honey-preserved fruit, her limbs felt weak and powerless. Perhaps it would have been better to eat the food that foolish knight had brought. He didn't seem intelligent enough to devise any scheme, so perhaps I was overly cautious. As Talia recalled the knight's simple face, she quickly banished the thought from her mind. She had learned all too well that those who approach with innocent faces are the very ones who cannot be trusted. He might be plotting to lower her guard before committing something terrible. I examined the knights standing guard near the fence with wary eyes, then moved forward with careful steps. My eyes, now accustomed to the darkness, could faintly make out the triangular tent roofs, the long line of supply carriages, and the shapes of horses. I walked cautiously between the tents, careful not to stumble on loose stones. I felt the wind blowing down from the hill slip through the gaps in my clothes. The sharp scent of thick grass mixed with the smell of half-burned firewood tickled my nose. I crept through the darkness, relying on my senses. Soon I found my attendant's quarters. Squinting my eyes, I spent a long moment confirming I had found the right place before carefully climbing onto the nearest supply carriage. I curled myself into a ball among the stacked bundles and stared intently at the tent entrance. I wanted to see if the spy my mother had planted would make a move tonight. I hugged my knees and watched the darkness without blinking. Occasionally I heard soldiers snoring or grinding their teeth. I heard horses neighing and the sounds of insects. I had never realized the night could be so noisy. I tried to ease my painfully taut nerves, counting each agonizing second. How long had I been holding my breath? The pitch-black sky gradually brightened to a deep blue. It seemed tonight would pass quietly after all. I carefully moved my stiffened body and stretched my joints. Each bone seemed to cry out as it cracked. As I rubbed my tingling limbs and barely suppressed a groan, I saw a dark shadow emerge from inside the tent. I narrowed my eyes. Though the darkness obscured her face, I could clearly make out that she was a slender woman. I forced my creaking body to rise and followed the shadow. After walking a long distance along the row of carriages, Ayla's carriage came into view. I wiped my cold, sweaty palms on my skirt. How I wished she would slip inside that carriage. Then she could do what I needed to do instead. With that desperate hope, I stared intently at the woman's back. But she passed right by Ayla's carriage and moved toward the end of the long campsite. When I turned my gaze in that direction, my face went rigid. The flag of House Sirkin, embroidered with a black horse emblem, was fluttering in front of a tent. I rushed there in a panic. But in the brief moment I looked away, the woman had already vanished. As I urgently searched between the tents, I stared at the barracks entrance with growing dread. Could she have gone inside? My heart sank. If Ayla and Barkas were to be united, Gareth's position would become even more secure. House Sirkin wielded considerable influence not only in the Eastern Territories, but also in the North. If Ayla became the Grand Duke's consort, Gareth would have the Noble Alliance backing him. There was every possibility that my mother had decided to eliminate Barkas to prevent such a situation. With that thought, I rushed into Barkas's barracks as if being chased. I could not think rationally. Searching urgently through the darkened barracks, I pulled back the partition curtain in the center. The bed was empty. Since he was someone who began his daily tasks before dawn broke, he was likely inspecting the campsite or checking on Torque's condition. Though that thought crossed my mind, the unease did not easily subside. I felt along the empty bed, checking if there were any bloodstains. Then I heard heavy footsteps and quickly lifted my head. A large man was standing before the barracks entrance. Thinking it was Barkas, I rushed forward but stopped abruptly. It was Gareth in light clothing, looking at me with startled eyes. "What are you doing here?" He raised the corners of his eyes sharply and looked me up and down. Chapter 37. Talia opened her mouth to protest, but no words came. She wanted to maintain her usual brazen composure, but both body and mind had reached their limits, leaving her thoughts sluggish and scattered. She yanked the hood over her face to conceal the turmoil etched across her features, then attempted to slip past her brother blocking the entrance. But Gareth was faster, seizing her wrist in a vice-like grip. "I asked why you were ransacking Barkas's barracks." "Let go." She thrashed her arm violently, but Gareth's hand clung to her like glue, unyielding. He wrenched her body toward him, growling like an enraged wolf. "Tell me what scheme you were plotting." His grip was crushing, bone-deep, and Talia bit her lip against the pain. Such a brutish fool, relying only on brute strength. Without hesitation, she drove her heel into his shin. Apparently unarmed at the moment, Gareth yelped a curse and jumped back, hopping on one foot. Seizing the opening, Talia wrenched her arm free and bolted from Barkas's barracks, sprinting with desperate speed. Behind her, the sound of objects shattering erupted as Gareth gave chase. But Talia didn't look back, weaving frantically between tent after tent. Her carriage soon came into view. She hurled herself inside, locked the door firmly behind her, and huddled in the corner, trembling. She dreaded the thought of Gareth, burning with rage, smashing the carriage to pieces. Yet after a long silence, no commotion arose. It seemed he had abandoned the pursuit, likely deterred by the watchful eyes of those around them. Talia exhaled in relief, burying her face in her knees. Then, suddenly gripped by self-loathing, her expression twisted. She despised herself for acting like a complete fool. Why had she lost her composure and shown concern for his safety? The fact that Gareth had witnessed her emotional turmoil gnawed at her. Surely he hadn't noticed anything suspicious? Talia gnawed at her lip anxiously before carefully peering out the window. The knights were dismantling the barracks. They didn't seem to have noticed the disturbance she'd caused. With her face pressed against the glass, eyes darting about, Talia finally drew the curtains closed. As the sky brightened, the knights mounted their horses and began forming ranks. Among them was Barkas. Talia watched him through a gap in the curtains as he inspected the formation, but when he approached her carriage, she hastily concealed herself. Had Gareth told him something? Was he coming to interrogate her? She scrambled through various excuses in her mind, but Barkas, having halted near the carriage, simply issued orders to the knights before returning to the front of the column. Talia's shoulders sagged with relief. Then, a guard knight's booming voice rang out. "We shall depart shortly, Your Highness." She made no reply. He hadn't expected one anyway, for the knight simply urged his horse forward without another word. Soon after, her carriage began to move. Talia lay back against the seat, gazing up at the sky turning pale through the curtain gap. It seemed another tedious day was beginning, with nothing resolved. The march that had begun at dawn came to a halt before the sun had even begun its descent. Gareth, whose patience had reached its breaking point, unilaterally declared they would advance no further today. Strictly speaking, the itinerary of this journey fell under the authority of Barkas, the supreme commander. Yet few dared defy the orders of the future emperor. Consequently, with Barkas's tacit consent, they were forced to establish a campsite on the barren plain, with Ulgram Hill, the second sacred site, tantalizingly close. The soldiers, eager to escape the plains as quickly as possible, seemed displeased with the situation. But for Talia, it was a blessing. She had spent the entire day confined in a swaying carriage without proper food or rest, and her strength had utterly depleted. She lay sprawled across the carriage seat, her eyes fluttering weakly. Then a tiresome voice called from outside. "Your Highness, I've brought some fruit for you." Talia's brow furrowed. It was incomprehensible that the knight would meddle again after receiving such a rebuff yesterday. There had to be some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would he fawn over her so persistently? She responded coldly. "Get lost. If you're worried about what might be in the food, then surely fresh, unprocessed fruit would be acceptable?" She couldn't be bothered to respond and simply closed her mouth. At that, the knight rudely thrust open the carriage door and thrust a tray of fruit directly before her. "I'm genuinely concerned this will turn into a funeral procession. Please stop being so stubborn and eat something." She glared at him with an exasperated expression before lowering her gaze to the silver tray. Rosy apples, plums, and green grapes lay arranged upon it. Talia stared down at them for a moment, then muttered in a hollow voice devoid of anger. "How am I supposed to know if you've poisoned the skin?" At this point, most would have given up, but the knight didn't budge. He exhaled a heavy sigh, picked up an apple from the tray, took a large bite, and thrust the apple, now bearing his teeth marks, toward her. "Is this sufficient? Are you seriously asking me to eat something you've already bitten? That's disgusting. Get that away from me." The knight looked as though he wanted to strangle her. Regardless, Talia turned away. The truth was she was ravenously hungry, but she couldn't bring herself to eat food touched by another's hands. Even if she forced it down, she'd only vomit it all back up. "That's enough. Stop pestering me and please just leave." "Is leave the only word Your Highness knows how to say?" His increasingly overstepping behavior and words ignited a surge of irritation within her. Talia shot to her feet. A brief wave of dizziness washed over her, but refusing to appear weak, she steadied herself and pushed through it. As her vision cleared, She ignored the knight's watchful gaze and stepped out of the carriage. The sky had transformed from deep blue to a pale orange. After gazing at it for a moment, Talia moved toward the edge of the campsite, evading the lingering stares directed at her. She wanted to find a quiet place where no one else was and rest peacefully. But if she strayed from the group, the knights would surely follow. After a moment's deliberation, Talia headed toward the dense forest, positioned at a slight distance from where the supply carriages were stationed. At this distance, they could still keep her in sight, so they wouldn't hover about under the pretense of protection. Talia leaned her back against the large tree and breathed in the cool evening air deeply. She had been sitting there for some time when she heard faint laughter nearby. Talia's eyes snapped open. It seemed she wasn't the only one seeking out a secluded place for rest. Between the scattered spruce trees, Ayla moved with leisurely steps. Talia's face contorted. Her mind and body were utterly exhausted. She couldn't possibly endure seeing that blissful expression on Ayla's face. She rose abruptly to leave, but as she did, another figure hidden behind a tree came into view. It was the man who, just this morning, had made her pray for nothing but his survival. Talia stared at him with vacant eyes. Barkas, holding Torque's reins in one hand and quietly following Ayla, appeared more serene than ever before. Having grown weary of his cold expressions and furrowed brows, his peaceful face felt unfamiliar to her. Did he always wear such an expression in front of Ayla? As she gazed blankly at him, Ayla tugged at Barkas's arm, rose onto her toes, and tilted her head upward. Talia held her breath, understanding what Ayla was asking for. She didn't want to see it. She didn't want to witness a scene that would haunt her mind for the rest of her life, one she'd replay and agonize over endlessly. Even as she screamed silently within, Talia couldn't tear her gaze away from the two of them. Perhaps she wanted to see him coldly reject her. But Barkas responded to Ayla's desire like a faithful hound. The moment Talia saw him lower his head toward Ayla, she spun around and began to run. But she hadn't gone far before someone grabbed her. She lifted her eyes in shock. Gareth, his cheeks flushed as though he'd been drinking, gripped her arm and stared down at her intently. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Talia hastily lowered her head. But it was already too late. He'd caught the moisture glistening in her eyes. You couldn't possibly be. Gareth let out a hollow laugh and murmured. Talia twisted her arm violently to escape his grip. But the crown prince didn't budge. As he gazed down at her face, still trembling with unresolved emotion, as though it were some rare spectacle, Gareth suddenly burst into laughter. So that's what this is about. Chapter 38. Let go of me. Talia lashed out at his shin, but Gareth was no fool to fall for the same trick twice. He deftly sidestepped her attack and twisted her arm with brutal force, then laughed at her with infuriating mockery. I suspected as much, but I never imagined the imperial family's troublemaker harbored such feelings for the Eastern Territory's noble heir. Talia stared up at him with eyes wide with terror. The blood in my veins seemed to freeze. I hastily composed my expression. Don't spout nonsense. Who would? Exactly. It's all nonsense. A bastard daring to covet the heir to Grand Duke Sirkin. How presumptuous. Gareth was delighted to have finally caught his troublesome sister in a compromising position, and now his entire body shook with laughter. He seized my chin with one hand and exhaled a foul, alcohol-reeking breath directly into my face. Blood doesn't lie, does it? Of course not. What else would you expect from a vulgar whore who eyes another woman's man? Talia glared at him with blazing intensity. Gareth smirked down at that venomous face before releasing her with a dismissive shove. Then he drawled mockingly. Dream on. Barkas is far beyond someone like you. You forgot one thing, brother. I don't just carry the blood of a vulgar whore. I also carry the blood of a man who abandoned his pregnant wife to dally with a fresh young thing. In that instant, the smile vanished from the crown prince's face as if wiped clean. Talia met that grotesquely twisted expression head-on, and continued slowly. And now that I think about it, that shameless man's blood flows through your veins as well, doesn't it? I could see the muscles in his massive frame tense with barely restrained fury. I knew I should stop here, but I couldn't end this by surrendering only my secrets to him. I mirrored his expression, offering him a bitter smile. Since you've uncovered my secret, brother, Shall I unearth one of yours? A flicker of unease crossed Gareth's eyes. Watching that fear with contempt, Talia leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "There's a delicious rumor circulating among the handmaidens, that His Highness the Crown Prince seeks out only one woman each night. A woman with honey-gold hair and eyes as blue as the sea." The color drained from Gareth's bronze face. Talia smiled wickedly at that sickly pallor. "I have a feeling I know exactly which woman you dreamed of the night you first became a man and soiled your bed. Shall I guess?" His entire body convulsed as if struck by lightning. The thought crossed my mind that if I didn't stop now, this time I might actually be murdered. Yet, as always, I heeded the demon's voice urging me forward. "Don't tremble so. I'm a good sister, after all. I'll keep your secret to the grave. It's just that His Highness the Crown Prince seems to have inherited the Emperor's blood quite intensely." Before I could finish speaking, a heavy impact sent my head snapping to the side. Talia crumpled to the floor, clutching her face as it burned as if aflame. My vision swam as though I had a concussion. As I tried to push myself up, cradling my reeling head, Gareth descended upon me and wrapped his hands around my throat. My eyes felt ready to burst from their sockets. Talia thrashed desperately, clawing at his forearms with sharp nails and kicking at his stone-like body with all my might. But my weakened frame was utterly powerless. Like a fish flopping on dry land, I convulsed. Then my limbs went limp. At that moment, the crushing grip around my throat suddenly released. Talia gasped convulsively, her vision blurred by tears. Through the haze, I saw Barkaz gripping Gareth's arm. Barkaz looked down at me with an expression like a mask, then shifted his gaze to Gareth. He still glared at his half-sister as though he might kill her at any moment. His face a portrait of indignation and fury. The sight of him playing the victim was so absurd that laughter bubbled up between my gasps for breath. Gareth's face flushed crimson as he raised his fist. "You wretched!" But his hand never reached me. Barkaz seized his muscular forearm with casual ease, as though twisting a child's wrist, and fixed me with a sharp, piercing gaze. He seemed thoroughly exasperated with her desperate attempts to scratch at her brother, even after nearly dying. "Escort the princess to her quarters." He issued orders to the guard knight, who came rushing over with a ghastly pallor. The knight immediately moved to support her. Talia brushed off his hand with callous indifference and staggered to her feet. Then, as though nothing had happened, she casually dusted the dirt clinging to her skirts with brisk pats. Gareth, whose eyes burned with fury as he watched her, bellowed at Barkaz, "Let go of her this instant. I can't stop." Ayla, observing the scene from a distance, raised her voice. It seemed to be the first time she had witnessed her brother's violent conduct so directly, for her face had drained of all color. She hurried to his side and spoke in sharp, clipped tones. "What on earth are you doing? You are the crown prince of this empire. How could you commit such outrages? Stay out of this." Gareth snarled like a beast. Ayla flinched and stepped back. The brother who had always behaved like a docile puppy toward her had bared his fangs, and she appeared considerably shaken by this revelation. Talia spoke mockingly toward her half-sister. "That's right. Sister, don't meddle in our affairs." Ayla's emerald eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as she glared at her. Then, catching sight of Talia's pitiful state, she stiffened with a start. Talia caressed her swollen cheek with one hand and smiled with an odd, twisted expression. It was merely a light quarrel between siblings, nothing more. "Isn't that so, brother?" As she tilted her head as if seeking agreement, the sound of grinding teeth echoed between clenched jaws. She approached Gareth, who was seething with barely contained rage. Though the knight moved to block her path in protest, she ignored him and looked directly up into her half-brother's deep green eyes. "In truth, we are close enough to share secrets." His face had flushed crimson, as though it might burst at any moment. His expression was one of wanting to devour her alive. Yet, unwilling to risk exposing their sordid secret before his sister, he released the tension from his body and spoke through gritted teeth. "Take your hands off me." Barkaz, who had been studying Gareth's face intently, released his grip. The force he had applied was considerable. Clear handprints stood out starkly against the sun-bronzed skin. Gareth cradled and massaged the marks, then cast hostile glances alternately between Barkaz and Talia before spinning around and heading toward the campsite. As I watched his defeated retreat, I felt a chilling gaze upon me. I wiped the smile from my face and lifted my head straight. An impassive, emotionless face looked down at me, as always inscrutable. Yet within his ice-cold eyes, I could clearly discern the emotions of disillusionment and rage. He seized my arm with his gauntlet hand and nodded to the knight. Escort the first princess to her quarters. Then, offering a slight bow to Ayla, who stood rigidly frozen, he led me away through the trees as though escorting a prisoner. I twisted my face with malice. Regardless of what anyone said, I was the princess of the empire. He, a servant of the imperial family, could not possibly drag the emperor's daughter about like a common dog. I wrenched my arm free from his grip with force. "You insolent wretch! Release me at once!" In that instant, my body lifted into the air. I shrieked. Barkas, hoisting me onto one shoulder like a piece of luggage, strode across the campsite, ignoring the astonished stares around him. My face flushed crimson as I thrashed about like a maddened beast. Though I pummeled his back and shoulders with my fists and lashed out with my feet savagely, Barkas remained utterly unmoved. Chapter 39. In a flash, Barkas reached the carriage and deposited her onto the seat as though discarding a sack of grain. Talia rubbed her throbbing backside, glaring at him with eyes burning with indignation. Then she caught sight of his grimly set face and froze. Barkas looked down at her with an expression of patience stretched to its breaking point, his words grinding out like gravel. "Did I not warn you not to cause any more troublesome incidents?" Her hesitation lasted only a moment before defiant fire flashed in her eyes. "Why should I listen to you? What exactly are you? Better than a princess in name only." A cold sneer curved Barkas's lips. Talia surged to her feet with a cry of fury. She felt she could not possibly restrain herself from striking that arrogant face. But Barkas was faster. He leaned over her, pinning her arms, and looked down at her with eyes devoid of all warmth. That merciless gaze swept across her burst blood vessels, and the bruises that surely darkened her neck. A sigh of exasperation escaped his lips. "What is it that you fail to understand, thrashing about like this? No one here will actively protect you. If the crown prince wills it, no one can guarantee your life. Why do you even care?" Talia cried out sharply. "Wouldn't you be most relieved if I disappeared from this world? I cannot deny that." Though she had expected this answer, Talia felt her heart bleed with anguish. He continued with cruel composure. "But I cannot allow your actions to jeopardize the crown prince's position. So, if you wish to harm yourself, do it with your own hands." Talia pressed back the tears that burned at her eyes. He slowly straightened, and the sharp edges of his face were now masked by the impassive countenance of a seasoned knight. He added in a businesslike tone, "I shall summon a healing mage. Compose yourself and rest." Talia answered by seizing a goblet from the floor and hurling it. The silver cup struck his chest and clattered to the ground. Barkas, his gaze turning glacial with disdain, departed the carriage. Talia slammed the door shut. The tears she had desperately held back finally spilled down her cheeks. Terrified that her sobs might escape, she clamped her hand over her mouth. The cry lodged in her throat constricted her breathing. She wished to suffocate entirely. Asterisk. Atop Ulgram Hill stood only the White Temple, erected by Emperor Darian to commemorate Osiria's independence. Pilgrims paused before it, gazing up at the magnificent structure gleaming pristine white with reverent wonder. Despite the passage of centuries, the temple remained nearly perfectly preserved. They traced the prayers carved into the walls and the statues of various heroes, surrendering to religious ecstasy. Yet the crown prince seemed unmoved by the relics left by his ancestors. Gareth leaped down from his saddle and surveyed the arched entrance with indifferent eyes before asking, "Is this the second sacred site?" "Yes, your highness," an attendant answered in a tense voice. The attendants, well aware that his mood had been abysmal since the previous day, all wore subdued expressions and watched only for his signals. Only Barkas maintained his usual composed demeanor. "There is no resident priest here, I understand. We shall prepare the ceremony ourselves." Barkas approached the crown prince's side and spoke. The crown prince, regarding him with eyes tinged with peculiar hostility, turned sharply and replied, "Then don't dawdle. Do it quickly." The moment his command fell, the attendants began positioning the carriages near the temple and unloading supplies. The retinues of the first and second princesses, arriving late, joined in the effort. While soldiers swiftly erected tents, servants withdrew incense burners, sacred vessels, silver ewers, and candle stands from chests and began polishing them to a gleam. Once the preliminary preparations were complete, the handmaidens attended to the grooming of the crown prince and the first princess. From a distance, Edric watched the scene unfold before approaching the carriage where Talia had barricaded herself. It was time to suggest she prepare herself for the ceremony. Yet for some reason, the words wouldn't come. He stared at the firmly closed door, scratching the back of his head rather roughly. The image of the second princess from the previous evening surfaced in his mind, and his stomach twisted uncomfortably. Edric let his raised arm fall limply to his side, abandoning his intention to knock. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the crown prince's tent pitched at a distance. While servants hauled out a massive bathtub before the tent and filled it with water, kindling a fire beneath it, the crown prince reclined in a chair, leisurely sipping wine without a care in the world. The sight left a bitter taste in Edric's mouth. He brutalized his own sister to that extent, and feels not a shred of remorse. He had heard rumors that the crown prince laid hands on the second princess, but he never imagined it would be to such a degree. He clenched his fists as he recalled the sight of a delicate woman with a frame barely substantial enough to grasp being struck across the face by a man built like a mountain. Her neck constricted as she thrashed helplessly. It was only by fortune that Sirkin had been nearby. Otherwise, a terrible tragedy would have unfolded. Edric looked down at his palm, slick with cold sweat, then turned away. Talia Roemgerda would undoubtedly insist on not participating in the ceremony. There was no point in exhausting himself further. As he swallowed a heavy sigh and began moving toward the temple, a clattering sound echoed from behind him. "You there?" Edric spun around, his eyes widening in surprise as he spotted Talia standing at the carriage entrance with her arms crossed. The woman descended from the carriage with an expression of arrogant composure, as though nothing had transpired, and gestured with a nod. "Summon the handmaidens." "I beg your pardon?" The woman fixed him with an irritated gaze as he merely blinked blankly. "Are you both ugly and stupid, with ears to match? I'm going to prepare myself, so fetch the handmaidens at once." Edric, stunned by language he had never heard directed at him before, quickly turned and gathered the servants the Empress had assigned to him. A sigh of relief escaped him at the sight of Talia wielding her sharp tongue with such commanding presence. Though the healer had mended her wounds cleanly the previous night, he had worried whether she might collapse after enduring such brutal suffering on a body that had fasted nearly the entire day. Fortunately, she appears unharmed. Then again, she was a woman who had narrowly escaped death yet mocked the crown prince without a trace of intimidation. Her spirit would not be so easily broken. With a hollow laugh, Edric promptly ordered the servants to fetch water, and commanded his subordinates to don their formal uniforms. Since the second princess had finally resolved to participate in the imperial family's traditional ceremony, he intended to serve her properly as a royal guard knight. Chapter 40. He retrieved the knight order coat he had set aside, brushed away the dust, and draped it over his gleaming orichalcum armor. The tabard, crafted by the Fae themselves, bore an embroidered crest of a golden chalice inscribed with ancient runes and sacred flames. A special enchantment had been woven into the fabric to prevent damage from powerful impacts, though it seemed even magic could do nothing about the wrinkles creasing the hem. He patted the crumpled folds of the trailing garment until they lay flat, wiped away the dirt clinging to his sabatons, and rose to his feet. After finishing his preparations, he stepped out of the barracks to find the sky overcast and hazy. The wind had been unusually fierce since afternoon, and it seemed a sudden downpour was imminent. Edric, his brow furrowed, grabbed a cloak and made his way toward Talia's barracks. Just then, the sound of a sacred bell announcing the ceremony's beginning echoed from behind him. He turned his head urgently over his shoulder to see the crown prince and first princess, their preparations complete, leading their attendants through the temple entrance. He hurried across the camp. Passing between massive columns that appeared carved from stone, he entered through an arched doorway and took in the interior of the sanctuary, bathed in a bluish light. Edric paused for a moment, surveying the attendants filling the congregation seals, and the knights arrayed in a long line along the walls. The crown prince and first princess stood before the altar. It appeared they were receiving a blessing prayer from the high priest before the ceremony commenced. Edric, shifting anxiously on his feet, spotted Lord Sirkin waiting at the transept and swiftly crossed the main aisle. "Commander, the second princess's preparations should be complete shortly. Would you be willing to wait just a moment longer?" As he approached and spoke carefully, a composed gaze turned toward him. Edric instinctively held his breath. Barkis wore a black doublet instead of the Knight Order uniform, with a breastplate bearing the House Sirkin crest, and a uniquely styled cloak draped over one shoulder. Even to Edric's eyes, the sight was striking enough to send a chill down his spine. Suddenly, he recalled the princess's words that he was ugly. If one had grown up seeing men like this from childhood, it made sense that ordinary men would all seem plain by comparison. Lost in such absurd thoughts, his superior, who had been quietly observing him, released a faint sigh and slowly walked toward the altar. "It seems the ceremony should be paused. The second princess intends to attend the blessing as well, it appears." The priest reciting the prayer looked bewildered, his gaze alternating between Barkis and Edric, who stood in an awkward posture. As a member of the imperial family, Talia had an obligation to participate in the ceremony. Had she refused, it would be one thing, but if she had expressed her intention to attend, it was only proper to accommodate her. Yet the high priest could not hastily agree, and merely watched Gareth's expression. "Are you telling me to wait for that bastard?" The crown prince, his eyes blazing with hostility toward Barkis, spoke each word as though spitting it out. "Proceed with the ceremony at once. I have no intention of wasting even a single second because of her." Edric's face hardened. He had witnessed firsthand just how intense the crown prince's animosity toward the second princess was. He had anticipated that he might not respond favorably, but he had not expected him to openly refuse in front of everyone. Was not the second princess's participation in the pilgrimage ceremony the emperor's own will? Edric hesitated, then spoke. "She too is a member of the imperial family acknowledged by His Majesty the Emperor. According to custom, does she not have the right to receive the blessings of the saints?" The crown prince, whose eyes had been blazing, turned his gaze toward Edric. Edric swallowed hard. The crown prince, his broad-featured face twisted into a scowl, approached him like a prowling tiger. "Do you even know who you're speaking in front of?" "My apologies, Your Highness. I merely..." Edric, hastily bowing his head and attempting to offer an excuse, gasped roughly as a force tightened around his throat. Gareth, gripping his collar, dragged him forward violently. Edric did his best not to wince, meeting that savage face directly. As if irritated by this, the crown prince, his deep green eyes flashing, growled like an enraged beast. "How dare a mere knight presume to lecture me?" Iopulodissa. Edric clenched his fists to keep from struggling against the hand choking him, forcing words out with difficulty. Then Barkis placed a hand on the crown prince's shoulder. "Your Highness." At the softly spoken voice, Gareth's shoulders stiffened. Edric could see a flicker of subtle tension cross the crown prince's arrogant face. Barkis spoke in a gentle tone. "There are many watching." A faint flush rose to Gareth's cheeks. For a moment, he seemed to feel shame at having been intimidated. The crown prince released Edric's collar and glared at Barkis with fierce eyes. "I warned you never to lay your hands on me without permission. How long do you think I'll tolerate this?" Gareth shrugged the hand from his shoulder with brutal force, then thrust his face menacingly close to mine, his voice dripping with venom. The knights, along with the first princess herself, rushed forward to restrain the crown prince, whose demeanor suggested he might attack at any moment. At that instant, a voice as cold and crystalline as ice shards echoed through the sanctuary. Had I known such entertaining spectacle awaited, I would have attended the last ceremony as well. Edric turned at the sound, his breath catching involuntarily as he spotted me crossing the colonnade with several handmaidens in tow, moving with deliberate grace. The woman who seized every opportunity to sow discord now advanced toward the altar with impeccable composure and refinement. Pale sunlight streaming through the windows illuminated my face, bearing the Empress's unmistakable features, and the delicate form draped in platinum silk. Edric blinked, momentarily dazed by the surreal sight, before realizing that not only he but everyone seated in the gallery had become utterly transfixed. He glanced at the Crown Prince and the first princess to gauge their reactions. The Crown Prince glared at his sister with a demonic expression, while the first princess maintained an outwardly serene facade, though the white knuckles of her clenched fists betrayed her true state. Sensing the palpable tension radiating among the three imperial family members, Edric quietly positioned himself beside the second princess. Yet no one present spared him a glance. Only Talia Roem-Gerda rolled her eyes in his direction once before her attention shifted back to Barkis and Gareth. But her interest soon returned to Barkis and Gareth. "What are you standing there for? Were you planning to start a brawl?" The Crown Prince, grinding his teeth so hard they might shatter, slowly withdrew from Lord Sirkin. Then he raked his gaze over his sister from head to toe, his lips twisting into a sneer. "I don't know who you're trying to impress with that getup, but surely you don't believe dressing up will conceal your filthy origins. Just days ago, you criticized my attire for lacking propriety. Since you complained so much, I took special care today. I'm hurt you'd say such things." The princess, who had stiffened momentarily, approached him with a meaningful smile playing at her lips. Edric watched her with wide, startled eyes. That she would provoke the Crown Prince again after suffering so severely just yesterday filled him with astonishment bordering on bewilderment. Yet the second princess, regardless of his alarm, thrust her face toward the Crown Prince and continued softly, "Do you know how much effort I put into dressing exactly to your taste?" Chapter 41. The Crown Prince's thick neck flushed crimson, the veins standing out prominently. As though he might throw a punch at any moment, Edric positioned himself directly beside Talia. It wasn't only he who sensed the danger. Barkis, who had been standing silently like a shadow, slipped between them. "The schedule has fallen considerably behind. Shall we proceed with the ceremony now?" The second princess, who had stiffened momentarily, turned her gaze toward Grand Duke Sirkin. Though it lasted only an instant, Edric, whose nerves were stretched taut, could discern how rigidly tension seized her body. Even this thunderous woman understood that when Grand Duke Sirkin turned serious, one had to exercise restraint. She clamped her mouth shut and averted her eyes. The Crown Prince, who had seemed ready to explode moments before, gritted his teeth and returned to stand before the altar. As the situation appeared to settle, the high priest, who had been hunching his neck like a turtle and watching for his moment, cleared his throat and resumed the ceremony. Edric stood at a distance, observing as the three members of the imperial family received the blessing prayers in turn. When the Crown Prince stepped forward to the altar first and bowed his head, the high priest lifted a silver chalice and poured holy water over it, then intoned words of blessing in the ancient tongue. Next came the first princess and Grand Duke Sirkin, who would become her consort, approaching the altar, and finally Talia bowed before the priest. Edric gazed at Talia, who kept her eyes lowered, as though observing a stranger. As the firelight from hundreds of candles cast a mystical radiance upon her tawny gold hair and pale skin, she appeared to exist in another dimension entirely. While he stared at her in a daze, the priest poured holy water over her head as well. The transparent stream dampened her hair like spun gold, trickling down her smooth forehead and cheek, along her straight nose, and gathering at the tip of her chin. The priest raised his hand above her head and poured forth his divine power. "May the grace of the divine be with you eternally." The prayer, which had seemed as though it would never end, finally ceased. As the priest rang a silver bell, the Crown Prince rose first and strode across the congregation. The first princess and Grand Duke Sirkin followed, and Talia Roem-Gerda likewise slowly straightened. Then, holding her chin high with the bearing of a queen, she crossed the congregation with confident strides. All eyes remained fixed upon her commanding presence, the embodiment of discord, an unsettling and ominous existence, as though they were only now realizing for the first time that the woman they had always perceived thus was, in fact, a princess of the empire. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the altitude rose sharply, the air that had been scalding as hot spring water grew refreshingly cool. Drawing in the dry, crisp air, Talia gazed out the window at the sun sinking toward the horizon. From the east, deep indigo night was advancing. Another day would end without incident. My throat burned as though I had swallowed embers. I opened the storage compartment affixed to the corner of the carriage, and withdrew a small silver dagger I had brought from the monastery. The pale, gleaming blade seemed to speak to me, saying it had grown weary of waiting. Tucking it into my pocket, I carefully descended from the carriage, and the bustling scene of the campsite came into view at once. I pulled the hood attached to my gown over my head, and surveyed my surroundings carefully. It appeared Gareth was hosting a grand feast to lift his spirits. Servants hurried between tents more busily than usual, carrying wine and food, and several soldiers were already thoroughly intoxicated. I touched the blade in my pocket and moistened my parched lips. I welcomed the chaotic atmosphere. It would make the task easier. I carefully crossed the campsite. Then, a guard knight who spotted me came rushing over with delight. "Your Highness." I furrowed my brow. Why did this man persist in wagging his tail so relentlessly before me? His unnervingly familiar demeanor even stirred my displeasure. I fixed a cold stare upon his harmless, innocent face, let out a derisive snort, and brushed past him without a word. Yet even my frigid response failed to dampen his spirits. "You must have felt quite confined, haven't you? Come this way if you please. The servants have prepared food. If you observe the cooking process, you can rest assured, can't you?" I ignored the incessantly chattering knight, and turned my steps toward where music could be heard. It wasn't long before I found Gareth enjoying a lavish feast before his ornate tent, a fire crackling nearby. She halted at a distance, observing the scene with barely concealed disdain. The crown prince sat with a sullen expression, tilting his wine glass, while his attendants spared no effort to lift his spirits. Attendants dressed in ridiculous jester costumes performed tricks with daggers, musicians played sticky melodies suited to his tastes, and several handmaidens fawned over him under the pretense of service. As she watched with contempt, a guard knight stepped into her path. "It would be best if you went elsewhere." Talia gazed up at his grave expression. He'd worn that same look at the temple, standing beside her as though he were protecting her from danger. Talia scoffed inwardly. As if I would be fooled. "Don't meddle where you're not wanted." With cold dismissal, Talia turned her direction toward the tents lying near the riverbank. Her true target had never been Gareth. She made every effort to appear natural as she searched for Ayla's camp, her eyes darting about. Soon enough, she spotted her half-sister surrounded by handmaidens, enjoying her meal. She fell into contemplation. Knights swarmed around Ayla. To them, I was a person of concern. Any hasty approach would be immediately stopped. She bit her lip anxiously. How could she reach her half-sister without arousing suspicion? While lost in such deliberation, the guard knight who had been chattering incessantly suddenly fell silent. Talia glanced up. The man was gazing down at her with suspicious eyes. He seemed to have noticed something unusual about her behavior. She feigned composure and settled onto a nearby dining table. Then, to divert his attention, she blurted out abruptly, "I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat." The man's face brightened immediately at her words. He was absurdly simple-minded. "Just a moment, please. I'll prepare it at once." Once the tiresome watchdog disappeared, Talia rolled her eyes beneath her pulled-down hood, observing Ayla's movements again. Her half-sister was laughing continuously at the handmaiden's jokes. Could I really end that insufferable woman's life? My mouth had gone dry. Perhaps before I could even attempt it properly, the knight would notice something amiss and restrain me. Then this wouldn't pass off as mere mischief. She fingered the blade hidden in her pocket, contemplating whether this act was truly worth sacrificing her life. Even if Ayla disappeared from this world, it wouldn't result in me obtaining Barca's. He would continue living his life as always, and I would become nothing but dew upon the scaffold, vanishing. The only thing this foolish action would yield is a miserable death. And yet, would watching Barca's become the husband of Ayla truly be worse than death? While Ayla, as the Grand Duke Sirkin's wife, bore and raised his heirs, I would wither away in excruciating agony. Perhaps I would be forced into marriage with a man chosen by Senevere. Then I would be unable to endure the vile touch of that vile, filthy man, and would hang myself. No, it was certain I would. Whether I died this way or that, death was inevitable. Perhaps it would be cleaner to end it today, taking Ayla with me as my companion. At last her resolve hardened. Talia rose from her seat and began approaching Ayla as naturally as possible, when suddenly a familiar silhouette caught her eye. That woman. Chapter 42. Over the past few days, I had kept my eyes sharp and watchful, and now I caught sight of the woman I'd been monitoring slipping silently between the tents. Watching her through narrowed eyes, I carefully followed in her footsteps. The woman moved with practiced ease, drawing no attention to herself. Her gait was so quiet and nimble that had I not been accustomed to the distinctive movements of those trained by the Terran family, I would have lost her in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she crossed the campsite and vanished between the long line of supply carriages. After a moment's hesitation, I crept behind the massive cargo wagon and peered through the narrow gap between the vehicles. But the woman had already disappeared without a trace. With a bewildered expression, I squeezed between the large supply wagons. That was when something caught my foot with a soft tap. What is this? Bending down, I discovered a small glass vial wedged beneath a wheel and furrowed my brow. As I picked it up to examine it more closely, I felt a few drops of slick liquid clinging to the bottle's mouth dampen my fingers. I gasped in alarm and hurled the vial away. Bringing my hand close to my face, I sniffed cautiously, and a pungent floral stench mixed with the acrid reek of animal secretions assaulted my nostrils. The nauseating odor was so overwhelming that my head spun and bile rose in my throat. I grimaced and wiped the strange liquid away with my handkerchief. Yet the peculiar stench lingered stubbornly. This is revolting. I threw the soiled handkerchief to the ground and straightened up, only to notice a dark shadow looming over my head. I jerked my head up with a startled cry and stumbled backward onto the ground. Barkas stood over me with a cold expression. What are you doing in a place like this? I stared up at him blankly for a moment before scrambling to my feet. How long had he been watching me? My heart pounded despite my having done nothing wrong. I forced myself to appear composed and spoke with a sharp edge to my voice. You startled me. Why do you move about like a ghost without making a sound? You still haven't answered my question. Barkas ignored my retort, unfolded his arms from across his chest, and stepped closer. I hesitated, then lifted my chin defiantly. Why should I answer your questions? What I do and where I go is none of your concern. I turned to flee, but Barkas extended his long legs to block my path. Trapped between the supply wagon and his lean frame, I looked up at him with anxious eyes. Why are you doing this? Because I know what sort of trouble you'll find if I let you wander about alone. At his sharp tone, I shrank back. Barkas stared down at me intently, then exhaled a shallow sigh and tilted his head slightly. I'll escort you back to your quarters. Lead the way. I don't need it. I can go alone. Is there some reason I shouldn't escort you? Without thinking, I gripped the hilt of the blade I'd hidden in my pocket. It was a foolish move, as good as announcing that I was concealing something. Seeing his eyes narrow, I shoved hard against his chest with both hands. Mind your own business. Move. Despite pushing with all my strength, he didn't budge an inch. Lean as he appeared, his body was as unyielding as iron. I lifted my chin boldly, masking my fear. Didn't you hear me? Get out of my way. Barkas regarded me silently, then slowly stepped back. I seized the opportunity and quickly squeezed through the narrow gap between him and the carriage. I was about to make my escape when a strong hand grasped my arm and firmly turned me around. Before she could even gasp, his hand plunged into the pocket of her gown and withdrew a knife honed to a razor's edge. Talia's face drained of color as she looked up at him. Barkas drew the blade across his palm with an elegant motion, then fixed her with an unreadable, emotionless gaze. She could have simply claimed it was for self-defense, but when confronted with those piercing eyes that seemed to dissect her very thoughts, her reason shattered and scattered like broken glass. Like a child robbed of her only toy, she lunged at him with ferocious desperation. Give it back. He raised the hand holding the knife high above his head. Talia rose onto her toes, frantically grasping at his uniform while stretching her arm as far as it would reach. Return it. I'm telling you to give it back. Watching her thrash about in a frenzy of lost reason, Barkas's expression hardened before he hurled the knife away. Talia scrambled to retrieve it, bending hastily. But before her fingers could close around the blade, a foot encased in gilded sabotants kicked it far across the ground. She watched in a daze as the knife skidded beneath the carriage, her body already moving to crawl after it. But before she could touch the ground, a long, muscular arm wrapped around her waist and forcibly pulled her upright. Talia's face twisted into a vicious snarl as she glared at him with murderous intent. Yet Barkas's expression was equally raw with barely restrained fury. "I won't ask what you intended to do with that." Barkas brought his face close to hers, each word ground out like gravel between his teeth. His lowered voice cut like a blade honed to a killing edge. "From now on, you will be under constant surveillance. So discard every foolish, worthless scheme rattling around in that small head of yours. Who are you to speak to me that way? Who are you to take what's mine? Who are you? When you're going to be another woman's man? When you're going to leave forever? Why do you make me want to kill her, then forbid me from doing anything about it?" Incoherent words choked her throat, threatening to spill out. She wanted to curse, to scream, but if she opened her mouth she feared she would wail and shriek like a 10-year-old girl. So she clamped her jaw shut instead. Observing her in silence, Barkas straightened and gestured with his chin for her to move forward. Talia glared at him with eyes burning with hatred, then walked quickly between the carriages. His promise of thorough surveillance proved no idle threat. He followed like her shadow. The presence she had once yearned for so desperately now felt unbearably repugnant. He had been nowhere when she needed him. Yet the moment she made the most crucial decision of her life, he appeared to obstruct her. To protect Ayla. No. Perhaps he was protecting Gareth instead. He would never fully understand why she carried a knife in her pocket. He paid no mind to the half-brother who beat her whenever opportunity arose. Yet he could not fathom why she ground her teeth against the half-sister who endured her silently. He would never guess. She turned her head to gaze at the campsite as darkness began to settle. Ayla was surely enjoying herself now, surrounded by people who loved her, savoring the happy future that awaited. The thought of that radiant face made her already turbulent insides churn violently. That detestable woman. Despite having everything, whenever she appeared before Talia, she wore such a pitiful expression, such an air of misfortune. It was all revolting. I really do want to kill her. As she gnawed at her scabbed lips with such thoughts, Barkas, who had been following quietly behind, suddenly seized her and thrust her roughly aside. Talia looked up at him with startled eyes. For a moment, her heart sank. Had this man somehow seen into her soul? But he was not looking at her. His expression grave, he was staring intently at the sky. Talia followed his gaze and inhaled sharply. Something massive, the size of a house, was plummeting downward at a terrifying speed. Before she could even comprehend what it was, a deafening crash erupted and dust billowed up in a thick cloud. A monster! Starting with someone's shout, agonized screams tore through the air from all directions. Chapter 43. Talia stared at the dark silhouette revealed beneath the fading sunlight, her eyes wide with panic. The massive body wrapped in scales coiled tightly like a volcano on the verge of erupting lava, then shot upward. The enormous reptilian head perched atop it gleamed with crimson eyes as it looked down upon them. Talia's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. As the creature exhaled scorching breath and spread its wings, shrouded in a dark membrane, the entire world seemed to vanish into consuming darkness. Barkas drew his sword and shouted in a sharp voice, "Prepare the subjugation equipment at once." Before his command had even finished, knights burst forth from among the panicked, scattering crowd. They surrounded the monster and drove iron stakes into the ground, then connected thick iron chains to their ends. Moments later, dozens of steel harpoons flew like arrows toward the creature's massive body. Talia covered her ears. A thunderous roar erupted from the monster's maw as it raised its head high. Each time the heavy body bound by dozens of chains thrashed violently, the earth trembled, and several stakes that couldn't withstand the force were ripped free and launched into the air. Everyone fall back. As someone's cry rang out sharply, the creature broke free from its restraints and lashed out with one wing in a powerful sweep. Talia screamed. 2 tents were torn away by the monster's wing, and half a dozen servants who hadn't prepared in time were sent flying like scraps of paper. One of their bodies, twisted at an unnatural angle, tumbled to a stop near her. It felt like a nightmare. Bring more equipment. Barkas's rough voice barely kept her fading consciousness tethered. Talia forced strength into her trembling legs and managed to stand. She watched with a vacant expression as Barkas charged forward like a flash of light toward the rampaging creature. He was rushing toward the monster's enormous jaws. A creature whose body alone appeared to exceed 30 cubits, roughly 9 meters. Barkas. His name tore from her lips as a scream just as the creature's wing lashed toward him like a whip. Talia watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with terror. The massive black wing, large enough to blot out the sky, engulfed Barkas in an instant. Her world turned pitch black. But in the next moment, the pale blade in Barkas's hand tore through the thick membrane like paper. In a flash, Barkas severed the monster's wing horizontally, and his blade continued through the thick muscle bundles connected to its body. The monster, having lost one wing in the blink of an eye, lost its balance and staggered greatly. Seizing the moment, Barkas drew a chain sickle from his waist and hurled the hooked blade into the creature's grotesque maw, bristling with needle-like teeth. Then, sliding smoothly to the side, he connected the chain to a stake fixed in the ground and yanked it with brutal force. The monster, its lower jaw caught on the chain sickle, collapsed helplessly like a fish hooked on a line. Talia's mouth fell open in astonishment at the incredible strength emanating from that slender, graceful frame. Barkas gripped the iron chain with both hands and shouted loudly to his subordinates. Finish it now. Immediately, dozens of harpoons were driven into the creature's body. The beast covered in black scales thrashed its house-sized body desperately in resistance. But it was helpless against the relentless barrage of attacks. In moments, the monster, now resembling a porcupine, extended its tongue and collapsed limply to the ground. Only then could Talia release the breath she had been holding. Are you unharmed? A guard knight came rushing over from somewhere, looking down at her with worried eyes. He must have hurried to the battlefield while searching for her, for he too held a sword in one hand. The man quickly sheathed his blade, and extended his hand to help her up. Talia brushed his hand away roughly and approached Barkas, who was recovering equipment from the creature's body. Barkas, winding the loosened iron chain around one hand, glanced at her with only his eyes, scanning her from head to toe. Even in that moment, no anger flickered in his dry gaze, the look of someone inspecting the condition of an entrusted object. Without thinking, Talia asked in an anxious voice, Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" As she examined him carefully with trembling eyes, she noticed dark bloodstains smudging his neck. Talia reached out and touched his neck. Fortunately, it didn't appear to be Barkas's blood. She exhaled in relief, but suddenly her scalp tingled. When Talia looked up, she found Barkas gazing down at her with slightly widened eyes, and she quickly lowered her arm. His silence made cold sweat beat across her skin. Was it absurd that this woman, who spent all her time hitting his face or throwing things at him, was now feigning concern? Flustered, Talia mumbled something like an excuse. "I've known this person for nearly a decade. If something happens to them right before my eyes, my sleep turns restless. I don't want to have nightmares because of you." "Then you need not worry, Your Majesty. I shall ensure I never appear in your dreams." Her characteristically sharp retort brought an unexpected wave of relief. Talia's shoulders, which had been unnaturally rigid, sagged as the tension drained from her frame. Just as Barkas opened his mouth to respond, a distant scream pierced the air. Talia's head snapped toward the sound, and she drew a sharp breath. The sky itself seemed consumed by a writhing mass of dark creatures. The guard knight muttered in stunned disbelief. Why would a wyvern swarm appear at this time? "Stop asking questions and get the suppression equipment. Your Majesty, this way." Barkas's composure snapped back into place as he barked orders, seizing Talia's wrist and striding purposefully across the campsite. Talia stayed close to his back, her legs pumping frantically beneath her. The stench of blood and smoke hung thick in the air. Chaos. The chaos she had waited for so long had finally arrived. Yet she felt no triumph, only a paralyzing dread that flooded through her veins. "Grand Duke Sirkin, we've erected a defensive barrier over there." As monsters tore through carriages and tents indiscriminately, someone's voice cut through the pandemonium. Barkas immediately changed course. Do not leave this place under any circumstances. Leading the dazed Talia to the center of the campsite, Barkas spoke with unwavering authority. Talia turned to survey her surroundings. Dozens of supply wagons formed a protective wall, behind which a cluster of people huddled in refuge. The carriages are equipped with defensive enchantments. You'll be safe here. What about you? What are you doing? Barkas dismissed her question with barely a glance and pivoted sharply. Talia grabbed his arm urgently. Have you lost your mind? Where are you going? The defensive magic won't hold for long. We must eliminate the creatures before it fails. Barkas wrenched his arm free from her grip and bolted toward the chaos. Talia watched his retreating figure with wide, helpless eyes before instinct overtook reason, and she rushed after him. No. Don't go. Barkas. Barkas. Chapter 44. Pushing through the disoriented soldiers clutching their weapons, I glimpsed several mangled corpses wedged between the collapsed tents. Their forms crushed beyond recognition. Terror seized my stomach in a vicious grip. Yet the thought that Barkas might suffer the same fate made it impossible to stop moving. I careened across the campsite strewn with debris, chasing after Barkas, who had already grown distant. Then came a thunderous crash. I turned toward the sound, my face draining of color. A wyvern had landed not far away, and it was swallowing a soldier whole. Each time the creature's massive jaws worked up and down, blood cascaded from its blackened maw, drenching its chin. The scene was so surreal that even terror eluded me. My legs trembling violently, I stumbled backward, until I spotted Barkas among the soldiers rushing forward with spears, and I cried out with all my strength. Barkas! Barkas! I bolted toward him like a child who had found their parents in a crowded marketplace. Barkas, who had been issuing commands to the knights, turned to face me. The moment our eyes met, his widened slightly before narrowing again. He looked furious that I had abandoned his orders and rushed out. His gaze sharpened, and a chill ran through me. Yet I didn't stop. My mind held only one thought. I had to reach safety with Barkas. Don't fight. Leave that to your subordinates. You should be at my side. The childish words tumbled incoherently from my ragged breathing. Impossibly amid the chaos, Barkas seemed to understand me. He strode forward with long, purposeful steps. I reached out toward him. In that instant, a thin, piercing scream tore through the air. Barkas! His head snapped backward immediately. Following his gaze, I spotted Ayla abandoned in the center of the chaos, and my eyes widened. Separated from her escort in the pandemonium, she stumbled forward, and a dark shadow loomed over her head. Without hesitation, Barkas threw himself toward her. Watching him vanish from my side in an instant, I stood frozen, my mouth agape. A pathetic plea escaped my constricted throat. Don't go. Don't go to her. A sob like molten lava erupted from my throat, burning as it rose. He swept Ayla into his arms and rolled away with barely a moment to spare. The creature, robbed of its prey at the last instant, raked its black claws across the ground with savage fury, releasing a bestial roar. Barkas drew his sword to shield Ayla from the enraged monster, positioning her behind him. But the creature showed no lingering interest in a target it had failed to capture once. Its massive head swayed side to side as it sniffed the air. Then its eyes suddenly fixed on me. I stood frozen, staring into that pair of glowing red eyes. The creature's pupils dilated with excitement at discovering a new target. In the next moment, its enormous body hurtled toward me like a serpent gliding across water. The movement was so swift I had no time to scream. I was lifted into the air, my body caught on its hook-like talons. As the ground receded at dizzying speed, I rolled my eyes in panic. The disoriented soldiers below shrank to the size of my palm in an instant. Seized by overwhelming dread, I thrashed my limbs desperately, but the force crushing my chest only grew stronger. I felt certain those razor talons would pierce my flesh and tear me apart at any moment. With terror-stricken eyes fixed on the creature holding me, I screamed, Help me! Someone please! But my voice sounded impossibly faint even to my own ears. I gasped roughly, then forced my mouth open again with great effort. Then, from the dim blue darkness, a flash of light erupted, and a wave of searing heat scorched my face. I shrieked. The creature that had seized me shrieked in turn and began thrashing violently. The crushing force threatened to snap my spine. My vision went white for a moment. A sudden weightlessness overtook me, and my limbs went limp. Then my body was flung through the air before plummeting downward. After what felt like seconds, a heavy impact struck my entire body, and everything dissolved into darkness. I couldn't tell if I was conscious or unconscious. I wondered if I was dead. But then, as if to deny that possibility, overwhelming pain crashed over me. I gasped like livestock moments before slaughter, my body racked with anguish. It hurt. Everything hurt. But I couldn't pinpoint exactly where the pain originated. Awaken and GH. Desperate to escape the weight crushing down upon me, I clawed at the cold earth, but the intensifying pain became unbearable. I buried my forehead against the frigid soil, only to catch the acrid stench of smoke. Gasping, I forced my head upward. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I made out the limp form of the wyvern. Terror-stricken sobs escaped my lips as I realized the creature was dead, and confusion clouded my thoughts. The monster's wings were half-charred and shriveled as though consumed by flame, and embers still smoldered across its massive hind legs where scales had been stripped away. I stared blankly at the sight before pressing my palms against the ground and struggling to push my upper body upright. Only then did I notice the enormous boulder and heap of earth pinning one of my legs. It seemed I had tumbled down the slope during the fall. I have to get out of here. As I twisted desperately to extract my lower body from the rubble, the excruciating pain forced me to collapse again. My trapped leg, my chest, my shoulders, my arms, nothing remained unbroken. Had every bone in my body shattered? That was the least of it. In truth, I couldn't fathom how I was still alive. Or perhaps, I was dying right now. I gazed around with eyes wide with terror. Thick darkness had settled over everything. Was this what it felt like to be buried alive? Breathing grew harder with each passing moment. I wanted to lose consciousness, yet strangely my mind only grew sharper. Unable to bear the mounting agony, I clawed at the ground with broken nails, tears streaming endlessly down my face. It hurts so much. Barkas. I couldn't understand why I was whispering his name. The image of him turning away from me, rushing toward Ayla, surfaced in my mind. I could never be important to Barkas. The only ones he must protect at any moment were Ayla and Gareth. Hot tears soaked my cheeks. No, even so he'll come looking for me. I whispered to convince myself. I was the Emperor's daughter. He was a responsible man. Surely he would search for my body at least. He wouldn't simply abandon me like this. Clinging desperately to that thought, I stared into the deepening darkness. Soon the embers smoldering on the monster's skin faded, and the world plunged into absolute blackness. As no one came to find me no matter how long I waited, I forced words through my parched, cracking throat, speaking louder. It's fine. It's fine. He'll come soon. Soon. But my voice was swallowed by the sobs that burst forth. I bit my lips and covered my mouth with trembling hands. I didn't want to cry. Crying would be admitting it. That no one would come for me. I forced down the bitter wail of pain and despair, swallowing it deep. Then I repeated the words again. If I just wait a little longer, Barkas will surely come. And just as he once pulled me from the mud, he'll help me now. He will. Surely, chapter 45. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Edric cut swiftly through the throng of bustling soldiers. Less than an hour had passed since the battle's end, yet the campsite, which had been nothing short of chaos, was being methodically restored to order. While soldiers recovered weapons from the wyvern's corpse and cleared away the shattered tents, laborers loaded crates and bundles onto carts, and handmaidens gathered the fallen, wrapping each body carefully in silk before laying them in a solemn row. As Edric moved briskly through the campsite, he counted the bodies by sight. 17 in total. Adding those consumed by the wyvern, the casualties likely numbered between 25 and 30. When accounting for the wounded, the scale of our losses was staggering. I clenched my fists. Wyverns appearing during the season of fire. This is unprecedented. Typically, wyverns awakened from hibernation as the season of rest ended, and only began to pack once the season of water commenced. After their breeding season concluded, they dispersed in pairs. For more than a dozen wyverns to emerge simultaneously during the season of fire was an extraordinarily rare occurrence. Moreover, this region was hardly suitable habitat for large monsters of that caliber. Even accounting for misfortune, something about this doesn't sit right. Scanning the hillsides littered with wyvern corpses through narrowed eyes, I pushed aside the nagging questions that surfaced in my mind. This was not the time for idle speculation. I moved my long legs with purpose toward where the knights had gathered. Commander Barkas, who had been issuing orders to the knights, turned his head toward me. Edric involuntarily halted mid-step. Beneath the flickering firelight, his superior's face was streaked with dark crimson blood. Though my own appearance was scarcely better, there was something unsettling about the way blood marred that marble-like, cold countenance, his eyes gleaming with an icy intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. "Did you find anything?" Grand Duke Sirkin asked in his characteristically flat tone. Snapping to attention, Edric hastily delivered his report. "We've discovered traces of a wyvern's fall to the north. It appears to have plummeted into the gorge below." Barkas turned to gaze northward. The torches held by the knights cast an eerie, dim light across the shadowed forest. There was no way of knowing what other savage creatures might be lurking within those depths. Edric opened his mouth urgently. "We must organize a search party at once. There's no time to delay." "A search? What search?" A savage voice cut him off abruptly, and Edric's head snapped around. The Crown Prince, his thick dark hair disheveled like a lion's mane, approached with his attendants in tow. Edric quickly bowed in deference. The Crown Prince paid him no mind and advanced directly toward Barkas. "It's obvious she's dead anyway. Stop wasting time on pointless tasks and prepare to depart immediately. If we dawdle any longer and get ambushed by another pack of monsters, what then?" At such callous words, Edric's expression hardened. The Crown Prince's face was noticeably paler than usual, clearly shaken by the sudden assault. For someone who had never faced even a single ogre in his entire life, let alone a wyvern, such an ordeal was understandable. Yet Edric found himself incapable of mustering even a shred of sympathy for the Crown Prince, whose nerves appeared wound to a breaking point. Watching the Crown Prince with eyes full of disdain, Edric glanced sideways to gauge Barkas's reaction. He remained oddly silent. Surely he wasn't considering complying with the Crown Prince's wishes? Regardless of her illegitimate birth, Talia Roem-Gerta was the Emperor's daughter. Moreover, she was the Empress's eldest child. One could not simply abandon an imperial princess to become prey for monsters because of the Crown Prince's personal grudge. This was a matter of honor as a knight. Edric spoke with urgency. "If you would authorize a search party, I shall personally locate the second princess. Therefore, how dare you presume to speak of anyone's safety, you insolent wretch?" The Crown Prince erupted in fury, seizing Edric by the collar. Edric met his gaze with composed eyes. He had long grown accustomed to such violent outbursts. He spoke with the utmost courtesy. "My apologies. However, I cannot abandon the princess in this manner." "Princess." The Crown Prince let out a dry, hollow laugh, then spoke each word with deliberate force directly to Edric's face. "Listen well, you fool. There is but one princess in this empire, Ayla Roem-Gerta. That woman Talia should never have been born into this world. Becoming prey for monsters is the only fitting end for that bastard." "Enough!" At that quiet command, Edric flinched and turned to look at his superior. Barkas was the sort who maintained formality even when Gareth acted as though the world owed him nothing. Yet here he was, not only interrupting the Crown Prince but speaking to him with open defiance. For a moment, Edric's mind went blank with shock. The Crown Prince himself stared back at Barkas with wide, astonished eyes. But Barkas remained composed, his expression utterly unmoved. "Your Highness would do well to return to your quarters and rest." Barkas spoke the words flatly, then turned to the knights standing behind the Crown Prince, and gestured with a slight nod of his head. "Bring me a mage at once. Select about 10 of the most agile fighters. We'll form a search party." The knights scattered immediately to obey his command. The Crown Prince, who had been watching with a bewildered expression, released his grip on Edric's collar and stepped forward toward Barkas. "You're defying me now over that woman? I was ordered by His Majesty the Emperor to protect 3 individuals." Barkas's voice emerged flat and emotionless. Surely your highness's commands cannot supersede his majesty's orders. Don't make excuses. The crown prince stepped into Barkas's path, blocking him. Did you think I wouldn't notice how you've been protecting that woman Talia all this time? Tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for her? Gareth. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice cut through the tense air like a blade. Edric, who had been watching the two men with anxious eyes, turned his head sharply. The first princess, accompanied by two attendants, was crossing through the nights with elegant strides. Ever since she had personally led the effort to eliminate all the wyverns, she had taken charge of the handmaidens intending to the wounded. The princess, still bearing the weight of exhaustion she hadn't yet washed away, approached her brother and fixed him with a resolute gaze. Grand Duke Sirkin is right. We cannot leave Talia behind like this. No matter what, that girl is our blood. Are you in your right mind? The crown prince shot his sister a look filled with betrayal. After what that woman put our mother through, and you say such things. Please be rational. The princess cut off her brother's words with an authoritative tone. Though they had entered the world mere minutes apart, she appeared far more mature than the crown prince. She looked down at her brother steadily and continued her words. If we return to the imperial palace leaving Talia behind like this, not only Grand Duke Sirkin, but you as well will become the subject of unnecessary scandal. Why would you risk such danger? Edric found himself momentarily speechless at the cold words coming from the mouth of the first princess, who was renowned for her compassionate nature. She added gently, as though soothing her indignant brother, "At the very least, let us recover her remains so we can give her a proper funeral." Chapter 46. The princess had barely finished speaking when laughter burst from the crown prince's lips, a sound like air escaping from a punctured vessel. I see. Bringing that woman's corpse to the Empress wouldn't be a bad idea either. Merely envisioning the scene seemed to delight him, and his laughter deepened. He seized Grand Duke Sirkin's shoulder with one hand and whispered ominously, "Fine. If you insist, I won't stop you. Go ahead and search through the forest all night to find that woman." After giving his shoulder a forceful pat, the crown prince turned and walked away toward the far side of the disorganized campsite. Following her brother, the princess directed a measured remark toward her betrothed. "Then, I'm entrusting that child to you." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Once the two members of the imperial family departed, they immediately headed northward. Edric gripped a torch in one hand and cut across the forest shrouded in oppressive darkness. He was desperately anxious that the wyvern's trail might have vanished during their brief quarrel. "Be careful. You'll tumble into the gorge at this rate." Sir Theoric Hart, the senior knight following closely at his side, whispered with concern. Edric merely nodded once without responding, then raised the torch to illuminate the uneven earthen path. Rocky outcroppings and a steep slope became visible between the towering conifers. "Here it is." As he pointed to the steep descent, his superior, who had been following silently, approached like a shadow. Edric stepped aside to allow him a view below. After briefly illuminating the gorge beneath with the torch, Barkas withdrew a chain with a grappling hook from the pouch at his belt. After securing it firmly in a crevice of rock, Barkas hurled himself down the slope, a descent as treacherous as any cliff face. Edric stood holding the torch aloft, illuminating below, and only after confirming that Barkas had landed safely did he follow, descending the cliff face. Fortunately, the gorge was not particularly deep. Carefully picking his way down the slope by treading on protruding rocks, Edric raised the torch high in his hand and signaled to the knights remaining above. The waiting knights then began descending one by one, scaling the rocks. After observing them briefly, Edric turned and surveyed his surroundings. The wyvern's fall seemed to have inflicted widespread impact upon the cliff face, with boulders and earth scattered everywhere. Sifting through all these remains would require considerable time. Edric swept his anxious gaze through the pitch-black darkness and leaped over a massive stone. After traversing the uneven ground for some distance, he spotted a dark silhouette rising beside a heap of collapsed rocks. He brought the torchlight close to examine it carefully. "So I found it after all." The wyvern's corpse lay face down among the rubble, one wing charred black as though scorched by flame magic. As Edric meticulously searched the area, wondering if the princess might be trapped beneath the creature's body, he froze upon spotting a dark form looming in the distance. When he brought the torch closer, he saw Barkas standing beside a large boulder. Edric rushed toward him. "Commander, have you discovered anything?" As Edric cried out urgently, he halted abruptly upon discovering a limp, pale form before him. The dimly held torch cast a faint glow upon the woman's bloodless face and disheveled hair. As Edric stared down at her in shock, he caught sight of the large and small stone fragments covering the lower half of her body, and exhaled a heavy sigh. He had known the likelihood of survival was slim. It was a scene he had steeled himself for to some degree. Yet upon witnessing with his own eyes the woman's grotesquely mangled form, his blood ran cold. Hesitating, he approached her side with trembling steps. Her upper body remained relatively intact, but her legs were nearly crushed. As Edric examined her left leg, twisted at an unnatural angle and pinned beneath a large boulder, he pushed aside one massive stone. The rocks piled beside it immediately collapsed. Darkening with dismay, Edric suddenly lifted his head to call for assistance. Then he froze, his body stiffening upon discovering Barkas's expressionless face, as though he wore a mask. Barkas stood with his torso upright, quietly observing the woman. In his dry, emotionless gaze, not a trace of feeling could be found, and a chill ran down Edric's spine. He knew this man and the second princess were virtually at odds. Yet this was someone he had known since childhood. He could not fathom how anyone could remain so composed upon witnessing her in such a state. Edric cried out in protest. "What are you doing? Help me at once." Yet Barkas remained utterly motionless. With a face flushed with urgency, Edric glared at him before forcing himself to his feet. He pressed against the boulder, crushing her legs with both hands, and from beneath it came the faint sound of something gasping for breath. Edric's head snapped down. Beneath the torchlight, a pallid face contorted ever so slightly. For a moment, his legs nearly buckled beneath him. He was seized by overwhelming relief and cried out loudly, "You're alive! There's still breath in you." As if responding to his voice, thin eyelids fluttered and unfocused eyes emerged. It was clear at a glance that consciousness was slipping away. Edric straightened urgently. She needed healing magic as soon as possible. He picked up the torch he had set on the ground to summon the knights, searching elsewhere. In that moment, he saw a faint smile bloom across the woman's ashen face. Edric found himself frozen, all movement ceasing. From lips cracked and beaded with blood came a barely audible whisper. "Barkas." At the name that spilled out like a plea, his eyes widened, and the man who had been rigid as stone bent forward toward her. Recognizing that quiet face, the woman's eyes wavered faintly. They were the eyes of one who had glimpsed a single thread of salvation from the abyss. "I knew it. I knew you would come to save me. I knew it." As the woman's eyes narrowed, tears pushed against her thin eyelids and drenched her bloodless cheeks. The man gazed down at her silently, firelight dancing across his austere face. Even his hollow, lifeless eyes gleamed with the reflection of flame. Yet he seemed to remain submerged in some deep and shadowed place. For reasons he could not fathom, Edric held his breath and found himself grasping the man's shoulder. Are you all right, sir?" Barkas lifted his head to look at him. A faint crease formed between his refined brows. His expression suggested he could not comprehend why such a question would be asked. Edric himself did not know why he had posed it. Why had this man seemed anything but all right? As he stared at that composed face, unchanged from usual, with bewildered eyes, hurried footsteps echoed from somewhere nearby. Only then did Edric snap to attention, hastily raising the torch. Several knights who recognized his signal came rushing over. Chapter 47. Edric shouted urgently toward them. "Your Highness is wounded. She needs healing magic immediately." Upon hearing this, Sir Hart ordered the knights following behind to bring the mage. Moments later, the imperial mage came rushing over. While he examined the princess's condition, Edric set about clearing away stones alongside the knights. As they lifted the boulder crushing her knee, the tattered hem of her dress fell away to reveal a leg completely shattered, her knee and calf pulverized beyond recognition. Edric swallowed a groan upon seeing bone fragments jutting through the skin. In such a state, Even healing magic might leave her permanently unable to use her leg. If we simply close the wound as it is, her leg will become completely twisted and deformed. First, we must realign the bones after moving her to the campsite. The mage spoke in a grave, heavy tone as he examined the princess's injuries with a serious expression. Edric regarded him with a darkened expression. Can she endure until then? I've cast a recovery spell, so she should be fine for now. The mage replied with a sigh, rubbing the back of his neck as he continued. Still, it would be wise to splint her leg to prevent the wound from opening further. Do you have any suitable tools? Will this work? Sir Hart unfastened his scabbard from his belt and offered it. The mage accepted the scabbard and tested its weight with a gentle shake before slowly nodding. Then I'll bind her leg. Please support it from underneath. Edric immediately followed the mage's instructions, carefully cradling her swollen calf. In that instant, a cry of agony tore from the woman's slack lips. Edric started violently and lost his grip. Her leg with the protruding bone fell to the ground, spurting crimson blood. As he stood paralyzed by the horrific sight, Barkas, who had been watching from a distance, wrapped both arms around the princess's upper body and held her firmly. Stop the bleeding. Snapping back to his senses, Edric frantically seized her leg. Meanwhile, the mage tore his cloak and applied pressure to the long wound extending from her thigh to her knee. The princess buried her face against Grand Duke Sirkin's chest, uttering bestial groans while her crimson nails raked desperately across his neck. That's done. Now secure the splint. Following the mage's urgent cry, the knights bent down and fixed her leg against the long scabbard, securing it in place. At last, the emergency treatment was complete. Grand Duke Sirkin lifted her into both his arms. Edric reached out toward him urgently. I'll carry her, Commander. You should tend to your own wounds. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the man's arm pulled the woman's body firmly against him. At that defensive gesture, Edric froze. Barkas narrowed his brow as though irritated and jerked his chin. Enough. Lead the way. We have no time to waste. I apologize. Edric found himself muttering an apology, and quickly took up a torch to light their path. In her condition, they could never ascend the steep hillside, so they would have to circle around the cliff face to reach the campsite. As he walked along the dark forest path, Edric glanced back at Barkas. The torchlight held by the knights cast a faint glow across one side of the man's face. A visage so cold it bordered on ennui. Edric stared at it intently before straightening his head. This was not the moment to wonder about that man's inner thoughts. Banishing the swirling distractions from his mind, Edric quickened his pace and emerged from the dense forest. Asterisk. Her legs felt as though they were burning. Talia groaned as her skin burned with searing pain, her heavy eyelids, sticky as if coated with glue, finally lifting with immense effort. Through her blurred vision, flickering firelight danced across the ceiling. Her confusion lasted only a moment before bone-deep agony seized her, and she twisted violently, releasing a sharp cry. Hold her down so she cannot move. Following the unfamiliar voice, I lowered my gaze and saw a well-built middle-aged man leaning deeply over my legs. With one hand pressing down on my thigh, he probed at my blood-soaked knee with what looked like small forceps. Watching this scene with terror-stricken eyes, I twisted my body to escape the man. Then someone standing at my head roughly pressed down on my shoulders. Your Highness, please calm yourself. I gasped roughly, staring up at the dark shadow looming over me. The gaunt face etched with deep exhaustion seemed vaguely familiar. Only seconds later did I recognize her as one of the handmaidens Senevere had assigned to me. Yet I felt no relief whatsoever. With dilated pupils, I stared alternately at the handmaiden's rigid face and the man probing my knee, then reached out and raked my nails across the woman's face. The handmaiden, her sun-darkened muscular arms pressing down on my body, cried out and hastily withdrew her hands. Seizing the opportunity, I tried to crawl away across the bed, but a powerful hand suddenly shot out and pinned my wrist to the mattress. Like a trapped beast, I thrashed violently. Let go. I said let go. Please calm down. We are treating your wounds right now. You cannot move like this. The man cried out desperately, pressing his armored chest down on my upper body. I began to struggle even more violently. The excruciating pain felt as though it were tearing my entire body apart. Yet the terror that I must escape immediately overwhelmed every other sensation. No. Don't touch my body. Bring the sedative at once. The man shouted loudly. I looked up at the rough face shadowed in darkness with frightened eyes. My guard knight, who always acted like a simpleton, now had a fierce, hardened expression as he held me down. Familiar terror and helplessness tightened around my throat. I reached out to scratch his face. Get away. Leave me alone. Between rough sobs, I screamed, and a brief curse escaped the man's lips. I twisted my body even more desperately. The man then gathered my wrists in one hand and brought a cold glass vial to my lips. Take this. When you wake, everything will be finished. I clamped my mouth shut. But he did not give up easily. Pressing the vial's opening firmly against my lower lip, the man spoke pleadingly. It is not poison. It is medicine to help you feel no pain while we treat your wounds. So please. Despite the knight's desperate appeal, I held firm, gritting my teeth. I could trust no one. They all surely intended to commit unspeakable acts while I was defenseless. I knocked the vial away with my elbow and stubbornly forced myself upright. Then, struggling to escape from the beasts holding me, I thrashed my blood-soaked legs, and saw a slender shadow abruptly enter the tent. Upon recognizing his face, my body went rigid. The man, carrying the deep scent of rain, seized my upper body with arms like a snare. I had no chance to escape. Barkas, positioned behind me, held my torso firmly with one arm and gave the knight a nod. Bring the medicine. The knight obeyed the command immediately. Taking the fresh vial, Barkas pulled the cork stopper out with his teeth and pressed the vial's opening to my lips. I stared at it with trembling eyes, then shifted my gaze to his expressionless face. Barkas urged me with an impatient tone. Drink. Chapter 48. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my forehead, dampening the corner of my eye. It might be a potion that inflicts excruciating pain. It could even be a deadly toxin. Unable to shake such suspicions, Talia parted her lips. He tilted the medicine bottle, pouring a bitter liquid into her mouth. When she reflexively turned her head away, coughing, he gripped her jaw and pressed the bottle against her lips again. Talia swallowed the liquid seeping into her mouth with helpless resignation. Gazing up at him, I could see firelight dancing across his pale eyes, as if shrouded by a veil. Struggling to find some trace of emotion in those mineral-like irises, I eventually let my limbs go limp. I strained with all my might to keep the thread of consciousness intact, but my mind grew increasingly hazy and my vision blurred rapidly. My eyelids fluttered slowly before I sank into a silence as profound as death itself. I could not tell how much time had passed. It felt like mere seconds, yet also like a lifetime. Staring blankly into the void, I frowned at the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats and the creaking of wheels. As my foggy vision gradually sharpened, the dim interior of the carriage came into focus. For a moment, I wondered if it had all been a dream. The terrifying monster, Barkas abandoning me to rescue Ayla, being caught by the wyvern and nearly dying. Could it all have been a nightmare from last night? As if to deny such thoughts, a sharp pain radiated from my knees up through my waist. I bit my lower lip and grasped my burning, tingling knees. Beneath the thin chemise, I felt the rough texture of cloth. As my fingertips traced it, I realized my entire left leg was wrapped in thick bandages, and my eyes widened. When I lifted my skirt, I saw scraps of cloth stained with blood and serum clinging haphazardly to my thigh and side. Trembling, I fumbled with the bandages before pulling my skirt back down and pushing myself upright. The spacious carriage was lined with thick sheets stuffed with cotton, and cushions and summer quilts lay scattered about in disarray. I gazed blankly at them before gripping a handle mounted on the wall, and struggling to pull myself up. But my legs refused to obey, making it difficult to stand. As I fought to straighten my leaden legs, a sharp pain shot through my spine, and I collapsed with a thud. A cry of agony escaped my lips as pain pierced my entire body. Are you all right? Hearing my cry, the carriage suddenly stopped, and the door flew open. I looked up at the man silhouetted against the light with narrowed eyes. It was a guard knight with his usually tousled hair now in complete disarray, gazing down at me with worried eyes. He climbed into the carriage and rummaged through a small box placed in the corner. You're in considerable pain, aren't you? The healing mage has prepared a painkiller. If you drink this, why didn't you cast healing magic on me? At my accusatory question, the man hesitated and turned his head. I pulled the sheet toward me, shooting him a wary glance. Did my brother order you not to treat me? No, that's not it. The man hastily waved his hands. The healing mage did set your bones and partially close your wounds as an emergency measure. But your injuries were so severe that he couldn't treat them all at once. He said it would be best to entrust your care to a specialist at the Imperial Palace for proper recovery. I glared at the stammering man with suspicion before lowering my gaze to my legs. Vaguely, I recalled a massive boulder crushing my knees and thighs. Certainly, if the wounds had been left to heal as they were, I would have lost the use of my legs permanently. Though I reluctantly acknowledged this fact, I did not cease my complaints. So you're telling me to remain like this until we reach the Imperial Palace? I know it's painful, but please bear with it a little longer. We plan to travel to Jillian via the fastest route possible. I looked at him with narrowed eyes before turning my gaze toward the window. Across the vast plains bathed in pale sunlight, night stretched out in a long line. Unconsciously searching for ash-blonde hair among them, I caught myself and firmly drew the curtains shut. Even that brief movement brought a wave of profound exhaustion. It's surprising that my brother agreed to the proposal to return to the Imperial Palace. The Wyvern's attack has resulted in considerable casualties. He couldn't openly oppose the argument that we must return as soon as possible to hold their funerals. Startled by the unexpectedly caustic retort, I turned to look, and the knight, belatedly aware of the sarcasm lacing his tone, hastily redirected the conversation. More importantly, you don't look well. Please take the medicine first. The man extended the medicine bottle's cap toward me. Talia, gazing down at it with obvious reluctance, waved a dismissive hand. I don't need it. Take it and go. I need to rest now. If you don't trust me, I can summon Grand Duke Sirkin for you. As Talia lay back on the bed, she fixed him with a hardened gaze. In that instant, my heart plummeted as though struck by an unexpected blow. Concealing this reaction, I curved a cold smile at the corner of my lips and spoke with icy sharpness. Do I look like I trust that man? But your highness holds him in. I don't trust anyone. Talia cut him off savagely. Then, addressing his frustratingly obstinate face, I articulated each word with deliberate precision. Especially not him. So stop overstepping and get out. The man's lips trembled as though he meant to say more, but he released a quiet sigh and departed. Moments later, the carriage that had been stationary began moving again. Talia drew the thin summer blanket up to her shoulders. The pain that had momentarily subsided flared anew, and a sensation like skin crackling with heat washed over me. Tossing restlessly and swallowing groans, I squeezed my eyes shut as though fleeing from the agony. As dusk fell, the plump mage arrived to cast recovery magic. Talia silently accepted his touch. The sensation of another's hands was abhorrent, yet I no longer possessed the strength to refuse. I will light an incense that dulls sensation. The pain should ease considerably. Having apparently learned of my rejection of the medicine, the plump mage placed a small incense burner at the entrance and lit it. Stale air swiftly filled the carriage. Just as I was about to protest this unnecessary gesture, I felt the taut nerves gradually loosening and released the tension from my shoulders. The bone-piercing ache slowly subsided and consciousness grew hazy. It seemed the mage had burned medicinal herbs with sleep-inducing properties. I welcomed the encroaching drowsiness. But those who noticed her shadow went pale. Yet the woman, still animated and chattering away, remained oblivious to her presence. She continued her tirade. Her marriage prospects are essentially ruined now. What noble house would accept a woman of illegitimate birth who's also become disabled? Ah! The woman suddenly shrieked as her hair was seized from behind. Talia wrenched the tightly braided locks without mercy. The woman's face drained of all color as shock and terror flooded her features. Looking down at her with cold satisfaction, Talia's lips curved into a thin smile. Why have you stopped talking? Why, your highness? A woman of illegitimate birth who's become disabled. What makes you so afraid of her?" The woman's eyes widened in horror. Between lips that had been smirking moments before, rough sobs began to pour forth. "I am sorry, Your Highness. I've committed such a terrible sin." "What sin have you committed?" The woman's trembling lips struggled to form words. "I spoke disrespectfully of the princess, Your Highness. I humbly beg your mercy and forgiveness." "If you've committed a wrong, you must face punishment. Why do you immediately seek forgiveness?" The woman's complexion had turned nearly ashen. Talia stared down at the ashen face before her, then turned her gaze to sweep across those gathered around the campfire. The handmaidens, frozen like mice before a serpent, prostrated themselves flat. Among them, Talia spotted a knight whose tension was palpable, and she gave a light jerk of her chin. "You, come here." The knight hesitated for a moment before approaching her with reluctant steps. Talia yanked down the hair she had been gripping, forcing the woman to her knees before the knight. She dared insult the imperial family with her 3-inch tongue, so she must pay the price. "Now draw your sword and do what must be done." The knight's shoulders visibly stiffened. The woman's mouth released a sound like choking sobs. The knight, his expression darkening as he looked down at her, placed one hand over his chest and bowed deeply. "Your Highness, we are already stretched thin preparing for the funeral and tending to the wounded. If we conduct an execution now, it will cause unnecessary chaos and unrest. Please, I beg you to set aside your anger." "Are you defying my command right now?" The knight kept his mouth firmly shut and bowed his head even lower. At this silent acquiescence, Talia let out a bitter laugh before her face twisted with rage. "If you won't do it, I will." Talia released the woman's hair as if hurling her away and lunged at the knight. Startled by her unexpected action, the man reflexively grabbed her shoulder. Talia glared at him with furious eyes. "How dare you lay hands on me without permission?" The man jerked his hand away as if burned. Seizing that moment, Talia grasped the sword hilt hanging at his waist. But the long sword used by knights was heavier than she expected, and her legs, weakened to the point where they could barely support her own weight, gave way. As Talia drew the blade, she lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. A terrible silence descended over her pathetic fall. Talia clutched at her convulsing legs and looked up. The knight and handmaidens filled her vision with their rigid expressions. An old memory clawed through her mind. Dozens of cold eyes staring down at her, as she lay helplessly sprawled over her own vomit. The shame, humiliation, and primal terror of that day surged back, burning through her consciousness. With trembling hands, she pushed against the ground and forced her upper body upright. She wanted to rise to her feet and assert the dignity and authority of a princess, but her legs would not obey. As Talia struggled to make her uncooperative legs move, she noticed the woman standing nearby, staring down at her with a vacant gaze, and her face hardened. The woman who had mocked her was now watching her crawl on the ground. "I cannot allow this." Groping across the earth, Talia seized a piece of firewood from the flames. The searing heat burned her fingers, but physical pain could never compare to the anguish of a shattered pride. She lashed the woman's face with the smoldering wood. A piercing shriek tore from her throat. Unsatisfied, Talia raised the wood to strike again when a dark shadow erupted from the darkness, seizing her body. Talia thrashed like an enraged beast, then froze as a familiar scent reached her. Barkas, holding her effortlessly with one arm, looked down at her with cold eyes. Caught in that gaze, breathing heavily, she watched as he took the firewood from her hand and hurled it into the distance. Just as he had seized her sword before, he was now confiscating her weapon again. Resentment surged within me. This man never stands with me. He won't fight for me, yet he won't let me fight for myself either. Chapter 50. Talia's face contorted with vicious rage as she struck Barkas's cheek with brutal force. "You insufferable wretch. You won't be satisfied until you've thwarted me at every turn." In the darkness, his blue eyes flickered faintly, yet the gaze he turned upon her remained as cold and composed as ever. That unshakable equanimity was terrifying. Talia raked her nails across his cheek, drawing blood. Without flinching, Barkas seized her wrist and surveyed the chaotic campsite around them. His icy gaze swept across the ashen faces of the handmaidens, the bewildered knights, and the woman weeping with her burned cheek cradled in her hands. A dry sigh escaped his lips. "Take her to the healer." With a subtle tilt of his head, Barkis indicated the woman and turned to leave. Talia thrashed wildly, her screams piercing the night air. "How dare you? That woman is a criminal. She should be executed on the spot." Those who came running at the commotion stared and whispered, though I barely registered them. I had no dignity left to preserve. She shrieked loud enough for the entire campsite to hear. "You despicable bastard. What kind of knight are you?" But Barkis didn't even blink. Without a word, he strode between the tents and carried her directly into his barracks, laying her upon the wide bed inside. Talia didn't even realize she'd been dragged into his bedroom, too consumed with unleashing her seething fury. "You've never truly protected me. Never. Not once. You left me to be torn to shreds. This time too, you had no intention of saving me, did you? You wanted me dead. That's why you abandoned me. Why you didn't come rushing to my aid. I know it all." Ignoring her shrill accusations, he pinned her wrist to the bed and forced her palm open. Blood and serum oozed from her severely burned hand. Barkis regarded it with a frown before reaching for a small glass vial on the shelf. She screamed as he poured the mysterious liquid onto her wound. "No. Stop. Leave me alone." He applied the medicine to her injuries in silence, then wrapped her hand carefully in white bandages. Throughout this, Talia had been pounding his shoulder with her other hand, but her strength soon gave out and her limbs went limp. Barkis regarded her with an expressionless gaze before slowly rising to his feet. "I'll bring you a sedative." With her face half buried in the pillow, breathing heavily, Talia lifted her eyes to look at him. Barkis walked calmly to the shelf installed in one corner of the barracks and examined a medicine bottle. Over his rigid back, the image of him rushing toward Ayla overlapped in my mind. A burning pain seized me. Talia's voice emerged twisted and bitter. "You find my very existence repulsive, don't you? The fact that I'm still alive and breathing." His hand, which had been searching the shelf, froze mid-motion. After standing motionless for a moment, he turned his head with deliberate slowness that seemed almost unnatural. When I met his refined face, stripped of all emotion, something inside me shattered into fragments. Talia's lips curved into a desolate smile. "How unfortunate for you. It was such a perfect opportunity for that thorn in your side to disappear from this world." Tears finally spilled over, wetting her cheeks. His cold face too wavered behind the thin veil of moisture. He approached slowly and bent before her. The cold glass vial touched her lower lip. "Please drink this. It will ease your suffering somewhat." "I don't need it. I don't need anything you give me anymore." Barkis set down the bottle. Just then the lamplight dimmed, casting deep shadows across his face. It didn't matter. I could read his expression without looking. I always could. He wore that familiar impassive mask, or perhaps his eyes held that peculiar blend of exhaustion and irritation. She turned away from him. The man who had watched her in silence finally departed the tent. As Talia listened to his receding footsteps, she lowered her hand and felt along her leg. The rigid, wooden sensation sent ice through her spine. Disabled. She frantically banished the word from her mind. It couldn't be. It was merely idle gossip from those who despised me. The imperial palace housed exceptional healers in abundance. The empress, if anyone, would know practitioners of forbidden magic. Surely she would spare no effort to restore me to wholeness. Then I would flaunt my perfect body before all those who had mocked me. Talia clutched her throbbing knee as her eyelids fell shut. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The magnificent procession that had begun at the imperial palace had transformed into a somber funeral cortege. The imperial family's attendants exchanged their crimson surcoats for black robes, while the knights draped their armor with drab-colored banners. The supply wagons that once carried precious wines, silks, and jewels now bore 34 carefully prepared corpses, while musicians played funeral dirges in measured intervals at a low pitch. Sitting in the carriage, Talia listened to the mournful strains as the pain she thought had subsided flared anew, and she fumbled for the incense burner. Inside the brass vessel, now cold and lifeless, only ashes remained. Talia muttered a brief curse, then with difficulty raised herself from the cushions and opened the storage box beneath the seat, retrieving a fresh incense stick. It was composed of dried frost bloom, evening primrose, mandrake leaves, and crimson fragment flowers, tightly compressed together. She inserted it into the vessel and struck it alight with a flint stone, and thick, billowing smoke rose in clouds. Talia felt her mind enveloped in a damp haze as she collapsed back onto the bedding. Since the return procession began, Talia had spent most of her time intoxicated by the pain-dulling incense. Lost in the acrid smoke, tomorrow became today, and today became yesterday. In her semi-conscious state, she vaguely registered the occasional mage checking her condition or a guard knight bringing food and fussing over her, but their presence always remained merely a ripple across the surface of her awareness. Only Barkas could pull her back into painful reality. As the carriage door opened and his silhouette appeared, Talia lifted her hazy, half-lidded gaze toward him. Her carriage, which had occupied the rear of the procession, had somehow been moved to the front and now received the concentrated protection of the Imperial Night Order's commander. Apparently, he felt the need to monitor her directly lest she cause further trouble. Barkas entered the carriage and bent over her sprawled form like seaweed scattered upon sand. She felt cool fingers brush away several strands of hair from her sweat-dampened forehead. Use the incense more sparingly. At this rate, you'll develop a tolerance quickly. She studied his face as though it were a long-neglected assignment. The man, waiting for her response, exhaled a faint sigh. We will make camp here tonight. The sun had set and the carriage had stopped, so naturally we would spend the night here. There was no understanding why he would elaborate on something that required no explanation. He who had maintained silence even when words were necessary. Chapter 51. I recalled those days when I gathered each word flowing from his lips like precious gems, turning them over and over in my mind. Even the dagger-sharp words, I had embedded them in my chest and caressed them countless times. But now I despised pain. I was weary of ascribing special meaning to his trivial words and actions, only to be disappointed. I was no longer a foolish adolescent girl, and I had been thoroughly awakened to the fact that Talia Roem-Gerda meant nothing to him. I exerted every ounce of strength not to cling to the firm arms that carefully lifted me, ruthlessly severing the budding sprouts of hope that desperately reached out. The reason he treated me this way stemmed entirely from a sense of duty. He was a man I had observed and analyzed for over a decade, dissecting in my mind hundreds of times. I understood well the principles by which he operated. Separate from his disdain for Talia Roem-Gerda, I was someone he needed to protect. Not as important as Gareth or Ayla, but certainly not someone he could leave broken and shattered. A man who lived to fulfill his obligations naturally felt indebted when he failed to discharge his duty. I shall prepare a meal. Barkas, who had entered the dimly lit barracks at some point, spoke as he laid her upon the bed. Talia, lost in thought, lowered her eyes to her legs. The medicinal effects were already beginning to wear off, and a tingling sensation spread from her shins to her pelvis. Forget the food. Light some incense instead. After you eat. His firm voice echoed from above her head. She forced her hazy eyes to focus and glared at him. But Barkas had already turned away, issuing instructions to an attendant. She wanted to throw a pillow at that tiresome back, but her limbs felt heavy as waterlogged cotton, immobile. Eventually abandoning her anger, she buried her face in the blanket that carried the scent of sandalwood and mint leaves. Shortly after, Barkas returned with a bowl of porridge. Talia reluctantly picked up a spoon. The very act of forcing something into her stomach felt arduous, but if she didn't at least pretend to eat, this stubborn man would never permit her to burn incense. Unable to bear the intensifying pain, she forced spoonfuls of the murky greenish substance laden with herbs into her mouth. Is that enough now? As she set down the half-emptied bowl as though discarding it, the man who had stood watching like a jailer examined the bowl, as if conducting an inspection. Talia added anxiously, I ate it. What more do you want from me? Barkas observed her face, beaded with cold sweat from the pain, for a moment before turning to order the elderly attendant to bring the incense burner. Pale smoke once again invaded my consciousness. Feeling the pain gradually subside, I let my body go limp. It was as though I had entered a cold cloud. The man's presence, which had scraped at my nerves like a blade, gradually faded. As I lay sprawled in that drowsy haze for some time, An unpleasant shadow caught my blurred vision. I forced my unfocused eyes to concentrate and observed it carefully. The elegant silhouette of a woman backlit by the sunset blurred across my retina. Only a beat later did I recognize that figure as my noble half-sister. I observed her rigid face as though examining a decorative piece in a cabinet. There was a faint crack visible on her perfectly sculpted porcelain face, as if something unpleasant had occurred. A faint curiosity stirred within me. She was a woman who rarely lost her composure no matter how much I tormented her. What could possibly make her look so grim? I know you feel responsible for this situation. But you are my fiancé. Continuing to keep that child in your barracks is hardly appropriate. Ayla's soft voice penetrated my muffled ears as though they were filled with water. I furrowed my brow. Her gently resonating voice bothered me more than the content of her words. Did that woman always have to put on such airs, even when angry? For someone like me who needed to expel every trace of emotional residue, it was a restraint I could never hope to imitate. Perhaps that was precisely why I hated Ayla all the more. The fact that this woman, who possessed virtues I could never even pretend to have, was my half-sister was abhorrent. Had I not been constantly forced into comparison with her, I might have despised Ayla less. She continued speaking. If you're anxious about leaving that child alone, I shall take her to my quarters. Then you need not concern yourself any further. Does anyone keep a serpent and a wildcat in the same cage? A weary, parched voice cut through the princess's words like a blade. I shifted my gaze toward Barkas, who stood with one shoulder leaning against a tent pillar. It was extraordinarily rare to see him, who always maintained an impeccable posture, resting his weight against something in such a manner. Had he been here the entire time while I was inhaling the medicine? If so, it was astonishing that he could still stand so composed. I myself had struggled merely to keep my eyelids open. Are you comparing me to such a contemptible beast right now? Ayla's voice grew slightly sharper. I focused my gaze more intently, yearning to witness her face contort. Yet Barkas's broad shoulders now straightened, obscured her from view. A cold voice resonated through the silence. It is painfully obvious what would transpire should the second princess reside in your quarters. He exhaled a quiet sigh, his tone tinged with bitter irony. Or perhaps you wish to witness the throats of all those handmaidens you cherish so dearly being slit? Ayla's lips sealed shut, as though her words had been stolen. I stared at his silhouette, shrouded in deep shadow, my gaze vacant. So he was watching me all along. He kept me at his side to prevent me from causing further ruin. I had harbored no expectations from the beginning. Therefore, disappointment should have been impossible. Yet why did I feel this ache blooming within me once more? Disgusted with myself, I closed my eyes. The moment I released the thread of consciousness I had been desperately clinging to, the grating noise faded in an instant, as though I were sinking into fathomless depths. I surrendered willingly to the embrace of oblivion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For days, a suffocating heat had persisted relentlessly. For those tasked with transporting dozens of corpses, it was nothing short of catastrophe. To forestall decay, purifying salt and dried herbs were packed into the body cavities, and myrrh and lacquer were applied to the ashen, desiccated skin. Yet with each passing day, a peculiar stench emanated from the coffins. Naturally, the faces of those marching grew contorted with revulsion. Leaning against the window frame, observing the procession, I suddenly recalled how I had prayed for this column to lead toward hell itself when departing the imperial palace. Had the divine heard my prayer? Or had I been punished instead? As I massaged my throbbing knees, lost in such thoughts, a whistle sounded from afar. I narrowed my eyes against the glare and peered beyond the hill. Beneath the gentle slope bathed in the sun's fierce rays, gray city walls rose imposingly into view. The wretched and desolate journey that had seemed eternal had finally reached its end. Chapter 52. Wrapped in an indescribable, peculiar emotion, I gazed at the castle gate drawing steadily closer. Soon, I would be freed from this excruciating pain. Not some quack healer constantly watching Gareth's expression, but the elite mages of the Empress Palace would restore me to my former flawless self. Moistening my parched lips, I carefully lowered my gaze to examine my own body. The flesh wrapped in a cream-colored, gossamer dress was in a state that could not be called beautiful by any stretch of the imagination. The crude outline of thick bandages wound from thigh to ankle protruded hideously above the thin skirt, and while the burn marks on my palms had been cleanly healed by magic, my nails remained discolored a dark crimson with bruising. The fact that I had practically fasted throughout the journey left me looking pitifully gaunt, adding another layer to my wretched appearance. Suddenly, anxiety flooded through me. Seeing me like this, wouldn't everyone mock me? The image of the handmaidens giggling about divine retribution sent cold sweat trickling down my spine. I quickly drew the curtain over the window. If someone were to see me and snicker about heavenly punishment, I feared I would lose my mind entirely. I pulled the thin linen blanket tangled on the floor up over my head. Moments later, the sound of the carriage passing through the castle gate reached my ears. Poking my head through a gap in the blanket, I listened intently to the cacophony from outside. The clatter of hooves and the resounding commands of the infantry echoed all around, while the already mournful melody of the funeral march grew even more somber. The murmur of the crowd mingled within it, like thousands of insects chirping all at once. Feeling my nerves grow increasingly sharp and taut, I pulled the blanket up over my head again. How long I remained that way, I cannot say, but the carriage, which had been moving slowly along the gravel path, came to a halt, and the commotion around us intensified. It seemed the imperial palace servants had all rushed out. I huddled in the corner of the carriage, waiting for the chaos to subside. I intended to remain locked away here until Gareth and Ayla completed the formal procedures to meet with the Emperor. I had no desire to expose my wretched appearance to their attendants. I rubbed my tingling legs and held my breath in silence. Then, without warning, the door burst open and a dark shadow invaded the carriage. Lifting my head, I widened my eyes at the familiar silhouette backlit by sunlight. The nursemaid, clambering awkwardly onto the carriage, wrapped me in her plump arms and pulled me close. "Oh, my poor dear. What has become of you?" With her large hands, she cradled my face and examined me from every angle, tears streaming down like chicken droppings. "How have you become so thin? As if the injuries weren't enough. Your face has wasted away to nothing." Staring blankly up at her, I soon contorted my face and threw my arms around her neck. Like a young creature burrowing into its mother's embrace, I nestled against her ample bosom as she stroked my back up and down. At her touch, gentle as if soothing a newborn, tears suddenly burst forth. I buried my face in her cinnamon-scented, curling hair and sobbed uncontrollably. "Nursemaid, I hurt so much. I feel as though I might die from the pain." "Don't worry. Senevere will set you right." The nursemaid wiped the tears from my cheeks and gestured toward the carriage entrance. I noticed a strange man standing in the doorway and shrank my shoulders. A man with his head covered in pristine white cloth regarded me methodically with gray eyes rimmed in gold. At his gaze, as though appraising merchandise, I instinctively clung to the nursemaid. She gently patted my back and spoke in a soothing tone. "The moment Senevere heard you were injured, she summoned the mages of the Terran family. They will restore you to your former self." With that, she firmly withdrew her hand from mine and stepped aside to allow the mages to enter. Watching the shadow approach me, I retreated awkwardly. My habitual wariness reared its head. "I can walk on my own." "Step back." "On those legs?" The lean man bending toward me tilted his head. I flushed with indignation. "There's no problem reaching the Empress Palace." Above the veil, the man's eyes narrowed. I was seized by an inexplicable unease. The man, who had been pensively stroking his chin, suddenly seized her leg with a vicious grip. White-hot pain exploded across Talia's vision as she screamed. He squeezed the wound so brutally that blood seeped through the bandages. "If you insist on walking on a leg like this and the wound ruptures, it is we who will suffer the consequences. Do not indulge in such pointless stubbornness." Talia stared up at him with eyes wide in shock. The man withdrew his hand from her leg and gestured to another figure standing across from them. "You carry her." The man immediately bent at the waist and thrust his arms beneath her back. Goosebumps erupted across her entire body as though a serpent had touched her. Talia twisted away from his touch, flailing her arms as she contorted her upper body. "Do not lay your hands on me." The man who had taken a blow to his jaw muttered something unintelligible in a harsh, metallic voice. The moment Talia recognized it as the language of the elves, her body went rigid. Beneath the hood, she glimpsed abnormally elongated ears, skin like plaster, and hair that shimmered with an ethereal blue tint. There was no doubt. This was a pure-blooded elf, not a half or quarter. Knowing all too well how inhuman such creatures were, Talia was seized by terror. The two men conferred in their own tongue before pressing down hard on both her arms. Talia opened her mouth to scream. In that instant, a cold, damp hand covered her eyes, and all strength drained from her body. It was as though every bone and muscle had melted away. How troublesome, wasting magical energy like this. The man withdrew his hand from her face and muttered softly. Talia stared up at him, her pupils dilated. She wanted to cry out in protest, but only a rasping wheeze escaped her throat. The man straightened and issued a command to the figure seated across from him. She cannot move now. Come, take her to the treatment room. The man who had been struck in the jaw immediately obeyed. Lifted like a sack of grain, Talia cast a desperate, pleading gaze toward her nursemaid. But as always, the nursemaid remained unmoved by her terror. Just endure a little longer, Mississippi. Everything will be well. The nursemaid wiped her eyes with her sleeve and leaped down from the carriage. The man carrying Talia followed her outside. As intense sunlight flooded her retinas, Talia squinted against the glare. After blinking several times, the sight of soldiers from the Empress Palace surrounding the carriage came into focus. As she scanned them with anxious eyes, she glimpsed a guard knight fidgeting nervously beyond the wall of soldiers. When he attempted to push through the Empress Palace soldiers and approach her, the Terran family's mage firmly blocked his path. Your duty is finished. The princess will be in our care, so stand aside. But I am her guard knight. I must attend to her. Given the princess's current condition, your qualifications have already been forfeited, have they not? The knight fell silent, unable to respond. The mage clicked his tongue lightly, pushed him aside with one hand, and strode across the chaotic courtyard lined with supply wagons. Talia glanced around frantically. Soon, among the knights waiting at the entrance to the main palace, she spotted a faint shimmer of lavender hair. She almost called out his name before catching herself and biting her tongue. Barkas would never come to her aid. In truth, she could not even understand why she felt the urge to ask for his help. These mages had been sent by Senevere. They would do nothing to harm her. Repeating this to herself, she tried to suppress her anxiety, but the man carrying her turned toward Barkas and took a step forward. As Barkas's face drew closer, Talia tensed her body. Chapter 53. Barkas turned to look at her as he handed a bundle of parchment bearing the names of the dead to the priest. Talia quickly averted her gaze. Beneath the summer sun, every flaw in her appearance was laid bare, and she found herself too ashamed to lift her head with any semblance of dignity. The second princess requires immediate medical attention, so perhaps we might dispense with the formal entry procedures. The Terran family mage spoke with measured courtesy, standing before Barkas. When no immediate response came, Talia lifted her eyes once more. Barkas stood motionless, his brow faintly creased, his gaze piercing through her as if dissecting her very soul. Was it strange to see a woman who threw tantrums at the slightest touch from another person now sitting so docilely? Barkas's narrowed eyes methodically examined her pallid, exhausted face before his gaze slowly descended. His cold stare lingered briefly on her back and the hand clasping her knee, then traveled downward to her calves hanging limply beneath her skirt. Upon noticing the dark crimson stains seeping through the bandages, the furrow between his brows deepened considerably. An accusatory glint flashed across his eyes, directed sharply at the Terran family mages. As if dismissing his unspoken interrogation, the mage continued softly, His Majesty will surely understand that the second princess must return to her quarters at once. Very well. Take the girl to her chambers immediately. In his stead, a crystalline voice suddenly provided the answer, breaking the silence. Talia's eyes snapped toward the source of that voice, and her face hardened as she spotted Ayla crossing the chaotic courtyard, a retinue of handmaidens trailing behind her. Ayla came to stand beside Barkas, her gaze descending upon Talia with an expression of pitying concern. You've endured such a grueling journey in your weakened state. It would be best for you to receive treatment and rest as soon as possible. Talia clenched her teeth. Humiliation flooded through her at that lukewarm, sympathetic gaze. Had she possessed even a shred of mobility, she would have gouged out those eyes without mercy. Oblivious, or perhaps not, to the seething fury within her, Ayla, her smile gentle and serene, placed her hand upon Barkas's forearm. I shall explain everything to His Majesty. With that, she turned her body with elegant grace and urged Barkas forward. Come now, let us retire. His Majesty awaits us. Only then did the man, who had stood motionless until now, begin to move his legs slowly. Talia's eyes lingered wistfully on his receding figure, before her eyelids finally closed. The mages passed through the main palace, and entered a sprawling garden dense with flowers. Soon, an ornate and magnificent structure engulfed her. Talia felt as though she were being swallowed into the entrails of some colossal beast. In moments, the mages crossed the marble hall and ascended the stairs, entering Senevir's study. Beyond several massive bookshelves displaying hundreds of volumes, a secret passage hidden between the columns was revealed. The mages entered without hesitation, as though treading a familiar path. Soon Senevir's research laboratory came into view. Talia's brow furrowed at the overwhelming stench of pungent essential oils and various medicinal herbs. Lay her down here. The mage, crossing the laboratory with long, swift strides, abruptly opened a door beside a display cabinet. Though she had visited this place many times before, she had never entered this chamber. The man carrying her set her down upon a bed positioned in the center of the room. Talia's eyes darted nervously around her surroundings. The meticulously organized chamber was filled with strange instruments she had never seen before in her life. As she examined them, her gaze shifted back to the two mages. They were arranging unfamiliar equipment across a table. This must be how a calf feels upon entering a slaughterhouse. Cold sweat drenched the nape of her neck. Had she not been bound by magic, she would have screamed. First, we shall examine your wounds. One of the mages positioned himself near her legs and spoke. Talia felt her skirt being lifted and stiffened her body rigidly. The man unwound the bandages with clinical efficiency, then clicked his tongue softly in disapproval. The condition is far more severe than anticipated. With ice-cold fingers, he meticulously palpated her knee, then continued. The crude way the bone was set is actually the problem. If we let the wound heal as it is, the nerves will become paralyzed and you'll lose the use of your leg permanently. In any case, the clumsy handiwork of human mages is truly. The mage muttered softly as he picked up a small knife from the table. There's no help for it. I'll have to reset it. In that instant, a harsh sob burst from her constricted throat. Only then did the mage, seeing her face drained of all color, lower the cloth he'd been holding around his jaw and attempt to lift the corners of his mouth. There's no need to worry so much. Though it seemed meant to reassure, Talia felt her blood run cold. It was less a human smile than a fish mimicking human expression. The man continued prattling on. It will be difficult to restore it to exactly the same condition as before, but at least I'll ensure you have no trouble walking. She struggled to move her lips. Stop. If it cannot return to what it was, there is no reason to endure this ordeal. She wanted to cry out thus, but only harsh sobs escaped her lips. The man raised the cloth again and issued an instruction. It would be best to burn some sleeping herbs. The mage, who had been examining the equipment on the table, brought a small brazier to her bedside and lit a bundle of dried medicinal herbs. Talia immediately held her breath, but she could not endure it long. Unable to resist the suffocation, she inhaled the smoke, and her vision grew distant in an instant. Talia, straining her eyes and struggling to part the hazy veil before her, soon fell into sleep as if losing consciousness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Raindrops fell upon the lake. She realized she was dreaming. A landscape from an old memory unfolded before her eyes. 14-year-old Talia crouched beneath a massive large tree, staring at the gray surface of the water pouring with rain as though it were a mortal enemy. Barkas, drenched in rainwater, approached her side. Is hide-and-seek over now? She glared at him with a venomous gaze. Whether he had searched every corner of the imperial palace grounds, his clothing and hair, which had been impeccably arranged, were now completely disheveled. Yet Talia's mood did not improve in the slightest. She reached out, grasped a handful of squelching mud and hurled it at him. "Get away! I can't stand the sight of you." An ugly stain appeared on his velvet uniform embroidered with elaborate designs, but Barkis did not even blink. His unaffected response only inflamed her further. Talia continued hurling mud at him. "Get out of here. Go to Ayla instead. I would wish nothing more." Barkis exhaled a short sigh and knelt on one knee beside her, continuing his words. "But I am bound without reprieve until your highness reaches the age of 16. Talia glared at him with a flushed face. Pitiably, tears threatened to spill. To hide them, she tensed her eyes and deliberately twisted her lips into a sneer. "To think I have to see your face for 2 more years. It's absolutely horrible. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. I despise you most in this world. You repulse me. You sicken me. You're utterly vile." "Are you finished?" "Not even close. Your breath reeks." His eyebrow arched slightly upward. Talia flinched and cast her gaze downward. Having spent her childhood at the monastery, Barkis harbored an almost obsessive fixation on cleanliness. He perpetually emanated the crisp scent of soap. He was surely aware of this himself, which meant he understood her reproach was nothing more than petty fault-finding. Yet rather than point this out, Barkis simply draped the coat he held in one hand across her shoulders and straightened to his feet. "I shall hear the remainder of your grievances at the separate palace. Rise now. Your lips have turned purple." Chapter 54. What does it matter if Barkis's lips turn purple or green? As I hurled his clothes to the ground and raised my voice, another sigh escaped him. My eyes burned with heat. He smiles for Ayla. Yet before me he does nothing but sigh. I couldn't even bear to look at him. "Even if I freeze to death here, I'll make sure it causes you no trouble. So why don't you go to that grand birthday banquet for your noble twin siblings? Go fawn over those 2 all you like. Even if you spend the night here, your highness will not freeze to death. At worst, you might catch the flu." "Then I might as well die from the flu," I shouted furiously, and he brushed back the hair clinging to his eyes with rather rough movements. At his irritated gesture, Talia shrank back. Yet the voice flowing from his lips remained as flat and emotionless as always. "What must I do for you to stop playing the tragic heroine?" At his cutting remark, Talia's eyes narrowed again. He always maintained such courteous behavior toward Ayla, yet toward me he constantly sneered. I found him utterly detestable. With eyes blazing, I yanked the pearl ornament from my tightly braided hair and, without hesitation, hurled it across the rippling lake with a sharp flick. "Retrieve that. Then I'll stop." Barkis's eyes narrowed. I expected him to either explode in cold fury or turn away without mercy. In that case, I planned to collapse here after enduring the night. Let him feel the pangs of conscience when he sees my corpse. But as always, Barkis refused to follow my expectations. Before my eyes, he deliberately began unbuttoning his uniform jacket one by one. I widened my eyes momentarily, then let out a scoff. He was merely bluffing, thinking I would stop him. There was no way he'd actually jump into the water. Feigning composure, I watched as he removed his night order uniform and laid it beneath a tree, then pulled off his boots that reached his calves. So he's going to see this through? Barkis unfastened even the sword belt at his waist, and approached the water's edge in a translucent shirt and light cotton trousers. Then he gazed silently at the lake as rain fell in fine drizzle. Surely he expected me to yield and came on strong. That must be it. As I mocked him inwardly, he plunged into the water without warning. I leaped to my feet. The ashen surface swallowed his body in an instant. With a blank expression, I rushed forward and peered into the dark water. Barkis. The lake remained still. From the age of 16, the 18-year-old boy had grown terrifyingly tall and handsome, yet no trace of him could be found anywhere. I raised my voice. "Barkis." In the fine rain, only my voice echoed and rang out. I began to panic. "Stop joking around." A gust of wind swept across the surface at that moment. The lake rippled briefly, but still no sign of him appeared. Suddenly, my breath caught in my throat. Without hesitation, I plunged into the water. After only a few steps, the water rose to my waist. I thrashed the surface with both hands and cried out, "Barkas! Barkas! Where are you?" Beneath my feet, the slick mud and branches squelched with each step. I ventured deeper into the water. Before I realized it, the surface had risen to my chest. I thrashed wildly through the ice-cold depths, my rough sobs tearing from my throat. I was wrong. So please, just come out now. Losing all reason, I wailed desperately, and the water's surface rippled violently before an elongated figure emerged from below. I stared at him with frozen eyes. Barkas shook his head, water streaming down, and turned to face me. Beneath his soaked lashes, his blue eyes glimmered faintly. "Here." Barkas gripped my shoulder lightly with one hand, and extended something toward me. I gazed down at it blankly. Is this sufficient? In his palm lay the pearl ornament I had thrown. A hollow laugh escaped my lips unbidden. I covered my forehead with one hand, my shoulders shaking with bitter laughter. Then, as if possessed, I twisted my face in fury and snatched the pearl ornament away, hurling it far into the distance. Even as I carelessly discarded what he had so painstakingly retrieved, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Watching that composed face, I could no longer contain my rage and lashed out. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? To frighten me." He took the slap to his cheek in silence. For some reason, that very composure inflamed my fury further. I began pounding him with my fists. "You held out until I said I was wrong. You wretched creature. I hate you so much. That's enough." Barkas suddenly seized both my wrists and lowered his voice. I looked up at him with tears brimming in my eyes, my expression one of profound injustice, and a long sigh of exasperation escaped his lips. "You've fulfilled today's quota. Now stop this tantrum and come out of here." "No. I won't listen to anything you say. I'll drown here, so you just leave." As I shrieked defiantly, he dragged me onto the shore. Throughout it all, I continued to pummel his back. Barkas watched me with an incredulous expression, shook his head slowly, and picked up the coat he had removed. Then he wrapped it snugly around my body and bound my arms firmly with the sleeves, so I could no longer strike him. When my attempts to break free proved futile, I kicked at his shin. "Are you insane binding the princess? You thug. You're one to talk." Barkas exhaled a long breath and hoisted me onto his shoulder like a sack of grain. I shrieked like an enraged duck. "I am of the imperial family, you fool. Since when do knights treat a princess this way?" Barkas silently gathered his sword and belongings, then strode purposefully into the rain. I thrashed about like a wild beast, spewing every curse I knew, but soon exhausted myself and went limp. He only set me down after we arrived at the separate palace. I glared at him indignantly, but my strength gave out and I collapsed. That evening, I developed the severe flu I had threatened. Barkas brought a chair to my bedside, and sat quietly reading as my fever raged. I cannot express how infuriating that serene expression was. Irritated, I had provoked him, saying he must be delighted whenever I fell ill, and he had turned a page of his book before responding that it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Talia, glaring at him with feverish eyes, buried her face in the blanket with the somewhat hollow thought that, occasionally, was hardly the right word. In her heart, she was grateful that he had remained by her side instead of attending Ayla's birthday banquet. For that reason, she could forgive his somewhat petulant demeanor with generosity. She stifled her laughter and forced herself to sleep. Despite the torment of the fever, laughter inexplicably continued to escape her lips. Whenever I was with Barkas, it was always like this, anguished and suffocating and furious all at once. Yet my chest swelled with an overwhelming tenderness I could not control. Sometimes he felt like someone impossibly close to me. Could it be that we were something like friends? Within such brazen delusion, our shared moments accumulated layer upon layer. Though it must have been a burden for him, for her those days were like precious gems. Because of his presence, I could endure each day of that desolate loneliness. But now memories of the past were no longer solace. They had become unbreakable shackles that bound her relentlessly. Chapter 55. Drifting through the remnants of memory like a cloud suspended in air, I gradually returned to reality. As I lifted my heavy eyelids, flickering candlelight entered my vision. While I stared blankly at it, my dulled senses grew progressively sharper. Wrapped in a peculiar emptiness, I slowly raised my upper body. For a time, I could not comprehend where I was. Only after several seconds did I realize I was lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar chamber. As I surveyed the lavishly appointed bedroom with vacant eyes, I suddenly felt something amiss and lowered my gaze. Beneath short undergarments, both my legs were fully exposed. No, they were not my legs. Such hideous things could not possibly be attached to my body. With trembling hands, I touched my knees, which were as bumpy and uneven as hardened candle wax. The shape of my legs was wrong somehow. The shin and kneecap were subtly twisted, and across my pale skin spread wide scars, rough and rigid as tree bark. As I traced the long wound that ran from my calf through my knee to my thigh like cracks in shattered porcelain, I soon began to claw at it with my fingertips. If I could only peel away this bumpy discoloration covering my skin, surely my original complexion, luminous as a pearl, would be revealed. Ignoring the burning pain, I persistently picked at the dark red marks swollen with inflammation. Blood began to trickle down. As I stared down at it in a daze, a creaking sound came from somewhere. I jerked my head up, and my eyes widened upon discovering Senevere reclining diagonally across a velvet-cushioned chair. The Empress, whose blue eyes gleamed clearly even in the darkness, parted her lips, crimson as if stained with blood, and exhaled a honeyed voice. "Must you really reopen wounds I've worked so hard to heal? It's tedious to summon the healer again." She set down a small book she had been holding onto the table, her delicate brows furrowing. I stared at her without blinking, my parched lips trembling. "What have you done to my body?" At my incredulous question, the Empress's eyes widened slightly before curving into crescents. Senevere laughed softly as if she had heard an amusing jest, shaking her head gently as she spoke. "That's hardly something to say to your mother, who even summoned the Eternal Clan to treat you. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know you distrust me, but this time I did everything I could for you. The fact that this is all the result has disappointed even me." Her serpentine gaze slowly crawled down my body, lingering over the scars beaded with blood. I hastily pulled the blanket to cover my legs. My fingertips trembled at the look in her eyes, as if she were observing something repulsive. She exhaled a small sigh and continued. "I considered demanding answers from them, but it seems they did their best in their own way. Even with damage not just to bone but to muscle and nerves as well, they spoke passionately about how miraculous this recovery is." Toward her daughter on the verge of collapse from shock, the Empress continued speaking with an eerily serene tone. "They could do nothing about the scars either. They incised the wound area multiple times and reapplied magic, but those ugly marks regenerated as they were. It's likely due to prolonged neglect causing tissue degeneration." A faint sigh escaped her lips. "It's difficult to blame the Imperial Palace's healers either. Had they sealed the wound immediately, your skin might be cleaner now, but your legs would have been permanently useless. At least now you can walk, or so they say. You should find some consolation in that." Her words fell like skewers, piercing through my stomach relentlessly. Toward me, frozen in despair, Senevere drove the final wedge. "I truly regret it." Talia slowly lowered her head. Senevere, who had been watching her with contemplative eyes, rose from her chair and approached her. Delicate fingers, fragrant with flowers, came to rest upon her cheek. "Talia, do you remember what I told you before? That beautiful, weak things become targets for plunder." Talia struggled to meet her gaze, through eyes clouded with tears. Her face, sculpted with the precision of pearls, gold and sapphires, crumbled beneath the weight of her weeping. She continued speaking with tenderness, as though recounting an old tale. "Then what becomes of something weak and hideous? The hideous become objects of ridicule and contempt. Such things are not even worthy of plunder. They are merely trampled upon meaninglessly, mocked and cast aside. You see, people possess an insatiable hunger to despise and scorn something in order to prove their own superiority. A flaw becomes appetizing prey for such creatures." Though I fought desperately against tears, rough sobs tore through my throat regardless. Her words cut deeper than the bleeding in my legs. Senevere gazed down at her daughter's tear-stricken face and clicked her tongue with pity. "But you need not worry. I have no intention of allowing my daughter to fall into such circumstances. Insect-like cold fingers swept the tangled hair from her cheek. Her narrow eyes curved into slits. It was a smile that seemed to promise something far more terrible. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Within the vast temple located inside the imperial palace, 34 coffins lay arranged in orderly rows. As priests circled them, pouring holy water and chanting prayers, mourners approached one by one to place flowers upon the caskets. Astros, seated in the mourners' section, observed the long and tedious ceremony while his eyes darted about, surveying his half-siblings. His elder brother sat in the place of honor with his customary arrogant expression, while Ayla Roem Gerda mourned the deceased with the elegant grace befitting her reputation as the perfect princess. It was a scene no different from any other day, yet he sensed something subtly amiss. As Astros pondered the reason, he soon realized that his half-sister was in a state of considerable anger. Though she had arranged her expression into one of convincing sorrow, her eyes had grown cold as ice, and her lips were noticeably rigid. What could she possibly be so angry about? Unlike his elder brother, who expressed every emotion openly, she was someone who always concealed herself behind a serene smile. The fact that his sister, who never revealed any weakness before anyone, was displaying her emotions so openly before so many people was rather intriguing. Could the postponement of the wedding have upset her so greatly? Astros's gaze naturally turned toward her betrothed. Barkas Lejo Sirkin stood beside the altar with his back perfectly straight, quietly observing the funeral rites. He resembled a statue erected in a cathedral rather than a living person. Intrigued by his excessive stillness, Astros examined him carefully from head to toe. The future Grand Duke Sirkin wore a doublet tailored with clean, sharp lines from shoulder to waist, breeches that clung to his body like armor, and a long navy cape draped across his left shoulder. Though his attire was somewhat austere, it appeared far more impressive to Astros than the elaborate dress of the nobility around him. He could almost understand his half-sister's disappointment at the wedding's postponement. With such an incident having occurred, I suppose the pilgrimage cannot resume until next year. Did that mean Ayla Roem Gerda's wedding to the future Grand Duke Sirkin would also be postponed until next year? Upon reaching this thought, Astros suddenly frowned with displeasure. His chest grew tight. He wished his half-sister, who always regarded him with such disdain, would depart for the Grand Duchy as soon as possible. Perhaps they will break with imperial tradition and proceed with the wedding as planned. He gazed at Grand Duke Sirkin with fervent hope. Please take Ayla Roem Gerda to the Eastern Territories. In that instant, as though he had heard her own ridiculous prayer, the man turned his head. Astros flinched, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. Her heart sank at the penetrating gaze that seemed to peer directly into the depths of her mind. Chapter 56. I hadn't even frowned. Yet why did I feel so unsettled? Astros fiddled with a button on his garment, feigning indifference, before finally lifting his eyes after a considerable pause. Grand Duke Sirkin had already moved to the left wing, and was conversing with the high priest. The gravity of their exchange made Astros narrow his eyes. Though I couldn't see his face with his back turned, the high priest's gaunt neck was flushed with anger. As he heaved his shoulders in protest, a chill swept across Grand Duke Sirkin's features. It hardly seemed a cordial exchange. Astros' eyes gleamed with intrigue. What could they be discussing? The priests were steadfast supporters of the Crown Prince, and the future Grand Duke Sirkin was no different. I was curious why two people from the same faction would be at odds. Seized by curiosity, Astros slipped away from the believer's seat. I was attempting to eavesdrop from behind a pillar in the transept, when someone suddenly seized my collar. Astros jerked his head up and found Baron's stern face, his eyebrows drooping in dismay. The man looked down at him with a grim expression and rebuked him in a hushed voice. Those men are enemies of the Crown Prince. Do not approach them. Enemies? What enemies? I have no such thing. I protested with a pouting lip, but the man remained unmoved. With a disgruntled expression, Astros rolled his eyes and looked back toward the wing. Grand Duke Sirkin had already concluded his conversation with the high priest, and was walking toward the transept. Astros hastily concealed himself behind Baron's legs. Grand Duke Sirkin cast a brief, indifferent glance at him before crossing the colonnade with an elegant stride. From his hiding place behind Barons, Astros whispered a question as he watched the man's retreating figure. "What do you think?" the high priest said to Grand Duke Sirkin. He likely reproached him regarding this incident. "Why? Grand Duke Sirkin and the Grand Cathedral are allies, aren't they? Even if he made a mistake, shouldn't they cover for him?" A faint bitter smile crossed Baron's eyes. "The world is not so simple." Baron spoke with a reproachful tone, turning his gaze toward the altar where the funeral rites were proceeding, and continued slowly. "Many of the priests harbor resentment toward the Khan people. In particular, the fundamentalist priests' hatred of the Sirkin clan runs quite deep." Astros was about to ask why, but closed his mouth instead. Memories from history lessons surfaced in my mind. In the past, it was the Khan people who fought to the bitter end against the unification movement led by Daryan Roem Gerda. They even inflicted a mortal wound upon Wigru, the knight said to have been chosen by the gods, in the final battle, fought in the northern region. After the war ended, the Easterners were incorporated into the Roem Empire. Yet the Khan people have never fully assimilated into the Western world, and the Empire's animosity toward them has never completely faded. As Astros reflected on these facts, he let out a scoff. How foolish! Other peoples fought just as fiercely. Isn't it petty to ostracize them simply because they were the last to refuse surrender? Barons looked down at Astros with momentarily surprised eyes, then a faint smile tugged at his lips. That is not the only reason. It is more accurate to say they are wary because the Sirkin clan possesses formidable power. Formidable power? Astros tilted his head in confusion, and after a moment of silence, Baron slowly spoke. According to records, a certain proportion of the Sirkin clan are born with extraordinary abilities. Some can glimpse the future, others can see through people's hearts, and still others command beasts at will. It was precisely these strange powers that once allowed them to reign as objects of fear. At the intriguing tale, Astros's eyes gleamed with interest. Does Grand Duke Sirkin possess some special ability as well? That is highly unlikely. The priests conducted a thorough examination, but found nothing remarkable, or so I'm told. Baron stroked his chin thoughtfully as he spoke. Perhaps the bloodline has been diluted over generations, weakening the abilities as well. Since a powerful mind reader was born 80 years ago, House Sirkin has not produced a single primordial mage. Having settled the matter, something suddenly flickered across his mind, and he continued while caressing his chin. Now that I think of it, I have heard rumors that the former empress possessed foresight, though. Your brother's mother? Astros asked in surprise. Barons paused as if considering something, then slowly shook his head. It is likely merely a rumor fabricated by those wishing to deify that woman. The crown prince and the first princess are hardly exceptional either. He then added with a gentle smile. Perhaps the Khan people's abilities have vanished entirely. At his reassuring tone, Astros felt a flicker of displeasure. Why should I find comfort in the Khan people losing the abilities they had inherited for generations? He harbored no intention of confronting his brother, and thus the Sirkin clan was not his enemy either. But he knew such words would be dismissed as childish complaints, so he held his tongue. The ceremony appears to be nearly concluded. It would be best to depart now. Barons placed a gentle hand on his back, as he watched those seated in the place of honor slip away through the colonnade one by one. Astros immediately followed him out of the sanctuary, unwilling to encounter his half-brothers and sisters who regarded him as a thorn in their side. They avoided the main gate crowded with mourners and instead made their way to the garden. However, a gathering of nobles sat in the backyard, engaged in gossip. Upon spotting Gareth's fervent followers among them, Astros's brow furrowed sharply. They would hardly dare to slight a prince, yet there was no reason to willingly face such unpleasant countenances. He grasped Barons's hand and turned toward a narrow path shrouded in deep shadow. Then a familiar name reached his ears. What do you think are the chances of Talia Roemgerda's recovery? Who knows? She was found in a near-corpse state, and even the elves will struggle to fully heal her. Astros's eyes widened as he looked up at Barons. Is that true? Barons hesitated as if deliberating, then slowly nodded. Astros's expression grew grave at once. He had heard that his sister's condition was not good, but he never imagined she had been injured so severely that rumors of such magnitude were circulating. He demanded sharply, "Why didn't anyone tell me that my sister was hurt?" "It was not information Your Highness needed to know. She is my sister. Of course I should have been told." As his voice rose, the garden, which had been bustling with chatter, fell silent as if doused with cold water. Turning his head, Astros saw the nobles hastily scrambling to pay their respects upon belatedly noticing him, and he scowled. Unwilling to engage with them, he strode through the garden with the widest gait possible, and barons, who had been following silently, let out a sigh. "Your Highness, she despises you. No matter how much attention you lavish upon her, you will receive nothing in return." Astros came to an abrupt halt, his gaze sharp and piercing as he fixed it upon him. Intellectually, I knew his words held truth. Talia Roem-Gerda despised me. Had she not said so with her own lips? Yet I could not bring myself to acknowledge this fact so readily. Perhaps she regrets saying such things to me. That day, she may have simply spoken harshly in a fit of pique. People do such things from time to time after all. When I visit her sickbed, might she not apologize to me? The words tumbled out impulsively, yet they sounded remarkably plausible. Without waiting for Barons's response, Astros immediately turned his steps toward the separate palace. Along the way, I gathered the most beautiful flowers from the garden to bring as a gift for my visit. She will be so surprised when I arrive, will she not? Perhaps she might even come to appreciate such a devoted brother. Astros walked briskly across the sprawling grounds, buoyed by anticipation. Soon, beyond the lush garden with its verdant foliage, a squat structure of gray stone came into view. Chapter 57. Astros wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve and bounded up the stone staircase in one breath, yanking open the heavily sealed door. Through the crack, the great hall lay before him, silent as a tomb, devoid of all sound. Finding neither guards nor a single handmaiden in the dimly lit space, Astros crept forward and climbed the stairs with cautious steps. He couldn't fathom why he was treading so softly. He'd felt it the last time he came. This castle was like a cemetery. The eerie atmosphere made him hold his breath without thinking. Glancing at the curtain-draped windows, Astros took the stairs two at a time, reaching the third floor in moments. At last, his sister's bedroom door came into view. He stopped before the massive mahogany door and caught his breath, then carefully knocked. But no matter how long he waited, there came neither a question of who it was nor permission to enter. Could she be asleep? Pressing his ear to the door, Astros knocked harder this time. A dull thud sounded from within. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the handle and peered inside the room. The disordered bedroom was filled with a hazy, pale smoke. Coughing at the stale air, Astros's eyes suddenly widened. Before him lay a scene as though a tempest had swept through. His mouth fell open in shock as he found himself drawn into the chaos. Shattered glass lay scattered across the bedroom floor. As if a wine bottle had been hurled, the carpet reeked of deep burgundy wine, and strewn across it were long strips of torn fabric and feathers that appeared to have burst from pillows. Scanning these remnants with vacant eyes, Astros suddenly discovered a full-length mirror shattered into fragments and flinched, his shoulders tensing. Across the mirror's surface, fractured like a spider's web, his form was reflected dozens of times over. A chill crept through him as he began backing away, when a rustling sound came from behind. Spinning around, Astros froze at the sight of Talia sprawled carelessly across the carpet. His breath caught in his throat. She lay in nothing but a thin nightgown, her eyes hollow and fixed upon the ceiling. The lifelessness in her face sent ice down his spine. She moved her slender arm, thin as a birch branch, gathering a handful of feathers scattered across the floor and scattering them into the air. Pure white feathers drifted like dust through the stale air. The woman gazed up at the sight with unfocused eyes, then slowly turned her gaze toward him. Astros found himself backing away without thinking. Her lips, crusted with dried blood, parted to release a hoarse voice. "Did you come to gawk?" I merely came to inquire after your health." Her desolate eyes fixed upon the bouquet of flowers cradled in his arms. Astros felt his ears burn. For some reason, He felt as though he were committing some terrible transgression against her. Talia let her eyelids fall as though exhausted. Leave them there and go. Hesitantly, Astros set the bouquet on the shelf beside the bed. He no longer knew what else to do. With helpless eyes fixed upon his sister, Astros soon left the room. Barons, waiting in the corridor, frowned at the sight of his ashen face, suspecting some misfortune had befallen him. Without explanation, Astros seized his hand and pulled him along. Let us return to the main palace at once. And with that I fled down the corridor, silent as a tomb. I couldn't even discern what I was running from. I simply needed to escape this place, inexplicably cold and damp, as quickly as possible. Astros glanced back once at the half-open bedroom door over his shoulder, then bolted down the stairs. Like a beast breaking free from a trap, he burst out of the separate palace in one desperate rush. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It felt as though an ant were crawling through my veins. A sharp, pricking pain crept up my shin, gnawing at my knee, thigh, pelvis, and lower back. It wasn't as intense as before, but no less maddening. Talia raked her nails across the bumpy skin of her knee with relentless determination. The ant beneath her skin seemed to resist, burrowing deeper into the bone itself. To extract the wretched parasite, I peeled away the tough, flaking skin like dead tissue. Blood streamed from the gaping wound. Ignoring the searing pain, I clawed at the raw flesh exposed beneath, when the nursemaid entered the chamber and let out a sharp, piercing scream at the sight. Please, I'm begging you to stop. The nursemaid dropped the tray she'd been holding and seized my hand. Talia stared at her with vacant eyes, then placed her other hand over the scar. Why are you doing this? The nursemaid grasped my remaining hand and sighed heavily. If that unsightly scar gets any worse, what will you do? Talia regarded her with a hollow gaze. This was the nursemaid who had always praised me as beautiful, never tiring of her compliments. She had said I was the very image of Senevere in her childhood, and had been so devoted to me. Even in her eyes, my appearance now seemed grotesque. Twisting my wrist free with force, I shoved the nursemaid's shoulder. Get out! I can't stand to look at you. The nursemaid, her eyes narrowing, stomped over to the shelf. She picked up the bowl of porridge and medicine bottle from the tray and held them out to me. Once you've eaten this, I'll leave even if you try to stop me. Talia reached out to hurl the bowl away. But even the dull-witted nursemaid seemed to develop some perception after enduring the same thing multiple times. She quickly stepped back, her gaze stern. If you don't eat, I won't burn the sleeping incense for you. Talia glared at her with resentful eyes before finally accepting the bowl. I no longer had the strength to argue further. I picked up the spoon and mechanically pushed the mushy food into my mouth. It was like eating mud. Suppressing my nausea, I emptied the porridge and swallowed the mysterious medicine, whereupon the nursemaid thrust a fresh bundle of herbs into the incense burner and lit it. Talia lay sprawled on the bed, breathing in the acrid smoke deeply. As my consciousness grew hazy and drowsiness crept in, I sighed with relief and turned my gaze toward the window. Beyond the transparent glass, the evening sky was stained crimson. Once the sun set, thick darkness would soon engulf me. Even through the fog of my mind, dread began to creep in. I feared the coming of night. The memory of waiting endlessly in the darkness for someone to arrive felt as though it were strangling my breath. But I feared the coming of morning even more. I didn't want to live another day in this wretched, ruined body. I squeezed my eyes shut and murmured a desperate prayer. If only all the time allotted to me could flow away while I slept, so that I might be freed from this suffering forever. But as always, my wish went unfulfilled. Awakened by a hand shaking my shoulder, Talia gazed up at the window where sunlight poured in and exhaled a hollow sigh. Another tedious day was about to begin, it seemed. I pressed my throbbing temples with both hands. Then an unfamiliar voice reached my ears. You must rise now, Your Highness. Startled, I turned my head and found a dark silhouette standing beside my bed, immediately pushing myself upright. A woman of considerable height and sturdy build looked down at me with eyes that gleamed like steel. The woman bowed with precise, graceful movements and spoke. Please forgive my rudeness in entering your bedchamber without permission, Your Highness. I am Trania Meldron, the head handmaiden of the Empress's household. I have come on the Empress's orders to attend to you throughout the day. Bewildered, I rolled my eyes and slowly surveyed the chamber. Somewhere along the way, the bedroom had been tidied, and a dozen or so handmaidens dressed in gowns bearing the Empress's seal stood waiting in one corner. Upon seeing the armfuls of clothing they held, I stiffened. An ominous premonition tightened my throat. Attend to me? Why would you? Today your highness will have an audience with the emperor. Chapter 58. Talia's spine snapped rigid as though struck by lightning. The woman turned with elegant grace and continued speaking. Her Majesty the Empress has commanded that you be prepared impeccably, befitting an audience with the Empire's supreme authority. I trust you will cooperate. With that, she gestured lightly to the handmaidens. Four handmaidens standing in the front row approached the bed carrying garments. Talia jerked her body backward sharply. All of you leave. I have no intention of meeting that person. Please refrain from such disrespectful language. The woman's previously gentle voice turned suddenly sharp as frost. No matter your station as princess, I cannot tolerate such reckless speech regarding His Majesty the Emperor. I shall overlook it this once, but take care to mind yourself henceforth. Though her shoulders had tensed momentarily, Talia's eyes now blazed with defiance. And what will you do if you don't overlook it? Will you run tattling to the great emperor? There is nothing preventing me from doing so. The woman responded coldly. Talia released a hollow laugh. Is that so? Then go running to the main palace right now and tell him this. The ill-mannered second princess says she has no desire to lay eyes on that handsome face of his. In that instant, a sharp sting erupted across the back of her hand. Talia looked up at the woman with an expression of utter bewilderment. The woman who had struck her with a thin riding crop held her gaze with eyes cold as ice. The authority you enjoy as princess derives from His Majesty the Emperor. Such reckless words cannot be overlooked. How dare you to me? Talia could not finish her words, trembling violently. The woman, regarding her with indifferent eyes, moved toward the door. Her Majesty the Empress has instructed us most firmly to bring you to His Majesty the Emperor by any means necessary. Is it your wish that we employ more forceful measures? The woman, speaking as though in threat, flung the chamber door wide open with one hand. Talia's breath caught as she saw soldiers of the Empress's household lined up in the corridor. The woman, quietly observing her ashen face as though admiring a work of art, continued gently. There is no need for us to lose our composure with one another. If you cooperate, this will be finished shortly. The implication was clear. If she did not cooperate, force would be used regardless. Talia clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Humiliation burned at her eyes. Had Senevere been before her in this moment, I might have driven a dagger through her heart. Must I allow even my final shred of dignity to be trampled so mercilessly? I knew I could never forgive that person. Not in a lifetime, not ever. Now then, wash the princess thoroughly. At the senior handmaiden's command, two handmaidens bent over the bed. Talia brushed their hands away roughly. Do not touch my body. Startled by her sharp cry, the handmaidens retreated hastily as though dodging sparks, clearly fearful of retaliation later. Recognizing their hesitation, Talia adopted an even more imperious tone. I shall have my nursemaid attend to my bath. So all of you leave my chamber. The woman who had been gazing down at her with a contemplative expression soon released a sigh of resignation. Very well. However, you must entrust your grooming to me. I cannot compromise on this matter. The senior handmaiden promptly led the handmaidens out of the chamber. Moments later, the nursemaid burst into the bedroom. She was the one who had always wounded me with her thoughtless words. Yet the moment I saw her face, tears nearly spilled from my eyes in relief. Talia buried her face against the nursemaid's shoulder as she approached to support her. Unaware of my crumbling composure, the nursemaid simply beamed with delight. Did the senior handmaiden tell you? His Majesty has been searching for you. Surely, upon hearing that you were injured, his heart grew heavy with concern. Talia let the nursemaid's chatter flow through one ear as she struggled to her feet. A tingling pain shot through her bones. Suddenly, fury surged within me. What nonsense about walking without difficulty. My damaged leg could not even properly support my own weight. Talia gritted her teeth and dragged her aching leg behind the partition screen. As she stumbled into the marble bath, the nursemaid poured warm water over her body. Submerged in the lukewarm water, Talia gazed down at her legs. The purplish scars looked exactly like swollen earthworms. The moment she touched them with her fingertips, the nursemaid struck her back sharply. For a moment, sorrow washed over Talia, but she withdrew her hand without complaint. She feared the nursemaid might grow angry and leave the chamber altogether. "Now let me rinse your hair. Tilt your head back, please." As Talia leaned her head against the tub as instructed, the nursemaid tilted a large pitcher and poured lukewarm water over her. Finally, as the soap rinsed cleanly from her body, Talia staggered out of the bath. The nursemaid, who had brought a large towel, dried the water from her body and then dressed her in fresh undergarments and a petticoat. "Now, the rest will be handled by the senior handmaiden." As the nursemaid departed with a light heart, the senior handmaiden returned, leading the handmaidens. Talia silently endured the scrutinizing gaze that swept over her from head to toe as though assigning a score. The woman who had been circling around her soon clapped her hands at the handmaidens. "Braid her hair up, dress her in the prepared gown, and I shall personally select the ornaments." Immediately, dozens of fingers began moving busily around her. Talia silently endured being handled like a doll, as though undergoing torture. Several handmaidens repeatedly dressed and undressed her, while the others set about braiding her hair, which fell to her waist, into multiple plaits and pinning them up. The senior handmaiden, who had been watching the entire process with a meticulous expression, finally nodded her head. "This will suffice." The handmaidens who had been adjusting her clothing immediately stepped back. Talia looked up at the senior handmaiden with weary eyes. She draped a deep crimson silk cape over her shoulders and turned toward the entrance. "It is time for you to depart." After a moment of hesitation, Talia left the chamber. She wished to walk as naturally as possible, but her dulled legs refused to obey her will. With each discordant step, she felt the soldiers' gazes pour down upon her. She wanted to crush every single one of those eyes. As I suppressed my humiliation and emerged from the separate palace, I saw a carriage waiting in front of the garden. Beside it stood an unfamiliar man in armor. Had the previous night been dismissed? The face of the man who had troubled me throughout the journey flashed through my mind. But soon I thought it mattered little. He was a royal guard knight who was rotated out with each season anyway. It was about time for a change. Talia boarded the carriage with an indifferent expression. The senior handmaiden, who followed her inside, parted her firmly sealed lips and spoke in a stern voice. "Today, His Majesty the Emperor will discuss a matter of great importance. I implore you to refrain from any conduct that might breach propriety." "What sort of important matter?" "I myself do not know." "Then how do you know whether it's important or trivial?" The woman pressed her lips firmly shut. Her patience was clearly wearing thin. Talia turned her gaze from the woman rubbing her temples and looked out the window. The carriage had already departed the separate palace garden and was now traversing the vast grounds of the imperial palace with steady momentum. Watching the landscape blur past with growing anxiety, Talia gently massaged her knees, which had begun to throb. Despite the thick cushioning beneath her, the carriage's subtle vibrations seemed to pierce through her bones. Wiping away beads of perspiration that formed on her brow, she desperately swallowed down the pain. After some time had passed, the jolting carriage finally came to a halt. Stumbling out, Talia squinted as brilliant sunlight poured down upon the expansive plaza before her. An unusually large crowd milled about in front of the main palace. As she regarded them with a grim expression, the senior handmaiden who had approached urged her forward. "His Majesty awaits. Let us proceed at once." Talia bit her lip and began to walk. Those who recognized her flinched and whispered among themselves, a sight that invaded her vision. Attempting to ignore it, she moved to pass through those blocking the entrance when someone stopped her. "You cannot pass through here, I'm afraid." "My apologies, but please use the side entrance." The soldier who had hastily blocked her path suddenly caught sight of her face and drew a sharp breath. Talia fixed him with a cold stare. "How dare you obstruct my path?" "I beg your pardon, Your Highness the Princess." The soldier quickly stepped aside. Talia passed those who awkwardly bowed before her and entered the building. Her entire body was drenched in perspiration as she struggled to conceal her unnatural gait. Yet despite such effort, it seemed beyond her control. She observed the reactions around her from the corner of her eye. Then, a massive birdcage positioned in one corner of the hall caught her attention. Upon seeing what lay within, Talia's eyes widened. What is that? Chapter 59. It seems the court mages have acquired another magical creature. The senior handmaiden, who had been quietly following her, sighed in response. Talia found herself drawn forward as if by an invisible force. The creature, which had been wrapping itself in dark wings, lifted its head. Talia flinched, her shoulders tensing. Atop the massive body of a grotesque bird covered in deep brown feathers, sat the head of a human woman. Yet it bore the appearance of a corpse stitched together, rather than a living face. As I stared blankly at the pallid visage traced with blue veins, a putrid fish-like stench reached my ears. Do you feel a kinship with it? I whirled around. Gareth, dressed in a crimson doublet, stood directly behind me. A sneer played at his lips as he spoke with deliberate slowness. A woman's face attached to a monster's body. Doesn't that remind you of someone? His narrowed eyes traced down my form, lingering on my legs hidden beneath the hem of my dress. My half-brother's smile deepened. I hear you acquired quite a horrific scar. But at least, unlike that creature, you can cover your body. How fortunate. In that moment, bile rose bitterly in my throat. I spun around and struck the crown prince's cheek with all my might. A strangled, pig-like squeal erupted from beside me. The senior handmaiden, who shadowed me like a jailer, foaming at the mouth. From the corner of my vision, I caught a glimpse of her stumbling backward. Regardless, I raked my nails, still stained with dried blood, across my brother's bronzed face. For crimson lines appeared from his eyes to his jaw. Yet the wound was not as satisfying as I had hoped. I reached out again. Guards rushed forward and seized me from both sides. I thrashed like a beast caught in a snare, but I could not break free. Tears burst forth from my helplessness. I glared at my half-brother with eyes bloodshot and burning. A powerfully built, flawless physique. No, it was no longer flawless. Seeing blood stream down his face, I laughed. Say it again. Just once more. And I'll carve a face that will never smile again. I have nothing left to lose. And so, I have nothing left to fear. Gareth, clutching his cheek with a vacant stare, twisted his face into something sinister. Immediately, a brutal hand seized my hair. He gripped the locks he had spent hours braiding and yanked with savage force, as if to snap my neck. How dare you? How dare a wretch like you lay hands on my face? His blood-smeared face flushed an absurd crimson. I laughed louder. I watched reason drain from my brother's eyes. He seized my face with his other hand and squeezed with crushing force. Even as my skull threatened to shatter, I did not stop laughing. Then a powerful hand suddenly intervened, tearing Gareth away from me. I collapsed to the ground. As the crushing pressure vanished, my blurred vision cleared, and a familiar silhouette penetrated my retinas. I blinked dazedly, then abruptly pushed myself upright. My heart thundered so violently it seemed to split my eardrums. With trembling hands, I frantically pulled my skirts down to my feet, when a suppressed voice reached me from above. Well, it's about time you showed up. Gareth shook off the hand gripping his wrist with a violent jerk, his teeth grinding audibly. His deep green eyes blazed like hellfire, dark and consuming. So you're going to betray us because of that woman? Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor commanded me to bring the second princess to him. You always hide behind such excuses. I shall provide an answer to His Majesty's question only after I have presented myself before him. At Barkaz's cryptic words, Gareth's blood-stained face contorted into a grotesque grimace. A chilling, grinding sound escaped from between his clenched teeth. Gareth, grinding his teeth as if to shatter his own jaw, seized the future Grand Duke's shoulders and growled, "Fine. I'm looking forward to seeing what answer you'll give." With that, he pushed through the gathered crowd and departed. Barkaz watched his retreating figure for a moment before lowering his gaze toward her. Talia felt the fine hairs across her entire body stand on end. Her pathetic reflection appeared in those abyssal eyes that always made her feel infinitesimally small. It felt as though those eyes would shatter her into pieces. With trembling hands, Talia braced herself against the floor. Struggling to rise on unsteady legs, she felt a firm hand supporting her back. She flinched and pushed his approaching body away. Don't. But her feeble resistance was easily ignored. Barkas slipped his arm beneath her knees and lifted her effortlessly. Stifling a cry, Talia pulled her skirts downward, fearful her legs might be exposed. Even after confirming that the long hem covered her to her feet, her anxiety did not fade. Clutching the edge of her skirt tightly, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "I can walk on my own. Please put me down." Barkas made no response. Talia swallowed hard. His silence felt suffocating. "I said put me down." As she raised her voice slightly, she felt a faint tension in the arms encircling her. Lifting her head, Talia realized he was restraining something and fell silent. With his gaze fixed forward, Barkas spoke in a low voice. "You would not wish to draw further attention. If you can endure my presence for a moment longer, you may spare yourself the humiliation of stumbling under their scrutiny." Talia stared blankly at his face, then rolled her eyes to survey her surroundings. Dozens of pairs of eyes, wide with shock and astonishment, met her gaze. She bowed her head deeply to hide from those stares. A faint sigh escaped above her crown. Tears threatened to spill again, so Talia clenched her teeth. "Just a moment longer, Your Highness." He whispered softly and quickened his pace. Soon, the massive doors leading to the Emperor's audience chamber came into view. The chief attendant standing guard before them gaped in astonishment at the sight of Barkas carrying the second princess. Ignoring his reaction, Barkas gave a slight nod. "His Majesty has summoned me. Open the doors." As the chief attendant hastily pulled the doors open, a vast, brilliantly illuminated hall and a golden throne came into view. Talia lifted her head and gazed toward the seat of power. A man of imposing build, as if sculpted from authority itself, sat upon it, regarding a parchment document with an expression of utter indifference. Senevere, who had been whispering beside her, tilted her head and fixed her gaze upon Talia. An elegant smile graced her beautiful face, luminous as a pearl. "You've finally arrived." Only then did the Emperor's gaze settle upon her. Talia moistened her parched lips. She felt his dark eyes methodically sweep across her form. Unable to bear the shame any longer, she thrashed against his hold. "Put me down now." Barkas ignored her cry and strode purposefully toward the throne. She looked up at him with bewildered eyes. She couldn't fathom why he was doing this. How could Ayla's betrothed conduct himself this way before the Emperor? Her anxious gaze swept back to the throne, when a reproachful voice pierced her ears. "I heard you had no difficulty walking." Talia stiffened and found herself stammering an excuse without thinking. "I fell on the way here, and Grand Duke Sirkin merely helped me." Then, pushing forcefully against his chest, Barkas, who had been standing rigid as stone, finally set her down. Chapter 60. Talia planted both feet firmly on the ground and straightened her spine as much as her body would allow. A sharp, tingling pain radiated from her knees to her back. The fall had clearly done something to her. Though she wanted nothing more than to collapse, she forced herself to appear composed and look directly up at her biological father. It had been nearly half a year since their last encounter, and even then, it had been nothing more than a fleeting glance from a distance. It felt as though she were facing a complete stranger. The man before her seemed to feel the same. The Emperor, his discomfort evident, turned his gaze away and spoke. "I've heard you've endured considerable hardship." His voice was monotone, as though he were discussing someone else's affairs entirely. "I'm told you've even sustained injuries." Talia's eyes flashed with hostility. This man was a stranger to her, nothing more. Rage welled up inside her at his callous mention of her suffering. "Is that why you summoned me?" "Out of curiosity." Talia let out a sharp laugh, her fingers brushing lightly against her skirts as she added with mockery, "Would you like to see what scars mark my body?" The man's thick brows furrowed sharply. Rather than the fierce rebuke she'd anticipated, Virus Roem Gerda clamped his mouth shut and stared at her face with piercing intensity, as though seeing his daughter's face for the very first time. "There's no need for me to verify it with my own eyes." The man spoke bluntly, then turned his gaze toward Barkas. Unease crept into his eyes, which swirled with complex thoughts. Why had he summoned both her and Barkaz at the same time? As she regarded him with suspicious eyes, the emperor, who had been silent for some time, suddenly uttered words of reproach. Barkaz Legosirkin, I entrusted you with the safety of my children. And this is the result I now see before me. Talia felt the blood drain from her entire body. The emperor, who had been tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair, continued in a heavy tone. The second princess suffered not only a fatal wound due to your failure in protection, but also sustained permanent damage to her body. Do you acknowledge your responsibility in this matter? Barkaz's gaze briefly touched her before drifting away. Ido. There was no emotion in his voice. No sense of injustice, no guilt, no hint of swallowing excuses. Only a calm, matter-of-fact tone, as though he were merely stating the facts as they were. I will accept any punishment. Without thinking, Talia stepped forward. Barkaz had done nothing wrong. She nearly cried out, but stopped herself. Had he truly done nothing wrong? She looked down at her legs, which had begun to tremble faintly, then turned her gaze back to his face. The image of him turning his back and running away overlaid itself upon his features. That sight, one she would surely never forget for the rest of her life, had stolen all words from her. Since you admit it so readily, this will be resolved quickly. The emperor released a heavy sigh. This incident has dissolved the betrothal between the count's house and the second princess. It will be difficult to find a match befitting the imperial family's status for her going forward. After all, she is a child with many flaws. Speaking as though she did not exist in that room at all, the emperor glanced briefly at her ashen face before continuing slowly. You must bear that responsibility. Break your betrothal with Ayla Roemgerda and take the second princess, Talia Roemgerda, as your wife. Talia's breath caught. I couldn't fully comprehend what I'd heard, and with vacant eyes, I looked up at the emperor's face before turning my gaze toward Senevere. Her face bore a smile like that of a serpent that had swallowed its prey. Suddenly, my flesh crawled, and cold sweat seeped from every pore of my body. I couldn't bring myself to check Barkaz's expression and lowered my head. There was no way Barkaz would accept such coercion. He was the son of a Grand Duke. No matter how supreme the emperor, he had no right to make such demands of the heir to the Eastern Territories' Grand Duke. He would certainly exercise his right to refuse. My trembling hands gripped the hem of my dress tightly. After several seconds had passed, he opened his mouth. If the second princess also consents, then I shall do so. I lifted my head abruptly. He looked down at me as though piercing through me, and added slowly, rolling each word on the tip of his tongue, I shall take her highness as my wife. For a moment, my heart seemed to stop. I stared at his lips with eyes devoid of all focus. Could those words really have come from his mouth? Could I have been hearing things? Yes. Surely, I'd heard something that wasn't there. There was no way Barkaz would have said he would marry me. So it is princess. The emperor's final words pulled my consciousness, floundering in confusion, back to reality. If you consent, the position of Grand Duchess of Sirkin shall be yours. Now what say you? His voice carried a sharp mockery. Only then did I realize the emperor hoped I would refuse. Pressured by the empress, he was making this proposal, but surely in his heart, he did not wish for his illegitimate daughter to be bound to Ayla's betrothed. Perhaps Barkaz too was saying such things, anticipating that I would make a fuss about my dislike. No, it must be so. Suddenly my mind became calm. If I consented here, the man I had yearned for my entire life would become mine. But did I truly want such a thing? I looked down at my own legs, hidden beneath the hem of my dress. Merely thinking of having to show this body to him made my insides writhe. If I were to see even a hint of disgust or rejection cross his face, I truly would not be able to maintain my sanity. I might break and crumble further still. I looked up at him once more. He was always the man who turned away from me and turned his back. The man who saved Ayla, not me. The man who would never love me, even unto death. Could I truly live my entire life beside such a man? Did I truly wish to crawl into such agony? I am. Talia parted her cracked lips. There was no way she could endure this. She didn't want to be hurt anymore. Just as she was about to speak, Senevere's face, now devoid of all warmth, came into focus. Her eyes silently warned that if Talia disappointed her, she would never be forgiven. My stomach twisted painfully. I looked between Barkas's face, the Emperor's face, and Senevir's face. Their features blurred together dizzily. Talia felt a sudden vertigo and pressed her hand to her head. My forehead was already drenched in sweat. I wiped it away with my sleeve again and again, but the perspiration continued to stream down, burning beneath my eyelids. As I irritably brushed it away, my vision suddenly lurched, and my legs gave out beneath me. I gasped sharply as my body struck the ground. A shrill cry echoed from somewhere distant. Senevir's handmaidens seemed to be in a frenzy. Lying prone on the floor, I strained to see through my blurred vision. Beyond the billowing curtain, Barkas's face appeared faintly, cold and rigid. Was his pallor, more ashen than usual, merely an illusion born from my foolish love? Yes. It must be. He had shown no reaction even when seeing me broken and shattered. Why would my existence cause him to grow pale? Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed me. As I struggled desperately to hold on to him through my fading vision, I finally let everything go. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. News spread throughout the imperial palace that the betrothal between the next Grand Duke and the first princess had been broken, and the second princess would take her place. Chapter 61. The gossips vied with one another to wag their tongues. While many acknowledged that the second prince's misfortune was lamentable, not a few raised their voices in protest, insisting it was unjust to lay the responsibility at Grand Duke Sirkin's feet. By proper protocol, shouldn't the matter conclude with the punishment of the second prince's personal guard knight? Above all, this decision had utterly disregarded the first princess's position. Though their betrothal was born of political necessity, the two had cultivated their bond since childhood. While the formal engagement had been established 3 years prior, their de facto betrothal spanned more than a decade. Many poured forth criticism at this unilateral severance of two souls so intertwined, and all agreed that behind the emperor's reckless judgment lay the empress's formidable influence. Her machinations to elevate her young son to the throne were, after all, an open secret. What will become of the crown prince's relationship with House Sirkin going forward? The handmaiden stirring the cauldron with a ladle turned toward the healer dispatched from the empress's household, and posed the question. Marison, a middle-aged mage of that name, frequented the main palace often enough to be thoroughly versed in every rumor. She sliced a bundle of fresh medicinal herbs into fine pieces with her knife, answering with indifference. Well, if Grand Duke Sirkin truly severs his betrothal with the first princess and marries the second prince, then the steadfast alliance between the two factions would, in effect, be at an end. Then House Sirkin might pivot to support the second prince instead? Marison's expression grew skeptical. Knowing Grand Duke Sirkin's temperament, I doubt he would shift his stance so readily. Why not? The second prince is far superior to that reckless crown prince. At the handmaiden's reckless remark, the healer cast a stern warning glance. Mind your tongue. No matter how limited the traffic through here, the imperial palace has ears in every wall. The handmaiden pouted her lips in chagrin. Yet fear seemed to grip her heart, and she cast furtive glances about the room. Witnessing this, Marison let out a soft chuckle and resumed her knife work. Whatever became of the crown prince and House Sirkin mattered little to her. She kept her ears open to rumors for self-preservation, but fundamentally, she harbored little interest beyond her own duties. Marison placed the rare medicinal herbs she had painstakingly procured into a small pot and worked the bellows. Soon the mandragora sap began to bubble and roil, and a rich herbal fragrance permeated the kitchen. Once the herbs had steeped sufficiently, she set the vessel on the windowsill to cool, when suddenly a hoarse voice rang out from beyond. Is anyone here? The handmaiden, who had been perspiring as she fed kindling into the furnace, started in alarm and lifted her head. Was someone expected to arrive? I received no such notice. Marison leaned her head out the window to examine the entrance of the separate palace. Between the dense shrubs, figures draped in tattered robes stood arrayed. They bore no resemblance to those dispatched from the empress's household. A foreboding premonition furrowed Marison's brow, and she thrust the handmaiden toward the rear exit. I'll go investigate outside. You run to the empress's household and summon the soldiers. Currently, the separate palace housed only 3 or 4 handmaidens, the second prince's nursemaid, and herself, the healer. The second prince's peculiar selectiveness with people meant they could not station a single proper guard. Should these intruders mean harm, there would be no way to stop them. The handmaiden, fully aware of this, swiftly slipped from the kitchen. Marison waited until the handmaiden had moved sufficiently far away, before crossing the hall and opening the entrance door. At the entrance of the separate palace stood 2 men in military uniforms and 3 women who appeared to be nobility. Marison, scrutinizing them with wary eyes, carefully opened her mouth. "What brings you here?" "We've come to see Talia Roemgerda." The woman standing furthest back stepped forward and spoke. Upon recognizing her face, Marison inhaled sharply. The woman of the highest rank in the empire after the empress herself stood before her eyes. Marison quickly bowed her head. "Your Highness, the first princess. It is an honor." Yes, now guide that child for me." Ayla Roemgerda urged her forward in a voice laden with exhaustion. Lifting her head, Marison hesitated for a moment before carefully expressing her refusal. "Forgive me, Your Highness, but the second princess has not yet fully recovered her health. If you would visit again at a later time." "Are you afraid I might harm my younger sister?" Suddenly, the princess's voice turned glacial. "Your loyalty is admirable, but you seem unaware of whom you are addressing. I am not making a request. I am issuing a command. If you understand, lead the way at once." Like a mouse frozen before a serpent, Marison ultimately turned her steps forward. Throughout the journey to the chamber, the first princess spoke not a single word. Marison, constantly gauging her expression over her shoulder, swallowed dryly as the bedroom door drew ever nearer. Several hours had passed since the incense was lit, so by now the second princess should have awakened from sleep. Yet she was deeply concerned whether her patient, weakened to the point of frailty, could withstand this oppressive visitor. "You all wait here. I shall enter alone." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the princess issued a firm command to the attendants who had been following her, then fixed Marison with an imperious gaze. Under the silent pressure to announce her arrival, Marison hesitantly knocked upon the door. "Your Highness, a visitor has come to see you. May they enter?" Yet no response came from within. Could she still be asleep? After a moment's deliberation, Marison gently grasped the door handle and pulled it open. The chamber was thick with the sharp scent of herbs mingled with the cloying sweetness of fruit on the verge of decay. Frowning at the dizzying fragrance, Marison discovered Talia sprawled across the bed like a corpse and started in alarm. She rushed to the bedside and held her hand beneath Talia's nose, relieved to feel the faint whisper of breath. Her sigh of relief was short-lived. Beneath the skirt hem rolled up to the thigh, she glimpsed legs in a terrible state. It appeared she had carelessly torn away the bandages and clawed at the scars. Her skin was covered in scratches of every hue. Marison exhaled heavily and placed her hand upon Talia's leg, casting a simple healing spell. In that instant, a skeletal hand shot out and seized her wrist. Marison flinched and turned her head, meeting eyes of blue as though shrouded in mist, and involuntarily held her breath. The unfocused pupils drifted aimlessly through empty space. With each minute tremor of that gaze, the deep blue irises rippled like water, eyes that scattered one's mind like the smoke the princess inhaled daily. "Who said you could just walk in here?" Talia parted her lips, crusted with dried scabs, and exhaled a thin voice laced with the rasp of metal. Only then did Marison snap to attention, quickly drawing the blanket up to cover her legs. "Forgive me, Your Highness. The visitor insisted on seeing you." As I straightened my posture and gestured toward the door with my eyes, her gaze followed immediately. Marison could feel the second princess's delicate frame tense with rigid vigilance. Talia, her upper body swaying as she pushed herself upright, glared at her half-sister with guarded eyes. "What brings you to such a dreary place?" "I wanted to talk." The first princess, stepping into the chamber, gazed quietly down at her sister's pallid face before turning her head toward Marison. "Leave us for a moment." Marison, overwhelmed by the first princess's commanding presence, shuffled backward out of the bedroom. Just as I was closing the door, the image of 2 sisters born of different mothers pierced my vision. Unlike Talia Roemgerda, who looked as though she might shatter into pieces at any moment. Ayla Roem Gerda radiated with vibrant life. For some reason, that stark contrast left a bitter taste in my mouth. Marison, her shadowed eyes lingering on Talia for a moment, finally closed the door with a heavy sigh. Chapter 62. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ants must have crawled beneath my eyelids while I slept. Plagued by an unpleasant prickling sensation behind my eyes, I fixed my gaze upon my half-sister. She gazed down at me with her customary elegance, not a single strand of hair out of place. Facing that haughty countenance, my already burning eyes felt as though they might ignite entirely. I gripped the blanket like a shield and shot her a piercing glare. Come to gawk? If you have something to say, spit it out and leave. How is your body feeling? How does it look? Her pale green eyes swept over me slowly in response to my caustic remark. You don't look well. My lips tightened into a rigid line. My fingertips trembled. Had my legs been sound, I would have seized her by the hair and hurled her through the door that very instant. Swallowing the rising fury with difficulty, I managed to squeeze out a composed tone. Since you've seen enough, wouldn't you leave? Your presence only makes my condition worse. Ayla's lips pressed firmly shut. As the silence stretched, my nerves grew razor-sharp. When the pain I had barely suppressed began creeping up through my bones, I raised my voice. Didn't you hear me? Leave. I told you I have something to discuss. Ayla spoke with evident agitation. I glared at her through narrowed eyes. Then speak quickly and get out. The mere sight of your face turns my stomach. And you expect me to sit here and wait patiently for you? Don't be absurd. Either state your business now, or disappear from my sight. Faced with such relentless hostility, Ayla's expression visibly hardened. She cast a cold gaze upon me and spoke. Fine. I came to ask what you intend to do moving forward. Do about what? I replied with indifference. My headache was intensifying. The ants gnawing at the back of my eyes now seemed to be burrowing into my skull itself. The prickling pain radiated to the back of my head. While my entire attention was consumed by it, Ayla continued her tirade. Don't play innocent. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Am I a mind reader? How could I know what you haven't said? You. Ayla's voice rose slightly. Turning my head, I frowned at the contempt twisting my half-sister's face. Ayla paused as if struggling to maintain composure, then continued in a considerably calmer tone. I want to know if you truly intend to marry that man. I offered no response, merely studying her face intently. It seemed that now it was Ayla, not I, who found the silence unbearable. She pressed on anxiously. You've always hated Barkas. You tormented him relentlessly since childhood, and now you're saying you'll become his wife. At her imploring gaze, a hollow laugh escaped, the sound of air deflating from a punctured vessel. Ayla's lips hardened into a rigid line. Witnessing that pitiful expression, the sporadic laughter that had been leaking through grew increasingly harsh. Talia clutched her abdomen and roared with laughter, oblivious to the splitting headache and the sharp, tingling pain crawling up her legs. So you came running out of fear? Ayla's complexion had turned nearly the color of wet plaster, drained of all vitality. Talia gazed upon that face as though admiring a work of art, then continued softly. Were you burning with anxiety that I might steal your betrothed from you? But what can I do? Now that you've said it, I'm tempted to take him away by any means necessary. Ayla's lovely face contorted into something far more sinister. Even her eyes, which had once reminded one of verdant evergreens, now brimmed with venom. Talia was seized by a strange exhilaration. This sister had always looked down upon her with an unblemished countenance. And now, finally, she was revealing raw, unguarded emotion. He only wants to marry you out of a sense of responsibility. Ayla's voice trembled with barely contained fury as she cried out. He feels guilty about what happened to you. But your injury wasn't his fault, was it? So why should Barkas make such a sacrifice? Talia erased the smile from her lips. The pleasant sensation evaporated in an instant, replaced by a cold, crystalline rage. Her fingers itched with the desire to seize that tongue as it prattled on like Barkas's own mouthpiece. Talia swallowed the curses crawling up her throat, grinding them between her teeth. and forced out a deceptively gentle voice. I thought you were more intelligent than this. But it seems you're far more foolish than I imagined. Ayla's lips froze rigid. Talia continued slowly, deliberately. What you should be saying to me right now isn't that. You should ask politely, earnestly, you should beg. Please don't marry Barca's Legosirkin. Ayla's eyes began to twitch with convulsive intensity. As Talia gazed upon that face twisted in humiliation with malicious eyes, Ayla moistened her lips and forced out the words with tremendous effort. If I ask you, will you refuse to marry him? Perhaps. Talia replied with calculated indifference. Doesn't it depend on how desperately the person making the request shows their sincerity? Ayla bit her lip and stared down at the floor, as though her mouth refused to obey her will. A suffocating silence stretched between them. Finally, Ayla's eyes took on a resolute gleam, and from between her perfectly shaped pink lips poured a voice laden with anguish. I'm begging you, refuse to marry Barkas. If you won't consent, His Majesty won't force the matter either. So please. Her voice shattered and scattered, unable to continue further. Talia looked up at that forlorn face and swallowed the bitter mockery that threatened to spill forth. This woman surely believed she had just surrendered something of great value. Her pride as the princess, no less. She imagined that by yielding to a mere bastard, she deserved compensation for her noble sacrifice. I lowered my gaze to my legs, hidden beneath the blanket. Only now, reduced to this state, could I be considered a suitable bride for him. Yet this woman believed she could reclaim him simply by surrendering a pittance of her meager pride. To her, my legs, Talia Roemgerta's legs, were worth far less than her own dignity. I spoke abruptly. Fine. Color returned to her face. Watching her expression carefully, I added calmly, but I have a condition. A condition? Wariness flickered across her features. I turned my head to examine the shelf. A tray held fruit, bread, butter, and several silver utensils. I picked up the small knife used for cutting butter and hurled it at my half-sister's feet. The silvered blade skidded to a stop before her. Watching Ayla stare down at it blankly, I spoke softly. Use that to stab your leg. What? Ayla looked at me as though doubting her own ears. Meeting her vacant gaze directly, I enunciated each word with deliberate force. Use it to scar your leg. Like this. I slowly drew back the blanket. Her eyes widened in horror, fixed upon the grotesquely swollen scar. Before her gaze, I deliberately traced the long, hideous mark with my fingertips, starting from my shin. From here to here. Make a long cut with the blade. Then I'll do as you say. Ayla's eyes darted between the knife on the floor and her own legs wrapped in the velvet dress. Her eyelids twitched with tremors. Soon, a cold sneer escaped her bloodless lips. From the start, you never had the slightest intention of listening to me. I said nothing in response. In the next moment, the mask of the princess settled over Ayla's face, as though she had never displayed such degradation. She lifted her chin high and stepped toward the door. Her footfalls rang out evenly, until they ceased abruptly at the entrance to the bedroom. Ayla turned to face me, her hand gripping the door handle. Her swamp-like eyes gleamed with something sinister. You will regret what you've done today, Talia Roemgerta. She spoke the words like a curse as she stepped beyond the threshold, her voice turning glacial. Without fail. Chapter 63. Asterisk. Once the unwelcome visitor had departed, Talia pressed the healer to fill her chamber with billowing clouds of fragrant smoke. As she drew in the acrid, shimmering air that wavered like heat haze, the turbulent sensations within her gradually began to subside. A profound sense of relief washed over her. If I wait just a little longer, the herbal mist will seep into my very mind. Then I won't have to think about anything. I just want to sleep like the dead. She sprawled across the bed and closed her eyes. Yet no matter how long she waited, one thread of consciousness refused to snap, keeping her tethered to reality. Desperate to fall asleep, I brought my face closer to the brazier and inhaled the pungent smoke more deeply, but only coughing erupted from my throat. As my body convulsed with violent coughs, even the faint drowsiness that had begun to gather in my eyes scattered away. Wrapped in disappointment, Talia gazed out the window. The sky had already turned a deep, blood-red hue. After staring at that dizzying, spine-chilling crimson sunset for some time, Talia found herself drawn by something unseen. She slipped out of bed and stood on her own 2 feet. The medication seemed to be working properly. She felt no significant pain. I took a few tentative steps. My left leg moved sluggishly, and my foot dragged across the floor. Yet the sharp pain I'd felt whenever I bent my joints had subsided. It seemed I could walk well enough. I slipped my thin feet into slippers and retrieved a hooded robe from the wardrobe. Draping it loosely over myself, I shuffled out of the bedroom. By now, the nursemaid would be lounging in her quarters. The healer had finished her duties and returned to her residence, and the handmaidens were likely resting in their own chambers. As I expected, I encountered no one while traversing the long corridor and descending the stairs. Talia passed through the vast hall and slipped out of the separate palace through a servant's side entrance. A cool breeze brushed gently against her face. Breathing in the cold air mingled with the scents of grass and flowers, Talia moved forward with measured steps. After wandering aimlessly for some time, I suddenly realized I had arrived near the training grounds. A faint question stirred in my muddled mind. Why did I come here? With vacant eyes, I surveyed the clearing bathed in crimson light, then instinctively hid my body behind the undergrowth upon sensing a presence. A few knights were wielding swords at one end of the training grounds, as if engaged in sparring. I watched them from a distance, then moved on. After walking aimlessly for quite some time, my previously clear vision began to ripple and undulate like waves. The herbal remedy was finally taking effect. Talia dragged her limp legs as if they were worms, continuing forward with an agonizingly slow gait. Then suddenly I noticed my shadow, which had stretched long across the ground, being swallowed by deep darkness. I lifted my head and realized I had entered a dimly lit building. Where am I now? As I furrowed my brow in confusion, a single door at the far end of the long corridor caught my gaze. I staggered toward it and knocked gently on the door. After a moment, a low voice came from within. What is it? Talia blinked slowly. Only upon hearing that voice did I remember why I had come here. I uttered a halting response. I came because there's something I wanted to tell you. A cold silence settled between them. Talia wondered if her voice had been too quiet, so she cleared her throat and opened her mouth again. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed, and the door swung open. Talia lifted her head. Barkas had apparently finished his day and was resting. He wore only dark trousers and a thin linen shirt draped loosely over his frame. As I gazed at him blankly, a cold voice cut down from above. You came all this way dressed like that? Talia lowered her eyes to examine her own clothing. Through the open robe, the summer nightgown the nursemaid had dressed her in was visible. What was the problem with this? As I frowned, a large piece of fabric settled across my shoulders. Talia looked up at him with a bewildered expression. Barkas, who had wrapped his own coat snugly around her body, glanced down the corridor as darkness began to deepen. Where is your escort? My escort. His eyes sharpened. Barkas gently gripped her chin and tilted it upward, then bent toward her and peered directly into her eyes. How much of the sleeping draft did you burn through? Talia strained her eyes to see his face clearly as it kept blurring. Barkas wore an expression I had never seen before. Something strange. Or perhaps it was my head that was strange. When the entire world appeared distorted, how could this man possibly look normal? She roughly removed his hand from her face and moistened her lips. I told you. I came because I have something to say. I saw his eyes narrow. He seemed displeased about something. Barkas, who had been regarding her with a cool gaze, straightened and looked up at the sky beginning to darken beyond the window, then turned his gaze over his shoulder to survey his chamber. His contemplative manner made me increasingly anxious. Did I accidentally speak in the language of elves or dwarves? Why isn't he responding? Can't you hear me? I said I have something to tell you. Suddenly my body tilted to one side. Talia hastily grabbed the doorframe. It seemed her legs had cramped from the walk from the separate palace to here. She felt her left thigh muscle trembling faintly. She pressed both hands against the wall to keep from collapsing to the floor, shifting her weight to the other leg. In that instant, her body lifted into the air. Startled, I looked up to find a weary face filling my vision. He carried her in both arms and stepped into the spacious bedroom where candles had been lit. Talia lowered her gaze and swept across the familiar yet unfamiliar landscape. Though I had come here many times to meet him, this was the first time I had entered the chamber itself. A soft laugh escaped me. It seemed I had only earned the right to step into his sanctuary now that my legs had given out. We can discuss this after the medication wears off. Barkis laid her down on his bed and spoke with a weary sigh. Talia gripped the hem of his garment as he tried to step away, feeling his tautly muscled torso tense subtly beneath the thin fabric. Had he somehow sensed what she was about to say? She fought to steady her wavering focus, clinging to his sleeve as though it were a lifeline. No. Not now. I need to say this. Once I come to my senses, I won't be able to speak. You said if I agreed, you would take me as your wife, didn't you? He said nothing, only studying her eyes with relentless intensity. Talia barely managed to move her tongue, which felt as limp as overcooked noodles. Do it. Abandon Ayla Roem Gerda and take me as your wife instead. A heavy silence descended. An indecipherable light flickered across his face, silhouetted against the setting sun. Was he taken aback? The thought crossed her mind that he might feel deflated by her response, having spoken those words with the expectation of rejection. Yet from his lips came a voice so disturbingly calm it was almost chilling. I will do so. Through blurred eyes, Talia traced the contours of his face. A hollow laugh escaped her at the sight of his expression. Utterly devoid of emotion, parched and hollow. Because of this man, Ayla had been forced to swallow her pride and seek out the half-sister she so despised. I am consumed by an urge to destroy everything. Yet why does this man remain so utterly serene? Something within me fractured at the sight of his cool, apathetic countenance. A face that seemed to radiate nothing but indifference. Chapter 64. Do you know why I want to marry you? Barkis had been gazing at her in silence. He pressed his words against that expressionless face as though stamping them into stone. Because I want to watch you suffer. That's why I want to marry you. I hope you hurt. Very, very much. His eyes sank into fathomless depths. She held her breath, waiting for his response. She hoped that indifferent face would crumble, that he would rage and recoil, pushing her away in disgust. Tell me it's impossible. Tell me a woman like me could never be your wife. Though my heart would shatter into formless fragments, at least we might salvage what remained of each other's lives. But as always, he betrayed her expectations. Barkis exhaled a brief sigh as though he had merely heard an unremarkable comment, then straightened himself while removing her hands from his garments. The wedding will take place as soon as possible. He then walked toward the window and opened the glass pane. The wind that brushed past him cascaded across her face. Talia quietly captured his silhouette, bathed in the glow of sunset within her eyes. His deep voice reached her as though from a great distance. That would be better for both of us. What did he mean by that? Did he mean that troublesome matters were best resolved swiftly? Talia, who had been searching his eyes for answers, soon felt a heavy weariness wash over her and closed her eyelids. It mattered little anymore. She would no longer exhaust herself trying to unearth his true feelings. If he accepted me out of duty, then I chose to stand beside him to repay the wounds I've received. So I will not commit the foolishness of expecting anything from him. She repeated the vow she had made countless times before. After tonight, I will end this cursed love once and for all. Yet she knew the truth. The love I kill today will find me again tomorrow. ******. The imperial palace stirred with anticipation of the second princess's wedding, which would soon take place. Under the empress's direct command, the handmaidens of the main palace began adorning the ceremonial hall with splendor, while servants ceaselessly shuttled between the granaries and kitchens, preparing wine and food for the guests. Yet despite all this bustle, a heavy and unsettled atmosphere lingered throughout the palace. As Edric emerged from the supply base, he spotted a cluster of apprentices huddled in a corner of the training grounds, whispering among themselves, and his brow furrowed. An unpleasant conversation had wormed its way into his ears. In the end, mother and daughter have both lost men to the same fate. He observed the boy laughing frivolously with keen attention. He was the son of Baron Kenden, a troublemaker who had formed factions among the apprentice knights. The boy continued speaking as he placed a training weapon on its rack. I hear the second princess is the spitting image of the empress. With a face like that, it's no wonder Grand Duke Sirkin fell for her. Does the commander know you're saying this? A larger boy shook his head vigorously. If it weren't for the emperor's command, this marriage would never have happened. Only the first princess suffered. Oh, you naive fool. What kind of house is Sirkin that they'd swap their betrothed at a mere word from the emperor? Kale clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Come on, she accepted because she was willing to. Besides, Grand Duke Sirkin was the second princess's guard knight, wasn't he? When you think about it, didn't those two have eyes for each other from the start? People who attended this pilgrimage ceremony say there was something odd between them. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know how much the second princess tormented the commander when he was her guard knight? What good is a pretty face? I watched his temperament up close, and there's no way their eyes met. An apprentice organizing archery training arrows let out a loud scoff. Besides, the second princess became disabled because of this accident. Who would willingly marry such a woman when the first princess exists? There's no doubt some sinister scheme was at work behind the scenes. It seems training is done with the mouth these days. Unable to bear it any longer, Edric interjected abruptly, and the apprentice knights startled, straightening their postures. He swept his cold gaze across the young men. Do you realize that what you were just discussing could be considered lèse-majesté against the imperial family? The apprentices' faces turned pale in an instant. Edric, carefully observing each of their expressions, added sternly, the Roem Knights are an organization established to protect the imperial family. If you intend to become one of us, you should at least understand that you must not speak carelessly about the imperial family in public places. We apologize, Sir Ruban. The young men bowed deeply with rigid expressions. Edric observed them in silence for a moment, then slowly turned and walked toward the knight's barracks. At that moment, a heavy forearm dropped onto his shoulder. Turning his head, Edric's eyes widened at the sight of Sir Theodoric Hart, his senior knight. He grinned and spoke. Discipline is certainly tight around here. What brings you to the training grounds at this hour, Sir Hart? Edric looked up at the bell tower with a puzzled expression. It wasn't yet noon. Surely the senior knights were occupied with their duties at the main palace during the busiest part of the day. At his questioning gaze, Sir Hart chuckled and ruffled his hair with his large hand. I came running with good news. Your confinement has finally been lifted. Starting tomorrow, you'll be back on duty with my direct unit. Edric hesitated, looking up at him. Though the news was certainly welcome, complex emotions suddenly washed over him. He asked hesitantly, then, who will be assigned to guard the second princess? His superior's eyes narrowed slightly. He withdrew his arm from Edric's shoulder and released a heavy sigh. The Roem Knights have been completely excluded from the second princess's protection. Her Majesty the Empress raised the issue that we deliberately neglected the second princess's guard duty. She's even made it clear that the second prince's protection won't be entrusted to the Roem Knights either. Edric's face hardened. It was as though the honor of the Roem Knights had been dragged through the mud. Since the founding of the empire, the Roem Knights had served to assist and protect the imperial family at their side. Their very identity had been denied. Edric hung his head helplessly. I apologize. The order has suffered such humiliation because I failed in my duties. It's not your fault. This was an accident no one could have foreseen. So don't blame yourself. Theodoric patted his shoulder in comfort. When his expression still didn't brighten, Theodoric, as if contemplating something, absently touched the back of his neck before suddenly leading his subordinate out of the training grounds. Edric followed him with a bewildered expression. After walking in silence for some time, he finally spoke when they reached a sparsely populated clearing. I know you're someone with a strong sense of responsibility, but this matter truly isn't your responsibility, so don't waste your energy worrying about it. Edric furrowed his brows. I was his guard knight. When you think about it, the primary responsibility for the failure to protect him falls on me. So how could I? That day's attack happened because of the Empress's scheming. Edric froze mid-motion, staring at his superior's face with vacant eyes. Theodoric Hart, who had been gazing downward with a dark expression, continued in a measured tone. Don't you find it strange? That wyverns would swarm and attack the army at such a time. Normally, large monsters like wyverns don't attack armed forces unless their territory is invaded. Moreover, our campsite was located far away from their habitat. Well, I did think it was strange, but even so, I can't definitively say the Empress orchestrated it. Before the attack, there was a report that the second princess's attendants exhibited suspicious movements. His tone became clipped. Furthermore, traces of high-level magic were discovered in the vicinity of the incident. Someone likely deliberately disturbed the wyvern habitat. Edric's mouth fell open in shock. As the meaning of his superior's words became clear, cold sweat beaded down his spine. But the second princess was also participating in this pilgrimage journey. How could she commit such an act when her own daughter could have been harmed? That's precisely how she easily evaded suspicion. Edric stared at him, his face drained of color, at a loss for words. He continued in a somber tone. The Empress is frighteningly meticulous. I've been conducting discreet investigations since right after the incident, but she left not a single decisive piece of evidence. Only circumstantial clues. Moreover, the greatest victim of this incident is the Empress's own daughter. In such circumstances, who would dare raise questions? Edric slowly lowered his gaze. The image of the first princess buried beneath rubble, tears streaming down her face, surfaced in his mind. He recalled how she writhed in agony throughout the emergency treatment. That woman had been reduced to such a state by her own mother. His stomach churned. Chapter 65. The Imperial Palace is that kind of place. Monsters who will do anything before power lurk everywhere. If you've decided to live here, you'd better steel yourself. Theodoric spoke while patting his shoulder. Edric, frozen by shock, slowly lifted his head and stared at his superior's face. Does Grand Duke Sirkin know about all this? Of course. It was the Captain Commander himself who ordered the investigation of all these facts. Then why? Edric trailed off as if he couldn't comprehend. The man looking down at that face shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Who knows? There's no way for us to know what that man is thinking. But I'd wager there's some reason he must accept the marriage to the second princess. Edric furrowed his brow. What could that reason possibly be? As I contemplated the inscrutable man's face with a grave expression, a heavy blow struck my back. Edric turned around in surprise. Sir Hart, who had struck his back with his thick palm, spoke in a lighter tone as if to clear the atmosphere. Anyway, don't concern yourself with the second princess's affairs anymore. Then he added somewhat seriously, the second princess will leave the Imperial Palace soon. Once that happens, you won't have to see her again. So shake off those lingering doubts and focus on your own future. The last remark was almost a rebuke. Theodoric shook his head in disapproval. You made a terrible impression on the Crown Prince during the pilgrimage. You're worried about others when you should be concerned about yourself. Edric's complexion darkened. Being pointed out about the very thing he was already anxious about made his shoulders feel heavier. Seeing his dejected state, Theodoric let out an exasperated laugh. Well, I thought you had no ambitions for advancement, the way you've been acting so recklessly, but it seems that's not quite the case. That was because I thought I had to fulfill my duties as a Royal Guard knight. In any case, I was his knight. At this rigid response, complex emotions flickered across Sir Hart's face. He stared intently at his subordinate's face before exhaling a long breath. I'm telling you again, that role is over. It's time you return to your proper place. Edric gazed quietly up at his resolute face, then turned his head to look at the towering city walls rising between the dense trees. Between the deep green trees, the roof of the separate palace where the second princess resided came into view. She was someone I had served for merely a couple of months. Had I not witnessed her suffer such terrible injuries before my eyes, I likely wouldn't have concerned myself with her existence at all. Sir Hart is right. My role as her protector was now finished. The cruel circumstances surrounding that woman were unfortunate, but there was nothing I could do about it. Perhaps it's for the best. As Sir Hart said, this imperial palace was a place where monsters blinded by power crawled everywhere. Moreover, she was thoroughly despised by all. If I were to marry Grand Duke Sirkin and depart for the Eastern Territories, at least I could escape the hostile people surrounding me. Edric dispelled the vague guilt with a heavy sigh and promptly nodded. I understand perfectly what you mean, sir. Satisfied with his response, a bright smile bloomed at Sir Hart's lips. He draped one arm across his subordinate's shoulder as he spoke. Good. Then let's be on our way and attend to our duties. Being dragged along by him, Edric cast one final glance over his shoulder at the separate palace's roof, but soon he straightened his head and strode forward with purpose. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I lay upon the bed, watching dust particles drift through the air. Glimmering specks undulated along the currents of flowing air, drifting lazily through the void before settling gently upon my body. I extended my hand to set them aloft once more, observing their leisurely descent. I could not fathom why I was engaging in such peculiar behavior. It was as though I had become seaweed. Meaningless gestures continued, like aquatic plants swaying with the current. Could it be that the injury was not to my leg, but to my head? As I sat absorbed in such thoughts, the sound of the door opening and closing reached my ears. I turned my eyes to regard the intruder. The nursemaid burst in with an armful of fabric, her expression severe. How can you still be lying there like that? Her shrill voice scraped unpleasantly against my eardrums. I pulled the blanket up over my head. The nursemaid swiftly snatched it away and continued pouring forth her sharp voice. Get up this instant and bathe yourself. You threw such a tantrum insisting you wouldn't let anyone else tend to your body that I sent all the handmaidens away. And now what are you doing? I glared at her with furrowed brows. I could not comprehend what she was saying. It seemed I had only been sleeping, but had someone visited in the meantime? I surveyed the chamber with unfocused eyes. Broken vessels and objects lay scattered about. It appeared I had indeed thrown a tantrum. I said, get up. The nursemaid forcibly lifted my limp body upright. I gazed blankly at the nursemaid's flushed face with drowsy eyes. Apparently frustrated by my demeanor, the nursemaid struck her own chest with her fist. How much medicinal herb did you burn while I was away? You can barely walk as it is. How do you intend to enter the wedding hall? Wedding hall? The wedding ceremony must be held. Who's getting married? The nursemaid's round face turned as red as a plum. Her thoroughly angry expression was almost amusing. I wagged my half-loosened tongue carelessly. Congratulations on your wedding, nursemaid. It's you who's getting married today, miss. The nursemaid shrieked like a goose with a twisted neck. You said you would do it yourself. Why are you acting like this? Talia's brow furrowed. Now that I thought about it, I had agreed to marry Barkas. When had I said that? I couldn't remember. My sense of time had dissolved into smoke and vanished. With a vacant expression, I blinked slowly before finally swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. In any case, today was my wedding day. I supposed I couldn't just lie here. I stumbled toward the screen, my movements unsteady. I'll help you bathe and put on your undergarments. You'll need to leave the rest to the Empress's household handmaidens. All right. You absolutely must not scratch or strike anyone. What am I, a cat? Why would I scratch a person? The nursemaid's face twisted as though she'd bitten into something inedible. Her bewildered expression struck me as amusing, and I let out a soft laugh. The nursemaid sighed deeply before peeling away my nightgown. Now hurry and wash yourself. I stepped into the bath. Cold water cascaded over my head moments later. I brushed aside the hair obscuring my eyes and rubbed at the stinging sensation. The nursemaid seemed in a hurry. She poured an entire bottle of fragrant oil over me and began scrubbing my entire body with a large brush. Her touch more akin to washing a dog than attending to a princess. Yet I accepted her ministrations without complaint. My dulled senses meant the scrubbing barely hurt. Come now, out you go. After pouring cold water over my head 4 times in succession, the nursemaid urged me forward with growing impatience. I climbed from the bath, water dripping from my body. The nursemaid wrapped me in a large towel to dry me off, then dressed me in undergarments and a slip in what seemed like the blink of an eye. I had never known the nursemaid, usually slower than a snail, could move with such speed. As I watched in fascination, she wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand and rushed from the chamber, Returning moments later with the handmaidens in tow, I found myself surrounded by dozens of women. Well, perhaps not dozens. With one woman appearing as two as 3 or 4, there were likely fewer than it seemed. Yet to my eyes, they numbered in the dozens. I blinked at the dizzying sight before closing my eyes. Soon after, the handmaidens completed their preparations and led me somewhere. It felt as though I were being swept away by a current into an endless sea. When I regained my senses, I found myself already aboard a grand carriage, traveling towards some destination. I gazed out the window with hazy eyes. A sky stained deep indigo came into view, and beneath it stood an enormous chapel. The moment that blurred landscape entered my sight, an inexplicable dread rose within me. As I stared at the chapel entrance drawing ever closer, cold sweat streamed down my face. I gripped the door handle. Just as I was about to kick the door open and leap out, the carriage came to an abrupt halt without warning. The sudden stop sent me stumbling, and I fell to the floor. My knee struck the ground hard, and sharp pain radiated through my pelvis. I bit my lip and swallowed a cry. At that moment, the carriage door swung open, and a deep shadow cascaded down upon my head. I lifted my gaze sharply, and the sight of Barkas, enshrouded as though by ashen curtains, stole the breath from my lungs. Draped loosely over his pristine ceremonial robes was a coat embroidered with his family crest, and he bent toward me with deliberate grace. I felt the weight of his blue eyes tracing slowly across my face. Chapter 66. You've burned the incense again. Barkas studied her dilated eyes with a reproachful tone. Heat flooded her cheeks in an instant. I used the medicine because it hurt. I hadn't done anything wrong, yet I felt as though I deserved to be scolded. I lowered my gaze to avoid his stare, and a dry sigh brushed against my forehead. Perhaps it turned out for the best after all. Barkas murmured bitterly, then knelt and wrapped one arm around my back. I looked up at the sharp jawline inches from my face with bewildered eyes. He slipped his other arm beneath my legs and slowly lifted me. I reflexively gripped my skirts tightly, my spine tingling with the fear that my dress might ride up. I can walk on my own feet. Just remain intoxicated by the medicine's effects. Barkas spoke dryly as he descended from the carriage. It will make enduring today far easier. I caught the cynicism in his voice and my shoulders shrank. For him, today was something to be merely survived. I lowered my head dejectedly when a strange voice reached my ears nearby. Commander, His Majesty appears to be running somewhat late. I startled and burrowed deeper into his embrace. Barkas spread his coat to cover my body, then issued a curt instruction to the man who had spoken. Go inform the high priest of this. Then he strode forward toward the marble-carved arch. I unconsciously gripped his shirt tightly. Beyond the thin coat that carried the scent of mint, the sky hung heavy with clouds. That melancholy gray cast an ominous light upon the faces of saints carved into the stone walls and pillars, as though foretelling my own dark future. As those faces drew nearer, the fear pooling in my stomach crawled up my throat. I opened my mouth impulsively. The weather today is so dreary. His blue eyes, holding flecks of silver, fell upon my forehead. I stammered, avoiding his gaze. No one gets married on days like this. So we should call it off instead. I was about to say so when his lips parted. Then we shall be the first. At his soothing voice, I swallowed the words that had risen to my throat. He was well versed in my whims. These words were merely meant to pacify me. Though I tried to steady myself with this thought, my shameless heart raced on regardless. I bowed my head deeply to hide my flushed face. Soon, the grand cathedral's enormous maw swallowed us whole. Cold, heavy air pressed down upon my body wrapped in the thin dress. I hunched my back and peered out from between the folds of Barkas's coat. My eyes took in the sight of hundreds of people filling the cloister. The sheer number of guests far exceeded my expectations, and my mouth went dry. They could not have gathered to celebrate this marriage. They had all attended reluctantly, watching Senevir's every move. Perhaps they've come to see what has become of a bastard princess. I lowered my gaze to check that my legs were properly concealed beneath my garments. Even after confirming multiple times that the flowing fabric covered me down to my toes, the anxiety refused to settle. With clammy hands, I gripped the hem of my skirt and pulled it downward, scanning the audience to ensure no one was stealing glances at my legs. That was when I saw hundreds of pairs of eyes staring widely open. My spine stiffened at the thought of how grotesque I must appear, but a dark-colored coat suddenly obscured my vision. It seems we must wait until His Majesty arrives. The voice was oddly gentle. He turned his steps past the transept toward the relatively quieter transept, adding as he walked, "Until then, perhaps you should rest your eyes." I looked up at him with vacant eyes, meeting his jawline. Today he speaks in such strange ways. What bride in this world sleeps at her own wedding? Just as I was about to say so, a familiar voice reached my ears from behind. Grand Duke Sirkin. I cast my gaze beyond his collar. The knight who had shadowed Barkas like a phantom was rushing toward us. Marquis Oristine is looking for you. He wishes to have a brief conversation before the ceremony begins. Marquis Oristine was the maternal grandfather of Gareth and Ayla. Why would such a man have come to the ceremony hall? As I looked up with a bewildered expression, I noticed Barkas's face had subtly hardened. He fell silent for a moment as if contemplating something, then lowered me onto the choir seating. He removed his coat and draped it over my shoulders, saying, "Wait here for just a moment. I'll return shortly." I reached out to stop him, then hastily withdrew my hand. He had only taken me on by the Emperor's command. I must grow accustomed to being cast aside. Watch over her well. Barkas instructed the knight as he departed, then left the transept with elegant strides. I watched his retreating figure, and nervously bit my lip. Marquis Oristine must have come to prevent this marriage. What words would he use to persuade Barkas? As I stood there in a daze with such thoughts, I felt a sharp gaze upon my cheek. I turned my head with a start, and discovered a pair of dark brown eyes gazing down at me intently. The knight, who had been observing me with that peculiar look, flinched and turned his head away. Cold sweat beaded on my spine. Why had he looked at me with such eyes? Could there be something wrong with my appearance beyond my legs? I looked down at my body, surrounded by the flowing dress. I grew suspicious. Could the twisted outline of my legs be showing through the fabric? Would you like me to bring you something to drink while you wait? The knight cleared his throat and asked in an awkward voice. I concealed my anxiety and deliberately spoke in an arrogant tone. I don't need anything. But my tongue, loosened by the herbal effects, would not obey my will. I moistened my parched lips and glanced around nervously. Besides the knight standing beside me, priests and attendants who appeared to be waiting for the ceremony were lined up along the walls of the transept. They, and those gathered in the transept beyond, all cast furtive glances at me. Those sticky stares gnawed at my nerves. I bit my lip. I wanted to scream at them to stop staring. Senevir's voice echoed in my ears, that the ugly are meaninglessly mocked and trampled upon. I wanted to leap from my seat and flee the ceremony hall at once. But if I did such a thing, I would collapse ungracefully before everyone's eyes, and their mockery would rain down upon me like a downpour. A bastard. A cripple. The worst bride. Your Highness, you don't look well. Shall I summon a priest to perform healing magic? The knight approached me with a worried expression. Talia shook her head. Never mind. Even a simple restoration spell would. Are your ears not working? I said never mind. At my irritable retort, the bothersome man finally sealed his lips. Yet those strange eyes of his never wavered. His presence was becoming unbearable. Every gaze fixed upon me felt utterly repulsive. She stared anxiously toward the place where Barkas had vanished. When on earth is he coming back? What could they possibly be discussing that was taking so long? Suddenly, Ayla's voice echoed in my mind. That warning that I would come to regret this. Perhaps that woman had goaded my grandfather into orchestrating some scheme. Yes, that had to be it. A marriage between Barkas and myself? It made no sense from the beginning. Could this entire affair have been a performance designed to humiliate me from the start? Barkas had likely already fled the ceremony. And I would become a pitiful bride, a bastard, a cripple abandoned at the altar. I want to leave. The knight's eyes widened in bewilderment at my sudden declaration. Talia seized the coat Barkas had draped over her shoulders and hurled it to the ground, then staggered to her feet. Desperate to escape the suffocating stares bearing down upon me, I limped toward a small side door at the far end of the transept. The knight, his expression one of shock, hastily moved to block my path. Where are you going? The ceremony is about to. Get out of my way. I reached out to push him aside. But the armored knight would never yield to my feeble strength. I shot him a look seething with hostility. Did you not hear me? Move. As I extended my arm to push him again, my legs gave way beneath me, and my body tilted to one side. I reflexively grasped his arm. I felt the knight's body stiffen. My own revulsion was equally intense. His touch was abhorrent. His massive frame, beyond my control, made my skin crawl. Only Barkas's touch was bearable. Yet that man had abandoned me here in the ceremony hall. Tears suddenly burst forth. Let go of me. I violently shook off his hands as they moved to steady me around my shoulders, when suddenly my body lifted into the air. Talia turned in alarm. I saw Barkas's cold eyes. He stared at her face as though consumed by fury, then shifted his gaze toward his subordinate. The knight's face flushed crimson as he bowed his head. Barkas regarded him in silence for a long moment, then turned, his arms still encircling her waist. All the guests have arrived. The ceremony will begin now. His frigid voice rang out clearly from above my head. It is too late to turn back. Chapter 67. He carried her across the chapel wing as though cradling her in his arms. Talia ran her tongue over her lips, which stung from where she'd bitten them so hard. Are you really going to marry me like this? Really? She opened her mouth to ask, then closed it again. He was right. Perhaps we had already gone too far to turn back. She lowered her gaze, surveying the guests who filled the nave. Countless faces crowded into her tear-dimmed eyes. The Empress's attendants, high-ranking officials, and nobles from several prominent houses. Influential figures she recognized were watching them in silence. I understood now why Barkas couldn't simply abandon me and flee the ceremony. No matter how much of a Grand Duke's heir he was, he couldn't sabotage an imperial wedding before so many nobles. The ceremony will begin shortly. The bride and groom, please come to the waiting area. As they reached the transept, the high priest who had been waiting approached them carefully. Barkas immediately followed the high priest to the waiting area positioned beside the altar. Talia stumbled after him, her eyes darting frantically in every direction. Beyond her hazy vision, faces flashed past as though watching an enthralling play. Those ashen, cold faces seemed to be mocking me in unison. Are your legs perhaps in pain? Noticing her body had gone rigid, Barkas cupped her chin with one hand and asked. Talia stared at him blankly. Barkas gently wiped her wet eyes with his thumb. A touch so tender it made me wonder if all of this was merely a sleeping draft-induced illusion. He gazed deeply into her eyes and whispered in a low voice. Just endure a little longer. Once the ceremony ends, I'll let you rest. His tone, as though coaxing a child, made my throat tighten. This man is only doing this because he's worried I might cause a scene before all these people. He's merely soothing me so I won't throw a tantrum. As I repeated this to myself, desperately trying to calm my racing heart, a voice I never expected to hear echoed in my ears. I can't bear to watch. Anyone would think this is a marriage of love. Talia's shoulders stiffened, then she slowly turned her head. Gareth, dressed in a crimson doublet and leading 5 or 6 guards, was crossing through the congregation toward her. In that instant, the blood in my veins turned to ice. Why such a grim face for your brother who came to offer congratulations? Gareth, stopping before her, twisted his lips into a sneer. Talia looked up at him with eyes full of dread. Did he find it satisfying that his half-sister, who always scratched at his nerves, had gone pale and couldn't even open her mouth? A strange smile crossed Gareth's rough face. He bent toward her and whispered coldly. You gained the position of Grand Duchess with just one leg. You should smile brightly. Talia glared at him with a rigid expression. Under normal circumstances, I would have clawed that smug face. But in that moment I couldn't even open my mouth. My already muddled mind seemed to have completely shut down at his unexpected appearance. I was trembling like someone confronting a nightmare, when suddenly my head was wrenched around. Crown Prince. Barkas, pulling her head against his chest and burying her face there, spoke in warning. If you've come as a guest, please conduct yourself with appropriate courtesy. Must you sow discord on the wedding day of an old friend? A heavy silence pressed down upon her mind. Talia swallowed dryly, her forehead buried against Barkas's ceremonial robes. I couldn't understand why Barkas was trying to protect me from Gareth. It should have been the opposite. Wasn't his role to shield Gareth and Ayla from this vicious bastard? There's no need to be so tense. As long as you keep your promise, I'll keep mine. Gareth's cold voice reached me from behind. I wanted to turn my head and read his expression, but the hand pressing down on my head left me completely immobilized. Barkas tightened his grip around my waist, his voice turning glacial. If you intend to observe the ceremony, please be seated. The sound of grinding teeth echoed, and Gareth's presence receded. Only then did Barkas release his grip. I twisted my head to watch Gareth's retreating figure as he made his way toward the guest seating. Once he sat down, an elderly man beside him said something. It wasn't difficult to recognize him as Marquis Oristine. Had they arranged something beforehand? As I squinted, I suddenly realized that a considerable number of those filling the chapel were conservative faction nobles who supported the crown prince, and my eyes widened. What on earth was happening here? As I looked around the chapel in confusion, a strong hand yanked my head back once more. You need not think of anything. Icy eyes locked my gaze firmly in place. After today, these are faces you will never see again. Don't waste your attention on them. He spoke with such force as though etching his words into my very mind, then walked toward the altar without a moment's hesitation. I was pulled along in his wake, biting at my cracked lips. Barkas seemed unsurprised by the current situation. His composed reaction gradually brought order to my tangled thoughts. Perhaps Gareth wanted to demonstrate to everyone that this marriage hadn't driven a wedge between himself and House Sirkin. And Barkas had agreed to it. From the beginning, this marriage was nothing but a theatrical performance born of the Emperor's demand, Barkas's sense of responsibility, and my thirst for revenge. He still stood with Ayla and Gareth. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress have arrived. Shortly after, a resonant voice rang out from the staircase leading to the upper dais. I tore my gaze away from Barkas and looked upward. The Emperor and Empress walked gracefully toward the throne positioned on the second level. They truly appeared to be the genuine protagonists of this stage. I gazed at the Emperor radiating solemn majesty for a moment. Then my eyes shifted to Senevere standing beside him. As always, she blazed with a brilliance that could blind the eye. Her deep golden hair, as if molten pure gold, harmonized perfectly with her exquisitely refined features and the sensual curves of her flawless form. The beauty I had once believed I could one day possess pierced my retina like a needle. We shall now commence the ceremony. Once the Emperor and Empress took their seats on the throne, the High Priest ascended the altar and proclaimed in a solemn voice. I was led forward by Barkas's hand to stand before the High Priest. Behind his deeply lined, grave face, a rain-laden black sky loomed. The High Priest, bearing dark clouds upon his shoulders, began to recite scriptures written in an ancient tongue. It all felt like some ridiculous farce. Senevere with her ambiguous smile, the Emperor who seemed somehow uncomfortable, the High Priest spouting formal blessings, and the guests watching this false ceremony with barely concealed contempt. Barkas Lejo Sirkin, do you swear to take Talia Roem-Gerda as your spouse and walk beside her for all your days? The High Priest, having recited the lengthy scripture in full, finally posed the ultimate question. Talia kept her gaze fixed upon the floor, her parched lips trembling slightly. After several seconds of silence, he opened his mouth. Yes. His answer was so perfunctory it bordered on indifference. The High Priest turned the same question toward her. Talia Roem-Gerda, do you swear to take Barkas Lejo Sirkin as your husband and walk beside him for all your days? Talia lifted her gaze to the High Priest's face, her eyes clouded and distant. She wanted to answer as casually as he had, but only ragged, gasping breaths escaped her, as though invisible hands were strangling her throat. As her silence stretched, his grip around her waist tightened. Talia turned her head to look at him. His blue eyes quietly demanded her answer, brooking no delay, no hesitation. Pushed forward by that resolute gaze, she barely managed to force out a single word. Yes. By the grace of God and in the name of His Majesty the Emperor, I declare you both formally bound as husband and wife." The high priest, his tone as sterile as stone, added the final words to consecrate the ceremony. "Now you shall prove your union with a kiss." Chapter 68. Talia picked at the hangnail beside her fingernail. A bead of sweat formed on her forehead and trickled slowly down her temple. Barkas grasped her shoulder and slowly turned her to face him. I felt his long, firm fingers cradle one cheek. Talia couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, and fixed her eyes on his chin instead. Then his face descended toward mine. Surprisingly warm and soft lips brushed lightly against the corner of my mouth before withdrawing. It was a kiss as gentle as a breeze, merely the bare minimum of contact, performed out of formality. That fleeting touch, scarcely deserving the name of a kiss, seemed to shred my heart into fragments. With this, I declare all ceremonies concluded. The high priest's final pronouncement was followed by the formal sound of applause echoing through the chapel. Talia looked up at him with trembling eyes. His expressionless face, utterly inscrutable, studied me intently. What was he searching for so relentlessly? Barkas, whose piercing gaze had been dissecting her, turned toward the assembled guests. Talia finally released the breath she'd been holding. He guided her through the crowd with his arm encircling her waist. Ghostly faces passed by between their slow, measured steps. Gareth with his eyes gleaming ominously, the Emperor appearing troubled, Senevere wearing a satisfied smile. Countless shadows flowed like a river, and soon a dark sky scattering rain revealed itself before my eyes. "Bring me my coat." Barkas, having stopped at the chapel entrance, addressed the knight standing in attendance. The knight immediately offered the outer garment draped over his arm. Barkas placed it over her shoulders, then bent slightly and lifted her body with one arm, supporting her effortlessly. Talia hastily threw her arms around his neck to avoid falling backward. Soft hair carrying the scent of fragrant soap brushed against the tip of my nose. He cradled her back lightly with one hand, and began walking slowly into the rain. Talia watched as silver raindrops shimmered across his face, then turned her gaze toward the garden, now shrouded in ominous shadow. "Where are we going?" "I have arranged a temporary residence outside the imperial palace," he replied leisurely as he continued walking. "We will stay there until we depart for the eastern territories." Talia's expression grew confused. Was this truly how a wedding was meant to end? Senevere had surely prepared a grand wedding banquet. The entire imperial palace had been abuzz for days with preparations, adorning the banquet hall and arranging the feast. There would be guests who had come to see him. Could they simply abandon all of this and leave on a whim? "We have done what was required. There is no reason for us to remain as spectacles any longer." His voice, tinged with coldness, drew her consciousness back to reality. He was right. This marriage was nothing more than vulgar gossip. A crippled illegitimate princess, a bride switched at the altar, a pitiful groom transformed overnight from an object of envy to one of pity. I could imagine without hearing what would be said about them. Barkas had no reason to endure such humiliation. Even the emperor himself could not demand such sacrifice from the man who would become the ruler of the eastern territories. He passed through a muddy path, and stopped before a carriage bearing the crest of House Sirkin. The elderly attendant sitting on the driver's seat rushed over, and opened the door. Barkas climbed inside, and set her down upon the seat lined with thick cushions. I stared at Barkas, who had become drenched in what felt like mere moments, with unfamiliar eyes. Barkas, sitting across from me, loosened his formal attire that constricted his neck and exhaled a long, weary breath. Water droplets clinging to his hair traced down his straight forehead, collecting at the corners of his eyes. His gaze, though glistening with moisture, felt parched as it fixed directly upon me. "How are your legs feeling?" My lips twitched. His excessive concern for my legs irritated me. Gareth's mocking voice echoed in my ears. How he had ridiculed me for occupying his seat beside Barkas because of one damaged leg. I bit the tender flesh inside my mouth. "I know. I understand. So why do you keep reminding me? They're perfectly intact and attached, so stop worrying about it." As I snapped irritably, his eyes narrowed slightly. I turned my head toward the window to escape that piercing gaze. But wet fingers immediately turned my head back. I asked if there was any pain. My shoulders stiffened at his clipped tone, but only briefly before I roughly swatted his hand away. Does it make you feel better if I say I'm fine? But here's the thing. Since that day, there hasn't been a single day without pain. I stared through his mask-like expression and spoke with the venom of a wasp striking with its stinger. So stop scratching at my nerves with pointless questions. It's annoying. The warm, gentle lips that had touched me grew cold and pressed shut. I had silenced him with harsh words. Yet it was I who felt my throat tighten in his silence. I bit my parched lips irritably. Still, cold indifference was better than pity. The lukewarm kindness that poured down upon me since my legs became like this. Nothing was more unbearable. To hide my anxiety, I deliberately spoke with irritation. Why aren't we leaving? Are you planning to spend the night here with me? Barkas, who had been watching me intently, soon shifted his body and lightly tapped the carriage wall. Moments later, the sound of reins cracking echoed, and the carriage began to move forward slowly. I gazed out through the fogged window at the rain-soaked garden. The unfamiliar landscape, a place that had never once been my home, slid swiftly past the curtain. As I stared blankly at it, suddenly my body lifted, and soft cushions pressed against my back. I looked up in surprise. Barkas, who had laid me on the spacious carriage seat, reached behind the backrest and withdrew a cloak embroidered with the Roham Knight's insignia, draping it over my body. We have a long journey ahead. Try to get some rest in the meantime. I reached to throw it off, but Barkas was faster. He grasped my hand and pressed it down onto the seat. Then, looking down at my eyes, still hazed by lingering medication, he spoke in the rough tone he had occasionally used in his teenage years, issuing a threat. Don't be stubborn. Sleep. Don't keep your eyes unfocused and disturb my peace. At his threatening tone, my back flinched, but I quickly pulled his cloak up to my nose. Barkas, gazing down at me quietly, sighed wearily and settled back into the opposite seat. For some reason, I felt like crying. I buried my face in the fabric of his cloak, which carried his scent, and closed my eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At some point, I seemed to have drifted off to sleep. Talia noticed the carriage's jolting sway come to an abrupt halt. She cradled her throbbing forehead in one hand and rubbed her gritty eyes. As she forced her eyes open, the empty interior of the carriage filled her vision. Blinking dazedly, Talia suddenly jerked upright, her upper body tensing. Her frightened gaze searched for Barkas when a rough voice laced with metallic sounds drifted in from outside. What are your intentions regarding the first princess, Your Highness? Talia stiffened her shoulders and pressed herself against the window. Beyond the glass, beaded with droplets, the evening sky emerged now that the rain had ceased. Beneath that reddish twilight, a massive stone building of crude design stood alongside roughly a dozen men. Finding Barkas among them proved effortless. The man silhouetted against the sunset spoke with dry precision. What's your intent in asking? Do you truly intend to abandon him like this? That's a strange thing to say. Sharp mockery cut through the humid, moisture-laden air. Our betrothal was never meant to counter the Empress, was it? There are methods to protect them both beyond marriage alone. What do you mean by that? Confusion crept into the man's voice. Yet Barkas showed no inclination to elaborate. He cut off the knight's words with visible irritation. Am I in a position to be interrogated by you? I overstepped my bounds. The man hastily bowed his head. Barkas looked down at him with cold eyes, then spoke in a flat tone. Nothing changes. Continue monitoring the Empress's movements as you have been. And should the Crown Prince attempt anything reckless, report to me immediately. Understood. With that, Barkas turned away as if the conversation had concluded. Talia hastily laid her head on the seat. But before she could even feign sleep beneath her cloak, the carriage door opened and Barkas appeared. Talia looked up at him with frozen eyes. Chapter 69. Barkas stepped up onto the carriage, his narrow eyes methodically sweeping over her form. A faint crease appeared between his sharp brows. Before she could even comprehend the reason, he climbed onto the carriage with a long stride, retrieved the cloak that had fallen to the floor, and draped it across her shoulders. Then, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, he moved to lift her into his arms. Talia startled and shoved his shoulder forcefully. I can walk on my own feet. The medicine's effects were fading, and pain was beginning to radiate from her knees again, but a short walk should pose no real problem. She cast aside the cumbersome cloak and carefully stepped down, taking pains to keep her scars hidden. At that moment, a firm hand grasped her shoulder. "You intend to go out dressed like that?" A wedge-like gaze pierced down at her. Talia hunched her shoulders and lowered her eyes to examine her own appearance. The dress laces had come undone while she slept, leaving her thin shoulders and forearms completely exposed. That was not all. The deeply cut neckline had slipped down to her cleavage. Talia's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pulled her dress back up. Barkis watched her undignified state in silence, then sighed softly and draped his own coat across her shoulders once more. This time, Talia did not refuse. After he fastened the buttons all the way to her neck with meticulous care, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms and stepped outside. She felt like a carefully wrapped doll. No, it was nothing so endearing. He was merely taking pity on a cripple who could not walk properly. Talia deliberately drove cruel words like daggers through her own heart. Rather than have him steal away every fragment of her heart, it seemed it would hurt far less to puncture the wound herself. "My lord, what shall we do with the messenger who arrived from the Eastern Territories?" Just as he reached the threshold, one of the men stationed near the entrance spoke to him. Talia stole a glimpse of his face through the folds of the cloak. The bear-like man with sharp, eagle-eyed gaze was also glancing at her. "Must I give instructions for every trifle?" He pulled the cloak up over her head and spoke coldly. "Provide him with suitable lodgings and assign someone to attend to him. Have me meet with him tomorrow at first light." Without waiting for the man's response, he strode into the building. As he crossed the vast hall and climbed the stairs, Talia assembled the fragments of information she had gathered in her mind. It seemed many feared this marriage would strain the relationship between the crown prince and House Sirkin. Likely, while Senevere prepared for the wedding, he had been occupied with damage control. He would have had to soothe Gareth's sense of betrayal and convince the conservative faction nobles, including Marquis Oristine, that he had not turned his back on them. Despite such efforts, people seemed unable to accept the sudden change of bride. In a way, it was only natural. After all, even she harbored suspicions that this entire situation might be someone's malicious prank. "I shall summon someone to attend to you." Barkis entered the chamber and set her down upon a long velvet chair as he spoke. Talia surveyed the cozily appointed bedroom, then shifted her gaze back to him. Barkis was unfastening the buttons of his formal coat with one hand while pulling the bell cord that hung beside the bed to summon a servant. At the sight of this, her insides twisted tightly. She cried out in a sharp voice, "I don't need an attendant." Barkis glanced back at her over his shoulder, his brows drawing together. Talia averted her gaze, lowering her eyes to escape his stare. "Call my nursemaid." "It is late. I will bring her at first light tomorrow. Please endure just one more day." She immediately shot him a fierce glare. "I won't let anyone but my nursemaid attend to me. You dragged me out here on your own. Take responsibility and bring her." His blue eyes gleamed with a cold light. Talia clenched her fists so hard her knuckles cracked. He was a man who rationed his patience for her by the day. She thought he might simply walk out in disgust. Yet it seemed his daily allowance of forbearance had not been exhausted, for he walked to the door and summoned a servant. "Send someone to the separate palace at once. Bring back the quarter dwarf." "Pardon? Right now?" "Yes. Send the fastest person you have." Barkis closed the door again before the bewildered servant, and turned back with a sharp gaze as if asking whether she was satisfied. Talia avoided his eyes. Barkis exhaled a long breath and retrieved a robe from the shelf, offering it to her. "Wear this until someone arrives to attend to you." Talia immediately accepted it, draping it over her dress, and demanded in a voice that trembled and fractured, "Leave now. I want to be alone until my nursemaid arrives. This is my chamber as well." The room suddenly spun, and her palms grew clammy with cold sweat. She gripped the front of the robe tightly closed and moistened her parched lips. Then I'll leave. Take me to another room." "Your Highness." He placed one hand on her shoulder. She barely managed to lift her head, and saw his blue eyes shadowed with profound darkness. "You were the one who agreed to this marriage." She looked up at his expressionless face with widened eyes. So he was saying he would stay here? With me? Terror coiled her stomach tight. She stared down at her throbbing knees. The memory of Senevir's gaze upon her scars surfaced, her mother's dark eyes regarding something repulsive, only to be replaced by Barkas's silvery blue ones. Before she could control herself, desperate, tangled words spilled from her lips. Then I'll just cancel it. How can we share a room? I only married you to torment you. You only married me because the emperor ordered it. You don't want to be with me either. So let's just pretend none of this happened. Talia. He knelt before her, cupped her cheeks in his hands, and drew his face close to hers. Talia found herself trapped, unable to look away from his eyes. In those beautiful eyes scattered with silver fragments, her own pale, sweat-dampened face was reflected. His voice emerged as if scraped raw. I won't do anything to you. Just one night. I've already bribed the high priest, but I cannot silence every servant's tongue. At least for the first night, we must share the same bedroom. His composed demeanor gradually steadied the frantic rhythm of my heart, which had been thrashing uncomfortably. Talia bit her lip and nodded. Barkas, confirming that she had calmed, slowly rose to his feet. Talia tracked his movements with eyes still tinged with wariness. He peeled away his rain-soaked shirt and draped it aside, then settled into a chair by the window in nothing but a thin undershirt. His ordinarily taut, disciplined frame now sagged with exhaustion. A heavy sigh stretched long through the chamber. Shortly after, servants arrived bearing trays laden with wine and food. Talia mechanically forced down a single piece of bread, then drank a glass of potent moonshine instead of the sleeping draught. As the alcohol took hold, the rigid muscles loosened and the pain dulled. She poured herself more wine into the golden goblet. After emptying several more glasses, Barkas, who had been letting her do as she wished, seized the wine bottle from her hands. That is enough. Talia bolted upright from her chair, desperate to reclaim the bottle. But her already weakened legs had turned to jelly beneath the alcohol's influence. She swayed like a boneless creature. Barkas caught her wavering form and laid her straight upon the bed. Even half-conscious from intoxication, Talia's first concern was to check her skirts. Barkas, gazing down at her with shadowed eyes, drew the quilt up over her shoulders, then walked to the window and drew back the curtains. The sunset, deepening from crimson to violet, flooded over him. Watching his broad shoulders glow copper-red in that radiant light, Talia's eyes closed slowly. Even beneath that blazing sunlight, he appeared hauntingly cold. Chapter 71. My mouth went dry under that cold, piercing gaze. I picked at my swollen lips with my fingertips, my eyes cast downward. I had no idea what to say. My lips sealed shut as if I'd lost the power of speech, my eyes darting about aimlessly, when a monotone voice reached my ears. Your nursemaid is in the adjacent room. Call for her if you need anything. I lifted my head to look at him again. Barkas slid his arms into his shirt sleeves and continued speaking with measured composure. I plan to depart for the Eastern Territories in a week. I'll have the servants prepare for the journey, so gather any belongings you wish to bring beforehand. So soon. As I stammered in confusion, Barkas, still fastening his shirt buttons, turned his gaze back to me. His eyes, shrouded in a dense fog, studied my face with deliberate care. Is there a reason you must remain at the Imperial Palace? I looked up at him speechlessly before slowly shaking my head. Watching me intently, Barkas approached the bedside with measured strides. My heart clenched sharply as his face drew unexpectedly close. Without thinking, my gaze fixed on his lips. Between the slightly parted edges, I glimpsed a flash of crimson tongue. That had been inside me. Had it been real, or merely a dream? Lost in such thoughts, my chin was tilted upward, and those transparent blue eyes came within inches of mine. Do you frequently experience sudden, severe pain like yesterday? My already clenched heart now shattered with an audible crack. I shoved his hand away roughly. Irritation surged through me at being treated like a gravely ill patient. I don't know. What does it matter? If there is an underlying issue, perhaps additional treatment. Even the Terran family mage couldn't manage it. What do you think you can do? My voice rose with anxiety, and his lips pressed into a firm line. Those severe, Crimson lips captured my attention once more. What mattered was that last night, those lips had ravaged me of their own accord. So why was I fixating on my legs? I moistened my parched lips. Rather about yesterday. Why did you do that to me? Was it just to make me take the medicine? I began to ask, then closed my mouth again. Perhaps the touch of our lips had lasted only an instant. My fractured mind might have distorted the memory entirely. I swallowed dryly and stole a glance at his expression. Seemingly uninterested in the words I'd left unspoken, Barkas straightened and delivered his statement in that same monotone. I've stationed a healer in the adjacent room. Should you feel any discomfort, summon them immediately. That's all? You have nothing else to say to me? Questions swirled silently on my tongue, when his calm voice continued. Until the day of departure, I will remain at the Imperial Palace. I looked up at him as if I'd been struck across the head. Cool fingers descended onto my forehead. My skin prickled as though a blade had touched it. When I instinctively shrank back, Barkas, who had been brushing the tangled hair from her face, withdrew his hand once more. Dark shadows fell across his features as he stood silhouetted against the window. For the time being, you will have no occasion to face me. So please set your mind at ease. Talia opened her mouth urgently. Though I felt compelled to say something, my throat constricted, and no sound emerged. He turned slowly and retrieved his overcoat from where it hung upon the wall. Talia could only watch his retreating figure cross the chamber, her gaze vacant. Grasping the door handle, Barkas glanced back over his shoulder at her. His lips parted slightly as though he meant to speak. Yet in the end he said nothing and stepped outside. With a soft click, the door closed. Talia stared at it for a long moment before lowering her feet from the bed. A tingling sensation shot through her bones. Ignoring the sharp, simmering pain, she approached the door and turned the handle. Barkas had already descended the stairs. Only silence lingered in the corridor. With a deflated expression, she closed and locked the door again, then returned to the bedside. The only trace of him remaining in the chamber was a single formal gown, neatly folded. I unfolded the garment from the shelf where it lay carefully arranged, and buried my face in the smooth fabric. Instead of mint, a rich rose fragrance seeped into my nostrils. Perhaps from holding her all day, the embroidered satin bore only the heavy scent of the perfumed oils the handmaidens had applied. I wrapped myself in it and lay down upon the bed, now grown cold. The memory of his broad embrace, holding me steadfast through my agony, surfaced in my mind. He had spent the entire night tending to a patient, surely the worst of nights for him. What man in this world would welcome such an arduous and vexing wedding night? Talia bit down hard on her trembling lips. From the beginning, this marriage had been accepted merely to satisfy a petty desire for revenge. Having made him weary from the very first night, I ought to be satisfied. I suppressed the bitter ache in my chest and gazed up at the window, where glass gleamed white. Beyond the transparent pane, sunlight streamed brilliantly. Suddenly, it struck me that this was the first morning I would greet as Talia Roem Sirkin. Talia murmured with a hollow expression. How will my life unfold from this moment forward? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Before long, the day of departure for the Eastern Territories drew near. From early morning, unable to resist the handmaiden's insistence, Talia began her preparations, her weary eyes gazing out the window. In the vast inner courtyard, more than 20 cargo carriages stood in rows. Atop them were stacked bolts of silk wrapped in linen, dwarven crafted ornaments, dresses woven by the Fae, and chests containing rare jewels. Half were bride gifts sent from the Imperial Palace, while the other half were treasures she had painstakingly accumulated over long years. Talia, who had once obsessed over these precious possessions, now regarded them with indifferent eyes before drawing the curtains closed. Merely a season ago, I had been desperate to acquire rare gowns and ornaments, hoping that by shining more brilliantly than anyone else, Barkas would come to regret his betrothal to Ayla. But now jewels and garments mattered little. After all, I could never become as graceful as Ayla, nor as beautiful as Senevere. No amount of adornment could make this body anything but pitiful and pathetic. Talia sat upon the bed, rubbing her throbbing knees. The pain reliever she had taken at dawn had already worn off, and the dull ache began to resurface. She inserted a fresh incense stick into the cold brazier. Just as she was about to light it, a knock sounded from behind her. "Your Highness, Grand Duke Sirkin has arrived." In that instant, sensations that had been murky as though submerged in water suddenly became vivid and sharp. Talia hastily set down the incense stick and rose from her seat. As I pulled open the door, my gaze fell upon the handmaidens arrayed in a long line along the wall. Talia swept her eyes across them all. "Where is the nursemaid?" "She has already boarded the carriage." Talia, who had been anxiously fretting over whether the nursemaid might insist on returning to the imperial palace, released a breath of relief. "Wait a moment. I'll be ready shortly." As I turned to retrieve my outer garment, the elderly handmaiden spoke up urgently. "Grand Duke Sirkin instructed me to deliver this to you." Talia gazed down at the flowing garment the handmaiden offered, her eyes narrowing. It was a loose hooded cloak that would envelop her entire body. Clearly, it had been brought to conceal her halting gait. Though humiliation burned in her ears, Talia accepted it without complaint and draped it over herself. The long hem swept down to her feet, making her appear as though she were wrapped in curtains. She ran her fingers across the smooth fabric's surface, then gestured toward the handmaidens with a tilt of her chin. "Let us depart now." Chapter 72. The handmaidens walked quietly down the corridor. Talia followed behind them, placing each foot with utmost caution. By the time I reached the staircase with steps slower than a tortoise, my back was drenched in sweat. I gazed down at the stairs with a grim expression. That was when Barkas strode into the manor, capturing my attention. I forgot how to breathe as my eyes swept over him from head to toe. Instead of his Roam Knight's uniform, Barkas wore a black breastplate emblazoned with the House Sirkin crest, and across his shoulders hung a loose ash-gray cloak fashioned from beast hide. My heart constricted at the sight. He resembled the Khan people cavalry warriors who once made the entire Robidan continent tremble in fear. He ascended the stairs with long strides and came to a halt before me. His usually immaculate hair was disheveled in a way I had never seen before, as though he had come in haste. He bent toward me, his eyes sharp as tempered steel, boring into mine. "How are you feeling?" I could only blink blankly. Under normal circumstances, I would have snapped at him to mind his own business, but strangely, my tongue felt parched. After a long moment, I finally managed to speak. "I've fine." His eyes narrowed. He seemed skeptical of my subdued response. Barkas, who had been studying my face intently, removed his gloves and pressed his hand to my forehead. I reflexively swatted his hand away. A sharp sound rang out, followed by a tense silence. I wrapped my tingling fingers around my palm and watched his expression carefully. He didn't seem particularly displeased. Or rather, I couldn't tell. Had I ever truly been able to read his expression? I lowered my gaze and muttered in a strained voice, "Why, you startled me by touching me so suddenly." Then long, pale fingers invaded my vision once more. I shrank my neck, but he would not permit me to push his hand away a second time. Barkas gently brushed my forehead, then meticulously fastened the clasp of my coat all the way to my neck. Without giving me a chance to protest, he lifted me into his arms with both hands and spoke flatly. "You will need to become accustomed to my touch going forward." My eyes widened. My heart fluttered with a tremor. What could he possibly mean by that? No. Do not hope. He was merely caring for a pitiful cripple. I hastily crushed the weeds of foolish longing that threatened to sprout, and Barkas adjusted me into a more comfortable position before descending the stairs slowly. Fearing I might tumble, I wrapped my arms around his neck. Barkas cradled my back with one hand and proceeded with deliberate care. Shortly after, the sight of a garden filled with unfamiliar men unfolded before my eyes. I surveyed them with a puzzled expression. At first glance, they did not appear to be soldiers of the Roam Knights. The men all bore long halberd axes on their backs, and over their dark armor, they wore loose gown-like cloaks. One of them stepped forward before Barkas. "Is this the lady who will become the next Grand Duchess?" I studied the man with a cautious gaze. He was a young man with sun-darkened honey-brown skin, dark brown hair, and black eyes. He observed me, with only my eyes visible above the edge of my cloak, with curious interest, then bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Princess." My name is Tyron Eldraken. Upon hearing that unfamiliar name, I realized that the men arrayed before me were from the Eastern Territories. It seemed the retainers of House Sirkin had come to attend to him. She reached down to pull away the fabric covering her face in order to return the greeting, but Barkas's interference rendered her attempt futile. Barkas, having drawn the hood over her head, passed the man and spoke in an indifferent tone. Prepare the horses. We depart shortly. Should we not stop by the Imperial Palace first? The transfer of the Night Order is already complete. There is no reason to linger here any longer. Barkas, having responded with firm resolve, cast a cold gaze toward the elderly attendant standing vacantly beside the carriage. Why do you not open the door at once? The elderly attendant, whose expression had been blank, immediately opened the carriage door. Barkas climbed inside with a single stride and set her down upon the thickly cushioned seat. Then, with meticulous care, he adjusted her garments as he spoke. We will travel continuously for several hours without rest. Should you experience any discomfort, signal the coachman. Talia looked up at him with confusion in her eyes. She could not fathom why he was in such haste. Could someone be pursuing them? The faces of Gareth and Ayla suddenly flashed through her mind. Could those two be plotting something? Ayla's venomous voice, declaring that she would come to regret this, echoed in her ears. Talia bit her lip. It had always been her role to weave schemes and conspiracies. But now their positions had reversed. If Ayla loved Barkas even half as much as she did, she would stop at nothing to reclaim him. Perhaps she would even send ruffians to ambush them. And Barkas, anticipating such circumstances. Your Highness. Noticing her mind churning in turmoil, he lifted her chin and met her gaze. Have I not told you before? You need not think of anything. His low, mellifluous voice resonated in her mind like a hypnotic spell. Talia's expression became flustered. What was his intention in saying such things? Was he preemptively blocking me from causing trouble? Or perhaps. She quickly reined in thoughts that were drifting toward dangerous territory. He was a man who had left her mind in chaos and departed as though nothing had happened. A man who had cast her into an unfamiliar place and not shown his face for an entire week. The chasm carved within her ran too deep to harbor vain hope over a few cryptic words. Talia pushed his hand away. Stop saying strange things. If we're going, then let's depart already. Even at her curt words, he did not so much as flinch. An inscrutable gaze brushed across her brow. Talia moistened her parched lips. Only when her throat had grown unbearably dry did he slowly rise and exit the carriage. Only upon hearing the door close did Talia release the breath she had been holding. As she cautiously pressed herself against the carriage wall, she caught sight of Barkas conversing with the Eastern Territories men through the window frame. Among the men with dark hair and pale golden skin, he stood out distinctly, like a foreigner. Yet perhaps there was not so great a difference, she thought. He had left his homeland at a young age, and spent most of his years in the Imperial Palace. For him too, the Eastern Territories must be an unfamiliar place. Suddenly, the image of a young boy sent alone to a foreign land took shape in her mind. That image transformed into her own self when she first arrived at the Imperial Palace. Had the 6-year-old Barkas felt as lonely as she had? Had he felt as helpless and suffocated as though swallowed into a monster's belly? While she stood lost in such thoughts, the carriage that had been stationary began to move. Talia watched as unfamiliar yet familiar landscapes flowed past like a river. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Was this really the time to be worrying about the man who would come to rule the Eastern Territories? From this moment forward, I would venture into unfamiliar lands entirely alone, with no one to lean upon, forced to rebuild my life from nothing. And yet here I was, squandering my concern on matters that had nothing to do with me. Besides, when did I ever have anyone to rely on? Talia curled herself into a tight ball in the corner of the carriage, burying her face against her knees. The Imperial Palace had been no different. A place where I could never truly belong. To Senevere, I was merely a useful tool. To the Emperor, I was an inconvenient reminder of past failures, and to my half-siblings, I was nothing but a stain that needed to be scrubbed away someday. A question suddenly took root in her mind. What would I become in the Eastern Territories? Chapter 73. Act 2. Despair wears the color of ash. His first memory always began in the same place. A vast plain suffused with golden light. Above it, the wind swept in violent gusts. As I pushed through the undulating grassland, an oddly vivid blue sky poured down overhead. Barkas advanced aimlessly between the boundary of gold and blue, seized by an intense tremor. At some point, I no longer knew where I was heading. I simply ran wildly through the wind. I was free. I could go anywhere and do anything. The beautiful world before my eyes whispered as much. My heart pounded as though it might burst. The scorching heat of blood flowing through my veins, and the cool dryness of air filling my lungs. Every sensation told me I was alive. I tasted the ecstasy of existence. Yet that brilliant moment did not endure. Thick gray walls closed in from all sides. A space so cramped I could not even sit, let alone lie down. Trapped in a sealed chamber no different from a coffin, I clawed at the walls until my fingernails shattered. That futile resistance soon crumbled. Through a narrow crack in the wall, the fanatic's eyes peered in at intervals. The high priest would never release me until every trace of the evil dwelling within me was obliterated. In the depths of that bottomless despair, I killed every sense within myself. First, I tore away pain. Then I numbed taste and smell. At some point, hunger ceased to exist, and the desire for sleep vanished. I could no longer be called a living creature. Only when my contents had completely evaporated, leaving nothing but an empty shell, did the tomb's door open. I gazed upward with hollow eyes at the figure standing against the light. Instead of eyes gleaming with strange heat and a face cold as cast steel, a slender face drained pale with shock came into view. A woman with dark hair and light-colored eyes reached out toward me. Her delicate fingers touched my cracked cheek. Yet I felt nothing beyond a faint pressure. That hand, which might have been salvation, drew me out of the tomb. Piercing sunlight poured into the depths of my pupils. An unnaturally pallid landscape filled my retinas. I soon noticed that everything reflected in my eyes bore the color of ash. A colorless, odorless, faded world. It seemed the entire world might crumble to ash at any moment. Or perhaps it was I who had already turned to ash. I slowly lifted my eyelids. For a moment, I could not properly grasp where I was. Only after several seconds did the ceiling of the tent, shrouded in dark shadow, come into focus. I slowly raised my arm. Not the skeletal hand of a child, but a man's hand with prominent bones and sinews came into view. As though confirming something, I examined it, when a sound like a beast's cry echoed from somewhere. Barkas mechanically pushed himself upright. Almost simultaneously, a soldier burst into the tent. Grand Duke Sirkin. Dire wolves have appeared. He swung his legs out from beneath the bed immediately. Seizing the halberd propped at the head of the bed, he strode outside where attendants waiting in the shadows swiftly fastened a lightweight breastplate around his torso. I shook off their fumbling hands and swept my gaze across the chaotic campsite with practiced efficiency. The pale dawn light cast a dim glow across the orderly rows of tents, and the soldiers darting frantically between them. Within moments, I spotted the creature, a massive black beast nearly 8 cubits in length, roughly 240 centimeters tall. The monster had spotted me as well. The enormous wolf, body flattened in a predatory crouch, launched itself skyward with a savage roar, claws tearing at the earth. I extended my left foot forward half a step and gripped the halberd diagonally. The heavy axe blade at the spear's tip tilted upward from the ground. As the black shadow consumed my vision, I twisted the shaft with tremendous force and swung it in a diagonal arc. The crescent-shaped blade pierced the wolf's tough hide, cleaving through dense muscle and thick bone in a single fluid motion. From the severed edge, viscous blood erupted like a fountain. I wiped the spray from my cheek with my sleeve, and turned my head to survey the surroundings. Between the coniferous trees standing like a palisade, ash-colored beasts scattered with agility. Recognizing their retreat, I lowered my gaze to the massive corpse sprawled across the ground. It appears this one was the alpha. Wolves lose their hierarchy and collapse in an instant once their leader falls. I drove the pointed spear tip into the ground, and moved toward the collapsed tents to assess the damage. Between broken tent poles and scattered canvas lay the dark, fur-covered beast. Crouching to examine the wolf's corpse, its heart pierced clean through. A light voice with a casual tone drifted from behind me. Quite the raucous welcome ceremony on your first day home, I must say. I turned to see a bare-chested man with only a loose coat draped carelessly over his shoulders. A Barakan warrior. He drove the halberd in his hand into the ground, and gestured toward the forest with a nod. Shall I have the men pursue them? We cannot afford to scatter our forces now. First, clean up the damage and reinforce the perimeter. There's barely any damage to speak of. They only took one pack animal. The man rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, responding offhandedly. One of the newly initiated adults suffered minor injuries, but fortunately, there were no casualties. I straightened my posture. The sun had risen fully by now, its light illuminating every corner of the ravaged campsite. I surveyed the surroundings calmly to gauge the full extent of the damage, then turned my eyes back to the man. Have the campsite cleared. We move before more beasts arrive drawn by the scent of blood. As you command. As the man turned and walked away at a leisurely pace, I moved toward the center of the campsite. My eyes swept across soldiers struggling to calm the agitated horses, and servants clearing away the broken tents. I passed them and walked toward the water barrel positioned beside the large barracks. A ghostly pale shadow reflected across the clear rainwater collected the day before. I gazed at it briefly, then cupped water in my hands and washed the blood from my face. The lukewarm liquid provided a subtle stimulus against my skin. I wiped it away roughly and brought my hand to my nose, inhaling deeply. The metallic scent of blood faded, replaced by a faint, watery smell. I could not determine which was the better scent. Smell was the first sense I had recovered. Yet I still could not connect the stimuli transmitted to my brain with emotion. I could distinguish the type and intensity of olfactory sensations, but they did not translate into preference or aversion. I merely categorized them through learning. What pleased others and what did not. And according to what I had learned, the scent of blood particularly displeased people. I removed my stained armor carelessly, discarding it on the ground, and examined my shirt. Fortunately, no bloodstains were visible. Yet there might be other unpleasant odors clinging to the fabric that he himself failed to notice. He turned his steps toward his tent to change into fresh clothes. It was then that he spotted the quarter dwarf pacing anxiously in front of the central tent of the campsite. Barkas approached without hesitation, closing the distance between them. What's the matter? My own voice sounded so rough and unfamiliar to my ears. The woman flinched, her eyes widening with alarm. Ah, the young lady, she hasn't been seen since earlier. A sharp ringing erupted in my ears. Chapter 74. He tilted his head to one side. His damaged senses occasionally malfunctioned. After waiting for the droning sound to fade, he brushed past the woman and stepped into the tent. Whether she had burned medicinal herbs again throughout the night, the dim space was thick with the acrid smell of smoke. Yet mingled within it was a strange scent. One that reminded him of overripe fruit on the verge of decay. It was an odd fragrance that had begun emanating from her skin at some point. He held his breath for a moment, then slowly inhaled the air. Quietly he called out to her. Talia. No response came. Yet he could sense her presence. His eyes moved busily as he stepped into the cluttered space scattered with bowls, wine bottles, and cups. Then he stopped, noticing a pile of clothes heaped beside the disheveled bed. He bent down in front of a large chest placed at one corner of the tent. As he carefully opened the lid, a small form curled into a ball came into view. His body reacted strangely again. It felt as though his chest had been struck by a horse's hoof. He steadied the turmoil within and placed his hand on her shoulder. The woman, who had buried her head in her knees, lifted it. Beneath her damp eyelashes, pure blue eyes, untainted by any impurity, were revealed. Clear tears glistened across her transparent skin, like that of a creature dwelling in the deep sea. He cupped her damp cheeks and gently touched her slightly reddened chin, then tilted her withdrawn head slightly backward. There were several thin scratches on her slender neck, as if she had been scraped somewhere. As he examined them closely, a fractured voice flowed from between her lips, which appeared to be stained with blood. Did you defeat all the monsters? He looked into the woman's eyes again. Her deep blue irises wavered precariously, as if submerged in water. He recalled the first time he had met those eyes. The day he regained color, it was the first hue he had ever seen. With a sensation of tightness in his throat, he drew a long breath and lifted his stiffened body. Supple, soft arms wrapped around his neck, as though it were the most natural thing. A thin whimper dampened his taut skin. I thought I was being taken again. Barkis tightened his arms around her. Never again. That would never happen again. The words that had lingered on his tongue flowed back down his throat. Since the incident, he had found himself swallowing his words repeatedly in her presence. Those swallowed words accumulated like sediment in his belly, layer upon layer. With a frown at the uncomfortable sensation of a stone pressing down on his insides, he gently stroked her narrow, intermittently trembling back. Her rigid body gradually relaxed, clinging to him softly. When he lifted her head from his shoulder to look at her face, he saw her eyes closed as if exhausted. After gently smoothing her drooping golden eyelashes with his thumb, he adjusted her slipping body and quickly scanned the chamber. He spotted a coat hanging on the tent's support pole. He snatched it and draped it over her, then stepped outside. As he quickly crossed the campsite, a few mounted warriors who were busily dismantling the tent sent curious glances his way. He pulled the coat up to the top of her head. The men had been sending her hungry, feral gazes since she was barely 5 cubits tall. And this woman, though she feared it, sometimes exposed herself defenseless before their eyes. As if she didn't mind being torn to shreds. He pulled her closer to his chest and quickened his pace, as if shaking off their irritating stares. After entering his own tent and laying her on the bed, he noticed her body had become noticeably gaunt over the past few months. A sigh rose in his throat. The frustrating part was that her thinness was leading her beauty in a dangerous direction. As Barkis let his gaze slide along her skeletal neck, her emaciated shoulders, and her prominent collarbone, he turned his attention toward the tent's entrance. The young attendant who had followed to serve him was staring at her. His half-dead nerves suddenly sharpened to a keen edge. He dismissed all the attendants and firmly shut the entrance. It was not a wise decision. The tent was now filled with the sweet, cloying scent she emanated. A strange thirst, as if his throat were burning, made him swallow hard against his dry mouth. He raked his damp hair back roughly, casting an irritable glance, when her pale cheeks, streaked with the remnants of tears, seared themselves into his vision. Words she had uttered years ago in terror echoed through his mind. He did that. As if addicted, I cannot help but continue to seek him out again and again. He bit gently at the soft flesh inside his cheek with his molars. A faint taste of blood filled his mouth. He tapped his temples lightly with his fingertips before reaching for the coat he had left in the corner of the chamber. As he stepped outside, the metallic scent of blood flooded his lungs. He breathed it in deeply, as if to erase the stale, coppery smell lingering in his throat, when Barakan, now fully armed, approached his side. Preparations are nearly complete. Once your tent is dismantled, we can depart immediately. Shall we begin now? In an hour. Barkis, after a brief pause, spoke in a subdued voice. We'll set out after we've caught our breath. A faint smile of amusement crossed the man's lips. He shrugged his shoulders and replied in a casual tone, "As you command." The man immediately turned to convey the orders to his subordinates. Barkis sat upon a waterskin, gazing out at the northern plain, which lay dimly visible between the densely clustered trees. A dry wind swept harshly across his cheek. A strangely familiar scent drifted through the air. When had he encountered that scent before? As he searched through his hazy memories, the distant howl of a wolf reached his ears. He turned his head. A mournful cry stretched long from the edge of the forest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Her weakened body could not endure the long journey, and she fell into a continuous fever. Talia gazed up at the swaying ceiling, tossing restlessly as she gasped for breath. The carriage moved at a pace scarcely faster than walking, yet even that faint vibration was nothing short of torture for her. Talia clutched her head as a splitting headache threatened to cleave her skull. Then a sharp horn blast sounded from outside. Had they finally reached their destination? She struggled to rise and peered out the window. The vast expanse of the plain filled her fevered vision. Confronted with the unfamiliar sight, Talia's eyes widened. A deep verdant grassland stretched endlessly, as if touching the sky itself. A gust of wind swept violently across that lush meadow. She opened the window and cooled her flushed face against the crisp breeze. "That is calmer." At the sudden voice, she turned her head with a start, and a man riding a horse came into view nearby. He drew closer and offered a familiar smile. "My name is Tyren. We were introduced before. Do you remember?" She kept her lips firmly sealed, shooting him only a wary glance. The man's smile dimmed slightly. After a moment of probing silence, he pressed on gently, undeterred by her coldness. "You seem to be in poor health. We should arrive at Lejo Castle soon. Look there, can you see the city walls?" The man pointed ahead. Talia followed the direction of his finger with her eyes. At the horizon's edge, grayish-brown city walls emerged as if sculpted from ash and sand. I craned my neck out the window to examine them more closely. Lejo Castle appeared as though constructed from colossal boulders stacked upon one another. Thick outer ramparts, devoid of ornamentation, encircled the base of the hill without a single gap, and above them rose massive and modest towers and fortifications composed entirely of straight lines, standing in austere prominence. I unconsciously wrapped my arms around my neck. Perhaps it was because the place where I would spend my days ahead seemed excessively desolate. A chill crept up my spine. Chapter 75. The exterior may appear somewhat crude, but the interior is decorated with such splendor that it rivals any castle in the Central Territories. You will find nothing wanting in your comfort here. The man speaking to her offered these words in a soothing tone, gauging her expression. Talia's face remained etched with skepticism. Had this provincial fool ever set foot in the imperial palace or the grand estates of the nobility? Sensing the disdain in her demeanor, the man's temples flushed slightly. He pressed forward, each word weighted with emphasis. Lejo Castle was constructed by dwarves during the Age of 10 Kingdoms. It boasts a scale and convenience rivaling the imperial palace itself. I know. Your Khan people dragged the dwarves from the northeastern region into slavery and forced them to build this fortress. At her cutting words, the man's lips sealed shut. Talia continued coldly, intent on silencing this frivolous man before he could speak further. "I didn't ask for your commentary. Now will you kindly remove yourself?" "Well, The man's expression turned dumbfounded as he shook his head in disbelief. "Does your highness perhaps understand the meaning of the word sociability? And do you understand what needless meddling means?" Talia's voice took on a sharp edge. "Or perhaps discourtesy." Realizing further words would only deepen his loss, the man wheeled his horse about and fled as though chased. Talia released a scornful laugh at his retreating form, then promptly shut the window. People who approach with unwarranted kindness almost invariably harbor ulterior motives. Moreover, this Easterner merely feigned a smile with his lips while his eyes dissected me piece by piece, rendering silent judgment. He was likely probing to discern what manner of woman would become the next Grand Duchess. With a derisive snort, I drew the curtains and sank deep into my seat. I could not afford a moment's carelessness. The Sirkin clan surely viewed me with displeasure. The former Empress Bernadette and Grand Duke Sirkin were cousins, bound by considerable affection. The Kan clan would certainly harbor strong resentment that the daughter of the current Empress, their political rival, had become the next Grand Duchess instead of Ayla, their own blood. I pressed my throbbing temples between my palms. Perhaps I would face treatment far worse than I could imagine. Had I not endured countless indignities within the imperial palace, where Senevere stood her ground, Lejo Castle would be no better, if not worse. I scratched at my lips with my fingernails, where dried blood had crusted from my anxious gnawing. My throat, parched from the heat, burned painfully. I retrieved a water bottle from a drawer built into one side of the carriage, and moistened my desiccated mouth when a resonant trumpet blast sounded from outside. I peered between the curtains once more. The carriage had arrived before the fortress. As if undergoing identity verification, the carriage slowed momentarily before passing through the towering castle gate. Surveying my surroundings through the window, I could not help but gasp. The Easterner Tyren had spoken no falsehood. Beneath its crude exterior, the castle's interior blazed with meticulously calculated beauty. I observed the remarkably pristine roads, the soaring spires that seemed to pierce the heavens, and the intricate architectural structures one by one. Each edifice appeared as though carved with meticulous care by a single master craftsman. The fortress, wrought from a combination of gray stone and black marble, rose at varying heights in exquisite sculptural harmony, while arched stone bridges connected the buildings like arteries flowing between them. As I gazed upon them with wonder-filled eyes, a fountain in the center of the plaza came into view. My eyes widened. A fountain far grander and more elaborate than the one in the imperial palace shot forth crystalline streams of water with vigorous force. This fortress clearly enjoyed an abundant supply of water. The water cascading from the fountain flowed along grooves carved into the roadside and descended into the channels below. I was overwhelmed by the vista of the fortress interior, seamlessly woven together from stone, marble, steel, and water, my eyes darting ceaselessly in every direction. The mounted cavalry marching in formation came to a halt before what appeared to be the main citadel. Talia turned her gaze forward. Before the magnificent fortress, a harmonious blend of Roham Empire's refined architectural style and the Eastern Territory's distinctive aesthetic sensibility, stood rows of elaborately dressed figures. Barkis reined in his horse before them, dismounted from the saddle, and shouted something in the Eastern language. At his words, those waiting on the steps rushed down and surrounded him. Are these Barkas's kinfolk? I studied them with curious eyes, but Barkas, having dispersed the clamoring crowd, walked directly toward my carriage. Talia hastily drew the curtains shut. I was about to lie down on the sheets and feign sleep when, without warning, the carriage door swung open and Barkas climbed inside. Talia looked up at him with a tense expression. Since leaving the Roham Knights, Barkas wore his customary black iron armor with an Eastern-style cloak draped loosely across his shoulders. His massive frame, heavy with the scent of dried grass, instantly filled my entire vision. How is your condition? Barkas removed his gauntlets and placed his hand upon her forehead. Sensing the fever, fine lines appeared between his smooth brows. Your fever hasn't broken yet. It's fine. It's not like this is the first or second day. Talia lowered her eyes with an uncomfortable expression. By now somewhat accustomed to his touch, I no longer startled each time he reached for me. Yet the awkwardness and discomfort remained unavoidable. I fidgeted with my skirts when he removed the cloak from his shoulders and draped it around me. Then, as though it were the most natural thing, he began to slide his arm beneath my knees to lift me. Talia immediately twisted her body to the side and hugged her knees. Don't. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of your own family? Barkas's eyes narrowed. He tilted his head to one side as though unable to comprehend. Why would a husband caring for his wife be shameful? Talia stared at him, rendered speechless. I had long known this man was bound by a sense of duty. Yet I never expected him to fulfill his obligations even in a marriage forced upon him by the emperor's pressure. She shot him a fierce glare. Did Ayla teach you that? That a husband must care for his wife? At her sharp tone, his brows drew together. Barkas paused as though considering something, then spoke tersely. Did you not swear before the altar to care for your wife as you would your own body? That's laughable. You don't even spare your own body. And I have no intention of playing the role of an obedient wife, as the high priest droned on about. So stop pretending to be a devoted husband. She spoke sharply and rose unsteadily to leave, but Barkas, approaching from behind, caught her body and lifted her into his arms. Talia glared at him with indignation. But before she could lash out, Barkas spoke first. Do I appear so foolish as to expect anything obedient from you? What do you mean by that? It means I expect nothing from you. So do as you wish. He spoke flatly and adjusted her struggling form with one arm. I too intend to do as I wish. Then he pulled the hood attached to his cloak over her head and stepped down from the carriage. The piercing sunlight stung Talia's eyes, and she furrowed her brows. As my vision cleared from its white haze, I became aware of unfamiliar faces regarding me with a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Talia's cheeks flushed with shame. Rather than commanding the dignity befitting a princess, humiliation washed over me at the realization that I was being carried about like a helpless child. Is this the woman who pushed aside the first princess and claimed the position of my brother's wife? Without thinking, I buried my face against his shoulder when a clear, androgynous voice reached my ears. Talia turned to look behind me. A boy with tousled black hair and large amber eyes stood with his hands clasped behind his head, studying me intently. He couldn't have been more than 15. His youthful, downy face drew close enough to touch. The boy peered at me with curious eyes as I peeked out cautiously, my eyes alone visible. "Your eyes are just like lapis lazuli." Without warning, he reached up toward my head to pull back my hood. Shocked by such rudeness, something I had never experienced before, I froze in place, but Barkas caught the boy's wrist. "Lucas." A voice so chillingly cold it made me start reverberated from above my head. Chapter 76. As I lifted my head, a coldly hardened face came into view. Barkas looked down at his younger brother with sharp eyes and spoke in a low voice. "You've grown quite insolent." The boy's youthful face crumpled. Barkas released his hand as though brushing off dust, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man standing beside the staircase. "How did you teach him etiquette?" "I am deeply ashamed." The stern-faced man bowed his head apologetically. Seeing this, the boy raised his voice indignantly. "If you have something to say it to me. Why are you blaming someone innocent?" Barkas's icy gaze immediately turned toward him. The boy, who had been shouting boldly, flinched and lowered his eyes. "It's not like I'm wearing you out. I could at least let you show your face." At his grumbling words, Talia's eyes narrowed. The way he spoke, as though she were some rare curiosity, made her blood boil. "How dare you treat me like a spectacle?" Just as she was about to snap back, long fingers blocked her vision. Barkas pulled the hood taut, covering her eyes, and continued up the stairs. Talia's expression turned incredulous. She couldn't understand why he insisted on concealing her so thoroughly. Perhaps he meant to prevent her from clashing with his household members. She pushed the hood back and shot him a fierce glare. "What are you trying to do? At least introduce me properly. You've been suffering from fever throughout the journey." He crossed the wide marble hall and replied in a measured tone. "First, recover your strength. I will introduce you once you are well." "I'm perfectly well." As I tried to protest, a dry cough scraped up my throat. Talia covered her mouth and her shoulders trembled. Her throat, parched from fever, stung as though scraped by sandpaper. He exhaled softly. "Don't waste your strength needlessly. Just sleep." Then he pulled the hood back over her head. Talia, glowering at him with a frown, soon let her head droop weakly. As he said, after days of illness, her strength had been utterly depleted. In her heart, she felt relief at postponing this awkward encounter. Yet she could not express such feelings honestly, and merely grumbled. "You're really annoying." He made no reply and silently climbed the stairs. A man who appeared to be a butler hurried after him, guiding him to a large bedroom located on the second floor of the main castle. Moments later, the interior of a spacious chamber, far more luxuriously appointed than the bedroom in the separate palace, unfolded before her eyes. Talia looked around with wide eyes. From the high ceiling hung a chandelier densely studded with crystals, and golden candelabras were arranged in orderly fashion throughout the room. The walls were furnished with pieces so ornate they would not be unworthy of presentation to the emperor himself, and they appeared to be crafted by dwarves. Besides these, tapestries of distinctive patterns, shields bearing the emblem of House Sirkin, animal furs, and white porcelain were scattered as decoration throughout. As I examined them carefully, Barkas walked toward the large bed placed in the center of the room, and gently set her down, speaking. "You may use this chamber from now on." Talia grasped his sleeve without thinking. "What about you?" Barkas, who had paused while reaching for the bell beside the bed to summon an attendant, looked down at her. Heat suddenly flooded her cheeks. Talia hastily added, flustered, "I didn't mean we should share the same chamber." "Do not worry. I intend to use a separate bedroom." He spoke with measured composure. Talia's shoulders relaxed with relief. She had been anxious the entire time about the possibility of a moment when she would have to expose her legs to him. He straightened his posture and continued in an even tone. "This chamber has been used by the mistress of House Sirkin for generations. It will be more than adequate for your highness. If I use this chamber, where will the current Grand Duchess reside?" For the past 10 years, the position of Grand Duchess of Sirkin has remained vacant. His matter-of-fact reply left her momentarily speechless. Fragments of his family history, overheard during her time at the imperial palace, belatedly surfaced in her mind. Barkas's biological mother had died of childbed fever shortly after giving birth to him. The second Grand Duchess who followed had also perished in an unforeseen accident, and the shock had even deteriorated Grand Duke Sirkin's health, or so she had heard. Under such circumstances, it would have been difficult to welcome a new Grand Duchess. She let out an awkward, forced cough. "Ah, that's right. Of course. I shall summon a healer for you. Please take a fever remedy and rest for a while." Noticing her hoarse voice, he poured a glass of water and offered it to her. As she accepted it and took a sip, a sound came from the doorway. Talia turned her gaze and, upon spotting a stern-looking senior maid, raised her upper body. Barkas pressed down on her shoulder, then turned to regard the woman, who had been observing Talia with an inquisitive gaze. The woman then bowed respectfully. "It has been a long time, young mistress." Her voice was gentle, at odds with her austere appearance. The woman continued softly, "Grand Duke Sirkin has instructed that you be brought to his chamber at once." "Tell him I shall come shortly," Barkas replied calmly, then regarded her with an untroubled gaze. "Then I shall take my leave." "Wait, shouldn't I go with you? Your Highness may meet with him later. I shall explain everything clearly, so please do not concern yourself." With that, he left the chamber before she could protest. Talia stared blankly at the closed door, then descended from the bed and walked unsteadily toward the window. Beyond the transparent glass, the entire vista of commerce spread before her eyes. The city encircled by fortifications, the scattered villages beyond it, and the verdant plains. As she slid the window open, a cool breeze swept harshly across her face. She gazed at the plain meeting the blue sky, then turned her head upon hearing a faint, mysterious sound echoing from somewhere. At the end of the hill, a birch forest gleamed white. In that instant, an indescribable emotion, whether exhilaration or dread, surged through her. "This is where I'll spend the rest of my life." She drew a deep breath. The faint scent of cold, parched wind that clung to Barkas's form filled her lungs completely. In that moment, she knew she would come to love this land. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lucas sprawled across his chair, kicking at the floor with lazy indifference. His younger sister Reina, a year his junior, glared at him with sharp reproach. "If you make me look like an uneducated fool, you're responsible for it. You are an uneducated fool." A pillow stuffed with goose feathers flew at his face. Reina had spent hours meticulously braiding her thick hair, adorned herself with their late mother's jewelry and silk tunka, the traditional Eastern garment, all with the singular hope of catching her brother's attention. Yet she hadn't received so much as a glance from him. Reina unleashed all her frustration on her easygoing peer of a brother. Brother Barkas was educated like imperial royalty in the capital. He's a nobleman among nobles, versed in the protocols of the imperial palace. What do you think will happen if you speak like a commoner in front of him? That nobleman among nobles can freeze to death. He bolted upright in his chair. "Didn't you see? The people who waited days for him to arrive, and he didn't even greet them properly, just walked right past them. Is that imperial palace etiquette? That's because you provoked him first." "What did I do wrong?" Lucas jumped up from his chair, bristling with indignation. "I just wanted to see what that woman looked like." "You were curious too." "I don't care one bit about that woman's face." Reina's reddish-brown eyes flashed sharply as she yanked off the jade ornaments hanging from her neck. "What's the point of seeing the face of that vulgar woman who tarnished our brother's honor? She's probably just as base as her shameless mother. Don't talk to me like I'm some uneducated person. I'm telling you to be careful in front of Brother Barkas." Reina's eyes blazed as she roughly undid her tightly pulled hair. Having ridden horses every day since she was 6, Reina's sun-bronzed skin and long, lean limbs made her look like a handsome youth when she wasn't adorned. His sister stripped off her ornate embroidered coat and sat cross-legged on the bed. "Listen carefully. You must never treat that woman carelessly in front of our brother. If you openly torment her, our innocent brother will feel pity for her, and we'll become the wretched siblings." "Innocent?" Lucas muttered in disbelief. Reina, brushing aside his words, continued her elaborate scheme. "So we need to provoke her as subtly as possible. The moment we needle her, That woman will run straight to our brother and complain about us. Then she becomes the vile woman who slanders kind, innocent siblings, and we become the pitiful ones. Chapter 77. Lucas wore an expression of utter exasperation. Ever since hearing the news of Barkas's marriage, his younger sister seemed to have completely lost her mind. Reina, who harbored a subtle admiration for the relationship between Ayla and Barkas, had conjured up a clumsy romance in her head. And in that narrative, Talia Roemgerda had emerged as a villainess of legendary proportions, one who had torn apart a tender love between two souls. Her eyes burned with the same fierce determination as when she had first pursued the mounted warriors to hunt the manticore. Just you wait. I'll make that woman leave this place of her own accord. We're going to rescue my brother from the Terran family's witch. What in the world had possessed her to see Barkas Lejo Sirkin as someone in need of rescue? Sometimes I wanted to crack open her skull and peer inside. He swallowed a sigh and reached for the coat draped over the back of his chair. Well, do your best then. So you're just going to sneak away on your own like a coward? Didn't you see how the eldest brother wrapped that woman up tight before leaving? I have no desire to fall out of favor with the future Grand Duke by meddling in pointless affairs. That's all part of her cunning schemes. Haven't you heard the rumors that the women of the Terran family bewitch men with their dark sorcery and steal their very souls? Reina's mouth frothed with indignation. She's clearly feigning weakness to elicit sympathy. My brother simply couldn't bear to turn a blind eye to her plight. He shook his head slowly. There was no point reasoning with Reina in this state. Releasing a deep sigh, he turned toward the door when Reina's voice rang out sharply. Where are you going? To ride. I need some fresh air to clear my head. You can't. Don't you know there's a welcome banquet for my brother coming up soon? He left the chamber without acknowledging her words. The central hall bustled with servants moving cargo. Workers with the pale complexions of central region folk stacked enormous chests like mountains in one corner of the spacious hall, while the servants of Lejo Castle opened the boxes and recorded their contents. Even at a glance, the treasures within were dazzling enough to make one's eyes widen. So the rumors about her extravagance are true, it seems. He swept his gaze across the clothing and various ornaments that filled the chests, then exited through the rear door. As he headed toward the stables, he noticed the warriors of the Wolfram Spear Knights, who had departed to assist Barkas, gathered in throngs at the training grounds situated in the backyard. Spotting a familiar face among them, Lucas immediately changed direction. Tyren, the man, clad only in a loose tunic, turned to look over his shoulder while taking a swig of wine. Ah, the second young master. He wiped his wet lips and spoke in his characteristic drawling manner. I trust you've been well? Well enough to be bored out of my mind. Lucas plopped down on the steps surrounding the training grounds, snatched the wine bottle from the man's hand, and drained it in one gulp. How are things in the capital? Unsettled as expected. The man, seemingly unbothered by Lucas's rudeness, shrugged casually and continued in an even tone. This marriage has thrown not only Marquis Oristine, but most of the conservative faction into disarray. Grand Duke Sirkin has had quite the time pacifying them. What about the first princess and the crown prince? I haven't had the chance to meet the first princess. She's been confined to her chamber. Understandably so, given that her betrothal was broken off just before the wedding. She likely won't appear at any official functions until a new match is arranged. As for the crown prince, Tyron crossed his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow as if carefully selecting his words. Though poison certainly clouds his judgment, he's accepted the situation with surprising composure. Rather than making a complete enemy of Grand Duke Sirkin, he's judged it more advantageous to feign acceptance of this marriage while strengthening his position. At the unexpected assessment, Lucas tilted his head in confusion. That's surprising. I thought he'd wage war against the Eastern Territories to make the first princess pay for her betrayal. The rumors said he'd stop at nothing for her sake. As Lucas recalled the Crown Prince's rough demeanor from their meeting in the capital years ago and furrowed his brow, Tyron burst into laughter. Before power, even pigs will calculate their abacus. The Crown Prince may indeed hold his sister dear, but surely not more than the imperial throne itself. In truth, he seemed more concerned about his support base crumbling than about the humiliation the first princess suffered. Lucas's brow creased. He too had received education at the academy in the capital for several years, but he could never quite adapt to the values of the central region nobility. The eastern territories maintained stronger bonds of blood kinship. Though Reyna was an insufferable sister, had she been jilted, they would have waged war to avenge that humiliation. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the first princess. She had been betrayed not only by her betrothed, but also by the brother she had trusted. Perhaps Reyna's words held truth. Did women with Terran blood possess some dangerous allure that made men abandon even their honor? He recalled the deep blue eyes that lay beneath the hood. Those two eyes, shimmering with faint warmth, were like living, breathing jewels. No, even the finest lapis lazuli could not compare. The impulse to remove the hood had been entirely unconscious. The moment their eyes met, his hand moved of its own accord. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What kind of person is the second princess?" Deep wrinkles etched themselves across the man's brow. After a pause he answered, "I've only spoken with her once, so I don't know much. But it's clear she's not an ordinary person, just as the rumors suggest." "More so than Reyna?" "Surely not more than the young lady." He delivered it as a jest, though uncertainty flickered in the shallow creases around his eyes. Lucas felt his curiosity swell even further. What kind of person could make this slippery, evasive man furrow his brow like that? What about her appearance? Is she really that beautiful? At the abrupt question, the man who had been reaching to reclaim the bottle from his hand hesitated, his gaze turning searching. For some reason, Lucas felt a twinge of discomfort. He scraped the heel of his shoe against the floor, feigning indifference. The man, observing him quietly, drained the last of the wine in one gulp and spoke with casual indifference. "Troublesome enough to be a problem." Then, with a contemplative expression, he added meaningfully, "Which is precisely why Grand Duke Sirkin keeps her so carefully hidden." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When she opened her eyes, deep darkness had settled over the room. Talia gasped roughly, her hands clutching at her throat as if someone were strangling her. As she clawed at her skin to remove the invisible fingers, she crawled toward the head of the bed and pulled the cord attached to the bell. Moments later, the sound of the door opening echoed through the chamber. Talia turned her head. The moment that familiar silhouette came into view, the tightness in her chest dissolved. Her body seemed to recognize him before her mind could even process it. "Are you experiencing leg cramps?" Barkas, who had lit a lamp by her bedside, leaned over the bed as he asked. Talia took a long, deep breath and shook her head from side to side. "I simply called for a handmaiden because I was thirsty." His eyes narrowed. He clearly didn't believe her words. Barkas, who had been checking her temperature by pressing one hand to her forehead, issued a curt order to the handmaidens who had arrived belatedly. "Bring medicine from the healer." Then he poured water into a cup and handed it to her himself. She felt a brief flash of irritation at how blatantly he disregarded her words, but grateful that he had rushed to her side, she accepted the cup without complaint. As the cool water touched her lips, the haze that had clouded her mind cleared considerably. She set down the cup and studied him with eyes now free from fever. Barkas wore a fitted tunic beneath a loose outer coat of the kind the men of this land favored, draped casually across his shoulders. The unfamiliar attire sent an unexpected flutter through her chest. She caught herself stealing a glimpse of the outline of his chest visible between the folds of fabric, then quickly looked away with an uncomfortable expression. "What is that outfit? It looks strange." "It is traditional Eastern attire." "Don't wear that anymore. It doesn't suit you." In truth, it suited him devastatingly well. The man who always dressed with the precision of a blade, leaving no room for disorder, now appeared in such loose, relaxed garments that he seemed on the verge of coming undone. A sight that struck her as rather provocative, and for some reason it bothered her. She spoke with emphasis. "You look utterly undignified. If you walk around dressed like that, the retainers will take you lightly. So don't wear it." Barkas gazed down at her face for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Understood." Chapter 78. At his casual response, Talia's eyes narrowed sharply. She couldn't tell if he was brushing her off because he found the argument tedious, or if he genuinely didn't care what she wore and was simply acquiescing. There was no way to know. As Talia dissected his expressionless face, her own countenance fell flat with exasperation. Sometimes being around you makes me feel like my head's about to explode. Even at this sudden provocation, he showed no particular reaction. The lengthening silence only made her more anxious. Talia pulled the blanket up to her chin and turned away from him. Now get out. I will leave after I see you take your medicine. I'm not taking it, so leave. I will depart only after you take the medicine and I confirm you are well. I said I'm not taking it. As she turned back to face him with flushed cheeks, pale eyes glimmering with golden light ensnared her gaze. He dragged a chair beside the bed and sat down, speaking with deliberate slowness. If you continue to be stubborn, I will make you take it by force. Talia's body went rigid with tension. Suddenly, memories of their wedding night came flooding back, ransacking her mind. Confused recollections, ones where she still couldn't distinguish dream from reality, replayed vividly in her consciousness. Was Barkis remembering that night as well? Perspiration beaded above her upper lip. Unable to bear the strange tension permeating the chamber, Talia awkwardly changed the subject. Did you drink? A little. He leaned back against the chair with indifferent nonchalance. Talia, watching him with wary eyes, spoke with a sharper tone than usual. If you're drunk, go wash up and sleep in your own room instead of coming to someone else's chamber and making a scene. I haven't drunk enough to be intoxicated. They made such a grand fuss with the welcome ceremony that I merely humored them a little. He responded dismissively, then removed the ornaments wound around his arm as if they were bothersome, placing them on a shelf. Talia, watching him intently, asked carefully, "Why didn't you scold me for not showing my face at all?" "Who would scold you?" Suddenly, a furrow appeared between his brows. "Your Highness holds the highest rank in this castle. There is no one here whose opinion you need to concern yourself with." "I wasn't concerned about anyone's opinion. I was just curious and asked." Talia grumbled and glared at him. It was somewhat galling to hear such words from a man who had never properly treated her as a princess. Just as she was about to retort, a knock sounded at the door. "Young master, I have brought the medicine." "Come in." Shortly after, the door opened and a petite handmaiden stepped into the chamber. Barkis took the medicine bottle from her hands and promptly ushered the handmaiden back out. Talia watched the vial in his grip with a tense expression. Her stomach twisted inexplicably. She swallowed hard against her raw throat, and he held the bottle up before her eyes, shaking it gently. "Drink it." Talia's gaze flickered between the small azure glass vial and his face. If she refused to drink it, would he force his lips upon hers again, as he had that night? The unbidden thought made her heart clench painfully. As she averted her eyes without finding an answer, he leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. "You won't drink it?" Her face burned as though consumed by flame. If she continued to refuse, he would surely see through her completely, read every secret thought in her heart. With trembling hands, she snatched the medicine bottle from him. "Fine, I'll drink it." Defiantly, she uncorked the stopper and poured the potent herbal extract into her mouth. The bitter liquid seared her tongue and scraped down her throat like fire. Talia's eyes welled with tears as she coughed violently. It was the most bitter medicine she had ever tasted. "What kind of medicine is this?" "A remedy prepared by House Sirkin's healer." He poured a cup of apple wine from a decanter on the shelf and handed it to her. "From now on, the healer here will attend to you exclusively." Talia accepted the cup and drank the sweet liquid desperately, then glared at him in disbelief. "By whose authority? I already have a dedicated healer. A master sorcerer trained by the Terran family who has been caring for me all this time. That healer does little more than burn sleeping herbs and cast recovery spells. With such limited treatment, your condition will never improve." Talia's eyes flashed with fury. The healer currently attending to me was a skilled practitioner carefully selected by Senevere herself. Did this Khan shaman, who knew only ancient rituals at best, truly believe he could compare to the Terran family mage? Or did he harbor some other hidden agenda? Regarding him with suspicion, Talia spoke coldly. "No. I will continue to receive treatment from the sorcerer my mother appointed. How can I trust these people? They all despise me. That much is obvious." His jaw tightened. Why do you believe that? Do you think I'm a fool? House Sirkin supports the crown prince. There's no way you could welcome me, who displaced Ayla and married you instead. Talia spoke with bitter sarcasm. Who knows? Perhaps you're planning to poison me. Talia Roem Sirkin. His soft voice scraped against her eardrums with an unsettling chill. Talia's shoulders tensed. More than the unfamiliar surname appended to her name, the warning implicit in his quiet tone froze her thoughts. He continued with measured precision. I've resolved to indulge most of your whims, but do not cross the line. His cold tone ignited her temper like kindling. She hurled the goblet she held directly at him. Did I ask you to indulge my moods? The sticky apple wine drenched his chest in a dark stain. A terrible silence descended upon the room. Barkas exhaled a long breath and slowly rose to his feet. Talia startled in alarm and huddled into the corner of the bed. Barkas gazed at her cowering form and shook his head slowly. Why do you act so frightened? Talia's face flushed with shame. He brushed away the liquid trickling down his chest with casual indifference and continued matter-of-factly. No amount of temper tantrums will change this matter. Beginning tomorrow, a new healer will monitor your condition. I made it perfectly clear I don't want this. He paid her no mind and walked toward the bedroom door. Talia raised her voice at his retreating back. You liar. You said I'm the highest-ranking person in this castle. So why do you do whatever you please? Regardless of others, a wife must listen to her husband. Barkas paused at the doorway and turned to face her, speaking as one might to a stubborn child. I listen well enough, don't I? With that, he deliberately removed his loose outer coat and draped it over one arm. Talia stared at him with her mouth agape. He grasped the door handle and added calmly, Now get some rest. You'll need several days of proper sleep to recover from your exhaustion. Talia belatedly came to her senses and threw a pillow at him, but he had already left the chamber. She gazed down at the crumpled fabric scattered across the floor with a helpless expression, then collapsed back onto the bed. Why did it feel so unfair that this marriage had become a source of torment? Not for him, but for her. ******. The following morning, Talia awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Having slept nearly the entire day, her legs ached far less than usual. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Talia rose from the bed and gazed out the window at the brilliant azure sky, then rang the bell beside her bed. Shortly after, a stern-faced middle-aged woman and a much younger handmaiden entered the chamber together. Good morning, Your Highness. Please forgive our late introduction. The older woman spoke first. I am Areta, overseer of all the handmaidens in this castle. This is Brisa, your personal attendant going forward. As Areta pulled the bewildered handmaiden's arm, the girl named Brisa hastily bowed her head. Chapter 79. I am honored to meet you for the first time, Your Highness. I shall serve you with utmost devotion going forward. Talia scrutinized the girl with an unreliable impression, her sharp gaze piercing. At first glance, the handmaiden appeared clumsy and inexperienced. Had they assigned a novice to stir up territorial disputes? She shot back with a cold tone. My nursemaid will handle all my personal attendants, so call her instead. The nursemaid? You mean that dwarf-blooded woman? The woman who had introduced herself as Areta frowned. Forgive me, Your Highness, but you will soon become the mistress of these eastern territories. You ought to employ attendants befitting your station. Talia caught the disdain woven through her words, and her eyes narrowed sharply. My nursemaid once attended even the Empress herself. Surely you don't believe the Grand Duke's wife outranks the Empress? The woman's face hardened visibly. Talia pressed forward with severity. Did you not hear me? Summon my nursemaid at once. The woman, who had been stubbornly silent with her lips sealed, finally bowed her head. Understood. I shall leave your grooming to the attendant you brought with you. Once you are ready, please summon us, and we shall guide you through the castle. I have no need for a guide. At the cold refusal, the woman's face visibly stiffened. Talia continued without concern, her tone glacial. Have you forgotten I've just completed a long journey? I intend to rest in my chamber for several days, so do not disturb me. The head handmaiden, whose lips had trembled as if to speak, promptly took the young handmaiden and swept out of the room. Though her insolent manner kindled indignation within me, I had no wish to earn the reputation of gripping servants like vermin on my very first day. Talia collapsed onto the bed. Shortly after, the nursemaid entered the chamber with tousled hair and sleep still clinging to her eyes, stifling a yawn. Her undignified appearance irritated me. No wonder people showed her open contempt when she carried herself like that. Talia cried out in a sharp voice. "What is this slovenly state? Wash your face at once. Goodness, why must you be so temperamental this early in the morning?" The nursemaid pouted her lips, then poured water into the basin set by the window and washed her face. Afterward, with her plump hands, she combed her hair roughly and began stoking the fireplace. Meanwhile, two sturdy workers brought a large bath brimming with water. Once they set it down behind the screen and departed, Talia locked the door firmly and stepped into the bath. The nursemaid immediately brought soft towels and soap, scrubbing her thoroughly from head to toe. My skin flushed red under her rough, perfunctory touch, but I bore it in silence. Better to be handled roughly than to reveal my scars to strangers. I tried not to dwell on the nursemaid's noticeably colder demeanor, since my body had been damaged, and I dried myself with a towel. "None of your clothes fit properly. It seems you've lost far too much weight." The nursemaid sighed heavily as she dressed me in an ornate silk gown. Talia finally could not hold back and let out a word. "Stop sighing. I hate hearing it. Can't I even breathe as I please? Don't sigh while looking at me. You do it because you find my appearance repulsive." The nursemaid offered no response. Talia, who had secretly hoped for a denial, glared at her with sorrowful eyes. The nursemaid had been the one to fill the role of mother in Senevir's absence. She had cared for me since I was a speechless newborn, had she not? The fact that even the nursemaid found my appearance repulsive twisted something deep within my chest. Talia swallowed the sorrow that had risen to her throat and pushed her toward the door. "That's enough. Leave now." "I understand. I'm going, so please don't push." The nursemaid brushed off her hands somewhat roughly and left without hesitation. The moment I was alone, the roiling anger transformed instantly into anxiety. In this foreign land, the nursemaid was the only person I could trust and rely upon. If she turned her back on me as well, I would be completely isolated. I regretted my sudden irritability. I should have exercised more patience. "Your Highness, I have come under the orders of the Grand Duke. May I impose upon you for a moment?" As I nervously bit my lip, an unfamiliar voice came from beyond the door. Talia hesitated briefly before speaking. "Kumein." Before the words had even finished, a young woman with deep honey-toned skin entered through the open door. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I am Tayurin. The Grand Duke has instructed me to carefully monitor your health." Talia scrutinized her with cautious eyes. She was a pretty woman with long, powerful-looking limbs, taut skin that suggested she was around 30, and intelligent dark amber eyes. "Are you the healer of the Grand Duke's house?" "I am," the woman replied calmly. Talia's expression grew suspicious. She seemed far too young to be the healer of the most powerful house in the Eastern Territories. The woman's smile dimmed slightly, as if she had sensed my distrust. The healer asked carefully, "I understand you suffer from chronic pain due to a serious leg injury. Would it be acceptable for me to examine the injured area briefly?" Talia instinctively stepped backward. I had not the slightest intention of showing my scars to someone I was meeting for the first time. "I already have a personal healer, so you attend to other matters. However, the Grand Duke has. I will speak to Barkas myself. Now withdraw." The woman, who seemed to be contemplating something, gently bit her lower lip before carefully speaking. "If showing your leg is uncomfortable, would you be willing to extend your hand for a moment?" "Your hand? Why? I will channel my mana through your hand to examine your body's interior. Once I have assessed your condition, I will prepare medicine suited to your constitution." Talia furrowed her brow. I had never heard of such an unusual examination method. "Can you truly do such a thing?" "I have been trained since I was 7 years old to become a healer of my clan. If you will grant me just one opportunity, I will do my utmost to help you, Your Highness." The woman seemed sincere. As I studied her face carefully, I decided to take a chance and extended my hand. The woman grasped my palm with her calloused, sturdy hand. Startled by the rough, bark-like texture, I flinched, but soon felt a warm current spreading across my palm like flowing water. Trembling at the strange sensation, I felt the tepid heat spread into my belly, and I jerked my hand away. The woman furrowed her brow as if in thought, staring intently at my face. Before we begin rehabilitation for your legs, we must first restore your vitality. Your body is in a severely weakened state. What am I supposed to do about that? First, you must eat well and sleep well. I will prepare a medicinal tonic for you. Please take it faithfully every day. Talia's face fell with disappointment. She had hoped for some extraordinary treatment method. I didn't make time for this pointless drivel. That's enough. Leave now. As you said, my vitality is depleted, so I need rest. As I lay back upon the bed, the woman left the chamber with an air of resignation. Talia pulled the blanket up to her shoulders and sought the sleep she desperately needed. Yet before long, the dull ache that had subsided began to creep upward through her bones once more. Unable to bear the discomfort any longer as she tossed and turned, Talia rang the bell. Shortly after, the young handmaiden who had been introduced earlier rushed in. I couldn't recall her name. Talia gestured imperiously toward her. Bring me the healer I brought from the imperial palace at once. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A biting wind swept harshly across the vast plains. Barkas, gripping the reins tightly as he passed through the grasslands, turned his head to survey his homeland with measured deliberation. The last time he had set foot on this soil was 10 years ago, when he learned of the death of Tessalin, the mother of Lucas and Reyna. Even then, this land had been shrouded entirely in gray. Since he had not visited Commerce since that time, his homeland in memory remained forever colorless. Chapter 80. He crossed the deep verdant meadow, seized by the sensation of treading upon unfamiliar ground for the first time. Across the gently rolling hills, dozens of plump foals and maras grazed contentedly on the grass. Over 100 foals have been born in this ranch this year alone. All of them carry the bloodline of Nornexon's legendary steeds. Darren Drew Sirkin, who had been following quietly, explained with evident pride in his tone. Barkas turned to regard the man with his stern, somewhat obstinate bearing and posed a question. How many trained war horses do we have? 3,000 here at this ranch. If we include the ranch to the north, it should come to around 6,300. That's fewer than the numbers I was briefed on. A flush of red crept across the man's face at his observation. You were stationed in the central region, were you not? It's practically impossible to convey every minor detail beyond the regular reports. The man added defensively, averting his gaze. A month ago, one of the horse ranches in the northeastern region suffered severe damage in a raid by the Zrami. The retaliatory battles that followed resulted in the loss of a considerable number of serviceable war horses. Barkas furrowed his brow. Why wasn't this reported to the imperial family? We were capable of handling it ourselves. What was the point? The man shrugged with an indifferent expression. It was the Grand Duke's philosophy that the Eastern Territories should resolve their own problems. His retainers agreed with this approach. The Eastern Territories are also part of the Roham Empire. Barkas countered in a measured tone. We are imperial subjects as well. Just as the Eastern Territories show loyalty to the imperial family, the imperial family has a duty to protect its people. The man's lips pressed firmly shut. He seemed to recoil instinctively at the word protect. The Khan people, with their fierce pride, regarded external aid as an affront to their honor. Rather than correct this misguided notion, I turned my horse's head toward the village below the hill. Most of the residents dwelling outside the castle walls lived far more austere lives than their urban counterparts. As evidence, the buildings lining the muddy path were uniformly dilapidated and shabby. As I swept my indifferent gaze across them, something suddenly arrested my attention. Barkas urged his horse toward the center of the village, narrowing his eyes. Then something hanging from a massive tree in the plaza became visible. Drawing closer, I could discern its nature. 3 corpses, their flesh beginning to rot with a purplish hue as though they had been dead for some time, hung limply with ropes wound about their necks. It appears these heretics were executed not long ago. Darren spoke, wrinkling the bridge of his nose. Barkis turned to him and inquired, "Are heretical movements spreading through Khmer? As you well know, many among the Eastern people cannot abandon their ancestral faith. Some among them revere spirits as gods, while others are consumed by superstition." The man released a heavy sigh. "Particularly of late, accusations of heresy have increased. It's likely due to the escalating conflicts with the Zrami. They are all consumed by spirit worship ideology, after all. The intensified resentment toward heretics has led to frequent religious trials at the village level. In just a few years, this place has descended into chaos." A look of displeasure crossed the man's face. As if to conceal it, the man forced a smile to the corners of his mouth and shrugged his broad shoulders. "The Grand Duke has been bedridden for quite some time, so there's little that could be done about it." Barkis gazed up at the corpses in contemplation, then gestured with his chin toward his subordinates. "If left as is, there's a high probability it will become a ghoul. After lowering the corpse, conduct a simple funeral rite." The man raised his thick eyebrows. "You mean the heretic?" Barkis regarded him with a cold gaze. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Darren drew Sirkin, who had been staring at him intently for a moment, soon barked orders at the knights lined up behind him. "Why aren't you following the Lord's command this instant?" The men immediately dismounted and cut the rope suspending the corpse. The body fell with a heavy thud onto the dirt ground. As it dropped, I observed the head twisted at an odd angle, as though the neck had snapped upon impact. Inside the hollow sockets where the eyes had been gouged out, maggots writhed in profusion, and within the lips that had been carved away, all the teeth had been extracted. All precautions taken against skullification. A corpse that had not undergone purification rites had a high probability of becoming undead. And for this reason, heretics were often stripped of their eyes, teeth, and even fingernails. A pointless measure. A ghoul could use tools as readily as it had in life, depending on its memories. To prevent danger, it would have been better to either incinerate the corpse completely or perform a purification rite. I watched the soldiers drag 3 corpses to a corner of the open ground, then turned my gaze to sweep across the shabby-clothed farmers gathered at one side of the plaza. Most bore expressions of fear, though a few wore looks of discontent. I pointed to one of them. "You fetch the high priest at once." The man who had been singled out shuffled toward the chapel situated at the edge of the village. Soon the high priest arrived and conducted a brief purification rite. Watching quietly, I left instructions to bury the corpses in an appropriate location, then led my horse out of the village. At that moment, an abandoned wooden sculpture caught my eye at the end of the broad path. A 3-headed dog, or rather wolf, sculpture, half split by an axe blade, lay abandoned on the narrow path leading into the Argan forest. It was unmistakably a curse marker. Darren drew Sirkin, who discovered it belatedly, stiffened and shouted loudly to the soldiers. "Remove it at once." I gazed down at the sculpture with a measured expression, then turned my gaze toward the village. Given that it had been placed in anticipation of our visit, it was clearly an act of deliberate malice. I let out a dry laugh. It seems there are those who are displeased by my return. Whether it was the work of heretics steeped in superstition or a provocation from anti-empire forces remained unclear, but I had a premonition that life in this place would not be easy either. "Shall we search for the culprit?" Darren drew Sirkin asked, gauging my reaction. I pulled the reins and shook my head lightly. "Leave it. Stirring up trouble over a mere sculpture would only make us a laughingstock." The man swallowed a sigh and nodded. "That's true enough." Though he had acquiesced, his frustration was clearly unresolved, and his gaze sweeping across the village was sharp. I sensed he might well lead his subordinates back to cause trouble. Brief as my observation had been, the man possessed an unusually belligerent temperament even among the mounted warriors. I felt a strange weariness wash over me as I spurred my horse forward. By the time I returned to Lejo Castle, the sun had tilted toward the western horizon. Dismounting swiftly from my horse, I handed the reins to the stable keeper and crossed the expansive training grounds. Upon entering the main castle, the steward who had been directing the servants came rushing out. "Welcome home, my lord." I acknowledged his greeting with a nod, then passed through the bustling hall and ascended the staircase. The man hurried after me, speaking urgently. "Several regional lords have come to meet with you, my lord." I furrowed my brow and glanced back at the steward. "Regional lords?" "Vassals overseeing the southeastern region, my lord." The man added carefully, "It appears they have come to make their presence known before you hold your succession ceremony." I rubbed my chin lightly with my gloved hand, then continued up the staircase, speaking without particular concern. "Prepare a banquet for our guests. After I change clothes, I shall proceed to the hall." As I made my way toward my bedroom on the second floor, the steward prolonged his words. I regarded him over my shoulder. After hesitating for some time, the man carefully opened his mouth. "My lord, I wondered whether your wife might be able to attend the evening banquet as well." I narrowed my eyes. The steward, gauging my reaction, spoke hastily as though delivering gossip. "She will soon become the mistress of the Grand Duke's household, will she not? Everyone is curious to know who she is. Yet she has not left her chamber all day long." "Steward." I cut off his words with a quiet voice. "Do you truly believe the princess should endure discomfort merely to satisfy the curiosity of my relatives and servants?" The color drained from the steward's face. I continued coldly. "Her Highness suffered a grave accident mere months ago. Having not yet fully recovered, she has just completed an arduous journey spanning weeks. She requires rest and recuperation for the time being. See that everyone is informed not to trouble her with unnecessary matters." Chapter 81. I apologize. My judgment was lacking. The man immediately bowed his head. Barkis entered his bedchamber without responding. A servant quickly followed after him. With a casual gesture, Barkis dismissed the man, then settled into a chair and methodically removed his armor and clothing, arranging them neatly before immersing himself in the bath the servants had prepared. After riding all day, his body was thoroughly caked with dust and the acrid smell of horses. He washed himself thoroughly in the clear water, then dressed in a deep indigo doublet and wool trousers. As he stood before the mirror in boots that reached his shins, a perfectly composed silhouette came into view. Years of rigorous training had honed his body into an instrument of flawless discipline, ready to assume an impeccable stance at any moment. He regarded his reflection, a man who might have been cast by the imperial family itself, for a long moment before taking up his coat and leaving the chamber. Just as he turned toward the hall, a woman descending the stairs caught his eye. Recognizing her as the healer dispatched from the imperial palace, Barkis immediately called her to a halt. "Why are you coming down from the upper floors?" The woman hastily bowed her head. "The princess summoned me." His brow furrowed. He had anticipated that Talia would ignore his instructions, but seeing confirmation of it with his own eyes kindled a faint irritation. He asked in a clipped tone, "How is the princess's condition?" "Thanks to a full day of rest, she appears to be in better health than usual. Her fever has completely subsided. However, the pain in her legs seems to persist." "Did you burn sleep herbs again?" The healer's face visibly stiffened as she detected the reproach in his tone. She spoke defensively. "The princess suffers from severe chronic pain. Using sleep herbs is the best measure to alleviate her suffering." He scrutinized her face with sharp eyes. Could he trust a healer appointed by the empress? A woman who treated her own daughter like a chess piece. There was no telling what schemes she might orchestrate behind the scenes. He studied her face carefully, as if gauging her true intentions, then gave a nod dismissing her. The woman bowed and descended the stairs at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow. Barkis watched her departing figure intently before turning toward Talia's bedchamber. When he knocked on the firmly closed door, a slightly hoarse voice emerged. "Kumein." The moment he stepped inside, cool air brushed against his cheek. His brow drew together. Contrary to his expectation that the spacious bedchamber would be thick with stale smoke, only the faint fragrance of flowers and the scent of dried herbs lingered in the air. He surveyed the disorderly room, composing himself. Soon he discovered a small silhouette perched on the windowsill. Barkis was about to call her name, when he suddenly fell silent. He couldn't explain what had stopped him from speaking. The woman, bathed in the cascading light of sunset, turned her head toward him. As their eyes met, An inexplicable unease intensified. He pulled at the neckline of his doublet and approached her in long strides. After firmly locking the open window, he brought the back of his hand to her pallid, luminous cheek and felt an icy coldness. How long have you been doing this? Doing what? How long have you been exposed to the cold wind? Her eyes narrowed. With a petulant expression filling her small face, she appeared 2 years younger than her actual age. She swatted his hand away and spoke curtly. I don't know. Why should I care? If your fever returns, what then? So my fever returns. What of it? He furrowed his brow. Whenever I engaged in conversation with this woman, strange impulses stirred within me. A desire to make her obey by sheer force warred with an equally bizarre compulsion to coax her into compliance through gentle persuasion. As if to shake off that peculiar emotion, I took a step backward. The moment I created distance, her rigid shoulders visibly relaxed, tension draining away as relief washed over her. Talia hugged her knees with both arms and raked her gaze over me from head to toe before speaking flatly. More importantly, why are you dressed like that? Guests are arriving. I'm preparing to hold a modest banquet. Guests? Regional lords from the Eastern Territories. They've come to make an impression on me, or so I'm told. She made an odd sound while fidgeting with the hem of my coat. I gazed quietly at her hand. After worrying at my garment for some time, she hesitantly opened her mouth. Don't I need to attend as well? I lifted my gaze. Her face, hauntingly beautiful, filled my vision. She was a woman who stirred others' emotions in unsettling ways. Even I, whose senses were largely restrained, felt those strange impulses in her presence. I could envision without seeing what chaos her appearance would unleash. After a brief pause, I slowly shook my head. I couldn't hide her forever, but at least until I secured complete control of the Eastern Territories, I preferred to keep her out of the public eye. There's no need. I'll explain matters adequately to the vassals. For now, I'd prefer you rest and recover. Is it because you're ashamed of me? Her voice suddenly turned sharp. I halted mid-turn toward the door and looked down at her. She bit at her scabbed lips and spoke with bitter mockery. Are you already regretting taking a cripple as your wife? I clenched my fists tightly. Without doing so, I feared I might do something terrible. Drawing a long breath, I waited for the sharp emotions to subside while regarding her with cold eyes. Her pupils gleamed with hostility all the more vividly. In that moment, the words I'd been suppressing clawed their way up my throat. Sometimes I can't tell if what you say is meant to wound me, or if you're trying to hurt yourself. Her lips stiffened rigidly, as if words had abandoned her. I stared silently at her face, thick with disbelief, then exhaled softly and turned away. I'll have a handmaiden brought. Prepare yourself. If you truly wish to attend, I won't stop you. Fine. Talia jumped down from the windowsill and spoke coldly. If I stay around you any longer, I'll develop a fever again. With that, she stumbled toward the bed and threw herself onto the sheets. Watching her silently, I left the chamber. I descended the stairs and entered the grand banquet hall, where hundreds of eyes turned toward me. They rose from their seats in unison. You've arrived, Lord Barkas. One of the vassals positioned near the entrance bowed respectfully. I acknowledged the greeting with a slight nod and slowly crossed the hall. Elaborately dressed high nobility and my own relatives occupied the central table of the banquet hall, while more modestly dressed men surrounded them in a circle. Upon reaching the upper dais, the faint melody flowing through the hall ceased abruptly. I surveyed the assembly before offering the customary greeting. Thank you for traveling so far. I hope you'll forgive the modest arrangements. Modest? In all my years, I've never tasted wine this exquisite. One of the men seated at the long table exclaimed heartily. I turned my gaze toward him. His brilliant coat was embroidered with the black bear insignia, the symbol of the Gutband family, which controlled the southeastern region. The man raised his glass high, his tone dripping with provocation. Indeed, gifts bestowed by His Imperial Majesty are incomparable. I hardly dare let such a thing touch my lips. Is this not the reward our Lord received for a lifetime of unwavering devotion? The man's theatrical declaration was followed by him gulping down the wine in greedy swallows, then slamming the glass down with a loud crash. When I think of this fine wine as the sweat and tears shed by our Lord, it tastes bitter indeed." A heavy silence descended upon the hall. Barkis leaned back against his chair, twisting his lips into a thin smile. "It seems you've come spoiling for a fight." Chapter 82. How could that possibly be? The man hunched his broad shoulders exaggeratedly, feigning terror. How would I dare presume to challenge the one destined to rule the Eastern Territories? Barkis, who had been quietly studying the man's face, brought his wine glass to his lips without a word. When he failed to react immediately to the provocation, the man's enthusiasm seemed to wane slightly. The man's playful expression vanished as he spoke with a growl. "However, I am curious about one thing. What could possibly have driven the young lord to betray the first princess and shoulder the imperial family's burden?" A heavy silence descended upon the hall. Barkis moved only his eyes, sweeping across the faces of the nobles seated along both sides of the long table. The loyal retainers of House Sirkin who dwelt in Kamar, the heart of the Eastern Territories, wore expressions of displeasure. Yet the provincial nobles observed his reaction with assessing gazes, seemingly attempting to gauge whether the young heir of the Grand Duke's house was worthy of entrusting the Eastern Territories' future. He rotated the wine in his glass leisurely, building suspense before speaking slowly. "Betray? That is an exaggeration. As everyone knows, my betrothal to her was not forged from political interests. When circumstances change, so too may their terms." "What exactly has changed?" The man's forehead flushed with anger. "Are you suggesting that a few words from His Imperial Majesty are grave enough to shatter years of promise? Tell me, do you consider the commands of the Empire's ruler to be trivial?" Barkis tilted his head, turning the question back on him. For a moment, the man's thick lips sealed shut, words failing him. His face, darkened by his black beard, flushed crimson as he glared at Barkis and spoke loudly with derision. "What admirable loyalty! I could never hope to match such devotion. Grand Duke Alec Gutban, you seem to have become overly agitated." A middle-aged noble seated across from the man cautiously attempted to restrain him. But the man paid no heed. He seized a goblet brimming with wine, and drained it in one gulp, then wiped his mouth roughly with his sleeve before continuing. "Yet someday, even our great emperor will step down from his throne. Then His Highness the Crown Prince shall become the ruler of this empire. What will you do then? Will His Highness graciously accept the Eastern Territories' loyalty? This marriage has the Crown Prince's consent as well." Barkis, tilting his glass to gaze at his reflection in the red liquid, spoke deliberately. In fact, he later became far more instrumental in promoting it. "What do you mean by that?" "I shall merely say that this marriage held certain advantages for His Highness the Crown Prince as well." He cut off the conversation coldly. One cannot carelessly divulge the imperial family's private affairs. Suspicion flickered across the nobles' faces. His words could be interpreted as meaning he held leverage over the Crown Prince. Barkis watched them exchange glances, before clearing the atmosphere with a lighter tone. "If your doubts have been sufficiently resolved, let us conclude this pleasant conversation." With that, he raised his glass and surveyed the assembly slowly. "Come now, everyone. As Alec Gutban said, this wine is hardly the reward for 17 years of loyalty to the Eastern Territories' next Grand Duke." Barkis, a smile playing at his lips, brought the glass close to his face as if savoring its bouquet, and continued with ease. "When else will you have the chance to taste such a rare vintage?" The nobles, uncertain how to respond, rolled their eyes before raising their glasses with awkward laughter. It was clear they all wished to end the debate here. Yet the man showed no sign of backing down. He brought his fist down upon the table like a steel hammer and cried out, "How can you expect us to believe that? Everyone in the Empire knows how dearly His Highness the Crown Prince cherishes the first princess. He would never make a decision that tramples upon Her Highness the Princess's honor." Barkis erased the smile that had lingered at his lips. His patience was beginning to fray against this man whose words seemed utterly unreasonable. He leaned his head against the backrest, and gestured with his chin for me to continue. The man didn't hesitate and poured out his words. "Do you know what rumors are spreading? That the heir of the Eastern Territories has fallen under the spell of the Terran families which, just as His Majesty the Emperor was deceived by that viperous woman and betrayed the Empress, The next Grand Duke Sirkin has been bewitched by her daughter and abandoned the virtuous first princess. Such talk is circulating throughout the entire empire. The last words were nearly a shout. His resonant voice filled the hall. If the first princess were to follow in Empress Bernadette's footsteps, how would you ever atone for such a sin? Listen to this. There's no end to it. Darren Drew Sirkin, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected into the conversation. Alec Gutban, you are a vassal of the Grand Duke's house. Do you truly believe such an attitude toward the heir of the Grand Duke's line will be tolerated in Lejo Castle? When a leader treads down a wrong path, it is also the duty of his vassals to voice their criticism. The man who had shouted boldly at Darren turned his gaze back toward Barkas. You could have made the first princess, whom the entire empire admires, the mistress of the Eastern Territories. Yet you brought only an evil woman of illegitimate birth as your bride. How could you possibly let such a calamity pass in silence? The man who had been shouting suddenly fell silent. Barkas, who had been watching the absurd spectacle unfold, also went rigid. A small figure, her hood pulled down to her eyebrows, approached from behind the bear-like man's back and tilted a wine bottle over his massive head, pouring a blood-red liquid down in torrents. At the sudden turn of events, rough intakes of breath echoed from various corners of the hall. The man who had been assaulted seemed too shocked to react immediately. With a dazed expression, he stood drenched in the cascading wine, only rising abruptly to his feet once the bottle had emptied. His enormous frame, nearly 7 cubits tall and concealed entirely beneath a robe, loomed menacingly over the uninvited guest. What madman dares to do such a thing? He seized the intruder's wrist and tore away the hood covering her head. Long hair, like a golden waterfall, tumbled free from within her garments and flooded his vision. The man, who had been raising his fist as if to strike her face, went completely rigid. She shot a venomous glare through her disheveled hair. As if struck by lightning from that intense gaze, the man trembled faintly and swallowed hard. His tar-black pupils dripped sluggishly across her face. Barkas, gripping his goblet so tightly it nearly crumpled, rose at once. As he approached from behind her and pulled her slender frame into his embrace, the man instinctively gripped her wrist tightly, as if unwilling to let her go. In that instant, something stirred within me. I looked down at the dark hand holding her with a shadowed gaze. The man continued to stare at her face with vacant eyes, as if devouring every inch of it. A cold chill crept up my spine. As my nape grew cold with that strange sensation, suddenly a sound like a whip cracking across flesh rang out. The man looked down at her with bewildered eyes, his expression utterly confused about what had just transpired. She raised her arm and struck his wine-soaked face again. How dare you lay your filthy hands on me? Only then did the man come to his senses, releasing her wrist and stepping back. Chapter 83. Yet his gleaming pupils remained fixed upon her face. The man stared down at her with an expression turbulent with confusion, fury, and an inexplicable heat, muttering beneath his breath. Just who in blazes are you? Can't you tell at a glance? Talia tilted her chin upward, her voice dripping with mockery. I'm that wicked woman born of illegitimacy you've been prattling on about. The man's face flushed crimson. As though the situation had finally crystallized in his mind, his eyes, previously dulled by shock, sharpened with clarity. He exhaled a torrent of hot breath, his voice rising to a fever pitch. Regardless, this is outrageous conduct. I am a knight and a nobleman. Where in this world is there any law permitting such treatment of nobility? And where exactly is there a law permitting the open insult of the imperial family? Talia cut through his words, her lips twisting into a sneer. You publicly humiliated the empire's princess and committed treason against the future sovereign. You should be grateful your head remains on your shoulders instead of a wine baptism. Consider yourself fortunate. I merely spoke truth born from loyalty. Save your barking for the dogs. Her eyes gleamed with venomous intensity as she pressed her assault against him. Loyalty. Truth. Don't make me laugh. You simply spewed your grievances like the rabid creature you are. Cowed by the venom she radiated, the man flinched and retreated a step backward. Observing his pathetic retreat with undisguised contempt, Talia unleashed the honeyed tone she so deliberately wielded to flay men's pride. If you find Ayla so pitiable and lamentable, why don't you rush to console her? Who knows? Perhaps the flawless princess whom the entire empire adores might bestow her favor upon you. Then she leisurely raked her gaze from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, before releasing a light, dismissive laugh. No, you won't do at all. My sister is surprisingly particular about appearances, you see. The man's face had now turned a violent, burning crimson. Barkis observed in silence as the heat in his eyes transformed into fierce hostility. Fascination became enmity, desire became rage. The transmutation was swift. Men who encountered her invariably displayed such reactions. The man's scara now webbed with blood vessels as he leaned toward her as though poised to strike. I had endured enough. I drew the hood over her head and seized her small skull, pulling her firmly against my chest. Talia gasped in surprise, her arms thrashing in protest. I held her fast as she struggled to break free, studying the man's expression with deliberate attention. Despite his indignation, he clearly yearned to wrench the woman from my embrace. With eyes wide and teeth grinding audibly, the man bellowed, "Release her at once. I cannot let this insult pass." "And if you don't let it pass, what then? Are you challenging me to a duel? Or perhaps?" Talia shoved against my hand, her voice sharp as she hurled words at the man, when she suddenly fell silent. She had sensed the ominous atmosphere that now enveloped me. I carefully concealed the woman's face beneath the hood, then observed the assembly's reaction. Most wore expressions of stunned bewilderment, though many bore eyes alight with intrigue and curiosity. Of course, several displayed overt hostility. My carefully laid plan to methodically secure the vassal's obedience and establish an unassailable foundation had already begun to unravel. I swallowed a sigh and turned my gaze back toward the burly man. Let me repeat the question my wife posed. What will you do if you don't let this pass? I demand an apology for the insult directed at me. I stroked my chin thoughtfully, as though considering his demand. Alec Gutvan wielded considerable influence throughout the southeastern region. Among the Khan tribe's warriors, who revered martial prowess, there were undoubtedly many who followed this man with blind devotion. Having consolidated his position as a regional magnate, through command of a cavalry unit composed of hundreds of formidable warriors, he likely believed he could manipulate a mere youth in his early 20s as he saw fit. His immediate arrival upon returning and this commotion were surely an attempt to seize the initiative and establish dominance. Barkis twisted his lips into a thin smile. Must I offer an apology? Yes. You insulted and mocked me. I demand a formal apology before everyone present. What do you think? Barkis lowered his gaze and directed the question toward Talia. Do you intend to comply with his demand? A flash of betrayal shot through her eyes. The chandelier's light flickered across the deep blue irises that perpetually scraped at his very core. I'd rather die. I'll bite my own tongue first. So be it. When he turned his cold gaze back toward the man, a damp malice bloomed within the bloodshot pupils. The man spat out his words. Then let the Khan lord apologize on behalf of his wife. No matter what, I will exact payment for the insult I have suffered. Rough intakes of breath echoed throughout the hall. Even those who had sought to test him seemed taken aback by such an excessive demand. Barkis paused for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. At that instant, an urgent hand seized him. Lowering his gaze, Barkis noted the pallor of her face and furrowed his brow. Talia, gripping his arm tightly, cried out in a fractured voice with desperation. Don't. If you apologize, he won't let this go. His stomach churned again. Previously, he had deemed that sensation unpleasant. But perhaps it was something else entirely. The thought flickered through his mind. He withdrew his hand from hers and slowly approached the man. The man's gaze remained fixed upon her. Blocking that stare, Barkis exhaled softly toward the face reeking of potent wine. We are Eastern Territories people, are we not? If you desire something, you must seize it by force. That means. A shadow of deep suspicion crossed the man's face. Barkis continued calmly. We shall resolve this through traditional means. If you defeat me in a duel, I will offer a formal apology before everyone present. A violent tremor swept through the banquet hall. Contrary to his expectation that the man would immediately seize upon his proposal, the man withheld his response and sent forth an appraising gaze. Perhaps half of this man's violent conduct was merely an act. The man, scrutinizing him with cunning eyes, finally spoke. Do you truly understand what a duel means? A duel in these lands is far different from the childish games played in the imperial palace. For us, a duel signifies a desperate struggle where lives hang in the balance. Talia, breathing heavily, suddenly seized his coat. He ignored her and replied with indifference. Then are you afraid? A thick vein rose across the man's broad forehead. After scrutinizing him openly, the man let out a derisive laugh. You certainly possess the audacity of an Eastern Territories man. Your answer? Very well. I accept the duel. The moment the man's answer fell, murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Barkas gestured toward Darian, who wore a bewildered expression at the sudden turn of events. Prepare horses and armor. The sun has already set. We should wait until dawn breaks tomorrow. Why drag this out any longer? Barkas cut off Darian's words and looked up at the man provocatively. The Khan people learn to fight on horseback before they even take their first steps. Is nightfall a problem for us? No problem at all. The man growled in response. Listen. Bring me my armor and weapons at once. Lord Gutban, please calm yourself. We can discuss this again tomorrow. A young aide who appeared to be an attendant urgently tried to dissuade him, but the man struck his face with his fist. Don't make me repeat myself. The young man, blood pouring from his nose, stumbled frantically out of the banquet hall. Now the hall began to pulse with excitement. The man's own demeanor grew heated. He spoke each word as if spitting it out. The duel will take place before everyone's eyes. If I win, you will immediately prostrate yourself on the ground right there and apologize. For a contest where lives hang in the balance, surely such compensation is warranted, is it not? Be Barkas. Talia, frozen by the spiraling situation, stepped in front of him. He barely turned his gaze toward her. Talia murmured in a pleading voice. I'll apologize instead. I will apologize, so don't do anything reckless. Her trembling voice clawed mercilessly at his chest. He pulled his robe forward to conceal her face more thoroughly, then looked down at the man with an expressionless gaze. Very well. I'll do as you wish. The man's smile deepened. It was the face of one certain of his victory. Alec Gutban licked his lips like a bear before its prey and posed a question. What will you demand if the Lord wins? At that moment, attendants burst into the hall carrying armor. Barkas received gauntlets from a swift-moving boy and tilted his head slightly. The answer that emerged sounded bland even to his own ears. There is nothing I wish to demand of you. Barkas slowly inserted his hand into the steel gauntlet and added, If I win, you will never speak again. Chapter 84. ******. Get up this instant. Lucas, his face buried in his pillow, jerked his head up at the sharp cry that jolted him from sleep. As he rubbed his bleary eyes and turned around, he spotted his troublesome sister standing rigidly beside his bed. He wrapped his throbbing temples in his hands and let out an irritated groan. Please. How many times do I have to tell you not to barge into my bedroom uninvited? This is no time for propriety. Get up now. It's an emergency. Raina shook his shoulders mercilessly, shrieking at him. Lucas pushed her away and pressed his temples firmly, trying to ease the sharp pain. He had spent the entire day hunting with fellow riders from Wolfram, then stopped at a tavern to drink ale until he could barely stand. His head was already pounding unbearably, so why was she making such a commotion? He glared at his sister through half-open eyes. What on earth is wrong? Did the Zrami invade Lejo Castle or something? Stop talking nonsense and get up right now. Raina grabbed his arm roughly and stamped her feet. This is serious. The Black Bear of the South is going to duel with our brother. Lucas felt sleep vanish instantly as he bolted upright, his eyes wide with bewilderment as he stared at his sister. Who's fighting whom? Ugh, seriously. Raina's patience, already thin, snapped completely. She released his arm and strode purposefully toward the door. Lucas, staring blankly after her, scrambled out of bed and grabbed his tunic from the chair, throwing it haphazardly over his bare chest before hurrying after her into the corridor. Servants were rushing past, lanterns in hand, flooding through the hallway. Bewildered, Lucas looked around before catching up to his sister, who was already descending the stairs with long strides. Is our brother really going to duel? That's what I'm telling you. Reina bounded down the stairs 2 at a time, answering irritably. Lucas furrowed his brow. He knew that guests had arrived at Lejo Castle. However, he had no idea how the heir of House Sirkin had ended up challenging the lord representing the southeastern region to a duel. He pressed his aching head and asked his question. Why are they dueling in the middle of the night all of a sudden? Why else? That incarnation of discord finally caused trouble. Reina ground her teeth. That woman burst into the banquet hall, poured a drink on Lord Gutban, and even slapped him. Lucas's mouth fell open. That woman, you don't mean the second princess, do you? Who else could it be? Reina struck her chest in exasperation. Because of that woman, an argument broke out between the Black Bear and our brother, and now they're dueling. Reina crossed the hall in one breath and burst outside, speaking loudly and indignantly. See? I told you that woman would be a disaster. I was right all along. Lucas fastened the front of his open tunic and rolled his eyes. To be precise, what my younger sister had predicted was a cunning villainess who played the weakling before her brother while scheming behind closed doors. Not a deranged woman who would strike down the Eastern Territory's mightiest spear knight in front of everyone. Regardless, there's no denying that she's become a problem. He swept back his disheveled hair and quickly crossed the expansive inner courtyard. The staircase leading to the training grounds was already crowded with hundreds of people, each holding torches and lamps. Lucas pushed through the throng and made his way into the vast training grounds, where nobility gathered to witness the duel alongside Wolfram's elite knights. Spotting a familiar face among them, he immediately changed course. Tyren. The spear knight turned toward him, pausing mid-conversation with his subordinates. He too appeared to have rushed out from rest, wearing nothing but a loose coat over his bare chest. The man glanced between Lucas and Reina in turn, then exhaled a deep sigh. How can you wander about at this hour without an escort? Skip the lectures. What in the world is happening here? I've only just arrived myself, so I don't have the full details. Tyron shrugged dismissively. One thing is certain, though. Our future leader possesses a far more aggressive temperament than appearances would suggest. He gestured with his chin toward one side of the expansive mounted training grounds. There stood Barkas, heavily armored in black and steel, beside a muscular gray stallion. Lucas swept his gaze over him with vacant eyes. Among the scattered, bulky forms of other men, Barkas appeared like a finely sculpted, delicate statue. His lean frame, encased in armor, was neither small nor diminutive, yet unlike other spear and sword fighters, it was neither imposing nor massive. The way he tightened the armor seams with each movement seemed more like a dancer than a warrior. His opponent, by contrast, was little more than a beast wearing human skin. Lucas shifted his gaze to the opposite side of the grounds and swallowed hard. The man's height appeared to reach nearly 7 crevettes, roughly 210 centimeters, and his weight seemed to exceed 5 lance by a considerable margin, approaching 6 lance or about 210 kilograms. Adding the weight of the steel armor encasing his body would likely push him even further. The man led a massive, muscular horse befitting his frame toward the center of the training grounds. The blazing light of the torches laid bare the man's terrifying presence in full. Those who witnessed it erupted in waves of admiration, excitement and awe. Lucas let out a quiet groan. This is madness. Shortly after, for soldiers who appeared to be the man's subordinates struggled to carry an enormous halberd, nearly the size of a lump of iron. As the man grasped the shaft with one hand and raised the massive axe blade high, the roar of the crowd intensified. Reina, her face pale as she watched the spectacle, seized Tyren by the collar. Why aren't you stopping this immediately? That person has been trying earnestly to stop him since earlier, but he refuses to listen. Tyren sighed, pointing with his thumb toward a small figure standing beside Barkas. Following his gesture, Lucas spotted a diminutive figure clamoring loudly at his brother, and widened his eyes. The woman was furiously waving her fists about. Unable to resist his curiosity, Lucas approached them and frowned upon hearing a sharp, high-pitched voice ringing out. The woman was shouting fearlessly at a man who towered a full head above her. "Are you an idiot? A fool? You can just crush a brute like that with authority. Why are you stupidly trying to settle this with brute strength?" Lucas let out a hollow laugh. He never knew there existed a woman who would spout such crude insults besides Reina. And to her own brother no less. Lucas glanced at Barkas's expression. He remained composed, checking his horse's condition. The woman struck his back with her fist. "Did you sleep through math class? That man looks 3 times heavier than you. Don't you know that weight and strength are proportional? Bring me my helm." Barkas issued the command to his attendant, ignoring her presence entirely. The woman, incensed, rolled up her sleeves as if to slap him across the face, prompting Darian to urgently grab her shoulder. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry so. This is a common occurrence among warriors. Neither will cross the line." "Who said I was worried about that brute?" She roughly shook off the man's hand and shouted sharply. "I'm worried about myself. If I become a widow the moment we marry, my future will be in jeopardy." Darian stepped back, seeming exhausted by Arya's caustic remarks. Yet his elder brother showed no particular reaction to her venom. He pressed the helmet onto his head and swung himself up onto the saddle in one fluid motion. "Hand me my weapon." A servant immediately thrust forward a halberd topped with a crescent-shaped silver blade. Before Barkas could even protest, he urged his horse forward into the center of the training grounds. Arya rushed after him in desperation. Lucas, who had been watching from a distance, found himself running forward without thinking and seized her arm. A cold gaze pierced through him like a dagger. Lucas held his breath. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. As he gazed down at that strangely beautiful face with vacant eyes, a thunderous trumpet blast announced the beginning of the duel. Lucas's head snapped up, and he let out a groan as he watched Alec Gutvan slowly circle the spectator stands, spinning the enormous halberd with a single hand. As the axe blade, nearly as massive as a war hammer, carved a great arc through the air, a sound like the crack of a whip echoed across the grounds. He felt Arya trembling as though she might collapse at any moment. Yet he had no capacity to attend to her condition. The beast, displaying his overwhelming strength as he slowly rode along the spectator stands, suddenly spurred his horse forward. The heavy hoofbeats shook the earth itself. Through a cloud of dust, the giant astride the massive steed charged toward Barkas with terrifying speed, his halberd spinning. Screams erupted from the crowd. With good reason. It was like an enraged buffalo charging a deer. Lucas clenched his fists. The colossus, forged as if from iron itself, seemed about to crush his brother in an instant. Yet what Lucas witnessed was a sight his eyes could scarcely believe. The axe blade, nearly the size of a man's body, was deflected with an elegant grace, as if by a bird's wing, by Barkas's lance. Lucas's eyes widened. The miraculous display did not end there. As Barkas spurred his horse, the massive man's body tilted backward as though he had collided with an immovable castle wall. Barkas did not squander the opening. He kicked the stallion's flank and thrust his lance forward. The sharp point, flashing like lightning, pierced through the thick breastplate and drove straight through the man's chest. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. With the lance still embedded in the man's thorax, Barkas spurred his horse onward. As he wrenched the lance upward, the giant's massive body soared high into the air. At this grotesque spectacle, screams erupted from every corner. Riding across the wide open ground, Barkas made a great circle with the lance shaft before driving the halberd down into the earth. The giant's enormous body crashed into the dirt with a heavy, reverberating thud that echoed in all directions. A suffocating silence fell over the grounds. While everyone stood stunned by the duel's sudden conclusion, Barkas rode up beside the mangled corpse, tore off his helmet, and hurled it to the ground. Then, with an expression of absolute composure, he issued orders toward the stands. Summon the high priest to conduct the funeral rites. Chapter 85. A thunderous roar shook the training grounds. Lucas exhaled the breath he had been holding. Barkas withdrew the halberd from the man's chest and turned his horse's head. As the flickering firelight illuminated his sharp, refined features with clarity, the crowd's cheers grew even more intense. Lucas surveyed the faces of the warriors flushed with excitement, then turned his gaze back to Barca's. Amid all that commotion, the man appeared infinitely serene. With an expressionless face that even hinted at ennui, Barcas crossed the training grounds and leaped down from the saddle in one fluid motion. Find out if there are any other capable men in the Gutband family. Barcas handed his weapon to the elderly attendant who came rushing over and issued instructions to Darien. If there is no suitable heir, you may also search among the retainers for another qualified candidate to entrust with the southeastern region. There is among his half-brothers, there is quite a capable warrior. Darien answered in a trembling voice. He was originally scheduled to join the Wolfram Spear Knights, but I hear he also attended the academy in the capital, so he should be fully capable of fulfilling the role of lord. Barcas removed his steel gauntlets and handed them to the elderly attendant, then gently stroked his lips with a contemplative expression. Bring him before me within a short time. If he seems like a suitable person, I will conduct his appointment ceremony immediately. Just then, 2 attendants removed the heavy iron armor from his chest. Feeling lighter, Barcas strode directly through the crowd toward her. Lucas unconsciously took a step backward. As the woman he was holding stumbled, he instinctively grasped her waist. In that instant, heat rushed to his head. The woman's waist was so slender that even his hands, still growing, could easily encircle it. Moreover, her skin, which gleamed white even in the darkness, emanated a sweet fragrance he had never encountered before. What on earth was this scent? Without thinking, he leaned his face toward her nape and sniffed, when a sharp sound cracked across his cheek like a whip. Lucas clutched his face with a dazed expression. The woman who had pushed him away glared at him with eyes full of fury and shouted, "What are you doing? You perverted little brat." Perverted. He opened his mouth in shock. I was only trying to catch you from falling. If you were catching me from falling, why were you smelling me? Lucas's face flushed crimson, as she wore an expression of contempt. An intense shame he had never felt before washed over him. With an aggrieved expression, he raised his voice indignantly. I just thought your body smelled strange. This time, a burning sensation spread across his other cheek. Lucas stumbled backward. What kind of woman was this? While he had often been bruised all over from harsh training, he had never in his life been struck across the face like this by anyone. He glowered at the woman with indignation. Just as he was about to snap something at her, Reyna came rushing over and shoved the woman away roughly. How dare you lay a hand on his face? You witch! The woman's body flew backward like a sheet of paper under the force of Reyna's equestrian-trained arms. Lucas, who had been fuming, reflexively reached out. Just as he was about to catch her, a long arm snatched her away. Lucas's head jerked up. Barcas, who had drawn near without warning, held her in his arms while looking down at him with cold eyes. It seems everyone needs to relearn basic discipline. Barcas muttered coldly, turning to regard Reyna, whose face had drained of all color, and added his words. Both of you are forbidden from riding horses for the time being. But that's not how could you? Barcas turned his back dismissively on Reyna's protests and issued instructions to Darien. Assign them a strict tutor. They are not to set foot outside the castle walls until they have acquired proper decorum and etiquette. Without waiting for Darien's response, he turned toward the main castle and began walking. Behind his retreating figure, the warriors erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Most of the Eastern people, who revered strength, appeared utterly captivated by him. Meanwhile, the servants seemed gripped by fear at the extraordinary martial prowess he had displayed, murmuring prayers and making the sign of the cross over their chests. The nobles, too, were engaged in heated debate regarding the next leader's radical actions. Leaving all that commotion behind, the man departed the training grounds with unhurried grace. Reyna, who had been watching his departing silhouette with bated breath, finally released a belated protest. This is utterly unfair. She looked around as if seeking agreement. That woman is the one who caused all this chaos. So why should we be punished? Lucas abandoned his younger sister, who was on the verge of tears, and approached the center of the ruined training grounds. The soldiers who had been removing Alec Gutband's corpse naturally stepped aside. Kneeling beside the blackened body, Lucas carefully examined his brother's handiwork. The man appeared to have been pierced through the heart in a single blow. Dark blood seeped from within his crumpled breastplate, and from his head, which seemed crushed when it struck the ground, brain matter slowly leaked out. When the soldiers completely removed his dented helmet, his wide-open, glassy eyes and thick lips flecked with blood foam were revealed. The final fate of the man who, until this very morning, had been revered as the Eastern Territory's greatest spear swordsman was truly pitiful beyond measure. All brawn and no skill, it seems. That couldn't be further from the truth. Tyren, who had approached his side, let out a hollow laugh and shook his head. In his teens, he beat trolls to death with his bare fists unarmed. He was a warrior blessed not only with that monstrous strength, but also with exceptional technique. No one could have imagined this man would meet such an anticlimactic end. Lucas looked up at Tyren with worried eyes. Won't this become a problem? It was a duel accepted by both parties. If anyone contests it, the Gutband family will become the laughingstock of everyone. He replied indifferently. Moreover, while the young lord proposed the duel, it was this man who first challenged his authority. No one will be able to criticize House Sirkin for this outcome. The man, speaking with conviction, gazed with contemplative eyes toward where the nobles had gathered. However, there may be some discord among the regional lords. Lucas shifted his gaze to the upper dais, following Tyren's line of sight. The provincial nobles appeared bewildered by the fact that the administrator of the southeastern region had been replaced overnight. Tyren, observing the murmuring nobles, added as if sighing, "The succession ceremony may be accelerated. To resolve all this chaos, a powerful Grand Duke will be necessary." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why are you angry? Talia, who had been huddled on one side of the bed with a sullen expression, finally demanded an explanation. Barkis made no reply, instead walking toward the shelf and rummaging through the display case. His demeanor was as composed as always. Yet Talia could easily discern that his mood had plummeted to its depths. Since returning to the chamber, he had maintained his silence and had not spared her a single glance. It was absurd. She was the one who should be angry. It was this man who had gone off to fight without even pretending to listen to her words. Talia glared at him with indignation. The image of that monstrous man rushing toward Barkis flashed through her mind, and her entire body trembled with a chill while her stomach twisted in agony. The spectacle that unfolded afterward brought her no shock whatsoever. She simply felt grateful to the heavens that he had emerged unscathed. At the same time, I wanted nothing more than to beat this man who had made my heart race so wildly. Had my legs not been trembling so violently that I feared I might collapse, I would have rushed at him and acted on that impulse without hesitation. Chapter 86. Talia could no longer contain her seething fury. She seized a pillow and hurled it at him. If you have something to say, then say it. Stop driving me mad with your silence. The cloth sack stuffed with feathers struck the back of his head with a dull thud. Barkis, who had been methodically examining the contents of medicine bottles arranged on a shelf, cast a glacial glance over his shoulder. Talia shrank back, pressing herself firmly against the headboard. Braced for whatever retaliation might come. She was startled when Barkis released a soft sigh and knelt beside the bed. Your hand, if you please. Talia merely blinked at him blankly. He then drew her hand toward the light, examining it closely. The skin of her palm was swollen and flushed crimson. Barkis clicked his tongue in disapproval, and poured a viscous liquid onto her hand. The stinging sensation made Talia instinctively jerk her arm away, but his grip on her wrist remained firm and unyielding. She glared at him with irritation blazing in her eyes. What are you doing? A salve that works well for contusions. Barkis replied in his characteristically blunt tone, spreading the medicament evenly across her palm. The peculiar sensation made Talia curl her toes. Each time his long, elegant fingers caressed her swollen skin, a tingling sensation radiated through her. She felt heat creeping up her ears and twisted her arm away. That's enough now. Hold still. His voice dropped to a lower register than usual, sending a tremor down her spine. She watched him with an anxious expression before lowering her gaze. His fingers traced the faint lines etched across her palm with deliberate slowness. Was this truly treatment? The way he meticulously caressed each line of her palm felt strangely intimate. You have bruising on your wrist. His voice suddenly dropped another octave. Talia swallowed hard, her throat constricted. She couldn't fathom why her courage had suddenly abandoned her. Stealing a glance at him, Talia exerted greater force and wrenched her arm free from his grasp. That's enough. Leave my chamber. She turned away to lie down, but her body was suddenly pulled back around. Talia looked up at him in shock. Barkis leaned over her, his tone accusatory. Why did you appear at the banquet hall today? Her face contorted. So that was the source of his anger. Talia's eyes gleamed with venom as she asked mockingly. Why? Am I forbidden from attending the banquet hall? You said it yourself, that I am the highest-ranking person in this castle. So why do you expect me to be confined like a prisoner? It was you who wished to avoid appearing before others. Do you truly not understand why I avoided it? Suddenly, the resentment she had been suppressing deep within her breast surged forth. Talia shoved his shoulder roughly, then wrapped her arms around her knees and glared at him accusingly. It's because of this, because of what I've become. Deep shadows fell across his eyes. She pressed him like a loan shark demanding repayment of a debt. But even if I despise myself, you have no right to do the same. Even if I hide myself, you cannot hide me as well. The tendons in his neck stood taut. His face bore the expression of someone scraping together the last vestiges of patience. The sight of him forcing himself to endure only cut deeper into her heart. Talia snatched up the last remaining pillow and swung it at him. Barkis winced slightly at one eye as she rained down blow after blow, her accusations pouring forth. Why did I come to the banquet hall? I wanted to hear what you all were saying about me. I needed to know what was being said regarding my treatment, so I could figure out how to survive. That's why instead of dressing up in a gown, I wrapped myself in a robe like a rat and snuck in. He caught the incoming pillow and shoved her back onto the bed. The fabric tore under his rough grip, and pristine white feathers scattered in all directions. Talia gazed up at the feathers drifting down like snowflakes, breathing heavily. Barkis pinned her wrists to the bed, his dark eyes boring into hers. His suppressed voice spilled across the bridge of his nose. I understand perfectly what you're saying. Barkis drew a deep breath and continued slowly. Within days, I will hold the succession ceremony. At that gathering, I will formally introduce you as the Grand Duchess of the Eastern Territories. Talia felt every hair on her body stand on end. She couldn't tell if it was the fate descending upon her, or the man before her that caused it. He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek and spoke gently. So until then, stay quiet and behave. She clamped her mouth shut and glared at him with bloodshot eyes. A few feathers settled on his shoulder. He brushed them away with a light touch and slowly rose to his feet. Shortly after, the sound of the door opening and closing echoed through the chamber. Talia stared blankly at the space where he had been, then pulled the blanket over her head. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After the brutal welcome ceremony, a heavy tension began to settle over Lejo Castle. The handmaidens, who had been stiff in their demeanor, now moved as though treading on thin ice, and the guards held their breath and lowered their eyes whenever she stepped out of her chamber. It seemed rumors had spread that anyone who treated the second princess carelessly would incur the wrath of the next Grand Duke. It was a misunderstanding born from the fact that a retainer who had been disrespectful to her had lost his life. That monstrous man had merely paid the price for challenging the heir of the Grand Ducal house. But Talia made no effort to correct their mistaken beliefs. It was safer to be feared than to appear weak. If she adopted a fawning attitude to curry favor, she would only end up trampled. This was the philosophy of survival she had learned over long years. I don't need any attendance, so stop bothering me and leave. Talia turned a page in her book and waved one hand dismissively. The handmaidens exchanged uncertain glances at the doorway. They would normally have withdrawn immediately, but as they stood their ground, Talia sharpened her tone. Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Your Highness, the succession ceremony is scheduled for this afternoon. The head handmaiden spoke with a solemn expression. Talia's eyes widened in shock. Already? Barkis had mentioned the ceremony would take place within days, but she never expected it to be held before even a week had passed. She grew pale and swung her legs off the bed. Where is Barkaz right now? The young lord is currently meeting with the high priest who will preside over the succession ceremony. Once the arrangements for the ritual are finalized, the ceremony will begin immediately. Talia's eyes narrowed sharply. Why are you only telling me this now? The young lord gave orders that you were not to hear of this until the day itself. The head handmaiden sighed as she spoke. Talia's face twisted. She could guess what he had been thinking when he gave such an order. He probably thought I would hide or run away. Whenever something unpleasant arose, she had a habit of disappearing. This time would be no exception. Talia was seized with the urge to flee immediately, and gazed out the window. The head handmaiden spoke to her in a soothing tone. There is still time, so there is no need to be so anxious. Talia glared at her with irritated eyes, then muttered in a somewhat deflated voice. What am I supposed to do? We have prepared the traditional attire of the Eastern Territories for your highness to wear. The head handmaiden exhaled a soft sigh of relief and stepped aside. Immediately after, several burly servants entered the chamber carrying stacks of colorful garments adorned with elaborate embroidery. These styles of dress are unfamiliar to the handmaidens of the central region, so we humbly request that you entrust your grooming to us this once. Chapter 87. She gazed at the pile of garments heaped upon the chair, then let her eyes drift downward to the legs wrapped beneath her skirts. This morning, the moment I opened my eyes, the nursemaid attended to my bath, and then I summoned the healer to rewrap my bandages. There would be no occasion for them to see my scars. Talia, whose lips had been pressed into a thin line, nodded at last. Do as you see fit. The moment her permission fell, the handmaidens erected a screen in the center of the chamber. Talia stood behind it like a beast being led to slaughter. A young handmaiden approached and slipped away my thin robe, then unfastened the buttons of my summer dress one by one. Soon the voluminous garment slid down and pooled at my feet. Talia noticed the handmaiden's breath catch suddenly, and reflexively examined my undergarment. The twisted outline of my deformed leg was faintly visible through the thin fabric. Feeling my ears burn with humiliation, I snapped at her. Don't stand there gawking, finish quickly. The frozen handmaiden hurried to fetch the garments. Unable to bear her clumsy movements, the head handmaiden pushed her aside and dressed me herself in a creamy silk gown. The delicate hem, gathered with fine pleats, flowed down my body like mist. The head handmaiden then draped a translucent gray-blue overlay across it, and fastened an ornate embroidered sash around my waist. The double-layered silk belt was adorned with jade, topaz, and small animal-shaped ornaments. Once she cinched it snugly to reveal my waistline, she draped colorful cords studded with metal bells and tassels across my hips. The adornment did not end there. Various jewels strung on fine gold thread were layered around my neck and wrists, and large earrings engraved with golden bird motifs hung from my earlobes. I felt like a jeweled display case. Could such an ostentatious ensemble truly be the traditional dress of the Eastern Territories? As I frowned in doubt, a handmaiden draping a wide-sleeved indigo silk coat over my shoulders let out a sigh of admiration. You look just like the legendary Tiramir. Tiramir. At the unfamiliar word, I narrowed my brow, and the handmaiden's face went pale as she clamped her mouth shut. Her suspicious reaction dampened my mood. Was she perhaps mocking me as a fool? Perhaps she was taking advantage of my ignorance to ridicule me. I pressed her sharply. What is that? Why did you stop speaking? Tiramir is the earth spirit who governs the seasons. The head handmaiden, pulling the front edges of the silk coat diagonally, secured the flowing hem with a brooch as she spoke. The ancient people of the Eastern Territories believed themselves to be descendants of Tiramir. She is regarded as the most beautiful and noble of all spirits in this land. Talia regarded the head handmaiden's composed face with suspicious eyes. Then you should have said so. Why did you turn so pale? Brisa was concerned that your highness might misunderstand us as truly believing in that legend. The head handmaiden, who had arranged the coat's front panels to drape naturally, straightened her posture as she answered. The tale of Tiramir is merely an ancient oral tradition. I would hope your highness would not doubt our faith. Talia stared intently at the head handmaiden's rigid face. A faint tension hovered over her elongated features. I could not tell whether she was deceiving me, or whether she feared being branded a heretic. I turned my head and finally faced the mirror I had long avoided. Upon its smooth surface, surrounded by deep shadow, was reflected a face disturbingly similar to the Empress. Yet upon that exquisite face lay not the explosive vitality that Guinevere possessed, but rather a gloomy ashen shadow. Hungry eyes that seemed to starve for something. A gaunt face. A wretched body far removed from Guinevere's sensual form that had once achieved perfect balance. Suddenly, Gareth's mocking voice echoed in my ears. A woman's face attached to a monster's body. My face, which had clumsily mimicked the Empress, twisted pitifully. It was agonizing to witness my own form, incomplete and ruined. I turned my body away roughly. If you're finished, step aside. How much longer will you keep fussing? When I brushed away the hands arranging my hair somewhat harshly, the handmaiden standing behind me flinched and retreated. The head handmaiden released a small sigh. I shall place the crown upon your head. Please bear with me just a moment longer. A waiting handmaiden immediately brought forth the golden circlet. Once the head handmaiden placed it upon my head, she rolled my long hair into a neat coil and secured it with a jade-adorned ornament. At last, when all the preparations were complete, the handmaiden stepped back and bowed respectfully. I shall now escort you to the Grand Duke's chambers. The head handmaiden moved toward the door as she spoke. Talia watched her with anxious eyes for a moment before following in her wake. The corridor was lined with dozens of soldiers standing at attention. As I carefully navigated between them, a distinct limping sound echoed through the passage. Though I tried my best to walk naturally, my rigid legs betrayed my will as they always did. I held my head high, determined not to show my shame. After what felt like an eternity of walking, the head handmaiden came to a halt. This is the chamber. She gestured toward a large door positioned across from the staircase. It appeared the Grand Duke's chambers were located on the same floor. Relieved that I wouldn't have to climb the stairs, Talia approached the imposing mahogany door. I have brought the princess. The head handmaiden announced formally, and a stern voice emerged from within the room. Enter. The head handmaiden immediately obeyed. As the handmaidens opened the doors simultaneously from both sides, a vast space filled with attendants was revealed. Talia stiffened as dozens of pairs of eyes fell upon her. The impeccably dressed men gazed at her with expressions of shock. A chill ran down my spine. Had something gone wrong with my appearance? I examined my clothing. Perhaps they had dressed me carelessly as a jest, deceiving me with claims of Eastern Territory's traditional attire, before making me look like a fool. Perhaps I was adorned like a court jester. I glared at the head handmaiden, as if I could tear her face apart. Then, suddenly worried that my legs might be visible beneath the hem, I lowered my eyes again. Nothing was visible except the voluminous folds of the dress. Yet from the front, the deformed shape of my legs might still be apparent. Cold sweat trickled down my spine. Talia's eyes darted about as if she wanted to flee at any moment. Then heavy footsteps sounded. Talia's head jerked up, and her eyes widened as she saw Barkaz approaching her. He too wore attire similar to hers. A black silk tunic with a subtle sheen, an ornate belt embroidered with intricate gold patterns, and a wide diagonal cloak that flowed elegantly along the lines of his muscular frame. As Talia traced over his form as if entranced, she felt warm fingers touch her chin, and she lifted her gaze. Large earrings adorned with blue gemstones and a necklace laden with dangling topaz caught the sunlight and sparkled brilliantly. In that instant my heart sank. It was the first time I had seen him adorned with so many jewels. This was the man who had always dressed more ascetically than any high priest. Lavishly adorned, Barkaz looked not like a knight of the Roham Empire, but like the ruler of an ancient barbaric tribe. Are your legs perhaps in pain? Barkaz asked, his tone heavy as he scrutinized her. Talia, barely regaining her senses, knocked his hand away and stepped back. It felt as though the violent pounding of her heart would reach his ears. No, I'm fine. Though I tried to feign composure, my cheeks burned as if set ablaze. His blue eyes descended upon that flushed face. Barkaz furrowed his brow and pressed his hand to her forehead. You're running a fever again. I told you I'm fine. You said it was fine. Chapter 88. When he raised his voice abruptly, Displeasure flickered across the faces of the handmaidens standing on either side. Yet Barkis himself didn't bat an eye. Barkis traced his fingers along her temples and gently caressed her reddened earlobes. Talia looked up at him with a bewildered expression. What are you doing? Your ears have flushed red, Your Highness. His rough fingertips swept gently across her ear. Talia felt a tingling sensation flow down the nape of her neck and hunched her shoulders. Barkis, who had been studying her eyes intently, spoke in a reproachful tone. Are you receiving proper treatment? Or are you relying only on sleeping draughts again? Are you my nursemaid now? Talia pushed him away somewhat roughly. Unlike herself, who had been captivated by the sight of him dressed so elaborately, his manner of treating her like a gravely ill patient suddenly filled her with a sense of despair. I'm managing just fine on my own, so stop worrying. I've been doing well all this time, haven't I? When she pointed out that he hadn't shown his face for days, his eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to say something, a sinister voice echoed from deeper within the chamber. How much longer do you intend to keep me waiting, Barkis? Talia turned her head to gaze at the large bed positioned in the center of the room. A skeletal arm extended from the wooden bed draped with sheer curtains. He issued his command with arrogant indifference, flicking his fingers. Bring your wife here. Talia's eyes narrowed. Even if he were a Grand Duke, no one could summon the Empire's princess with a mere gesture. However, she was well aware that there was nothing to gain from defying the leader of the Eastern Territory's power brokers in their own gathering. She surveyed the men surrounding the bed, then carefully stepped into the chamber. Barkis naturally wrapped an arm around her waist to support her. Realizing that he was steadying her, Talia bit her lip. Did this man perhaps see her as a child who needed his care? He had touched her body without hesitation before, but it seemed to have become far more frequent since the wyvern attack. This way, Your Highness. Talia approached the large bed while leaning against him. A stern-faced man who appeared to be a legal representative, and another man dressed in priestly robes quietly stepped aside. Talia examined Grand Duke Sirkin with a tense expression. The man bore little resemblance to Barkis, yet was subtly similar. His sickly frame reeked of death, but his face, as if carved roughly by a chisel, overflowed with authority, and his eyes, cold as molten steel, were brimming with arrogance. He swept his piercing gaze over her slowly and exhaled a low, heavy voice. Disturbingly alike. Did that woman create you as some homunculus of herself? His words amounted to questioning her bloodline. Talia cast aside all thoughts of maintaining courtesy. If I weren't descended from Darien, people like you would have exposed that fact long ago. She shot back sharply, her chin raised high. Or are you confessing your own incompetence? That you can't even handle a single noble daughter of the Terran family? Startled by her counterattack, rough intakes of breath sounded throughout the chamber. The Grand Duke's face also stiffened rigidly. He glared at her face with piercing eyes, as if boring holes through it. You have no fear. Do you not know that I am the most powerful man in this empire, commanding the finest cavalry? Talia's face hardened. The pressure emanating from the Grand Duke made her knees momentarily buckle. Yet she feigned bravado. So what? Are you planning to trample me with that cavalry? Do you think I cannot? The man spat out his words mockingly. Do you truly believe that the authority you lacked in the Imperial Palace could be guaranteed here in the Eastern Territories? The Grand Duke's eyes gleamed with hostility and a sinister light. He pressed on relentlessly. If I decide right now to sever your neck, who could stop me? Would the Emperor truly risk the Empire's division for you? Rather than wage war against the Eastern Territories, he would simply close his eyes and pretend ignorance. Your Empress might be somewhat troublesome, but that would never result in me standing trial. Your authority as princess is worth so little. Talia felt cold sweat drenching her spine. Intense hostility surged toward this man who so casually exposed the truth she had long denied. Like a cornered beast, she retreated while glaring at the Grand Duke with venomous eyes. Then kill me if you dare. My Empress won't simply be somewhat troublesome. She'll use my death as a pretext to crush the conservative faction. Would she really let such an opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. Talia let out a loud, derisive snort. Do you know what that means? It means the pitiful remnant of your life that remains will become absolutely, Utterly exhausting. You think you'll find peace after death? You murdered a defenseless woman based on mere hearsay, so you'll be cast into the fires of hell. The Grand Duke's face turned ashen at her excessive curses. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Talia poured forth her words. Did you think your suffering would end there? You'll endure especially torturous times even in hell. Because I won't leave you alone for a single moment. I'll torment you relentlessly, day and night. To exact my vengeance even in the depths of hell. I possess a rather exceptional talent in that regard. If you don't believe me, ask Barkas. As she shot a look at Barkas, silently demanding his support, he gazed down at her with a peculiar expression. When he immediately refused to take her side, Talia's face twisted with a sense of betrayal. No one could be trusted after all. This place was nothing but a den of enemies. Talia, who had been surveying the sword-bearing men with wary eyes, abruptly turned to flee. Just as she was about to escape, Barkas seized her forearm. She leaped in alarm. Let go. Fearing he might hand her over entirely to the Grand Duke, she thrashed and struggled. With a heavy sigh, Barkas pulled her against his chest. Talia's breath caught. Held immobile by Barkas lowered his gaze and leaned even closer. The look in his eyes made Talia's breath catch in her throat. What he whispered next left her completely speechless. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to catch the next chapter before anyone else. Don't miss what happens next in Talia and Barkas' story.